Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And off we go. Not a great start for the series. Mike Burrows, they had the lead. 2 pitches in, the Astros lead 2-0. 2 pitches. Jeremy Pena with the infield single, and then Jordan goes the other way. This Chandler dude throws hard, second hardest in baseball. Second Mizorowski, but he ain't even. Now, I would imagine that he is going to be better. Mizorowski was good last year, and he's elite this year. Chandler's probably going to be much better as he goes along because he does throw so hard. He ain't that yet. And the Astros, they took advantage. They put some runs up against them, but they couldn't. Listen, and the other thing is this Pittsburgh team is one of the best offenses in baseball. That is something that we didn't talk about yesterday. They're a top 5 offense in baseball. So they took advantage. They took care of business against Mike Burrows. Astros lose game 1. They get slapped around. And game 2 today, the best matchup in baseball, as Arrighetti goes against Skeens. Skeens has not been Skeens lately, so maybe the Astros can get to him a little bit better. His last 3 outings have not been great, but not a great start to the series. I'm still on this Astros team is going to turn it around. Josh Hader returns, so you got that. We got that going for us, which is nice. Hunter Brown's around the corner, so here we go. You don't believe this team will get back to 500?
No, for reasons like yesterday. Just Mike Burrows isn't very good. It's just they're just not good enough, and they don't have enough good they don't have enough good players to overcome this kind of deficit. I don't think, and I mean we'll see. Especially when your good players are always hurt. I mean Carlos gone, we know that.
Yeah.
I hope we don't see another pitcher gone for the year as well. Although Christian Javier. Well, now I forgot Christian Javier was on the team. I literally just forgot Christian Javier played for the Astros.
Is he though?
Let me see. I have not looked up a latest Christian. Okay, so he started his rehab stint. So okay,
he
so
did?
Christian. I mean that's what people are saying. There's no real proof of it.
Yeah,
I don't have any proof of life on Christian
believe
Javier.
You. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
believe that.
I don't. And really, frankly, I don't care if I ever see a Christian Javier start again. I've just assumed his arm is dead forever.
That's 50. There's another $53 million wasted.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's today. He pitches today. Rehab start.
Nice.
AA Corpus Wednesday to begin a rehab. To begin a rehab assignment, I should say. So, I don't know if he's pitching today, but he's headed down there today.
Yep.
Beautiful Corpus Christi. He'll be able to take in beautiful Corpus Christi, and we'll see. It says he's ramped up his throwing program over the past few weeks and is now ready for game action. He'll likely require a few starts in the minors before being cleared to rejoin the Astros. So, I don't know. Few starts would be 3 starts would be 2 weeks. So, potentially 2 weeks, depending on how their schedule's playing out. Maybe at the most 3 weeks. So, and he's going to have to start, I would imagine, pretty light from a pitch count standpoint. So, mid-June, maybe late June, get him back. Hunter Brown back sooner than that. We'll see. I'm not saying Christian Javier comes back and things get better. Christian Javier wasn't good when he was pitching, so we'll see. At least Imai has been more serviceable. He's been more serviceable. That's a positive thing there. We'll see. I have a hard time seeing them coming back. But better players are coming back. We'll see. But there's a lot of ground to make up, and that's to get to 500. That's not even you're not even addressing the fact that the Mariners have kind of started to make a little bit of a move to show that they are, and they should be the best team in the division. They should be, but they're just over 500. They're not much over 500.
No, the division sucks.
This division really blows.
It just really
it truly blows this division.
It really kind of does.
It really does. I mean, it's like, golly, we're in this kind of division. And we've been in this kind of division in sports before with the AFC South has been stinky. 9-7 was you were title champs if you could go 9-7 in the AFC South. But it's not usually the Astros that are the
No.
I mean, usually the Astros were really good and everyone else sucked in this division.
Pretty much. Now, so we had that. That's going to be hard to talk. A lot of Texans news coming out of there. A lot of interviews we heard from Coach D'Amico. We'll hear from him about Kaylee. We've got Nico Collins, and he took the podium, as did Will Anderson. So we got a lot of sound there. So Astros baseball. It's going to be hard to talk about the Astros every day when they look like this. They show signs, and then they just fall apart. What a great road trip, and then you come home. Milwaukee's a good baseball team. There's a good chance you lose this series to Pittsburgh, and you know what? That's unacceptable behavior. That is just unacceptable behavior by this organization.
Poor form is what it is. It's poor form.
It is poor form.
Although they are 5 games over 500, so
yeah,
and they're 15-13 away. You're 13-17 at home right now. So, the odds say they should. I mean, I don't know. Skeens really hasn't been that good the last 3 starts. No. Who beats up on Arrighetti? Nobody.
No.
What's the over? What's the over on in this one? 5 runs, 5.5.
I would imagine it's 7 in that neighborhood.
It's probably 7. In real life, it's probably 7. It can't be higher. It can't. You know what? I'm gonna check it right now. There's no chance it's higher than 7.
No, I don't think so. Not with those two on the.
Not with those two. Like Arrighetti is legitimately a monster, and Skeens has a reputation. Even if Skeens hasn't been playing at that level, pitching at that level the last 3. I mean, they're still going to say Paul Skeens. I'm looking right now, in your Houston Astros,
at this
7.5 at this time. Skeens
7.5.
7.5, and Skeens is a -146 favorite against the Astros and Arrighetti. If you say I think the Astros are going to win, you would wager if it were legal, and it is on certain sites, 100 to win 132.
So if you take Arrighetti, you win 132. Mm-hmm. When are you going to take Arrighetti at home and get plus money?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually – and when are you going to see Skeens coming off 3 games where he is not himself?
Yeah, right.
About as good as you could hope for, honestly. This is about as good a spot as you could hope for.
Yep. Doesn't get much better than this. 713-780-3776 is the number if you'd like to get in with us here on ESPN 97.5. Did you watch any of the election results last night?
No, not the L.A. election results.
Well, I mean, it's you got a Republican leading the governor race, right there with the two guys, Hilton and Becerra. But Spencer Pratt says he is in the runoff. This is the first time the incumbent mayor did not win the election in June. That's going to a runoff. This is the first time in forever that this is happening.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
The incumbent mayor always just takes care of business, but she didn't. And Spencer Pratt he's declared that it's going to take a week.
He's made a declaration.
It's going to take a week before.
I'm looking right now. Yeah, she's punched her ticket for November election. Spencer Pratt is still hoping for his.
Yeah, well, he's already declared that he's in. So
as long as he made a declaration.
Right, he made the declaration. He's way ahead of. He's like 10 points ahead of Rahman. So, but Rahman's gonna. Karen Bass will get all of Rahman's votes. It'll be really difficult for him to win in November. But it's been fun to watch. That's for sure. And we got more videos coming, so that'll be fun. He makes her out to be the Joker every one of these. Well,
we're not getting to see. We're not getting to see. Are these on TV?
Yeah, these are not on TV. They're all over online.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's not on my timeline. I don't check Twitter as much. It's better that way.
You do? You don't?
No. I mean, if I do, all it's turned into is me looking at one video, and then it turns into, just like on Instagram or FaceTime or anything else, it just turns into a scroll of fights of Anatoly. You know what's not, well, here's first segment. I'm just ruining the whole first segment.
No.
You know what's...
Well, yeah, you're certainly ruining it. We're not going to be talking Astros baseball
now. I am very interested in the NBA Finals, and we had a great matchup in Stanley Cup in Game 1. But I don't think most of our listeners watch Stanley Cup Game 1. I could be wrong. But you know what? I wonder if everyone is seeing. I have clearly watched too many of these because this populates every algorithm of mine ever is Anatoly. Do you know this guy? He is.
Oh, the weightlifter?
So you do need him. So he for those who don't know, he dresses up. His whole gimmick is he goes to a gym with a bunch of muscle heads, and he has this mop. Well, this mop, the bar for the mop is like a weight bar, but it's even heavier than that. And that's the bar, and he's got a mop at the end of it. It's obviously been specially made. And this guy is unusually strong. He's not a big guy at all. So he wears this blue jumpsuit. He pretends like he's cleaning in the gym.
He's a worker, yeah.
Yeah, he works at the gym, and then he'll go up and ask people if he can. Like sometime he'll say, "Can I try the weight? Can I try that also?" And they're like, "No, you can't. You're gonna hurt yourself." And eventually, he goofs around, acts like he doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, Gio, and then he does a deadlift of about 500 pounds. Like the same thing that these muscle heads are doing one time because it's so heavy. He'll do it like 3 times in a row, and they're all left shocked. Then he'll ask him to hold he's holding his mop with one hand up, like you'd never know that this thing weighs about 50 pounds. He's holding it with one hand. He hands it over to him, and as soon as they grab it, he goes, "Can you hold mop?" And as soon as they try to hold the mop, it like crashes down to the ground because it's so heavy. I am addicted to Anatoly videos only because my algorithm says, "Lance, we're going to make you addicted to Anatoly videos."
If you watch one, then you're going to get all of them.
Oh yeah,
which is, and I gotta go through them because they're all the same. The guys
they're
are
all
amazed.
very
all the
similar.
muscle heads are amazed at how he can and how heavy the mop is. I thought there might be some kind of magnet that he knows how to pull it off the floor, but apparently that thing is.
No, he's a power lifter. He's an accomplished power lifter.
And he does it with one. These guys are trying to pick up these weights with both hands, and he does it one-handed.
Well, if it's a certain weight, yeah, he can basically lift it above his head and then start cleaning where it was.
Right.
And they're looking at like, or he'll pick it up. He'll go, "I just need to clean." And he picks it up and he walks it over somewhere else. We're talking about 400 and some odd pounds, and he walks it over to another spot, and they can't believe he's able to. They're like, "How are you doing this?" I'll come over and feel his arms. My mom told me to use good technique.
Yeah. Oh, you've heard him talk.
Oh, yeah.
Mine is for whatever reason. Mine is my timeline is filled with Penny Lane walking down the Sports Illustrated swimsuit lane, the runway, and I mean over and over and over again. Okay, we've seen Penny Lane enough. Okay, I didn't know who Penny Lane was before
Who is
this.
Penny Lane? I don't know who it is.
I don't know who she is either. Del, you know who she is?
He said no. Oh, well, wait a minute now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the swimsuit issue. Yeah, she goes down the runway, and so is it Drake Mays?
Oh, she's old school swimsuit model.
Yeah.
Only. My goodness.
So Sports Illustrated got away from what they were doing a couple of years ago, and they went back to really hot girls.
Yeah, this is now she's skinny like old school.
Yeah.
Models, but on the top is not so skinny.
Yeah,
they went a little. They went a little. Yeah,
bouncy.
It's more of a Sydney Sweeney vibe.
Yep.
Above the waist.
Yep. We will hear Texans talk on the other side. We got Will Anderson, Nico Collins, D'Amico. They all hit the podium yesterday afternoon. So we will hear from them and what they've got to say about what's going on. 713-780-3776. If you've got anything that you want to talk about, you're more than welcome to get in here. I'm talking about IBEW right now. I'm talking about a career. I'm not talking about you just, having a job. You want a job? That's great. Do you have a future? Do you have health insurance, full family health insurance? Do you have high wages? Do you have a retirement plan? Do you? Or do you just have a job? Because the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, they want to talk to you if you're looking for a career. They will pay you to learn. Classroom learning, paid on-the-job training. A nationally recognized career. What they do is they build, maintain, and operate the electrical grid. And you can learn how to do that. Are you out of high school, don't know what you want to do, out of the military, don't know what you want to do, just bored with what you're doing right now? Well, how about IBEW? In as little as 3 to 5 years, you can have this career going while you make money learning, okay? So it's not like you have to give up everything for 3 years. You are actually going to make money, but then you'll have a career. If it's you, your son, your daughter, your grandchild, whatever the case may be, and they're looking for something different and better, IBEW66.com. IBEW66.com. IBEW Local 66, powering careers, powering the future.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, I'm looking at a video of rookies telling who they think should be the Madden 27 cover. Who do you think should be the Madden 27 cover?
Madden 27?
Yeah.
I'm going with Will. Will Anderson.
You like Will Anderson?
Sure.
Who?
Why not? He's from the hottest unit, which would be the Texans defensive unit. There's not an offensive unit that's more, celebrated right now. The Texans playoffs put them in a very rarefied air. Everyone was talking about the Texans defense. Everybody. And Will Anderson is the face of that defense.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Smith and Jigba.
That's a good one.
Well, you're both wrong. Not surprised. Pick
Who
a
is
quarterback.
Matthew Stafford?
No. Pick a cool young quarterback.
Oh, Daniel Jones.
I said cool and young.
Richardson?
Jackson Dart.
No.
No.
He's done little to nothing.
Okay, a cool young
Caleb Williams.
There it is.
Yeah.
cool.
He's the
Remember when
cover?
Jaden Daniels just 2 years ago was the dude?
In fact, the cover had already been leaked, at least one of them. So everyone knows that Caleb Williams. At least people who are into that know that Caleb Williams is on the cover. And this,
Well, how about they got his fingernails on it?
well, yeah,
He's got his arms crossed with his hands on his shoulders.
he does the celebration when it's too cold, or whatever the exact thing is.
Is that it? Is that what he does?
Yeah, when he makes plays. And
He's
stuff
the
like that.
Iceman, remember?
The Iceman. Yeah, that's his
Oh.
nickname.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, he stole George Gervin's name. And then they put a cease and desist
that's right,
on.
That's right.
And George Gervin's like, wait, what now?
Listen, Bears fans can't be down with the nail thing, though.
We'll just keep winning games.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you win games, they'll put up with a lot of stuff, I'm sure.
Yeah. Does he do it like Jared McCain?
He doesn't have so many
He
TikTok
doesn't
dances.
dance.
As long as you don't
He
dance.
doesn't dance like Jared McCain?
McCain is, Jared is trying to make you uncomfortable. I'm convinced. And he's successful frequently.
Who, Jared McCain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's successful frequently, but I think he's well aware of his zesty approach making people uncomfortable, and I think he leans into that. Caleb Williams right now, I think he doesn't. My guess is he doesn't want to get out of what he's doing because then it looks like people beat him. Like all that talk about his fingernail polish, I think he wants to just keep going the way he is and show people. Because everything I hear coming out of Chicago, he's got much more serious. He's more dialed in. He's grown up. He takes on the personality of Ben Johnson, like he's really, really dialed in with Ben Johnson. But at the same time, he's also strikes me as somebody who doesn't want to let people think they won. Like he's going to keep doing a nail polish thing. And maybe it's just a normal. I don't know. Who cares? I think he's a pretty good quarterback. There's some signs last year that he could be moving on up. Would either of you right now put him above CJ?
Yes.
You would?
We can move on.
Okay.
What, put him above CJ?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there. So
Yeah.
And he big brothered him a year ago.
Wait a minute. I don't understand the
Couple
question.
seasons
Could you
ago
repeat
now.
the question?
Would you put Caleb Williams ahead of CJ Stroud as a quarterback in the NFL?
I'm going to answer. Well,
I mean, it's obviously recency bias, and CJ was really bad recently.
in my personal opinion, yes.
Yeah,
I would put Caleb Williams ahead
plus,
of CJ.
he has Ben Johnson. That helps my
Yeah.
argument as well.
But-
Well, okay.
Yeah.
But Ben Johnson's been doing this a while. Nick Caley just started. And D'Amico talked about Nick Caley.
All
right.
The old segue.
Yep. Okay. Nick Caley in year 2. Now, we're not just going to run the basic. We're not basic anymore. I don't know if you heard. We ain't a basic offense no more because we got year 2. Here's D'Amico on Caley in year 2.
For Caley offensively, we've been able to install more plays, more wrinkles to what we did last year. So it's exciting to see a different look. You'll see some different things from us offensively this year, and he's growing as a coach. The communication, how he's meeting, how he's calling the plays out here on the field, how he's leading the guys. He's doing a great job.
What is going to change this year?
I think number one, how I would anticipate he has a better feeling for, especially after looking at probably all the data for called plays and results and things like that. He has a better feel for what works and what doesn't with CJ. So he's probably a little bit more dialed in with what CJ likes to do. CJ already said they're incorporating some things that CJ likes to do a little bit more. Which I'm surprised they weren't doing that last year. I don't know, but maybe it's CJ feels more comfortable with certain things right now. I would say the run game. I'd say the run game makes everything a little easier this year.
Yeah, I would think that the it's going to be different. He's going to call more runs, basically, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to run the ball better. I think CJ will be under center more. I think that you're going to run the football. You're going to have more play action, and it's actually going to work. Play action is actually going to work if you have some success running the football. And I think that that is going to open up a lot of things for this for them offensively. Will they be able to throw the ball down the field? Is Tank a key to this season?
He better not be, because you don't know where he is right now.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. I think he's pretty.
Was
good.
he limping? Was he on crutches when you saw him at the wedding?
No, he wasn't on crutches.
Was he in a walking boot?
He was not in a walking boot.
Well, we saw him doing footwork stuff. Now, I don't know if that's old video or not, but I assume they positioned it as it wasn't old, and he was making sharp cuts, and that was over a month ago. That was like 6 weeks ago, and I guess they're just not taking any chances. The way D'Amico makes it sound is they're not taking any chances. I just get a little bit unnerved just because of the Joe Mixon stuff, where it just kept dragging out, but D'Amico, it doesn't. You said it yesterday. It doesn't make any sense for him to give a definitive timeline if he doesn't know. We already see how that works out for Dana Brown.
Yep. You gotta be honest with people, but like I said, for those of you that weren't here yesterday, I talked to Tank this weekend, and he's going to be there. He is going to be there, whether or not that it'll be right at the beginning of the season. He says he's just taking it easy. He's not doing football stuff right now, but come August, he's going to be there. And you know what? Does Tank Dell make a big difference with this team opening stuff up with the downfield threat? And I think he does a little bit. I don't know how many over on Tank Dell catches this year. I'm going to say 30.
Oh, man, that seems low.
You does?
Yeah, I mean, if he's healthy.
If Tank Dell catches more than 30 this year.
If he plays every game, that's less than 2 a game.
Yeah. Yeah, if he plays every game.
Yeah, and the playing every game thing has not been a thing for him. So I would say 30 is well, really, if he plays and he's healthy, he's over 30. So your entire guess is like, when does he get back? Does he stay healthy? Because I see him catching 2.4 a game.
Yeah.
Maybe getting something like that. And now I'm also assuming that they go with Tank and they're not going big. Hey, how much more are they going 12 personnel, which would knock Tank off the field?
Yeah, to get the running game.
Yeah, I mean, Tank, they're going to go probably less 11 personnel than they did in 23.
And how much is Jalen Noel going to be on the field?
Yeah, no, that's true. And I don't think Tank is not going to factor in for a second contract. It wouldn't make any sense to do that, because then you have to pay Tank even more. Injuries have been a big piece of the Tank Dell story. He's highly undersized. You've got Jalen Noel, and you're going to have resets at different positions with rookie contracts. You have to, because you have so much money that you're going to be spending with. Kamari Lassiter's up next. Well, you have to borrow money from other positions. So you reset that Tank Dell money, which is still rookie money. He's still on a rookie contract. If you give him a second contract, he's making much more money. You've got a rookie contract where right now with Jalen Noel. Tank will walk after this year. And who are going to be other guys who walk after this year to make it happen? Maybe To'o, right? He doesn't have a contract extension.
They're in a good spot. They're very. I think To'o might be the only guy that's contributing that is up after this year.
They've been re-upping guys.
They're in really, really, really good shape for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, they've got multiple windows. One window is they've got 2 more years, and it's the CJ window. It's a new quarterback window that opens up. But that's when Danielle Hunter is going bye-bye, more than likely. So you have, as you mentioned, John, you have 2 years, meaning you have 2 years of guys being locked in. And that's good to have that window. But it's not like the window disappears after that. You start a new window. You'll just have to, Braden Smith's contract's up, Wyatt Teller's up, Danielle Hunter is up. Some of those veterans are going to be gone.
Yep. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. Right now, let's talk a little soccer, Lance.
Let's talk about your chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. It's right here in Houston. I want to give you an opportunity, thanks to my friends over at Michelob Ultra. This is really cool. It's the promotional events they've got going on through June 14th. Now, listen up. I'm going to give you multiple chances to win. Every single day I'm talking about this. All you have to do is show up in an event that I'm going to tell you about in a second and compete in an interactive soccer shootout game. The winner is going to go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. Here are this week's event locations. 4 chances to win this week. On Thursday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., you have Rock Newtony Sports Bar, Clear Lake. Thursday, you also have from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. We didn't forget about you, Pasadena. Tri-City Beer Garden is where you can have your chance to win yours this Thursday. On Friday, 9 p.m. to midnight, Social Beer Garden in Midtown is your spot. And then Saturday, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. is J Bar M in Edo. Play for a chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Hey, John, I got a restaurant for you to go to next time you're in town.
Lucy?
No, it's and I say this because it's your people, part of your people. It's the Greeks. Did
Where
you
is
know? I know you've heard of it. Yaya Mary's. It
I know
received.
Yaya Mary's. It was on San Felipe and 610 forever.
Yeah. Now it's in the old. It's in one of the old. It was a different Papado location. I think Little Papado. It's off of. It's in the Montrose area. I want to say off of Richmond, but I think it's off of Richmond or I don't know, or West Alabama. But anyway, it received one of only 3 4-star reviews from the Chronicle's new food writer. So your people putting out, that's the highest rating he gives. And he gave March, which is like a restaurant you go to in New York or Chicago. It's really high-end, really nice, really good food here. But,
Well, my guy is Dimitri from Nico Nikos.
Oh, I love Nico Nikos, too.
Yeah.
This is
But
more.
I'm sure
this
he
is
doesn't
more.
mind sharing. If it's more Greeks, the better.
No, his is more casual, and this one is more. The grilled octopus dish. It's more. It's a Pappas restaurant. It's really good. It's really good. So, just giving you a heads up. Next time you and Wendy come in town, maybe you can show her the Greek side of your heritage instead of just trying to pretend like they don't exist.
Yeah.
Does Wendy know that you're also part Greek, or do you only show her just the good half, like in Goodfellas?
No. We opa también. Okay.
Do you ever drink ouzo with Wendy? You ever make her do ouzo shots?
No, that's a Damaris thing. They do that, and I don't really do ouzo shots.
There's bad people who do ouzo.
No, you've gotten drunk on Thanksgiving morning before. Yeah.
They were. I was supposed to just go get a fried turkey. Before you know it, I'm like 6 ouzo shots in. Like, oh, this isn't good. I went to sleep at my own Thanksgiving.
Yeah. This is weird. Andrew Barry said he wasn't trying to get the best return for Myles Garrett.
Yeah. No, when are you? In trades, you never want to get the best return.
Miles wasn't on the block. Why not open the bidding and get a few more picks? Barry says that wasn't the goal. What?
Well, his goal was to get a now rusher, and it was Jared Verse. There were going to be no deals unless he could get a Jared Verse. He didn't want a bunch of picks. He wanted a player. That's what his reference is to. He wanted somebody who he thought was a really good player right now.
Well, in effect, they did get 2 first-rounders, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, and a second and a third. Right. So they did.
Wait. Did it end up being 4 picks?
Yeah. No, it was Verse.
First rounder and Jared Verse. Yeah. Right. If you look at it that way, yes. And he's proven himself. He's a good player. He's not Myles Garrett.
No.
But he's a good player, and you don't have to pay him a new contract for 3 more years.
How much better? I just saw. I get a lot of my timeline is filled with fantasy football stuff. How much better is Drake May now today?
So it's year 3. You anticipate him being better, although we didn't see that jump from CJ. But year 3, you would anticipate him getting better. And now you're referencing, obviously, AJ, but not just AJ Brown, Romeo Dobbs and AJ Brown. They've added an offensive lineman who's probably not going to do anything this year in Caleb Lemieux. I don't think he'll be a factor this year. I don't know. I think he's his stats may not be as good as last year, but is he more prepared to win in the postseason? Yeah, he's probably. I mean, you would assume he's more prepared with better.
He had a huge year now.
You know who his left tackle still is, right?
Yeah, I get it, and I think they're gonna take big advantage of that this year, more so than they did last year.
Who is they?
But he had a huge year now.
Yeah, statistically,
he was second in MVP voting. So
yeah, statistically, it's hard to imagine him having a better statistical year.
And now he's got AJ Brown.
Well, the defense is going to be. They're going to take away some of what. He's playing a tougher. First of all, he's playing a tougher level of competition. But 31 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. 43-94. It's possible for him to reach those numbers.
Yeah,
it's possible for him to reach those numbers. He could get close to that. I think he'll be around there.
I absolutely think he's well. I mean. Unless the offensive line breaks down like it did for CJ.
Schedule gets a lot tougher, though.
Yeah, it's true, too. That's another thing.
Well, so the rookie left guard, Jared Wilson, is moving to center, which is his natural position. So the Patriots are really excited that they think their offensive line is actually much more stable, that Will Campbell will have year 2, that he's, understands a little bit better about what he's up against because he, his it was baptism by fire for him as a rookie. And what's funny is we saw Ariante Ursary have some issues early on in the year, which is expected. I wasn't really concerned about him for most of the year. I mean, you notice him when his guy gives up pressure or makes a sack or whatever the case may be. By the end of the year, it wasn't like, oh, God, I hope Ariante Ursary can hold up. No more so than if anytime you take on a really good player, yeah, okay, if you have a really good matchup across from you. But I didn't look at Ariante Ursary like I was looking at Will Campbell in a negative way. I didn't really have that issue with Ariante Ursary. I don't know about you, but he wasn't the prime. I was much more worried about my quarterback than I was my left or right tackle.
Yeah, no, I thought they were fine. It was just fine. It was just fine.
Oh, they got
They still couldn't run the ball. I mean, you had two, including postseason, you had two 100-yard rushers all year.
Now, you did have your best running game of the year came against the Steelers in the postseason.
Yeah.
That was the best of the whole year. That was impressive.
But your defense kept you. The defense was off the field. The offense was on the field because the defense was so good.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, your offense played more because the defense just, Pittsburgh was 3 and out.
Yeah,
it was time to go.
That's right.
You mentioned the New England Patriots. Their left tackle still Will Campbell. They added Elijah Vera Tucker, who's very talented. It's just a matter of him staying healthy, which has been a big problem. Left guard Jared Wilson back at center. Micah Onwenu is your right guard, and Morgan Moses is the veteran tackle. But they added Caleb Lemieux from Utah in the first round, and then Demetrius Crownover in the 6th round from Texas A&M, who I know they like the early results, and then they got a kid named Marcus Bryant who they like at tackle. So they actually are pretty deep. I'm looking at their roster, like they're unusually deep at tackle. I haven't seen a team this deep at the tackle position. It's just a matter of finding the right ones. And some of the guys aren't ready to play yet, like Crownover and Caleb Lemieux didn't need a lot more time. But they're not sneaking up on anyone. And that's the difference. The Texans found that out. It's harder when you don't sneak up on people anymore.
Yeah. Not going to be easy. That the Texans found that out, too.
The schedule's a lot tougher for New England this year.
Yeah. Yep. I don't think they hit the over on wins.
New England?
No.
What are they at, 9.5?
Yep.
I think theirs was theirs a little higher? Because they do play too. I seem to remember them being higher than we thought just because they play a weaker. I'll see if I can find it anywhere. A little weaker schedule. The season wins for the New England Patriots. For our Houston Texans, it's 9.5. You can see where it could be. It could get a little tricky for the Texans. On paper, it feels like a 12-win season. But you could see, you're playing a lot of cold weather games in December. We'll see what happens there. For the New England Patriots, that number is the Patriots. No, they're 9.5 also, minus 160.
Minus 160.
So you got to really lay the number.
10-7. I don't know.
Texans are minus 135.
Let's not forget, just 2 years ago they were a 4-win team. So
yeah.
I guess Mike Vrabel made that big a difference, and Drake May, his play made that big a difference. But you're right; they ain't sneaking up on anybody now. That defense was really good, really good.
I don't think there's any Mike Vrabel carryover. There's no distraction. I don't think there's going to be any distraction type stuff there. Now the flip side of that is the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Eagles. Did you see what Craig Carton had? Did you see the video of Craig Carton saying what? And I guess this is out there.
About the girlfriend?
Yeah.
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 That was the cause of the rift between Jalen and AJ?
Yeah. So I guess the rumor, and it's really been on Sports Talk Radio. I'm not sure where else it's been, is that Jalen Hurts. So this is the rumor. It's that AJ Brown had a side piece, and then Hassan Reddick was also seeing that same side piece, and it made AJ Brown upset. And this, I have a hard time believing this is how it went down, but this is what is being said, is that AJ Brown went to Jalen Hurts saying, "Hey, you need to I need your help with this. And I guess as the leader of the team, he wanted Jalen Hurts to get involved and tell Hassan Reddick, hey, man, that's his girl, kind of. And Jalen said no. And once again, this is how it was portrayed by Craig Carton, who has gone to prison for tickets for scalping tickets.
So you're saying unreliable?
Well, I'm just saying he is a convicted felon who did some time in jail.
So are we supposed to trust convicted
felons it's your choice.
when he's giving us the tea? Are we supposed to
it's your
trust
choice.
him?
It's your choice. I don't know if he heard it on a cell block or not. But
If his cellmate would talk about him in a way, would he say this is snitching?
He would say soft snitching.
Okay.
He would say soft snitching.
No, I mean, this is...
Well, no, it's already happened. This is not
reporting.
So should you be talking about it even if it already happened? Keep it to yourself?
I don't know. If
What are the
AJ's
rules?
gone now.
He is a sports talk host, so.
But
yeah.
What are the? Well, I'm talking about if he was doing this on the block.
No, on the
If
block.
he was talking
No.
about on the block, is that snitching?
No, you can't be talking about.
can't be talking about.
That's prison business.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I assume
But this
you can't
ain't
be
prison
doing that.
business.
Do
No,
you
this-
think Craig Carton had to put his hand in someone's pocket?
No, I don't think so.
Was he led around by someone with his hand in someone's pocket?
I don't think so. But he did end
Don't-
up saying
look,
that.
I don't know what he talks about on that show. Fine, you have your rumors about AJ Brown. I also saw a rumor where AJ Brown was having an affair, and the girl who he was supposed to be with was friends with Jalen Hurts' girl, and that's why they have a falling out. I saw
Well,
that
there
too.
was something.
But
Yeah.
honestly,
And that makes more sense. That makes more sense than what he said, which is that Jalen Hurts just said, yeah, I don't want to get involved in this. I'm just about football. This isn't a football issue. I'm not getting involved. And then A.J. Brown was just so clutched his pearls. But how could you not help me on this?
Well,
like that doesn't
How
sound-
about not throwing him the football? That might have led to some of it too. Like you got two throws in a 3-week span. The offense was Jalen wouldn't look to him. Maybe it was Jalen was like, hey, I don't like what you're doing with Reddick's girl there. I ain't throwing to you no more.
I know that this is the case. That in Philadelphia there are concerns that Jalen does what Jalen wants to do and he's not as coachable. And that came from somebody in the building who they just believe that Jalen is, that Jalen does his thing. He thinks it's supposed to be a certain way.
Yeah.
And it's not always easy to get him to do the team thing, to do not that he's meaning the person, how do I say this? There's a way that Jalen thinks it should go, and Jalen just thinks it should go this way.
It's well known. Jalen will ignore the play and call an audible.
That's what was reported also by Jeremy Fowler from sources inside Philadelphia.
Well, but the fact of the matter was, AJ was disgruntled. AJ was bitching when he didn't get any catches, and then we're losing games. And then when they lost, but AJ had 10 catches, he was fine.
He was a problem on the sideline. You can't for a championship team. You can't have those guys for very long. Right. And New England just added that kind of guy, so he'll probably be on his best behavior. But he's also one of those players that you wonder. I mean, it's just baked into some wide receiver DNA. I don't know why. It just is. It doesn't matter if you want to go Michael Irvin. It doesn't matter Tyreek Hill. It doesn't matter. It's not all wide receivers. We've been lucky with Andre. We've been lucky with Nico Collins. We've been lucky with Kevin Walter.
Well, let's talk about
guys
that
who
on the
aren't
other
divas.
side.
Let's
the
talk
Kevin
about
Walters, how
Walters.
lucky we are with Nico.
David Anderson never complained about not getting the ball.
Right. Well, that's true. That is also true. But right now, I'm not complaining because I had to hoop the pro dunk goal. I had the pro dunk goal at my house, and actually we moved it to a neighbor's house, and it's still there, and it still looks great. Go see it. It's in Bel Air. Okay, if you're looking for an example of how long a pro dunk, we had it. I think we installed it 20 years ago. Yeah, I think it's a good 20 years that we put that up or more, and it still looks like it's brand new today because that's what the Pro Dunk Gold does. The Pro Dunk Gold holds up because it uses the finest ingredients that you could possibly have for a goal: the tempered glass backboard, the unbreakable rim, the breakaway rim. I don't know why they call it a breakaway rim when it doesn't break. I just don't get it. It's a breakaway rim. It's an unrustable stanchion. It's just perfect. They'll stencil your driveway, raise and lower the goal. We used to have to crank it. And it was fine. Back in the day, we used to. Now you just push a button, zzz, and it goes up and down. And the kids love that. And the kids can dunk, and the kids can have fun, and all the kids are going to be hanging out at your house. This is what you want, people. You don't want your kids out there wandering the streets. You want your kids in your driveway playing a basketball with the Pro Dunk goal. Best goal ever. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here. ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Bro Bible is ranking Whataburger number 1 fast food late night. Number 1 late night fast food joint. If you had your choice of any, I don't know, the Jack in the Box tacos are just too hard to pass up, but the double cheeseburger at Whataburger, I don't know how you're going to sleep after that, though. Just don't know how you're going to sleep. I've never been to Steak and Shake. That's number 2.
Danny Myers. He's
Have you been to Steak and Shake?
Yeah, he was a restaurateur. He started it in. He's a restaurateur in New York, and he started it in New York. And yeah, I've been to Steak and Shake.
Good burger. It looks like a smash burger.
Yeah, it is. It's a good burger. The haters will try to I don't like it's good. I think he does a good job. I think they do a good job.
In-N-Out is 3, Jack in the Box 4, Taco Bell 5. Bell.
What is this a list of?
The best late night fast food.
And who did you say is 1?
Whataburger.
WB. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, we're fine. You know, I used to go Whataburger and I used to go, well, some Whataburger, but a lot of Taco Bell because we could get 2 tacos for $1.
Yeah.
And it's tacos
Jack in the Box.
At Jack in the Box, yeah. And it's not like tacos. For those who have never had the Jack in the Box tacos, let me explain. They're not rolled up. There's not some, I would hope so, but there's not some abuelo in the back rolling up tacos on a with tortillas made on a homemade camal. No. What they do is they take
greasy AF.
So they're frozen with the cheese in there.
Yeah.
And then they
Perfect.
they drop these frozen tacos with meat and cheese and maybe even lettuce in there already frozen. I'm pretty sure the lettuce is already frozen.
Yeah.
They fry those 2 tacos and then they bring them out. And as John mentioned, extraordinary levels of grease.
It really makes you question what actually is a taco and what isn't. Like when is it a taco? I know they have
There's
taco-like
salsa in there already.
ingredients,
Shell.
but is it actually a taco?
And it's closed somehow.
Yeah, that's not typically a taco.
No, it's not. Like I said, there's no one's abuelo
so
that was
good,
making
though.
anything. There's not a tia,
Every time I see a Jack in the Box, I crave the taco.
But we had many a night, drinking or not drinking, whatever. You is late at night. You went to the Taco Bell and you got. If you spent like, why would you buy anything that wasn't $2, $1 get 2 tacos? Why would you do that? And I think it's still super cheap for those tacos, John.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure there's.
I
don't know, it's
kind
not
of want to
2 for
have.
99,
I
but
haven't
they're
had one of
99
those.
each, I think.
When's the last time you had the? I haven't had one of those. Maybe I had one in my 30s. Maybe
Oh my
in my
gosh,
early
no.
30s. Maybe
I had one last year.
you did.
Oh yeah.
Oh, see,
I mean,
yeah, I haven't had one for.
I'm
a long
out there
time.
more. But,
Yeah, no, but I mean, you're also grown. You don't have to.
Wait, are you kidding me?
default to
Grown?
that.
I'm never going to outgrow Jack in the Box tacos.
Well,
Ever.
are you waiting in line? You're not waiting in line to get them.
Well, you drive up. What do you mean?
Well, because drive-throughs, if you're going to, like, there's Whataburgers that I see where you're in
Oh,
line.
yeah, I'm not doing that.
That one that's on Shepherd when you're headed towards 59, like, oh no, I'm not sitting in this line.
No.
Unless
You
there's
can't.
2 people, unless there's 2 young Christian kids outside with iPads, I'm not sitting on a line that long because I know they're going to be, hello, how are you? Welcome to Chick-fil-A. Like, okay, I'll get through this thing pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, no, you can just pay right here, sir.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep,
and
yep.
what's the thing that they have to say at the end? They say, it's our pleasure. I don't know. They're grilled to
don't know.
say something like that. If you don't have little kids out there with iPads taking my order 5 cars down, then I'm
Then
going to
you ain't.
assume I'm not getting through this line fast.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Nico met the media yesterday. He said something that was kind of, I don't know. It was weird, a little bit weird, I thought. Not weird, but let's hear from Nico about his contract. I don't know if this is the same one that I'm thinking of. Why, is this the one about securing the bag? Why it meant everything to him, Del?
You'll hear the question, maybe
Okay.
from Landry Locker. I don't know who asked, but you'll hear the question about was it important to get this money, and then
Okay.
he answers.
All right.
The contract adjustment was something that you needed to make sure you're here with the Houston Texans for the next couple seasons?
Something that I needed.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course. You want to set your family up, for long term. We know this business, it's a business at the end of the day. It's definitely something that you work hard for. You come into this league to get extended, get contracts, So it's definitely a blessing. It's definitely motivation for me and this team to continue to chop wood, continue to keep going. But at the end of the day, I'm definitely blessed for that. A lot of people don't get that first, second contract, that third contract, So it's definitely rare, definitely a blessing. It's definitely a great situation for me and my family long term. And just got to continue to be myself, not making the situation bigger than what it is. It's a blessing for sure. And I got to use that as motivation.
Yeah, he's already got a 3rd contract, and he's been
Yeah.
in the league for 5 years.
Yeah.
21, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 years on a 3rd contract. Those are pretty good opportunities for him.
Did the Texans have to do this for him to stay, for him to be happy?
No, I don't know that they had it. For him to be happy, maybe. When he got his first contract, I thought he was fine with it. You never know. He may have seen those numbers come over the top, way over the top of him, because he wasn't the highest paid wide receiver, nor should he have been.
No.
But and he was very thankful. He said, I'm not trying to break the bank. I just want to, this is a good deal, a fair deal, or whatever he said. Because remember, we were thinking, well, this is, he's just out there he's getting good money, and he's happy, and he wants to be a Texan. And you never know. There's a chance he saw some of the other contracts or had other people in his ear saying, hey, man, you're way underpaid. He's the 13th highest paid wide receiver in the league. Is that what he was? Or I feel like that's what the number was before he redid the deal. I think it was maybe a combination of the Texans understanding, we probably got a better than expected deal with him on the front end, and we want to just take care of him so we keep this window happy. His agent may have barked a little bit behind the scenes about the deal. I don't know. We do remember the Texans had Andre Johnson's uncle did a deal for Andre Johnson.
Yeah.
It stunk, and Andre was not happy a year into it, and the Texans redid his deal. And that's one of those things where, there's no agent who would ever redo a deal for a player when they got too much money. Like, this is too much. We were hurt this year. Let's give some of this back. Let's redo a deal and go the other way. The Texans actually did that for Andre Johnson. I think Rick Smith felt bad for him and redid the deal because it was so bad. That's what happens when you have a family member. I would never let Sebastian do a deal for me.
Well,
ever.
no. So he's currently and this is before the Drake London deal becomes official and gets thrown into the league, and they figure out what his annual AAV is. But he's 9th currently after the redo. He'll be 10th
after the redo.
He'll be 10th because Drake London just got lots of money to be a Falcon. So
that's after redo. So you can now. Also, a lot of his stuff may not kick in. He got some money up front, I know, and that's spread out over the life of his contract. So you can take that for what it's worth. But you can imagine where he was before the redo.
Yeah. He was probably, after all the deals, considering the guys who got deals since he got paid, probably mid-range, 15th, 16th, something like that.
In that neighborhood, yep.
Maybe worse. What was he? He was about, was it 25? What was he making, 20?
He was over 20, somewhere between 20 and 23, I think, yeah.
If it was 20 or 23, then he was like in the 20 range. You start looking at some of these guys right now, like Cortland Sutton is at 23, Devontae Smith's at 25,
it was
J-Mo's at 26.
It was probably best to just kick him some money and keep him happy because the window that you have. We talked about it. There's a certain window, and you want to keep everything as smooth as possible, and it's probably the right thing to do. Now, I'd like for him to stay healthy. I'm sure that D'Amico and Nick Caserio would like for him to stay healthy as well.
He spoke on one of those aspects. He says no guardian cap for him because it hurts his ability to track the football. So he's not going to put one on.
Well, yeah, but he's not a concussion guy.
He's missed time with concussion.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why he got asked the question. Are you going to do that? And he goes, nope.
How many concussion guys have we had? We had CJ, Tank, Nico, over the last 3 years. Any other that you can recall?
Jalen? Petrie?
Yeah, Jalen Petrie.
Is Jalen a concussion?
He's got the guardian cap for a reason.
Okay. Yep. Jalen. That's one of those things you just hope to avoid. When you get it with quarterback, it's always
because Nico's had a concussion in the playoff game against the Steelers. And
that's right. This year, that's why he didn't play.
And then he had a concussion. He had and he had a concussion against the Seahawks in the regular season. So that's 2.
And this is a wide receiver.
So you get why people are asking. That's 2 in a short amount of time in one season. And he says no, it affects his ability to catch the football.
Maybe the Texans should have said, "Hey, listen, to track the football."
Track the football, yeah.
Well, they ain't throwing deep to you anymore. They got shell coverages. Get that damn cap on. Get that guard here. We're going to give you we're going to bring to your house a sack full of $100 bills. It's going to be $3 million that we're giving you as a little signing bonus for this year. We also have a guardian cap in there. We want you to go ahead and put that on because we can't throw deep anyway anymore. So go ahead and wear the guardian cap.
No, we're going to throw deep a lot this year. All right, 713-780-3776. 4 minutes after the hour. Dell's got to get to an ID. Otherwise, we could lose the license. So we got to take a break here.
Oh, my gosh, Dell. What is going on? We're going to lose our license?
If you don't shut up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. But I'm not shutting up because I'm talking about East River 9. East River, the number 9.com. East River 9. If you haven't been, how about this? You can hit balls late because they got a driving range with a lighted driving range. You can go and play at night because the whole course is lit. You can play during the day. You can play at night, whatever the case may be. They got pickleball courts there, too. So you like to play golf. She likes to play pickleball. You go together. She plays an hour and a half of pickleball while you play an hour and a half of golf. Boom! And then you meet and you have dinner at the restaurant right there and bar. And you got all your games on because it's a sports bar, all the TVs you could possibly want. It's awesome. and get your boss to get a corporate membership so that it's going to be all free for you. Okay? Corporate memberships are very inexpensive and yet very effective for you to go and for you to bring clients or whatever. Just have a good time. Make sure that all your employees are having a great time at East River 9. It's all, a great setup with the prettiest view that you're going to see of downtown Houston. East River, the number 9.com. Corporate memberships available now. EastRiver9.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. Good, David, in here. We got to talk about the OTAs and stuff that we learned, stuff that was reported during OTAs. But first, David wants to talk a little about late night food. What up, David?
Hey, man. Yeah, I'm from Groves, and back in 2005 when Rita hit us, Groves was pretty decimated, as Port Arthur was too, and so we were without power for 2.5 weeks, and we would have to drive to Thomas Jefferson High School. That's where the triage area was, and get MREs and ice like every other day. We were driving down the road. I have a Jack in the Box that's about a mile from my house. And there were 2 Jack in the Box employees in the parking lot. They pulled us over and said, "Our freezer is down because we don't have power. We got to clear some of this food out. Would you like some food?" And we said, "Sure, why not?" So they gave us 2 cases of the frozen tacos and a case of the jalapeno poppers. Needless to say, we were able to fire up the Coleman Grill and cook for the neighborhood.
Oh, wow. I just gave them to you.
That is awesome.
Yeah. I've never been lucky like that.
No.
Never had. I've been lucky like that. It depends. You could have an artery
Let's
blaster.
ask a question. John, you stay out of it because it pertains to something you did during a natural disaster.
Okay.
So, who's more fortunate? David, that the freezer at Jack in the Box went out so he got to take advantage of the jalapeno poppers and tacos, or John got to leave our fair city on a private jet?
and then go beg for a discount.
and then beg for a
beg
discount.
for a discount at an Italian restaurant.
Hey, we're refugees, I believe he might have said.
He used the R word.
He used that R word to describe
We
his
were
plight.
refugees.
But did you tell the people how you got to that city?
It doesn't matter. We were fleeing a city.
So who's more fortunate?
In distress.
All right. Thank you for your input.
I'd say John was more fortunate than
David?
Than the artery busters.
I don't know. Man, I could have taken a couple dozen Jack in the Box
Now,
tacos.
if John had to kick in for the fuel jet, jet fuel.
He didn't have to kick in for
if
the
he had
fuel.
to kick in for the jet fuel, then I would say maybe the taco guy.
You know he didn't have to.
I know. I was just putting that. So I was just, if there was a kick-in thing where he had to kick in $120, $150 for the jet fuel, I'd say, all right.
$150.
No.
It's 20,000 round trip.
I know. I'm saying you're
just to feel
I'm
like
saying
you were
the number is still low, 150, and I still would
the
have said
value of those tacos. If he had to, that's what you're saying, pretty much.
The value I won. There's no question.
Yeah.
There's no question.
Refugees.
But that many Jack in the Box tacos for free?
Well,
Thank you.
And David didn't keep it to himself, though. Unlike you, he cooked for the whole neighborhood. You would have just hoarded those things.
No, I took my kids.
Oh, I'm talking about the tacos themselves. We know your love for the tacos. You would have hoarded them. You wouldn't have cooked for the whole neighborhood.
Oh, no, I would have hoarded them.
Yeah, poppers and tacos. You wouldn't have told anyone.
No, I like a party, Dale. I like a party. I would have.
He would have.
Yeah.
He would have.
We would
have had a block party.
Only when they were
block party.
Exchanged it for beer if you
when
didn't
they
have
were
any beer.
drunk. Now that guy put him on a Foreman grill. Would you put him in a fryer? Because that's how they're.
Oh,
cooked
you gotta put
no
them
electricity.
in grease.
Got no
You gotta put 'em in
electricity.
grease.
They're out of power.
Oh yeah.
That's why he put him on the grill. The whole thing, he was out of power.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's
So
right.
He did what he had to
Yeah,
get it done.
I bet it still slapped. I bet it's
Sure,
still
it was
greasy.
great.
I mean, it's
No,
still
no, no,
greasy.
well, you
the
could
grease is on the
well-
inside too. Don't kid yourself.
We had the
Yeah, definitely.
giant boiled for boiling crawfish, so we could have put oil in that and fired it up.
I don't
with,
know what he had at the time.
with propane. Yep. Oh yeah, that would have been. Yeah, I don't know how you going to do Jack in the Box tacos on the grill.
I'm sure he figured it out.
It's not the same.
Well, it might be somewhat healthier.
Gotta
actually.
be greasy.
There's grease. The meat is greasy. The cheese is greasy.
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Not when you dip them in
Well,
that.
yes.
No, that's
yes,
that
yes,
terrible
you're right.
oil they
when you're
have.
when you're not dipping it in the oil, they don't clean out. Yes, you're right. It's not the same. But I'm sure everyone's stomach was better for it.
Yeah. All right. What did we? Okay. So we got time. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. So what were you happy? OTAs. How about that D'Amico wouldn't let Will Anderson practice because he's too disruptive.
Because he won't relax.
He can't just.
Dude.
Can't you just stand there and pretend like you're not playing a game?
So when on the draft stuff when I talked about Will Anderson. So Dallas Turner was the guy who came out a year after Will Anderson, pass rusher from Alabama. And I was talking to a guy from Alabama, and we were talking about Dallas Turner, and I said, how much is, what's he like? Is he a leader? Is he this, that, and the other? Was in the weight room? You kind of, it's football character stuff. He goes, oh, he's fine. He goes, he's not like Will. He said, like doing push-ups at 12 in the morning, 12 at night, and then, and doing, making sure that he's, everything he said was everything's a push-up this, a push-up that, intensity, calling other teammates to yell at him because they weren't in the weight room when he was there at 6 in the morning. He goes, he's not like that. He said, but most humans aren't like that. I hadn't even heard that much. I knew Will was supposed to be a monster. I didn't find out until the year after what a football warrior he was. I got that same kind of story on Zion Johnson, who came out of no. Zion Young, I think is Zion Young, out of Missouri, who came out this year, the defensive end. Their offensive line coach told me, we were talking about an offensive lineman. He said, in practice, it's just he won't give anybody a snap off. Zion is just going so hard every play that you have no choice but to play as hard as you can on every snap or you're going to get embarrassed. And he just won't give us a break. We try to, every once in a while we have to try to back him off. That's Will Anderson. D'Amico said it last week, and he had to say it again. He can't do it. He's not wired to not go hard. Like, he's so competitive. Why would he take a snap that's a walkthrough snap? That doesn't make sense to him.
Yeah.
So you just have to set him out. Like, I'm sorry, you can't practice.
Can't practice. The defense, the defense knows everything that the offense is doing. It's not like there's any surprises for the defense. But there were a lot of interceptions this spring. Apparently, with the word out on a lot of the practices, Derek Stingley in the last one had a pick 6 against CJ. There were quite a few where the offense was struggling against the defense, but that's natural, I think. That's natural because the defense knows exactly what's coming all the time. They just, first of all, they know the call. Secondly, any formation, they know what's coming. They know it's a pass play, whatever the case may be. And, oh, by the way, it's the best defense in football. So they're going to be ahead of the offense, which isn't the best offense in football. So it's good to know that the defense isn't slacking off at all, that the defense is still pretty damn good. I think, and I've seen, like, the Texans' defensive backs are ranked like 5th or 6th in the league. I don't know. I know depth is a problem.
That's crazy to me.
Pardon me?
That's crazy to me.
I know it's crazy. It's crazy. How in the world?
How are you not in the top 3?
Especially with the addition of Blankenship. I mean, honestly?
Right.
Really?
Right.
With Bullock and Petrie and Stingley and Lassiter? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's not. And no one ranks groups based on their depth. No one ever does that. It's based on the starters. How in the world do you have that group? I don't even care if it wasn't Blankenship. Throw whoever you want in there as the other safety. You got those 3 corners and a ball hawk and Bullock. If you just took those 4 players, I'm curious to see. So you saw a list where they were 5th or 6th?
Yeah.
That's
a really bad. I was just like,
that must be just some rando on Instagram list.
It could have been.
Like Goofy Gary 37620. Just joined Twitter 2024.
Yeah. Listen. The top 10 show. Okay. I forget where it was on. Well, it was on Twitter, and it could have been some random. No, it could have been your boy. As a matter of fact,
who?
Your favorite guy. It's always with.
I like Ben's
Mina.
fine. Ben's fine.
That's your guy.
Ben's fine. He's not my guy.
Yeah, I got to find.
My guy is Brandon Thorne. My guy is Cole Kubelik. My guy is Aaron Taylor and Jeff Schwartz.
Yeah, he's another guy who'd have his hand in someone's pocket.
Who?
Solak.
You are so bad. He would be running the block. What's wrong with you?
He's not
What's
going
wrong
to
with you?
prison.
Carton.
I know. What's wrong with you?
Carton went to prison, so that's why I was visualizing that.
He really did for
yeah.
ticket
As Solak went
ticket thing
of some gambling issue he might have had.
He's
like Carton.
a smallish guy.
He would have his hand in someone's pocket.
He's a very smallish guy, but big deal. He's not the Craig Carton.
He ain't running the.
He ain't running the block.
Mm-mm.
No chance.
Mm-mm.
Was he so we don't know who ranked the Texans 5th
So
or
we're
6th.
mad about a list we don't even know. Some rando.
Yeah.
That's the thing is randos have too much amplification on social media, and people get upset about things that are said when realistically it can just be some troll or somebody who just doesn't know anything. It used to be we didn't hear from people who didn't know anything except on Sports Talk where they would call in and everyone would say, this guy's an idiot. And then we would all know they're idiots on Sports Talk. Now they get to just yap nonstop on social media and sometimes they even get a little bit of a following and just think, oh my God, where are we going? Where are we headed?
All right, let's break here. 713-780-3776. You need to talk about the electrical M&J.
Yeah, M&J Electrical Supply. So I had somebody reach out and ask, hey, does M&J do I need some electrical work? I said, that's not what they do. M&J Electrical Supply, let me tell you what it is that they do. They work with general contractors. They work with Jeremy Coker, the owner, has been doing this for years, and he's outstanding. Really love the work that they do. But they work with general contractors. They work with maintenance, with maintenance engineers, project managers. They work with construction and demolition guys, electrical contractors. MJ Electrical Supplies, They buy, they sell, and they do professional removal of electrical parts and equipment. Let me tell you about the removal part because that also gets into the sales. They will come out and remove the electrical from whatever job site that you're on. They come out and do it professionally. And when they do it and they keep it intact, they then will pay you very good money for that, much more than you're going to get from the scrapyard. So you're going to make some money on that project just from having the electrical removed. They refurbish what they can refurbish, and then they can resell that at a deep discount and with a 1-year warranty. So you may be interested in buying from them. They have brand new parts. They have refurbished parts. It cuts down your lead time, and it also can really add to your profit margin. But MJ Electrical Supply is here for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Don't look anywhere else for circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, panels, switch gear, and much more. Whatever you need, they buy, they sell, they professionally remove. Located at I-45 North, near West Little York. They are one phone call away at 713-688-5085 or 5055. That's 713. I'm sorry. Let me get this number again. It's 713-699-5055. That's 713-699-5055. M&J Electrical Supply for all of your electrical needs.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Better matchup: Arrighetti Skeens, Knicks, Spurs.
Knicks, Spurs. What was your question? I just put my headphones on.
Better matchup.
Oh, better matchup. No, Knicks, Spurs. Two good teams. I mean, Astros are not a good team right now.
Two good pitchers.
Yeah, good pitchers. It's a good
Really
pitching
good.
matchup. I'm really shocked at the over. I was looking at some of the analytics on this. We'll cover both of them, but right now I was looking at the the offensive rating for the Knicks they're tied for third with the Spurs. Actually, defensive rating, the Knicks are seventh, the Spurs are third. So it's kind of a battle of, now you look at pace, and the Knicks are 25th in pace, and the Spurs are 12th in pace. The Spurs will push it up a little bit faster. Now, three-point percentage, Spurs are 14th. Knicks are fourth in three-point percentage. Clutch rating, the Knicks are third best in the league with clutch rating, and their fourth quarter rating is first best. So when it gets down to the fourth quarter and close and late games, the Knicks are one of the best teams in all of basketball. So that's something to keep your eye on. But I think with the rest versus rust debate right now you have with the Knicks and the way that pace of play could favor the Knicks, I think the Knicks will try to slow things down a little bit. If I had to just handicap this game, the Spurs are something like a 4.5-point favorite, but I think the play is under 218 points scored. I think this goes down to, we're looking at something like 107, 104. 105 to 99. I think this is a much lower scoring game than 218, personally.
You're talking about, the Knicks were a really, really good offensive team, but they've been sitting for a while.
Mm-hmm. And the Spurs defend, and the Knicks defend. It's really going to be a battle of their offense, the three-point shooting of the Knicks and their balance versus, the role that. How much confidence do you have if you're the Spurs? I mean, you got to have a tremendous amount of confidence if you're the Spurs. You're just coming off that where you won back-to-back games against Oklahoma City, including a Game 7 in Oklahoma City. You got all the confidence in the world. And Wembanyama, I've already seen I saw an article mention yesterday that Wembanyama may now be the best player in the world. I'm not ready to go there yet. I'm not ready to say that yet. Even if he wins the title, I don't think he's the best individual player. Do I think he's the favorite to win the MVP next year? Yes. Do I think there's a chance that we end up talking about him in the same breath as LeBron and Michael Jordan? Yeah, I think there is. In 15 years, we may very well, and maybe before then, we may be, because he's got a team with him that could allow him to win multiple championships. And ultimately, you have to win multiple championships to have any shot.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about Jordan, and we'll see. I mean, there's a long way to go. Plus, he's got to stay healthy, and which 7'6" guys don't. So.
I think the health thing is, if he stays healthy, I think he's got that chance to win multiple championships, multiple MVPs. He's going to do some things that we've never seen a player that size ever do. But yeah, the health thing to me would be probably the bigger concern than competition in the West. It would be, can he stay healthy? Because players at that size, their lower bodies don't stay healthy over the long term.
Yeah. Let's get Chris in here. Wants to talk about, I don't know what he wants to talk about. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Hey, so I had a question. A lot of us, Lance specifically, don't get to watch practices, like OTAs, things like that. So when you talk about Will Anderson being disruptive, the only thing I can think about is Latimer from the program build with Bobby Boucher's mentality. When you say he disrupts, what does that mean specifically? And then what does it mean for the backup player when D'Amico's hey, Will, sit this one out. We don't want you to blow up the play. Hey, Derek Barnett, get in there because we know that, you're not going to do that. What does that translate to? And maybe explain a little bit more what that's like.
I don't know. I've never been put in that position, so I have literally no idea. I've never been put in a position where Will Anderson was taking reps on the microphone, first team, and you're going too hard with this conversation. Lance, get in there and run second team. I don't know. I don't know how I can speak to it. I just know this. I don't think Derek Barnett ever took it any kind of way. He's I'm fine. I'll just go at a regular pace. I'm not trying to wreck the offensive lineman. And, all it speaks to is that Will is a rare bird. Will is just wired completely differently. His intensity is on a completely different level. he is that type A personality guy. And that's all I can say. I don't know. It's every once in a while you hear about players like that, and when you hear about them, you know it's kind of special because not most humans aren't built like that. So I know I'm not wired like that. I'm not the Will Anderson of radio. So I am maybe more the Derek Barnett, if that's what you're insinuating. And I don't even know that Derek Barnett is just like me. I would say I'm probably more like the Dominic Robinson, maybe, of radio, or not the Tommy Togiao of radio. I might be more. No, I'm not the MJ Stewart of. He's really high character.
You changed your hairstyle. You're like CJ.
I could be the CJ Stroud of radio. Sure.
Yeah.
I could be. You know, really came out better early on, and then you know, maybe I'm the CJ Stroud. Some would say the Tank Dell, but I don't miss games due to injury. I do get injured a lot like
You're
Tank.
injured often.
I do get injured a lot like Tank, but
What about
I
Nico?
come out.
You miss, yeah.
I don't really Nico misses. He misses games.
Yeah.
I'm more the Wade Woodaz probably of radio, I think.
I was thinking
Wade
John Weeks.
Woodaz.
Who?
I was thinking John Weeks.
Yeah, been around a long time. Yeah, it's not bad. Hey, Weeks played it really.
Yeah, but
I think Weeks is still in the league.
Yeah, but
Well, you're
Weeks
still
doesn't
doing
have any
this.
flaws, so.
That's true.
Yeah.
Weeks doesn't have any flaws, so he is like me in some ways.
Right. But he's a Hall of Famer.
For who?
Is he not the greatest snapper in the history of the game?
Probably not.
Okay.
I'm sure there have been other snappers who have done just
Wouldn't know
as good
who
of
it
a job.
is. Wouldn't know who it is.
Joe Cardona was not one of the guys who
Joe Cardona was a Patriot. That's the only reason you know him.
I know him, though. You asked me if I would know one. I
but-
just gave you one.
Do you know anyone else that's been perfect? We know he's been perfect.
What? Darren
How
Ben?
can you be any better
I don't know any other
than
long
John
snappers,
Weeks?
if I'm being
Darren
honest.
Ben? Wasn't he a long snapper? What's his name? The former Charger? Feels like I remember that guy as a long snapper.
I mean,
we
but
only know
how
John,
can you be better than perfect?
We only know John Weeks because he played here. No one else knows John Weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not pretend. I know the Ferguson family is a family of long snappers.
Oh,
the
that's
LSU
right.
guys.
Yeah. Yeah. No. But I'll
Well,
take
we're
being
not
a
talking
John
about
Weeks.
the first family of snappers.
David
we're talking about
Ben,
the
excuse
greatest
me.
ever.
David Ben was a long-time snapper for the
I just know that
Chargers.
John Weeks stays around. He hangs
18
around.
years as a long snapper.
Yeah, I'll be the John Weeks of radio. That's fine. I consider that a huge compliment. Massive compliment.
Well, I'm taking David Ben over John Weeks because David Ben dated Pamela Anderson. A long snapper got to date Pamela Anderson. John Weeks ain't saying that.
Wow, she dated a
long
Really?
long snapper.
She dated a rocker and a long snapper.
Yeah, no, he was a big dude, 6'3", 228. So
Did
he's
her
a
and
big
Tommy
guy.
Lee? Did they get married or were they
I
just
don't
together?
know. I don't know. No. Yeah, I think she was Pamela
they
Lee
got
at one
married.
point.
Yeah, she was Pamela Lee. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can't give John Weeks greatest long snapper of all time. He never pulled a Pam Anderson type. David Ben, number one, top of the list.
Well, then J.J. Barea is the greatest basketball player.
Fine,
ever.
if you want to do that, because he had a Miss Universe. That's fine with me.
Yeah.
And he also partly ruined the legacy of maybe the second best player of all time. A lot of things on his resume.
Yeah.
He ruined LeBron in the finals, and he married that girl within months.
Yeah.
All that happened within months of each other.
Yeah.
Well, a great summer for J.J. Barea.
Great summer. I mean, you can't have a better summer than J.J. Barea.
Is he still with that
It's
woman?
it's almost nearly impossible. And you cannot also have a better roofer than Jason Brinkman. The Brinkmans have been doing this in the city, in the area, in the Houston area, for over 50 years. Here's the thing about that. And you know, these guys, they come along and they'll knock on your door and say, hey, you know, your roof is shiny. We need to get up there. You need to do something about this. Let me get up on your roof and I can help you out here. Well, that's one of the dumbest things you would ever do. First of all, the insurance implications of letting a stranger get up on your roof, with no qualifications, you have no idea. If he's knocking on your door, chances are he don't know what he's doing. Jason says they have to fix more of these jobs, the guys who knock on the door, and then regular job. It's incredible. So don't do that. And oh, by the way, he knocked on your door. When will you see that guy again to stand behind his work? The Brinkmans will be here and have been here and will be here forever. No matter what it is with your roof, and if you haven't done anything with your roof, I mean, you're playing Russian roulette, because you have no idea when the next storm hits in the city of Houston if that roof is going to hold up. And if it doesn't hold up and you haven't done anything, the insurance company isn't paying you. So you're sitting in your car right now and you're thinking, maybe I should do something. Well, here you go. Go to BrinkmanQuality.com. That's BRINKMANN, BrinkmanQuality.com, or listen to this number, 281-480-ROOF, 281-480-7663. Free, no obligation estimates, 100% financing available. You got to do something about your roof. BrinkmanQuality.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Okay, welcome back. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. Elliot wants to get in on the show. What do you say, Elliot?
Hey, morning, guys. Happy Wednesday. Had a Rockets question, but quick side note. I live in a complex in Uptown, and Will Anderson actually just moved in, ironically. And I actually got to meet him and talk to him a little bit. And as a Steelers fan, I asked him, why did he embarrass Aaron Rodgers like that in the playoffs? And he said, because that's what I do. So he's actually a really, really cool dude. Really cool dude. You would never expect him to be the highest paid defensive player in the league. He wears sweatpants, nothing flashy, talks well, super, super good dude. So just thought y'all find that interesting. But had a Rockets question. Watching these Spurs, it really just pisses me off seeing how quickly they've turned this around, and even OKC as well. And as Hall of Famers, y'all probably touched on this ad nauseum, but what do you think the Rockets are going to do this offseason? Because obviously they're light years away from OKC and the Spurs and a multitude of other teams. So, I mean, do you just run it back? Do you try to go after a Giannis? Do you try to get more young depth talent? Like, what do you guys think they'll do this offseason?
I hope nothing. I don't want to see Giannis. I don't want to see him break it up for Giannis or Jalen. I want to see him add. I want to see him do a long-term plan. They got the Nets pick. That's going to be big.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Reed get better. I want to see everybody. I want to see with Fred now, because Fred is the greatest player in NBA history. Because without him,
the
you
most
can't,
impactful player we've seen in our
ever,
lifetime.
In our lifetime, Fred VanVleet. Steven Adams. I want to see him play more than 12 games. Yeah, I just think I don't think adding a superstar is going to make a difference. Build it right, the right way. You got some good contracts, and Alpe's contract, Jabari's contract. You got Kevin Durant for a couple more years. Run it back. That's me. What do you think?
Yep, I'm the same. I just think anything that you do to add, you're subtracting too much.
Run it back to what end?
Well, you really are at a, to me, you have a house. There's no reason to take it back to the studs. Take it down to the studs. You just keep trying to add on little features to your home, and the only way you can do that is with trades, and you have a chance to get a pretty good player next year. So I think that would really, you have to hit on picks. You have to get a Castle type. It's just what you have to have. You've added good players. Amen Thompson's I think a really impactful player. I think Jabari's a solid glue piece. Reed Shepherd up to this point has just been an up and down player who flashes, but that he's not been able to sustain it. You used one of your picks to go get you Kevin Durant. Another pick, Alperen Sengun, is a good NBA player. You have to have someone else that ends up being better than – I think you have to draft somebody who ends up being better than Sengun, potentially, is what you're talking about, because he can't be the best. He can't be the best player on a championship team, I don't think.
Maybe I think they got. Listen, the Spurs got lucky and they got Wembanyama. There's no question. But what they did with the rest of the roster has been very, very impressive.
Excellent. Same thing with Oklahoma City.
Yep.
Just excellence in roster building.
It's really, really great roster building, and that's what the Rockets need to do. They need to build a roster. I mean, they were unfortunate in where they picked. Jabari was the third pick. Reed was the third pick. Amen was the fourth pick, but that was a good fourth pick now.
Yeah. No, it was a good fourth pick. We pick at Amen a little bit.
Alpe was a 15th pick. He was a good pick. Atari 17th. He was big. He was a good pick. Yeah.
Well,
most of these picks
by
have
the
been
philosophy, and I'm not even really disagreeing, by this philosophy, they're not building their roster this season this offseason because they don't have a draft pick.
Right.
So that's waiting until
I wouldn't panic.
But you're adding the most impactful player ever.
Yeah, I've heard.
Two of them.
Yes.
Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet.
Listen, and we joke, but Steven Adams was a huge there was a line of demarcation. When Steven Adams went down, the thing fell apart. Steven Adams was a huge difference maker with his defense and offensive rebounding.
Mm-hmm.
Huge difference maker.
He averaged 8.6 rebounds a game in 22.8 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, his rebounds per minute we know is terrific. Have you seen all the videos of him? It was all cut from one podcast he did where he talked about how he offensive rebounds. Did you see that? It was fascinating where he talks about it's a piece of a pie, right? So he said if you take an overhead view and an overhead view where you're looking down into, from on top of the backboard, basically. You look down and you see into the basket, and then the baseline runs all the way left and right, and you make a semicircle. You make a semicircle all the way around. Wherever you are, he wants to get on the high side of where you are, so he gets the largest piece of. He wants to pin you to the smallest piece of pie that you have. Wherever you are, he wants to get on the other side. If you're on, on the wrong side, of more of an acute angle, so to speak. All right, so it's an acute angle. He's gonna put his hip on you if you're at an acute angle, which is less than the 90, and he's gonna put his hip on you and pin you, so where the rest of that pie is his. So if you're if you're at 30 degrees, then he wants the other 60 degrees of the pie. And it was fascinating listening to how the things he does. Did you see where he would mess with people at the free throw line, where he pushes on them? He does certain things to either irritate them or to see how strong they are, to get a test to see how strong they are or how they fight back when he does certain things.
Yeah,
it alerts him of how he wants to handle it. Like, I was fascinated. There's 3 different clips, and I just thought I could listen to Steven Adams probably talk 2 hours easily on a podcast. I probably need to go back and actually listen to this podcast, because he strikes me as extraordinarily fascinating every time I hear him talk.
Yep.
And he's just damn good at understanding what his job is and doing his job at a high level. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate that we always have to talk about this health thing, because over the last, he went from being a guy who played 80, 81, 70, 76, 80, 63. Then it turned into 58 with New Orleans. Well, that was a COVID year. Don't count that. But he had 78 with Minnesota and with Memphis. But then he had 42 Memphis, 58 Houston, 32 Houston. Over the last 3 years, injury has become a major factor for him. And that's unfortunate, but you do have to wonder if this is just age catching up with him right now. He's 32 years old, but 3 straight years of much higher than normal injury totals.
And he'll be 33 once the next season starts. He turns 33 in July.
Played 32 games this year, John. I mean, he missed, we're talking about missing 50 games. That's the most he's ever missed. The most he's ever missed was this last year.
And a year older.
Dude, he only played 32 games last year? Didn't it seem like he played a lot more?
Well, he got hurt January 18th. That was his last game as a Rocket before he was done for the year.
I mean, he even played 58 last year, but that's still missing 24 games. I'm sorry, in 24-25, he still missed 24 games. So he's missed 50 and 24 games.
While patience is apparently an internal battle, we've heard difference of opinions on how they should go about it. So one side wants to do one thing, one side needs to do another. I think they will try, whether it be superstar trade or not. They won't try to stand pat. They may be forced to because the asking price is too high. But coming off another non-playoff win season, that's now Ime Udoka's 3rd season. Didn't win the playoff series. I don't know. I don't think they'll try to stand pat. They may be forced to.
I'm trying to think of a good. Analogy, but really, I understand if you know that you're up against it with Oklahoma City and San Antonio, for example. You have 2 choices. You can either take a wild swing that becomes a much higher risk, higher reward swing, but also limits your window, makes a much smaller window against much younger teams. And typically you don't beat younger teams. Historically, you don't beat younger teams with older teams, especially if they're injury prone. It just doesn't happen. So what you've done is subtract younger core members, and you've made this a higher. And if one of those older players gets hurt, who are having an injury stack up on them, then you're completely cooked. You have zero chance of even competing for the playoffs. I don't love that idea. I think I like the other idea of actually being closer, of at least having it. Look, it's like the idea of if you're a golfer and you're chasing somebody at the top of the leaderboard, you can start trying these crazy, you can start trying crazy shots and being as aggressive as possible to catch them. But the odds are you're going to make mistakes and you're going to fall down that leaderboard and you're going to lose a lot of money. I know that's not the same thing we're talking about, but it's the idea of giving myself the best chance. If I at least stay at a certain level, even if I know that I'm below those 2 teams with my roster, Maybe they have an injury one year. Maybe a piece comes that you can trade for in the middle of a year that helps you in the middle of a year. Maybe you have a draft pick that's the 21st pick of the draft, and he becomes a steal. At least give yourself a chance where your baseline starting point is higher than having to just tear it all down because you made a trade that didn't work out. And I'm not saying that's what the Durant trade is yet, but if you back it up with a second trade where you subtract even more pieces, then you are really, man, you're not, I'm sorry, but you're not catching them with two older players. Even if it's Giannis and Kevin Durant, that's not good enough to catch the Spurs, I don't think.
There's a guy who's allegedly out there. Trey Murphy's not an older player. He's 25 years old that the Pelicans might want to move off
Feels older.
of.
He's only 25.
He's only 25. So you don't need to go that route. I get it. The name Giannis will spark interest, but there are ways to improve.
Yeah.
Well, what do they want?
Well, actually, probably similar to what the Bucks want.
He's getting 21 a game.
Yeah,
Trey Murphy.
They want multiple first-round picks and young players, just like what the Bucks would want.
You'll get what you get, and you'll like.
Well, then you'll stand pat and be a pretender, not a contender. Because
Well,
the
listen,
Rockets aren't a contender.
New Orleans is just in a mess. You just need to start dealing some guys away.
Okay.
All right.
That's how they'll operate. Just give you everything.
Yes. That's what I'm looking for. That's a Jabari Smith move. If you trade him, it starts with Jabari. I'd say Jabari and Reed should be able to get that done. Let's do it, guys.
Yeah. Let's go.
Jabari and Reed for Trey Murphy, and then you give us a first.
They're giving you a first.
Wow.
Well, because Reed was the third pick of the draft.
Wow.
Then why are you trading him if you're so high on him?
Because you know what? Here's the deal: parity. I want to make the.
You want to make the
Pelicans
Pelicans better and you worse.
better.
Okay, got
I
it.
want to make the Pelicans better.
Just saying.
How does this work since it's a trade swap with the Nets? You can't trade that pick away.
Can you trade swap rights? I don't even know how it works, honestly.
Yeah, you can trade the Nets pick away, but if you're swapping with the Nets, you can't trade it away, right?
I really don't know if swap
And
rights
still
can
have
be
it.
Yes,
dealt.
NBA teams can trade away swap picks. If your team holds the right to swap draft positions with another team, example, you have the right to take their pick if it is better than yours. You can trade that newly acquired swap option to a third team just like a standard draft pick.
Got it.
Right. You
However,
can trade the Nets, but you can't trade your own.
It says, however, the Steven rule, you cannot trade your own first-round pick in consecutive future drafts if you give away a swap option. You still technically own your original pick, which satisfies the rules. If a trade swap pick, the trade team receives the rights to the highest possible pick out of the teams involved in the swap.
It's two.
Yeah, now it includes a third team that can make a choice about getting the highest picked. Yeah, it gets complicated, but you still have to maintain your own because it's part of the swap.
Yeah, because it's part of the swap. You got to be able to give the Nets something.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
All right, we got to break. M&J Electrical is what we're talking about right now, though.
Giving you a chance to get the very best to purchase. Or let's just talk about purchasing, right? So you have a lot of you who are in that space who are dealing with, you're an electrical engineer, you're a construction, you're in terms of you run the construction site. You know that you need to have brand new equipment, or in some cases pre-owned. You need to have it because your lead time, you lose money. The longer you're waiting on parts, the longer you're waiting on pieces, the more that job begins to cost you. So you need someone like M&J Electrical Supply. I've been doing this for over 3 decades right here in Houston. They've got everything: circuit breakers, transformers, disconnect panels, switch gears, and much, much more. They will sell you those, the top brands, and they also will sell you refurbished if you're looking for it, brand new or refurbished. Refurbished is going to have huge discounts for you, and it's still going to come with a 1-year warranty. So get the pieces you need right now for you project managers, construction demolition guys. If you are in charge of getting the entire project together, they are your one-stop shop because they buy, they sell, and they also will remove all of that for you. So make sure that you don't miss out on an opportunity to work with Jeremy Coker, the owner. He is phenomenal and will help you on your project. I promise you that. 713-699-5055. 713-699-5055, located at I-45 North in West Little York, right off Stubner Airline. It is M&J Electrical Supply.
All right. We haven't talked about this in a while. I know we got Knicks and Spurs, whatever. We got the best pitching matchup in baseball tonight. Spencer Arrighetti, who has been fantastic, against Paul Skeens, who hasn't been fantastic lately. His ERA over 3 now. He's given up. His last 3 outings have been iffy at best. I'm hoping they know that and they watch film of what people have done. Okay, Joe?
Oh, I see what you just did. What people have done. There it is, a Livy Dunn reference. I knew he was going to do it.
No, I didn't make a Livy Dunn reference.
You were doing it.
What they've done against Paul Skeens.
Again. What they've done against him.
Well,
that's class.
I
That's
don't
class
think about
A
what Paul
sass right there.
And Livy Dunn. Okay.
Have done?
I don't think about that.
Well, she's ruining him. It's in this long line of ruining top young athletes. Here comes somebody.
Well, they were together when he was good, though, too.
She's the Brooke Shields. So
Do you
Brooke was
think it
with
goes
Andre.
the other way, where a female athlete,
Where he ruins her influencing?
where a female athlete is at the top of her game, she dates a guy and he ruins her. Do you think it goes the other way?
Dates a girl.
What about
You don't have to be like that, Del.
Either way,
You don't have to be like that, Del.
No. The whole point.
Okay.
The whole point wasn't to suggest that women don't date other women. I'm trying to figure out if you
It
think
could be women ruining another woman.
Understood. The point is, I'm trying to figure out a way not to blame women. Do you think men can be
of all the months that you're talking like this, Del?
Good for you too for playing a game I'm not playing. Do you guys think men can be blamed for
No.
ruining a female athlete's
No, I don't
success?
think so. I don't
Okay,
think so.
just
What
wondering.
about a female who helps a man get better?
He doesn't ever say that though. He always talks about them being ruined.
I know, ruining it.
Well,
I
don't
think
do that.
sometimes in some instances we know the Brooke Shields effect. We know it's been what was his name? Anna
The
Kournikova.
Kardashian effect.
The Kardashian effect. Anna Kournikova did it to the great
To who?
what's his name? Who takes forever to do a shot?
Anna Kournikova.
No, come on, John, the golfer.
Who do you think? Anna Kournikova?
Sergio.
He was ruined by her.
Yes. Look at look what the nanny did to Tiger.
Well, she maybe
took
told
him
him
down.
to slow down.
She took him down. She hit him with a golf club
You're
or
blaming
whatever.
the wife for ruining Tiger?
She hit him with a golf club.
What else happened before then that led to that?
I mean, there's some
syrup
stuff.
on his junk.
There was some other stuff.
You picked
Some
of all the
Percocets.
women you could pick to blame for Tiger's downfall. You picked the wife.
Del, I'm heat checking. Okay.
Well,
I just crossed
you're
the
not
line.
On,
I'm
you're
going
not
from
on
the
fire.
logo. I'm
Just
shooting
letting
from
you
the
know.
logo.
Well, you just airballed.
He's on fire. No, and I think Livy Dunn may be doing the same thing to Paul Skeens. We may be in the middle of a great teardown right now with Livy Dunn and Paul Skeens. We've seen it happen before.
What do you think she's
Annika
doing?
Sorenstam probably
We've been
had a
together
great man
since
behind
college
her.
when he was really good.
What do you think she's
Lindsay
doing?
Davenport probably had a great man behind her, making her great.
Lindsay Davenport.
Also, women's track and field, excellent women's track and field runners. All of them. I'm not going to mention my name because there's too many of them. Probably have some great men behind them. Del, don't you think?
I'm asking you. You seem to be the expert.
I'm
Name
not-
off-
Jackie Joyner Kersey.
Yep.
Kersey was behind her.
Harold Kersey.
Tom Kersey, whatever.
It was probably Jerome Kersey. Was probably
Jerome Kersey.
It was probably Jerome Kersey.
Probably not Jerome.
Might have been. It's impossible to know that.
Flo Jo, we know she was married.
She was.
Yep. Don't know where she got that stuff she was taking, but
R.I.P. to FloJo.
Yep.
So
yep.
there's a long list of supportive men behind.
Well, let's support Spencer Arrighetti. Here is Joe Espada.
Yeah, he's got a supportive wife. Had the twins, and now that the twins are born, look at him on fire.
Yep,
he's
Look
doing
at
it
that.
for them.
Yeah, look how much better he is since the twins.
Yeah.
So it's the
It's the
children,
kids
not
that bring
the
you
wife.
back to life.
The children, because Fred VanVleet went on a great run that one time when he had his child. Or
Yeah.
When his significant other had the child.
Feel
but-
joy. You just feel that joy
So it's the
until
kids,
they get to be teenagers.
The kids are the supportive.
Yeah,
influence.
until they're teenagers, and then they sap
Then
you
they
of all
ruin
your
everything.
energy and hope for life.
They ruin everything. Here is Joe Espada. He's excited about Spencer Arrighetti.
Yeah. I'm excited to watch Spencer go out there and compete and get us the first win of this series. He's been really, really good for us. So we gotta, forget about this one and get ready for tomorrow. And we have one of the hottest guys in the American League on the mound for us. So it should be good.
I mean, all jokes aside, he is. It's hard to get a good. It's hard to get a good at bat against Spencer Arrighetti. Now he will miss the zone. He'll pick a little bit. Sometimes I feel like sometimes it's not that he's just picking at spots. Framber didn't want to give in, so he would rather walk you than let you have a pitch that you wanted to hit. I don't get the sense that's what Spencer Arrighetti is doing. I get the sense that sometimes he just misses his zone. But and that's the only. But he's worked out of any of that. Like he's been incredible at working out of anything like that.
Yeah. And he's facing this is a really good offense now. This Pittsburgh team. They can hit. Let's see. He doesn't. Here's the deal. He doesn't get much run support. Really, really good pitchers don't get run support. For whatever reason, the offense clams up because, I don't know, I think they want to hit badly for him, and they just don't. 2 runs he got. 2 runs he got. 0 runs he got. 3 runs he got. 1 run he got. 5, but they give up 10. He just does not get he got 6, but he doesn't get great run support. That bodes well for Spencer Arrighetti tonight because Paul Skeens has not been great, and the offense is not great when he's on the mound. So let's go. Bet Astros. You actually going to get one of the best American League pitchers, and you get odds. You get 132 back if you bet $100.
And you're coming off another Jordan home run. I mean, it's actually not a bad. It's actually not a bad play.
No.
Based on what Skeens is doing, Skeens is no Mizrowski.
Nope.
He can't even. Mizrowski pisses excellence.
Well,
Skeens is just some guy with a gymnast influencer girlfriend. That's all.
Well, Chandler's the second hardest thrower in all of baseball, and they took care of that business last night.
Well, I mean, they scored 2 off him, right? How many they end up with off Chandler?
They got 4 off him.
Did they get all 4 of them off him?
Well,
yeah.
4
they got 6 last night.
They got to the
they got
guy
3
in the 9th, and they brought in their closer.
They got 3 off Chandler.
It was over after that.
Well, they got 3. They got 4 actually, but one of them was unearned.
Right. 3 earned off him. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Your guy Mike Burrows not too.
Shout out to Mike Burrows.
Shout out to his 5 walks and 3 strikeouts.
I mean,
we were walking so many.
That's the problem. Joe talked about it after the game. He's like, "Yeah, you can't give up home runs with men on base." Well, you can't walk, guys.
It's funny that they had 11 strikeouts. They struck out the Pirates 11 times, but they had 8 walks.
Yeah.
Like, it is crazy how many walks the Astros have this year. The numbers are staggering relative to what we're used to.
You guys going 2+ hours without mentioning the failure that was Brian Abreu is pretty impressive.
Oh, I know. Well, I'm just used to that. Well, but he's been pitching better. Not his last. He'd given up a run previously, and then yesterday he stunk again. He had been pitching better though before then. He had been snapping out of it a little bit, but now we're back to Abreu. Now, if he does the 3rd straight time where he gives up a run in a 3rd straight outing, then we'll be back on him. But yeah, we haven't even mentioned his piss poor performance yesterday.
Well, I mean, it's like every time.
A combined 3 hits / walks in 1 inning. Not great.
But big ups to the Astros because they're now second to last in walks in the league, not last. Which they had.
Pitching walks, you mean?
They're second to last in walks. Giving up walks.
I guess that's great.
They've given up 295 walks this year. They're in 62 games. 62 games, and they've given up 295 walks. That's awful. I mean, goodness gracious. Only the Angels are worse, 300 walks.
So they gave up how much?
295 walks
in how many
62 games?
Good Lord. Last year they gave up 471 walks, which was the 8th most in the American League, averaging about 2.91 walks per game. But that's 162 games. You're at
5 walks a game they give up.
You're at 295, and you're not even to the halfway point of the season.
Well, you got 100 games left. Now you got 100 games left. They have to go 53 and 45, 55 and 45. No. What was it? 54 and 46 to finish 500.
Okay, so the record, I don't think they're getting the record, John. The record is
54 and 46 to finish 500.
the most walks allowed in a season is 827. That's by the 1915 Philadelphia Athletics.
Yeah.
Probably 2 starting pitchers who had nothing but complete games that whole year, I'm sure. So you're not getting that. You're not going to get that stat. But you still could end up leading the league in walks. It is attainable.
Well, yeah, you're only 5 behind the Angels. I mean, let's go, boys. Let's go. Keep it up. 100 games left, and you got to finish 54 and 46 just to hit 500.
Yeah, but what about make the playoffs? 500, whatever. That means people getting fired. What about making the playoffs? What's the record got to be?
The record of walks since 1960. I'm still on this. 66 years, 735 walks by the 99 Colorado Rockies, who are freaking out because of their stadium. 3.44 walks per 9 innings. Are the Astros on that pace? They're behind that pace, but it's up there a little bit high.
Yeah. I mean, they're on 3, 6. They got a chance.
How many games have they played, John?
62. They got 100 left.
So they're averaging.
They're averaging 4.75 a game.
Wait a minute. How's that possible? The Rockies only averaged 3.44 per 9 innings.
4.75.
We're way ahead of that. That's what I just got 4.75 too. So and they've got 295 walks, you said?
Yeah, they're on pace right now to have 770 walks.
Yeah, that would be the most in the last 66 years.
770. Fortunately, the Angels are on pace for worse.
For even worse.
Yeah, but not by much. Yeah, 400.
Oh.
Yeah, on this pace, they'll have 475 more walks, which would put them at 770.
Actually, yeah, okay. So I was looking. So since 1926, over the last 100 years, 835 is
835, I think, is unattainable. We're trying to be great, but I don't know that we can be that great.
No. The 1949 Sox.
And by the way, big ups to the pitching staff. They're now second worst ERA in the league to Colorado. Second worst.
It's actually a really big improvement from where they were. They had a huge – they had a 0.7 – they had 0.7 runs per game higher than any other team just like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So that's actually – they have improved.
Now, Brian Abreu's doing his part.
Yeah, he's still up there.
He's doing his part, but he's not – I mean, he's just got to get even worse if they want to lead the league in ERA.
And he's not going to get benched. He's going to keep pitching. You don't really have a choice. They're not going to send him down.
Fortunately, Hader's back, and he's going to be able to pick up. I think Brian Abreu is they gotta put him in like in a 4 when they're down 5 in the 6th inning. That's where Brian Abreu's got to be now. I mean, goodness gracious, dude, he's got a 7.91 ERA. 7.91.
And that's after he's been pitching better.
Yes, he's improved.
He's improved to a 7.91.
He's actually gone down. He gave up another 3 earned run. Yes, it's just awful. Just awful. His ERA, yeah.
See what you did, Dale? You tried to pull us off, Brian. You tried to say, oh, you guys said what you did is he reversed psychology to us so that we would attack Brian Abreu.
His ERA in May was 1. And he still had an ERA of 6.87 coming out of the month. His ERA was 1 in May, and he still had an ERA close to 7.
His ERA was 1 in May?
I'm glad he got back on track in June.
Yeah. His ERA was 1.
I don't know if that's back on track.
He's back on track in June, though.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
That's
8,
not the kind
9,
of back on
10
track.
outings, and his ERA was 1, and he still was right at 7.
What are you talking about not back on track? You've been talking about wanting to be achieving greatness, having the worst ERA in baseball. What is Brian Abreu doing in the month of June?
He's doing it.
Getting you back on track.
Yep.
We don't want the Astros to be bad. It's better when they're good.
No, they're bad.
I don't think they're going to be good, but it's not great when they're bad.
No, but
there's only so many jokes we can make.
Since they're going to be bad, can I get like worse in the league bad?
Yeah,
you can.
What's the
I mean,
difference?
he was a big part of the pitching rotation over the last couple of the bullpen rotation over the last couple of years. It sucks that he's literally one of the worst.
I wasn't looking for that to start the year, but now that we're here, and it appears the Astros, when they play a team with a pulse, revert back to what they've been this year. Let's strive for awfulness going forward.
Strive for awfulness.
Yeah, if Brian Abreu, why couldn't have Brian Abreu stuck around for another batter or two? Who knows what he could have been, what he could have done.
Well, if we're going to be bad, we might as well be.
Yeah, let's at least set a standard for futility as an Astro.
Get a great draft pick in 27.
Get that done.
Yep. Yep.
Those
All right.
Draft picks, boy, we kill them with those.
Yeah, we do. Time to talk. You know who's killing it? Sterling. Yeah. We were out there. We had a golf tournament out there at Sterling National. It was awesome. We really appreciate you guys. Thanks for having us out there. We really had a good time. We didn't play Houston National Golf Club. It is right there. The two of them are together. For those of you in Cyprus, let's go. Get on over there and play a True Link style course right there, Houston National. They've got a lit driving range, lighted driving range, and they got the back deck bar and grill where you can enjoy some libations while you're hitting some balls. What? Yep, a lot of fun. Keep on going up 290 to Texas, to College Station, Texas A&M. And you got the golf club at Texas A&M located right there on the A&M campus, ranked among the top public courses in Texas. And then take a right and head down I-10 to Louisiana, Cypress Bend Golf Club in Manny, Louisiana. Gorgeous. It's set along the Toledo Bend Lake. It is really, really pretty. If you fish and golf, what a great trip for you and the boys. You can even bring the wives because they will love Cypress Bend. If you've never been to Toledo Bend Lake, it's beautiful. You got fishing. You got stay and play packages available. 3 incredible courses, 1 standard. Visit Sterling Golf. That's Sterling with 1G. SterlingGolf.com. SterlingGolf.com. Book your next round today at SterlingGolf.com.
John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776. I'm going to make a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich today. I've decided. Got all the ingredients. Let's go. Went to Italy and picked up some really good Italian bacon. What?
What is that? Italian
Italy?
bacon.
You've never been to Italy?
No. Well, I've never been to Italy, but I'm obviously very well aware of it. I walked by one of the Italys. There's several of them in New York, but I never went in.
You got to go in.
Yeah, I heard they're
fantastic. Italy is like 3 levels up, and I think all of them are about the same.
Yeah.
There's the one in Chicago, and it's just like the one here in L.A., and I'm sure it's like in like the same way. There are 3 levels of nonstop Italian everything food everything you could possibly want. Restaurant, bars, grocery. It's fantastic.
You know, my son works at a place like that called Mercado here in Houston that is like highly acclaimed. They open a new restaurant. Their chef is really highly acclaimed, and they he works there, and he's getting to know all about Italian stuff there. One of the parents, one of the owners is from Italy, and they bring in all their stuff from Italy. So they got that kind of place here too.
Yeah.
They have all I went in there and everything, it looks good. Like everything, Italian food is pretty good. It's funny, it's never really taken off big in Houston. We've had Italian spots that are, it's considered good. I don't think I never see them considered, one of the best in like the best restaurant in the city or anything like that. Not like you go to Chicago or New York, really any other major city, and Italian food seems to be bigger than it is here for whatever reason.
Italian food.
I'd imagine L.A. has huge Italians.
If you could eat only one food.
See, you're not going to like my pick.
German sauerkraut.
No, that's low down there. I would actually eat Vietnamese.
Vietnamese every day?
Noodles. I get sandwiches. I get beef. I get pork. I get chicken. Well, I'm also, kicking in. You get wings if you want. Vietnamese restaurants. Some of them, depending on some of them.
You can't get chicken and all that Italian.
Italians don't have chicken wings. Those old ladies don't do chicken wings.
Yeah.
I would probably do Vietnamese. And I get rice. I would probably do that. I could go to Roostar every day, which is Vietnamese, but it's got a little extra. It's not exactly traditional.
No
Vietnamese. Mine would be Italian. Too much red sauce. My acid reflux would be in shambles.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you.
Mexican would be it'd just be too heavy, I think, all the time. What would yours be, Del? Pizza King? Just continue to eat the same slices of cheese pizza?
American. He'd probably eat American.
No, we can't pick that. We can't pick hamburgers and chicken.
What do you mean? You could pick one style of food.
Well, that's an easy one. Doing American. What is?
Who wants that?
Yeah, well, we're more varied. That's the one thing that popped real quick when I was in Tokyo. It took about 4 or 5 days to realize, there's not as many choices here. It's a lot of the same stuff over and over and over.
Well, yeah, those people
I love sushi. I couldn't eat that every day.
No, God, no.
I just couldn't do it.
No, I like when they cook their steaks on a rock, though.
I like rock steak.
Yeah.
What, can Del not hear in there?
He doesn't
I don't care.
You don't care? He doesn't care about this
Your
show.
choice was going to be Italian, wasn't it, John? It's got to be.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. What are you, nuts?
Yours wouldn't be French, where you can have escargot every day? There are snails on my girlfriend's plate.
713-780.
3776. Congratulations to the SEC and the Big Ten for trying to just completely subvert the Protect College Sports Act that's out there. Now, the reason is, so for those who don't know, it's a bipartisan bill. Ted Cruz and Maria Cantwell, Democrat from Washington. Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz, a sports fan who likes the jinx teams. The Associated Press, the bill is drafted to preempt state laws that conflict with the provisions in this bill. And that apparently is the big deal with the SEC and the Big Ten conferences. Quote, the bill leaves critical issues unresolved, including not meaningfully preempting state laws with the federal one, which has long been considered a key element for a measure to get support from the NCAA and the conferences. The bill, called Protect College Sports Act, would provide the NCAA with an antitrust exemption to enforce several rules that have been recently challenged in court. In other words, this is to keep them from losing in court, so they provide them the antitrust exemption, including limiting transfers and athlete eligibility, which they want to have at 5 years, and prohibiting schools from poaching a coach during the season. The SEC Big Ten statement came out less than 24 hours before a scheduled hearing about the bill in front of the Senate Commerce Committee. Cruz chairs the panel, and Cantwell is the ranking Democrat. The legislation has received support from the Big 12 and ACC, but the Big Ten and the SEC, as the two richest leagues that have the decision-making power over the future of college football playoffs, hold the biggest cards. And it says one of the biggest provisions would give conferences an option to pool their media rights, an idea the Big Ten and SEC have long claimed would not result in a financial windfall that proponents suggest. The league statement did not speak to that issue, blah, blah, blah. Here's what's going to happen. Congress is having to step in because because it's anarchy on the college side. They don't have any real rules. Every time they try to enforce anything, they get beat in court for the most part. And now they're trying to create some guidelines, a bipartisan group out of Congress, and you can step in. I mean, there's a lot of people who do not want congressional interference. It's funny. I know some people who are like anti-big government, and now they're pro-big government for stepping in and taking care of college sports, which is a little hypocritical. But I feel like
they almost have to.
I feel like something needs to be done. But the problem is, the SEC and the Big Ten are just gonna take their ball and go home at some point. That's what it's thinly veiled threats.
Unless they prevent it in this deal.
Yeah, but then they hold the cards to try to nix this anyway. At some point, they can just break away. You can put this deal on the table if you want, and they can still break away. You can't keep them together. They'll break away from college athletics. And that's the problem, is you got these two big swinging you-know-whats, and they just want to do what's only right for them, and they don't care. They've already busted up the Pac-12. They didn't care about that. And they don't care about college football. They care about their college football. That's all they care about.
Mm-hmm.
It's unfortunate because there's some good teams, for years and years. And I think there's a lot of people who are like, so what? This is free market. This isn't free market. That's not even what this is at all. Not really. When you look at this, even in free markets, when you look at, employment and things like that, contracts matter. Contracts are actually enforceable. And only in college athletics are contracts not enforceable. And it starts with the coaches. The coaches can bolt whenever they want to. Now, not assistant coaches. It's funny. Assistant coaches are locked in.
Mm-hmm.
It's the head coaches who can leave whenever they want. And they act like, well, they have a buyout. Oh, these buyouts. There's no buyout with any teeth. These buyouts are meaningless. So, I don't know.
And the Lane Kiffin rule is in this thing, too, where you can't recruit a coach during the season, during the season or during the playoffs.
Should be common sense. Shouldn't be allowed, period.
Just, because these schools, there's no – I hate government stepping in, too, but they have to, because the NCAA is so toothless. The NCAA is so weak. It's so terrible that somebody has to step in just to save it.
And now they've been beaten by court precedent. So once you have precedent on your side, now the ass kickings continue to pile up.
Well, that's the problem with the NCAA. They're scared of their own shadow now after every single time they lose.
Yeah,
every time.
You're right. They don't want any beef with it.
We can't. They're paralyzed because of all the losses that they've taken in court. And why do they care? That's not their money. It's just it's NCAA money.
All right, before we get to a break, let's get Chris in here real quick. What's up, Chris?
Hey, guys. Yesterday I was listening, and I didn't have a chance to call in. Y'all were talking about C.J. Stroud and even his lunch decisions, maybe chicken nuggets. I'm driving by the Texas Stadium right now, and it got me thinking, when Hannah puts Cal in the high chair for lunchtime, do you think he's more of a Uncrustables guy, chicken nuggies, maybe a steak fillet, and she just cuts it up and little pieces for him. What do y'all think? What do y'all think Cal has for lunch?
First of all, Cal listens to this show, okay?
That's what he said.
He said that. He told me multiple times he listens to the show. Well, he told me multiple times in one conversation.
Okay.
I've only talked to him once ever. We know he's a verified and bona fide burger guy. He goes to Pete's Fine Meats all the time, or has it delivered, actually. Picks up Wagyu steak and Kobe beef, and he does ribs. Michael said that he grills like a mother. Like he will get some. He gets a bunch of, he got the other day the Wagyu brisket and did a bunch of briskets over at his house. So I don't think you can put him in a high chair, Chris.
But what about
It's
a random
barbecue.
Wednesday in June when he's not barbecuing?
He's just having a burger on a random Wednesday. Always BQing. He's ABQing.
Does he sit in a high chair when he eats the burger?
No.
Okay.
Now
No,
it may
stop
be
it.
it may be a stool.
Grown man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think they make a
Now-
high chair big enough.
No,
for Cal.
wait. He could be at a bar stool.
Yeah,
or
but that's
sitting,
not what Chris is
But
implying.
they're higher.
No.
That's not what Chris was implying, though.
And he
saying-
cuts his own meat, probably.
That's no meat. Stop this, Chris.
Chris.
You dummy. Stop saying that about our owners.
big
This is
dummy.
stuff you could have said 4 years ago, but not anymore.
Why
Cut the crap, Chris.
You don't-
Well,
he could still.
Now, our
be a
quarterback
guy
does
who
like-
eats childish foods.
but he's a barbecue guy. He's gonna.
I would
eat-
agree,
He's gonna eat meat.
Well,
We know what he's eating.
not chicken nuggies.
No.
Our quarterback may or not may. Or
No,
may
I
not
could
eat
see him
chicken
eating
nuggies.
wings.
no.
I could
yeah,
see
but
Cal eating
That's
wings.
an adult food.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
a
Hannah
big
needs
Wagyu guy.
I don't think Hannah needs to cut up anything for Cal.
What's that?
I'm a big Wagyu guy. It's too.
Well, if you're talking about Kobe beef, that's the one that's super
Kobe, yeah.
fatty. Oh, that is so fatty. It's crazy.
Yeah,
you got to
it's-
cut thin little pieces and
It's so
rich.
yeah, filling. It's like you're eating sugar.
Yeah, it's off the charts. You
Yeah,
got to
too
cut
fatty.
little. Yeah,
I'm a
it's,
ribeye guy.
Well,
Give me a
Wagyu
ribeye.
isn't necessarily like that. It's fattier, but the Kobe beef is the one that's like.
All right,
man.
why don't you? That was ugly, Chris. Don't do that again.
Yeah, hey.
Cal listens to the
Hey,
show.
cut it out. Cut it out. Now, CJ's food choice, I do get the sense that he does make safer
You think Hannah
decisions.
cuts his food?
He used to go down to Burger Chan.
Oh.
CJ,
Who
because
did?
CJ, they say
Jay
he's really
Stroud
nice.
went down to Burger Chef.
Burger Chan, right downstairs from us.
Not anymore though. He's new
Well,
fitter season.
Well, yeah, now he's just getting
Yeah.
skinless, boneless, skinless,
Of course.
skinless chicken,
That's no
probably
good for you.
grilled.
That's right.
No, so I don't. John, let our quarterback eat, but eat sensibly.
That's not good for you.
Eat reasonably.
No, are you kidding me? That guy is he's redoing. This is a glow up. This is CJ glow up we're in the middle of right now.
Apparently, he was still throwing interceptions with being with his new body type.
Haircut, new body. Still
I
throwing
did
picks.
read that he got picked off, but so how are you? This is a team full of ball hawks. What are you going to do?
Well,
they did say the offense is substantially better this year than they were.
Well,
Last year they couldn't. They literally couldn't move the ball.
We heard that they
5
couldn't
yards.
snap the ball last year without pre-snap penalties in mini camps. That's what we heard.
We love
Today,
some
or
pre-snap
yesterday at least.
penalties now.
The Texans have advanced to being able to snap the ball in year 2 without
I'll take
penalties.
I'll take it.
All right.
That's the report out of camp.
Baby steps. Time to talk about getting some tickets for some soccer now.
Yeah, you got to win them. You got to win them. You can buy them if you want to. Good luck. I mean, they're really expensive. I know a better way to do it is the Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout that's going on all the way through the 14th. I got 4 locations. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Here are the 4 locations. This promotional event is going to run through June 14th. And all you have to do is you show up at any of these events that I'm going to be telling you about. You compete in an interactive soccer shootout game. The winner it's not like you're taking PKs from the greatest, penalty kickers in the world and you're trying to stop them in goal. That's not what it is. You all have a chance to win, and you can go multiple times if you don't win. The winner's going to go home with a pair of tickets to the Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. Here are this week's event locations and times. This Thursday, June 4th, 7 to 10 p.m., you're at Rock Newtony Sports Bar in Clear Lake. You've got an opportunity from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. at Tri-City Beer Garden in Pasadena. On Friday from 9 p.m. to midnight, Social Beer Garden in Midtown. And then on Saturday, they're at J Bar M from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. in Edo. Play for a chance to witness history because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
For whatever reason, this came across my timeline today from Texas Football Life. In 1973, the Rice Marching Owl Band was nearly taken hostage by angry Texas A&M fans. During a game against Texas A&M, the band mocked the Corps cadets and the Fighting Texas Aggie band by goose-stepping across the field in a German military-style march. They also took shots at Reveille, forming a fire hydrant while playing "Oh Where Did My Little Dog Gone?" After the game, a crowd gathered outside the stadium waiting for them. The Rice band ended up hiding in a tunnel beneath the stadium for nearly 2 hours. When it was finally time to leave, they were loaded in food trucks and driven out of the stadium under police escort. There's a picture of the Corps of Cadets fighting and all kinds of mayhem at the stadium in 1973. That's where the owl weirdness started, right?
Yeah, the mob throughout the Southwest Conference days, that's what my dad got his first chance in the Southwest Conference at University of Houston, and they were considered like the mob was held in a certain level of reverence across the conference because they could just take people apart at halftime. I mean, you knew the football team was going to be terrible, but the Marching Owl Band, it wasn't until later I'm like, these guys are kind of dorks. But when I was younger, and I think all the fans back then, before we all got really cynical, were recognized that their humor, like nothing was off limits. That's pretty hardcore. I don't know. The goose steps might be a little much. that might be a little much. Mob. The mob stands for marching out band, but yeah, they're hardcore, man.
Yeah,
they were. I don't know about anymore.
I don't know that.
And Aggies were hardcore too.
Well,
by the way, they also tried to beat up. The guy pulled a saber on an SMU cheerleader who was spelling out SMU on the football field because you're not supposed to be. That's a sacred. That's a sacred land, the football field. So the cheerleaders got on the field, and this Corps cadet member pulled out a saber and was threatening to, go to work and go full on spill his guts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, relax, Aggies.
What was it they did? Oh, they did a salute to zero at the U of H game.
Oh yeah, what was that about?
Well, it ended up finally the grade point average was 0.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. No, they're pretty. They're pretty. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Are they still? Does anyone know if the?
I don't know anymore. I'm sure there's something, but it used to be at halftime when you played Rice, you were going to walk over the football team, but at least the band was going to, was going to take a shot at you.
Yeah.
And maybe some other Southwest Conference team.
Yes. Now that somehow, some way they'd get you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and well, in 1973 they almost got.
Yeah,
you don't mess with the Aggies.
They
now.
They don't.
In 1973,
I think they're a little better about joking, but the Aggies don't. They're not known for letting you joke around with them a lot. It's not really That's not really what they're known for. They get pretty. If the Southwest Conference, all those old teams, the teams from Texas, their personality would have been, I know in the past, likes to fight because like the cousin that's ready to fight. You think you're better than me? Take it outside. Like, oh, all right, Aggies, you don't have to try to fight every time we get together.
I don't know that the Aggies are still. Oh, the Owls are still like that, or the Aggies are still like that.
No, Aggies.
Yeah,
Aggies are Owls don't want to fight.
No. Oh, but are they still as vicious as they used to be?
I don't know. Wouldn't know. You don't. I mean, based on the stands,
it's impossible to know.
Anytime I watch a team that's played, when I'm watching tape, right, and I've got the sideline shot and of the all 22, and I'm watching a wide receiver or cornerback or safety, somebody I need to use the wide shot, the sideline shot, and it's in Rice Stadium. It's like, oh my God, there's just so few people in there.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I mean, I feel bad for the program. I'd love it if the neighborhood people just said, hey, let's just go out and, watch some football. I'd love it if they could pull in even 14,000, 15,000 every game, but that's not going to, I don't know. I don't know if it's ever going to happen.
Yeah. That's why JT, he couldn't take it. He's like,
cool little area.
I got to get out of here. He couldn't take it.
He couldn't take it, so he went to Missouri
State. Yep.
There's more people in the stands there. I've watched
yes,
those
a lot
games.
More people were in the stands.
A lot more people were in the stands there.
Yeah.
I think Rice always wanted to be like the university of the neighborhood, but it just doesn't work that way.
Del, what did we miss today?
Did you see that the Brazilian national team got baptized in a plane? They do the whole. They get the fire trucks and they just shot water across the plane. I wouldn't want. It would freak me out, but that was their send off as they join the rest of the countries as they make their way to North America for the World Cup. On the tarmac, and they just had water, high pressured water hoses shooting across the plane to say, "Good luck, everybody. Let's go win us another world title." Do they bless that water? Or does a priest come and bless the water coming out of the fire trucks, or is it just strictly? Then it's not really a baptism, is it?
I've never heard of this before.
Yeah,
so
it happens when like teams win titles. They'll have like the fire truck shoot two fire trucks on each side of the plane. They'll shoot water across as like the send off or a celebration. Apparently, this was to send off the Brazilian national team in style, as a bit of a hey, we love you guys. Go do your best, and it was termed a baptism. So, hey, we're about a week away now, just over a week away.
Is that it?
Yeah, the first match is June 11th in Mexico. So we're just over a week away from the games. The U.S. has one more friendly before they wrap up their preparation. They'll play the gym, and so Lance, house divided for you. See who you side with in that one. We know you have allegiances.
Wait,
Yeah,
they
ich
play
bin
who?
der
It's not true at all.
It is true. I'm
Kinda is
listening to
true.
it right now.
Not true
I
at
just
all.
heard it.
Not true at all. I'm looking for who the favorites are in the World Cup this year to win it all, and it is France and Spain are 4.7 to 1, followed by England at 6.5 to 1, Brazil 8.5 to 1, and then Argentina and Portugal 9.5 to 1, and Germany is 15 to 1. They're not one of the favorites.
And the U.S. should be up there.
No.
Ooh, let me see.
No.
Scrolling. I'm still scrolling below Colombia.
Keep going.
Below Japan, below Morocco, below Mexico. There we are. We're actually even with Mexico at 65 to 1.
The U.S. has the worst odds of any group favorite to win their group. Like they gave percentage points to everyone most likely to win their group. The U.S. is favorite, but at 37%.
Dude, I watched.
No one has that type of percentage across all the groups. No one's under 40.
No.
They're the only team under 40.
Yeah. I watched Untold Story, Get Off the Bus, or whatever it's called, about the French World Cup team in
That
2010. Yeah, that had all this talent. They were one of the favorites, if not the favorite. And their coach, their manager from back then, is a major part of this documentary, as well as their captain.
Don't give it away. I want to watch it.
I'm not giving it away. I'm just telling you what it's about. They completely imploded because the manager got into a riff with several elements of the team, and it turns into a disaster.
Yeah, it's very famous that, as he mentioned, that French team was very, very talented, thought they could win a World Cup. They're coming off losing in the World Cup final, the World Cup before, the Zidane headbutt
That's
here.
the Zidane, yeah.
That was the previous tournament, and this was a team who imploded. I remember they either lost or tied some team that early on in the group stage that wasn't very
They
good.
tied them,
Yeah,
like 0-0, and it was
was
somebody who couldn't play.
Yeah, it was clear that they were in real trouble, and then this documentary goes into all the things
I
that
mean,
happened.
did you see it too, Dell?
No, I just remember that time frame. And
Yeah, it goes deep. They bring in all kinds of little pieces. It's really, really.
I'm going to watch it.
It's
yeah.
really fascinating. I think England's got a real shot this year.
I think Untold is a really good series.
It
It's a
depends
great
on
series.
how they do it. Like the Florida one sucked because
Florida one we were all excited about, and it was the worst I've seen.
I watched the Jamie Vardy one. That was good. About
gotta
his
say,
rise. That was pretty good. The
It
striker.
seemed like he liked to party some, though.
Yeah, he came from a place where not much was expected of him, and he played soccer on the side as fun, and then he just rose up the ranks and became a star. Of course, it culminated with Leicester City winning the Premier League in that surprise. So that was fun to watch. And he's, as he got older, he kind of figured himself out and matured, and now he's one of England's legends, at least on the club level. What else did we talked somewhat about the Stanley Cup. Vegas keeps winning. They went into I don't even know where's Carolina. I know it's in Carolina.
Raleigh.
Is it Raleigh? Okay, they went into Raleigh and won 5-4. Carolina scored with like 23 seconds elapsed in the first period. They scored the first goal, but the Knights fought back, so they're up 1-0 in that series. But that's about it. I mean, not a lot going on. I did see this, and it's got to be kind of the worst. This is my life now type of moment. Jared Verse is from Ohio, I believe, but imagine you wake up every day, and you don't like LA very much, but he seems to like it. You wake up every day, you get to go play for the Rams, and all the expectations,
Got
and
a
all
chance
the
to win
glitz
championship,
and glamour
yeah.
being a Ram, and then one day later, you walk into the Browns facility.
Oh, in Berea, I've been there.
That's tough.
It's not great.
That's tough. I don't know where he was situated in LA, but I'm sure it's a pretty nice place. His money's going to go far in that area. He'll be fine.
Yeah.
But
a lot further than here.
Yeah.
Did you happen to see?
But still.
But there's no Erewhons there, John.
Yeah, you gotta be a Brown.
Yeah, but did you see how much taxes that Myles Garrett is going to have to pay? He's going to make $177 million over the next 5 years, and he's only going to take home. Under 100.
But he's no longer a Brown. The trade-off is great.
And it's a big taxes, we know, but he also will get marketing marketing opportunities out the charts.
He's going to get about 40% of his money.
And now he doesn't have to convince his very famous girlfriend to hang out with him in Cleveland. He's dating.
Who's his girlfriend? Megan Thee Stallion.
No, it's not her. It's an Olympian. I don't know if she's a gymnast
Sophia Cunningham.
Nope, not her. That's Sophie Cunningham.
Yeah, Sophie.
She's not Olympian. She's just a player, a blonde who plays for the Fever. It's
Caitlin Clark.
No.
She's an Olympian.
I think you would know if he was dating
Angel.
It's
Reese?
not. No, it's either a figure skater or a gymnast. I forgot.
Angel.
No, a
Christy
skier.
Yamaguchi.
A skier.
Did you see
a skier.
Brittany Griner?
Not
Chloe
the blonde.
Kim. Chloe Kim. He's dating Chloe Kim.
Oh, he's taking Chloe Kim.
Wow.
Yeah, he doesn't have to convince her to hang out with him in
No, because
Cleveland.
Chloe Kim's not
She'll be
going
glad
to
to be in L.A. Some benefits too.
There's there's a ton of benefits, and if you've got the amount of money where it doesn't matter, and then you get more marketing stuff, like the quality of life there versus Cleveland, and a chance to win.
Yeah,
this is literally like getting out of prison.
Listen, Chloe Kemp, she's little, isn't she?
Well, she's a skier, so she may be a little bit bigger than you think.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's not. Obviously, she's not Miles Garrett
She's
size.
she's not a
gymnast.
She's
or
not a
anything.
gymnast.
Why just
fully grown at 4'8"?
She's 5'3". She's not tall, but
actually, it does feel kind of small for a skier.
Yeah, but she's not 4'11", flipping around
like
on the
Shaq's
mat.
wife.
The ex-wife. Yeah.
Yeah, the ex-wife. Yeah, wow. Never mind. I don't want to think about that.
Never
what
mind.
I do want to think about.
Thank you
for
your discretion.
Let him tell this is an HR commercial coming too.
This is HR. This is all about HR right now. And luckily, okay, I know HRP is listening. So just in case I would have said something about that, then guess what? Then I'm going to get a call, and I'm not going to get a call now. Listen. As a matter, I had a meeting yesterday about what's going to happen retirement-wise and all of that. All I have to do is call HRP. Our 401k is awesome. I got some stuff that I'm going to change around, and it's so easy because listen, HRP has set it up so that your employees are empowered to take over their own futures. It's so simple. You don't get the call, oh, my payroll this, but HRP takes those calls. All of your employees will have access to HRP, and any issue that you have or anything that you want to change or anything that you want to do, HRP is there for you. I messed up and put in, too much for my retirement one paycheck, and I didn't have anything in my paycheck, and they fixed it for me because I screwed the whole thing up. Listen, if you're looking for the best way for your HR and payroll, and you don't have to do anything. We have a part-time employee that takes care of our HR and payroll department. That's it, because HR&P takes care of everything. Okay, they do everything. And the thing about it is that you need them very little because HR&P takes care of everything perfectly. You're looking for a partner that's going to take care of all of this for you, like our partner, HR&P. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. So, Atlanta, a lot of times a judge will meet with lawyers, but also with the police. Atlanta Police Deputy Chief Kelly Collier, he met with federal judge Eleanor Ross in her chambers during business hours. Let's listen in.
That cannot be real.
That's real. Oh no, it's real. That's a fact, Jack. She kept her job. She's keeping her job after getting caught having a 2-year affair with Mr. Collier. She loud now.
Wow. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking credit to Collier.
Yeah, big ups to that dude.
Putting in work.
I mean,
and she's married too, by the way.
They're both married, so they're both married.
Oh, he's gonna get the same energy as we had for Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel.
No,
we gonna give him that same energy.
No, because we don't care.
Tomorrow
about
we're gonna talk about Eleanor Ross, so we're gonna find out what's happening with her husband. What did she say on X about her husband being a simpleton? Like Diana Rossini kept saying about her own husband.
Yeah, I just that's just not. Listen, the husband would know if that's his wife, right?
Or he wouldn't because he never got her to that level.
He never got her there.
It said
you got to feel bad.
Oh, that's not great to have that happen. But
yeah.
Eleanor Ross, maybe that's just who she is too.
Yeah.
It says she's a federal district court judge who was subject to a private reprimand for having sex with a police officer in the chambers in earshot of law clerks.
Well,
in earshot of law clerks. That's earshot?
That law clerk was outside her office.
That law clerk could have been in the building across the way and been able to pick that up.
Yeah. Earshot. Earshot. You think there was an earshot?
Whatever earshot means now.
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying, honestly. I just know that
it's within earshot.
She, while being reprimanded, appears to be able to keep her job. She ain't going nowhere.
That's a surprise. That's at the location.
That was at the courthouse.
How is she keeping her job? That's wild.
Yeah, well,
it wasn't an HR issue because not a subordinate, just another official.
No, but if you're doing that with a police chief or whatever on the premises, that's pretty much usually grounds for firing. This is pretty astonishing. That's all that happened.
Yeah, well, she got a private reprimand.
Whatever that means.
Whatever that. Hey,
is that what she calls what he did to her? A private reprimand? What Collier's doing to her?
Can you keep it down in there? I mean, you're really disturbing. It's hard to work out.
We
here.
don't like to judge what other people do in their bedrooms, but you're doing it in the federal courthouse. So could you knock it off, or at least quiet down?
It was now. In fairness, it was in her chambers,
but it's still a federal courthouse.
It's still inside the federal courthouse.
I get it, but it's
not
her chambers.
You paying rent? Yes. You paying you paying a mortgage on that?
In British Regency,
you want her doing that in your bedroom?
Her chambers might have meant her bedroom, but now her chambers mean
what does chambers mean?
Office.
She was like, "Hey, it's my chambers."
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
For now, because you're appointed or elected, I don't know how she got the position. But
all I know is chambers. Guess what? Stuff happens in chambers.
Well, she should realize that chambers can mean certain things, but for now, do that at home or quiet down. I don't even think they mind her having sex in her chambers.
Just be quiet about it. Try to be a little discreet.
I don't think they're actually. They don't.
Well,
love
they didn't
she's
fire
having
her.
sex in her
The
chambers.
only reason it's a problem is because people know what's going on because she's too loud. If she had been quieter,
they
people could have assumed, but there'd be no sound. There's no audio, no video. She would have been fine. Have all the illicit sex you want. Just quiet down about it.
Yeah, that wasn't her first time, by the way.
Yeah. Well, no, they've had a 2-year affair now. So that ain't
it
the
was
first time.
it says the Chambers workplace affair was extremely uncomfortable and troubling for clerks. So they all knew about this.
Yeah.
And I tell those clerks, mind your business.
Well, how can I mind my business when you're screaming?
Well, still mind your business. Stop talking. Mind your business. No snitching. That's always a rule.
Well, I mean, you don't have to snitch.
Sorry, because the 50-year-old is getting that work done and you can't. I don't know what the clerks are doing, but hey, perhaps if you weren't so pent up, you wouldn't be so likely to snitch on her. Go get you some. Maybe not at the courthouse, though, because that's her realm.
Yep. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. Before I go, though, I need to talk about my peeps over at the Golden Nugget. Golden Nugget is what I think is fantastic for us. It's just 2 hours down the road, a couple hours away, okay? Depending on traffic, maybe 2:15, depending on where. If you're in Katy, 2:30 maybe, okay. But you have to leave for the airport 2.5 hours before your flight. So before you even get on your flight, you could be gambling at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. And the casino is a Vegas-style casino. It's perfect. And as a matter of fact, it's got the Rush Bar in the middle of the casino, just like in Vegas. Same deal. All right. You don't know you're not in Vegas when you're at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. It's the same as any really good casino that you will see. The hotel, fantastic. I mean, Tillman gets a hotel, he's going to make it nice, and it's going to stay nice. He don't fool around with that. It ain't going to get old. It ain't going to be shoddy. You're going to get a beautiful room. Great bet, everything. All right? We've seen it. We do it every time. We're going to do it again the 15th and 16th of this month. So we'll be there in just a couple of weeks. But everything you could possibly want with 12 restaurants and golf course and pool and everything else right there at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. By the time you get on your plane, you could be at the tables at goldennuggetlc.com. That's goldennuggetlc.com.
Welcome to the show. You know, there's a running, I won't even call it a bit because it's real. There's a running thing going on with the morning show. We are confounded by why Lance always loses stuff. Like, why? How could you lose your keys? How could you forget your shoes on top of a car? How could you drive to work without your shoes? How come you're losing iPads and earbuds? How does that always happen? I think I've figured it out. Besides just simple absent-mindedness, he doesn't check his surroundings. He does not check his surroundings. How do I know that? Because he's been sitting in the spot I'm now sitting in for 3 hours and did not notice the mess he left and just walked out. So there's a real possibility that he just is someone who doesn't look around him about what's going on. So, of course, you're going to leave your iPad because you just get up acting like you didn't leave any a footprint of where you were and go, you know what, I'm good here. I'm just gonna leave. That's what time he's on. Crumbs. People can hear him eating on air. So people who were listening intently know he was eating, and there are crumbs left behind to solidify that point. You know what he couldn't be? He could not be a prey animal. You know, he could not be an animal that was hunted because he never checks around him. If let's just say the majestic gazelle had the sensibilities of Lance Zierlein, there'd be no more left. And then, you know, people would ask 100 years from now, how did the gazelle disappear from Earth? Was it humans? Was it pollution? Was it just erosion of their environment? No, they had the sensibilities of Lance Zierlein, and all the lions ate them. That's why, because they never checked their surroundings to make sure there wasn't a predator sneaking up on them. He's lucky he's a human being. There's a real low chance the Lance Zierleins, if that was an animal who had to fear for his life, would get out of their first tier of evolution. Just clean up around you, man. The man loves himself some.
What'd he leave?
It's just crumbs. I imagine it was some yogurt concoction with granola or something, and he just left the crumbs, and then of course other stuff.
Either that, or he'd be like the easiest person to track for like the FBI or whatever.
Oh yeah, he said he's too forgetful to be a. I forgot exactly the title. Michael made a promo out of it.
To be a drug mule.
Yeah, I can't be a drug mule. Too forgetful. Yeah, that and you would get caught immediately because when you took out the drugs, you wouldn't look around you to see if there were any authorities.
There's literally a paper trail leading back to Lance.
Yes.
At all times.
It's just like there's like little bits of coke following him as he walks around, and that's the end of him. So that's how I start the show, cleaning up his mess. The Astros were a mess late in the game, and Burrows played his part as well because he continues to give up home runs with people on the base paths. So they go down the Pirates. We talked about it yesterday. Could we get another game where Bubba Chandler didn't get run support? The answer, thanks to Mike Burrows, is no. We looked at Bubba Chandler, the Pirates starter yesterday, and we're wondering, you know what? The numbers aren't great. If you go on a Pirates Reddit, they're not thrilled with him. But you start to look at some of the numbers, you go, he should have a better win-loss record than what he has. He walks guys. That's his biggest problem. But you look at the ERA over 4 and the 1-6 record going into last night's game, you go, hey, what's going on here? Those numbers suggest he should at least be maybe 500, and then you start to look at the behind-the-scenes stuff, at least some of the numbers, and you go, okay, in like 6 of 11 starts, the Pirates weren't scoring very many runs. They got all that out of their system last night. We asked for that not to happen. We were not rewarded for the ask. In fact, maybe we're punished by the baseball gods for suggesting that they could continue to not support Bubba Chandler. One of the best offenses in baseball got it going, taking advantage of Mike Burrows, and then they took advantage of Brian Abreu late. When the game was still a game, when there's still a chance for the Astros to maybe mount a comeback, Brian Abreu is back to pre-made Brian Abreu. You know, some people believe that the Astros should be done with Brian Abreu. There are no real options. Like there's a minor leaguer that Chandler Rome has been writing about. I believe his name is Yaloa, who should be a prospective starter at some point, but he has some control issues. So there may be a belief that at some point he can be a late inning guy. He's a hard thrower and all those things, but he may be a little bit away. But Brian Abreu's issues may start to fast track that guy's ascent to the major league level, because he's the one healthy Astros pitcher on the 40-man who has not made an appearance with the big club. So he holds that distinctions, which would make you think at some point that's going to change. He's going to show up with the big club. But right now he's still pitching with Sugarland. They need, well, I say need. I mean, need would suggest there's going to be a need for a high leverage guy because this team is going to go on a bit of a run. They had played better, and we joked about it. Maybe it's just a Rangers thing. 3 out of 4 games at home, it appears that maybe that was just a Rangers thing. You're playing a bad baseball team, and you take advantage of it. Any team with the pulse, they have not fared well against, and that continued as the Pirates poured it on late to win that one. So now you have to hope Paul Skeens, who hasn't been great the last couple of nights or last couple of outings, goes up against your best pitcher, and you get a gem from Arrighetti, and hopefully your offense gets it going against Skeens. And by gets it going, I don't know, score 4 runs. That might be enough with the way Arrighetti pitches. And if Arrighetti pitches well and your offense stakes you to a lead, we may see the return of Josh Hader tonight. If it comes down to it, he was activated. He was eligible to pitch. He wasn't needed. So Josh Hader, if it goes the way we'd like, he may make an appearance. We'll just see how it goes. But they lose. The Rangers won again. The Mariners keep winning. They're taking care of the Mets. So now the deficit in the ALS is 6 games. And we got to a baseball number. It's not really a round number, but when you can say this team has played 62 games, then you can go, what needs to happen in the last 100 games? Well, we are at a point where we're talking about what they need to do to finish the year at 500. That's where the stakes are right now. It has been I don't want to say a rapid descent, because we saw some of this coming in 2024, and then last year, and now this year we're at the point where the guys who cover the team are like, you know what, the last 100 games, could they get back to 500? Yeah, it's not what we're used to, but that's where we are. I don't want to call it false hope, but I really gotta reel any expectations back in anytime they beat up on a bad team. I shouldn't allow it to affect my overall thoughts. And I was getting a little convinced the pitching had been good, Imai and everyone else. It felt like stuff was coming together. But at the end of the day, you've got so many guys in spots where they're not performing, particularly on your staff, that no matter how it goes, for a couple nights, there's always the cliff waiting for you. And whether you're falling off of it or tumbling down it, depending on how you approach the cliff, you can't find any consistency when a team who's even just okay is on the other side, because you can't trust your pitching. And Burrows was another example of that. A spot of bemoaned Burrows and the home runs, going, okay, you can give up home runs, but it seems to happen quite a bit when there are guys on base, and it's because Burrows walks guys. Had another tough night with that yesterday, and it led to the cricket numbers. Burrows talked about, hey, at the first time early in the game, we were able to overcome it. We had a lead, okay, but later in the game, when he was in for the 6th inning, it looked like trouble early in that inning, and certainly when the home run was hit, you're like, okay, this is not to blame Espada about the whole did he leave him in too long, but if that felt like it was coming, the way that the inning began, and then the home run was like, all right, yep, that makes sense. He missed inside. He tried to get it more inside. He left a slider too much over the plate on the inside part of the plate, and it got golfed into the Astros bullpen, and that made it 6-4. And then thanks to Cruz, and then Lau hit a home run later. That was the one off of, I believe, Abreu. It was all bad from the 6th inning on. The Astros put a couple runs on the board in the 9th, and that forced the Pirates to get their closer out there, but they lose 10-6. So Pirates, pretty good team, came in here and won, and that's, I guess, at this point to be expected. If your team is okay and rooting for an Astros opponent, you got a real shot to take a series, and the Pirates are on their way to do that. But we do have Arrogati versus Skeens tonight. That's about it.
Yeah.
Watched the game fully, and it felt like, okay, maybe we got this one, and then Burrows couldn't get an out in the sixth.
I think we're good on Burrows.
Right?
I think we can. I think we can pack it in on this guy.
His one attribute is he can go out
Gives
there.
up home runs. Oh
No, that's not an attribute unless you're the opponent, Sean.
it's what he does every game.
He can at least get out there.
Yeah,
That's his one positive.
It is the best ability.
Yeah, his availability is his at this point only ability.
Yeah,
at least positive ability. He can get out there and pitch, and the Astros have had issues with that. So, hey, Burrows will get his next start, although his performance would suggest there should be some questions about that. But what else are you going to do?
Yeah. 7 home runs in the last 4 starts. Not what you want. I know Joe Espada's like, I'm okay with the home runs. I'm actually not okay with the home runs. Stop giving up home runs.
Oh, I guess Espada's like, you know what? Home runs are going to happen. He would certainly ask for them not to be as frequent when it comes to Burrows, but his problem is he's not giving up the one-run shot that doesn't completely change a ball game. He's giving up crooked numbers because he can't get guys out. It was a walk to O'Hearn, single to Gonzalez, and then Cruz came up there and jumped on the mistake, and it made it 5-4. And then they tacked on another run a little bit later to make it 6-4, and that was the end of that for Burrows.
Yeah, just 3 out of the last 4 starts, giving up 2 home runs. Don't love it.
No,
don't love it.
There's not a lot to love with Burrows starts, other than you can depend on him to make a start.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, like every once in a while, there will be like there's 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 7 strikeouts. Like
It's the hope that kills you, Sean.
Yeah. That's why I'm done. No more.
No more. You're not gonna trick me anymore.
No, I need like 6 straight weeks of starts that are good.
Well, then you're pretty safe. You're never gonna get that, so you don't have to worry about.
Yeah, I mean it's like the Abreu thing, where like Abreu was good in the month of May, and then just like, all right, it took one bad outing, and I'm back to just like, all right,
just remind you,
get this guy out of my face.
He reverted back to what he had been, other than the month of May. He had his version of a Jalen Green March in the month of May.
Yeah. And even then, what?
But it wasn't good enough because of it's a different, obviously, with basketball. But it wasn't good enough to get us back to any form of what we expect from Brian Abreu.
No, because it's whatever.
It's a giant bag
14
fumble.
innings.
Yeah, it's not enough
across a month.
It is just a giant bag fumble for Brian Abreu. I don't know what his plans were. I don't know what the Astros discussions were with him before the year about what he could possibly be paid after the season was over. Just the worst possible time for him to be this bad.
Yeah, I mean, he's proven it every time that he's been asked to be the closer. Essentially, it's gone like this. And so when Josh Hader gets hurt, you're like, well, in theory, because you have one of the best 8-inning guys through the last 5 years, that like, hey, now you just bump him to the closer. You're actually pretty well set up for this. It's like, actually, this guy has like a reverse Presley thing going on where he can't be the closer. Where Presley could only be the closer, if not like his powers wear off. This guy can't throw a strike if he's not the 8th inning guy. It's absurd.
And now we don't even have that.
Yeah, now he has done that for long enough. He has been demoted back to being an 8th inning guy.
Yeah, and
still can't do it. So, yeah, tough contract year, I'll say, for Brian Abreu. I think whoever his next team is, they'll be like, reclamation project, Brian Abreu.
Maybe.
Look at his 2024 numbers.
Maybe he might land in Pittsburgh. Who knows? The guy.
Sure. He's
the
guy
in
the price range.
The guy. Well, that and the guy who was half of the pitching coaching duo is in Pittsburgh, and maybe he finds a stride again with Pittsburgh.
It is very funny that the pitching duo broke up, and in the first game that these two teams play, it's 10-6.
Yeah.
Hey guys, maybe you ruined things by breaking up.
We'll
maybe
see.
Together, there would be one good staff between these
possibly
two teams.
But we will see the best of both staffs tonight.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether Murphy or Miller wins out tonight.
All that hard work that they did on Paul Skeens.
Yeah. At least one guy could take credit for Arrogati. I mean, Murphy can't really take credit for
He
it.
showed up, whatever, 3 months ago. Was like, hey,
And
Paul
in-
Skeens, let me
And
show
in
you.
fact, Paul Skeens not as good as he was before Murphy got there. For all the credit we were trying to give Murphy for what he did to get that Pirate staff to, like, at last time I checked, they're kind of across the board top 10 as
and
far
because
as
of
pitching
what Miller
staffs.
was doing with
which kind of
the
continues
Astros.
in some ways. We just saw with Abreu and Burrows last night. We're giving Murphy some credit. I mean, the one guy who can't get credit for, he wouldn't have been able to get credit for, is Paul Skeens. Now the credit turns to blame, because what the hell is Paul Skeens doing? He's fine. He's still really good. He just hasn't been as great as he was last year, and also the last couple starts he hasn't been at the top of his game. We'll see if Murphy's protege, Paul Skeens, figures it out tonight against the Astros.
His pupil.
Yes. His mentee. So we'll see about tonight.
I'm trying to think of groups that broke up and there was no solo success. There's usually always a Beyonce. There's always a Justin Timberlake.
Well, there's a reason they break up.
Yeah.
One of the stars is too big for the group, and they go on.
Trying to think of a group where they break up and it's like, nope, two Joey Fatones. Sorry.
Two JC Chazes.
Yeah. No disrespect.
Did
Joey.
the Backstreet Boys never had an official breakup, right? They just
I think
kind of went
they
away.
just petered out.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone decided to go on and have a solo career. Maybe there's a solo album I'm not aware of from one of those guys, but
There's gotta be.
It's got to be, right? Someone has done. Someone has continued to try to sing when they weren't the Backstreet Boys, just to no success. But I don't know if there was like, this guy is going off on his own. Like, even younger, and we're sticking with boy bands at this point because those are the most prominent ones. Even One Direction, they've had, of course, Harry Styles. Zayn, that guy has a pretty good career. Unfortunately,
Wham, there's George Michael. Like, there's
yeah,
always one
there
guy.
seems to be a guy, the clear star.
Yeah, Miller and Murphy, nope.
Murphy had it going for a while.
A couple Fitzpatricks. Chris Kirkpatrick? Fitzpatrick?
Kirkpatrick, I believe. I just know he was the guy with the hair. He had the beads in his hair.
I only know most of his name.
Chris Kirkpatrick. Yes, I'm sure he still sings when he wants to, but I just don't know that anyone's listening. Like, at least Fatone went on to do like Broadway, right? He
Fatone's
did
in
some
the
theater.
spotlight stuff.
Yeah, that's a guy who had found a career. The other guys, no idea what they're up to. Honestly, that's why when Justin decides he wants to do something, they're like, "We're right there with you, buddy."
Reunion?
Ain't no one
I'm
fighting.
free.
No one's fighting. You want to give us that flat fee just to show up? Day player rate? Thanks. We'll take it. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll talk some Texans when we come back, and also there are a couple incidents, if you want to call it that, a couple challenges in last night's game that let me know I could not be an umpire because I'm too petty. They're just, I guess I'll do it now. If I was as right as some of those guys were on challenges, like Abreu challenged one as he was struggling and it was nowhere near being a ball, I'd be like, come on. Like, apparently the one rule, I think it was Chandler Rome who tweeted it, the one rule the Astros have with ABS is pitchers never challenge. And Abreu was floundering out there, so he challenged, and he wasn't even close.
And then the next pitch was like borderline, might have been a strike, and like you just can't challenge that, and it's 3-0.
Yeah.
It's just like,
yeah.
You just ruined it.
If I'm like, and a couple of Pirates did it, one to end an inning, like he was so sure.
Yeah.
He ran down to first base. He tapped his head and ran down to first base. Turns out he was wrong. I know the umpires have some directive of how they're supposed to respond. Just say, you have to announce what the ruling is, even though you see it up on the screen. I would stare down every guy who challenged me in a way where I was clear to be right. I look at him like, really?
Uh-huh.
This is who?
Yeah, not so easy, is it, buddy?
Particularly if I have a good rate against the challenges, I would look all those guys in the eye as they jog back either to the plate.
Yep. Back to me, Brandon Lau, right here.
Hey, or when it's the end of the inning, just look at him as he's going back to the dugout. Come on,
stare him down.
Like, you know how a player knocks down a shot and goes, "I do this, I do this." Ish. That's what I would do to players. I do this. I'm him.
Cowboy Delaware.
Yeah. And then the next time they're up at the plate and it was a call strike 3, you know my punch out, how demonstrative I'd be. Like,
Yeah, you don't even say words.
No, it's just a grunt to let them know I remember what you tried, and I was right then, and I'm right now. Try me again. Oh, that's right. You're out of challenges because you tried me and you were wrong. Too petty, like I said. All right, we'll go to break, and then we'll do some text and stuff because Nico Collins spoke. He got an adjustment to his contract, and he talked about it mere hours before Drake London got so much money to be an Atlanta Falcon going forward. So we'll hear from Nico Collins when we come back. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We're just going to start here. We are here till noon. We will be back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
So we'll get to some Texans sound here. But Nick Saban's currently I don't know if he's currently, but he was testifying in front of Congress, the U.S. Senate right now. He's in favor of this new bill that the SEC and Big Ten don't like. They agree on something this offseason. Neither one of them likes this bill. But he is in favor of it, and he said something which caught me not by surprise, because I just expect coaches to not, even former coaches, not to acknowledge their part in things. And we'll play the sound, but he said now college football is an arms race as far as you need to spin to win. Sure, Nick. In the 30 years previous to NIL becoming a giant factor,
no,
money wasn't a dominating factor in how teams produced wins and losses.
No.
I'm not even talking about the bag stuff, but just paying for coaches. Nick, there's a reason you were worth what you were worth, because you were successful and commanded a certain price to continue to bring that success. Your assistants commanded a price. The facilities needed to impress recruits, and even just beyond impressing them, having the best of the best, because you wanted to have the best teams possible. It's always been an arm race. Now that the labor is getting some of that sent their way, now it's an issue.
Yeah.
All right, we'll hear from Nick Saban a little bit later. I was like, come on.
The game was simpler when the money was just going to new lockers every 5 years.
and a barber's chair.
There's literally been like 3 different locker room renovations at Texas since I was a student. Like it's been like every year.
And then you toss on what it took to attract a recruit back when you weren't allowed to, as far as financial inducements. What's he talking about?
Yeah,
It's an arms race
I
now.
mean, Tua's family just wanted to move from Hawaii to Tuscaloosa to be closer to their son.
Yeah, I'm sure the business they had going in Hawaii was going to translate.
They left their life behind.
Going to translate to Tuscaloosa.
They hit up Indeed.com
Yeah,
and
yeah,
found
yeah.
a job.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama didn't help them with that at all. Okay, sure. All right, we'll get to that a little bit later, but you kind of get our tone. We'll hear from Nick Saban a little bit later. But let's hear from Nico Collins. Speaking of arms race, he got an adjustment to his deal. There may very well be a contract extension after next offseason, or during next offseason, because he would have a year left even with the adjustment. He'll have this year, he'll have the 2027 season, and then he'd be up for a new deal. So they may have to do this in some way all over again next year. But right now, you would say, maybe made him whole. He is now paid amongst the top 10 receivers in football. That was not going to be the case if he stuck with his current deal. He would, I won't say underpaid, because it kind of strikes people's eye to talk about a guy making $20+ million is underpaid. But in comparison to some of the other receivers of his ilk, he was making less than them. And some guys who he's better than clearly were making more. So they did right, I guess, by Nico. Here's Nico Collins. Well, you hear a question first about that, and here's Nico Collins about how important it was for this to get done.
The contract adjustment was something that you needed to make sure you're here with the Houston Texans for the next couple seasons?
Something that I needed?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, of course. You want to set your family up, for long term. We know this business, it's a business at the end of the day. It's definitely something that you work hard for. You come into this league to get extended, get contracts, So it's definitely a blessing. It's definitely motivation for me and this team to continue to chop wood, continue to keep going. But at the end of the day, I'm definitely blessed for that. A lot of people don't get that first, second contract, that third contract, So it's definitely rare, definitely a blessing. It's definitely a great situation for me and my family long term. And just got to continue to be myself, not making the situation bigger than what it is. It's a blessing for sure. And I got to use that as motivation.
So we'll see where the official numbers come in on Drake London, who just got a big extension from the Falcons. But as it stands now, you should just look at the guys as far as top paid receivers in football. Jackson Smith and Jigba just got a big deal. He is on average per year making $42.1 million a year. He's the top of the charts. He and Jamar Chase are the only $40 $40 million wide receivers. Nico comes in at 30, which matches Brandon Ayuk, who is maybe playing football this year. Won't be doing it for the 49ers. We'll see where Brandon Ayuk lands. So right now, Nico's about 9th or 10th in all of the league when it comes to annual of salary. So, if you think about where he lands, you start to look at some of the other receivers. I mentioned in Jigba and Chase, there's Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, DK Metcalf, Garrett Wilson, A.J. Brown, who is now a Patriot, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Brandon Ayuk. You could question if all those guys, just by production recently, are better players than Nico Collins. And maybe he should be the 4th or 5th best paid receiver in football right now. I think the number, which puts him at 9th until the Drake London numbers come in. If you want a guy to continue to be the pros pro, doesn't cause any problems, the narrative around Nico that, hey, he's not like the other wide receivers. He may not be as vocal about it, but it was clear the Texans just couldn't go the next couple seasons paying him what they're paying him. You heard him talk about it, and he wasn't very demonstrative, but he did mention that it mattered. It mattered that this got done. So he may not be insert diva receiver in your head, whoever you think that is, but there is something to be said for a guy who believes you're underpaying me for what I produce, and if we can make this right, let's make this right. And the Texans do what they generally do. If there are requests, they generally acquiesce. They're like, you know what? Now that you bring it up, you're right. Let's not have a problem here. We'll give you a couple million here. We'll give you a couple million next year, and let's be okay. And then eventually they'll get him a longer-term extension, maybe, as long as he stays healthy. So not surprised that it got done. Maybe in the way it got done, I just expected an extension, a full-on extension to happen. Instead, they just added money to the deal. But you keep your top weapon you keep your top weapon happy, and you keep it moving. So Nico, no problems there. He gets his money, and then he can go on and try to be the best player he can be, as you heard him talk about.
And then Drake London gets paid right after that.
Well, Drake London got an extension.
That is true. I just like the fact that every time he gets paid, like 4 other guys get paid.
Yeah.
Because that happened after his first big deal that is just now coming up, where it was like, was it the Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase? Like all those guys got paid right after he did.
So if you go by what is being reported, Drake London comes in, at least per year, as the 3rd highest paid wide receiver in football, sliding in behind Chase and Njigba by about $5 million behind Chase, but right above Justin Jefferson. So, and that's a little over $5 million more than what Nico is making this year. If you have that, and you got to ask yourself, if you're Nico Collins, do you think Drake London's $5 million per year better than you? Probably not.
Come on.
Probably not. So to your point, Sean, yeah, we made it right, but the Falcons came over the top and just gave a guy I don't think anyone really believes is better. Of course, you can talk about the quarterback play that Drake London has had as a reason for why his numbers don't really match up with Nico, but still, the numbers are the numbers. Nico's had to catch passes from guys who aren't C.J. Stroud from time to time. You would say if you're Nico Collins, no way this guy should be making $5 million per year more than me. But, hey, the Texans got – you know what my advice if I'm going to give any to Nico? If you think you've waited long enough, wait longer, because somebody's getting a deal, and then you use that as a negotiating ploy going forward. Because the Texans seem to always come in right before a deal happens, and then you look at it like, wait a minute, Drake London, he's fine, but he ain't me.
No, there are 2 top 10 receivers, but one shouldn't get paid $5 million more than the other.
No, and not immediately after. Yeah. You just decided on an adjustment to your deal.
Yeah, I think so Nico Collins is 9th highest paid.
Well, when you throw in Drake,
okay, so
he's
10th.
now 10th. Yeah.
So yeah, like he probably is underpaid. But
so
it's
Drake
not,
London should not be 3rd, and then you're 10th, and there's a $5 million gap. Yeah.
You know, if we're actually listing best receiver, they're probably in the 7, 8, 9 range.
Sure.
Whatever the 3 or the 2 of them in some order. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why is he getting paid?
I mean, I don't know that DK Metcalf should be getting paid more.
Oh
honestly.
God, no.
Yeah, so.
Actually no, he shouldn't.
Yeah, there are guys you can look and go.
Yeah, not even Ayuk, who's basically taking himself out of the league.
Sure.
For no clear reason. He
Other than he doesn't want to be a 49er, I guess.
Yeah, this is like, I actually kind of forgot that he's still on the 49ers. Like he just again
he exists on
demanded
their
a trade
roster.
and then just never came back.
Yeah, they didn't give him what he wanted, so he's just not playing.
Okay, sure. That doesn't seem like the way to go about it, but all right. Just punting on at least 1 year of your athletic prime. All right.
Yeah, did not play it down last year.
To try to get to the Commanders. All right, sure.
Wants to be with his boy, Jaden Daniels.
No, I get that. That's cool. I mean, you could still play
You're
NFL football.
You're like, it's
though.
not what you would do.
You could play
but
NFL.
It's what he's
A
chosen
lot
to
of
do.
guys have wanted to play with a guy.
And still found a way
Yeah,
to play
out their
on the team they
contract.
don't want to be on.
It actually would be easier if he played.
It would make him more appealing.
To get traded.
Unless he doesn't want to be that appealing and hopes that the Commanders ignore his last 16 months or so and decide they still want him because they want to team him up with Jaden Daniels. So that was Nico Collins. We'll get into some more Texan sound when we come back. Sean, I'm going to task you with this because, part of the finals, which begin tonight, is the fact, and we talked about it, the aesthetics of putting the Larry O'Brien trophy and the final script back on the court. It was a big thing for people. Hey, we want this to feel like the finals. I put the clip on the rundown. I want you to look at any particular point, well, after like the opening intro, any particular point of the Stanley Cup Finals. Game 1 last night, the Vegas Knights beat the Carolina Hurricanes, go up 1-0. Just look at the ice and then think of yourself as Adam Silver and go, wait a minute. You guys were mad with me? Just take a look. We'll talk about it at some point. That's your task as we head to hour 2. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
So I said we would hear from D'Amico Ryans. We'll hear from Will Anderson, actually. I think his comments on the expectations for this team are more relevant to a point I wanted to make because I was listening to something about the Texans earlier when I was driving into work. But first, let's get to Dave. He wants to talk about the contract for Nico Collins. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Dale. Good morning. Listen, I'm kind of playing catch up on this Nico Collins contract story, but I guess I understand. You know, he was unhappy because of other contracts that had been signed, and so they added some dollars, if not some years, to his deal. But you know, and maybe you and John and Lance kicked this around this morning, and I wasn't able to listen. But honest to God, what's the deal with these agents? That's what I would say to the player. If I was the owner of the Texans or Casario, I'd say your problem is not with me. Your problem is with your agent, because we signed this deal and you were happy and he was happy, everyone was happy, and now you're unhappy, but you've got a contract that you signed. How do these agents always get off the hook? You know, we keep empowering these guys by letting these contracts get redone. Is it any wonder the agents have so much power? We just keep acquiescing to these guys.
I would say part of it is the interpersonal relationship in the building. Like the Texans have to, I don't know that Nico Collins is a real problem, but generally speaking, the organization has to deal with the player. And if the player expresses unhappiness, I don't even know if it has to come to a threat. But that's felt in the building. We all know, depending on what workplace we're in, of course, a lower stakes as far as money is concerned for most of us, you can feel it when someone isn't thrilled with their situation, and it becomes an issue to deal with. And I don't know if Nico's talking to Casario or D'Amico or the owner, however that gets expressed. Maybe he just works through his agent. It's just something where teams would rather make it work than hold a player accountable to the deal he signed. It is just a practice in sports where deals can be ripped up, like in the NFL. Like basketball, you don't really have those things because all the stuff is guaranteed, and then if a star is a star, he just gets an extension. But for football, it's just the way it works. I don't know why. It is just seemingly easier for them, and maybe that's me answering my own question. It's easier just to, hey, it works under the cap. We love this player. We don't want it to be a problem. We're just going to give you a couple $1 million. It's even though we know that everyone, like you said, Dave, was happy to sign the deal at the time. As the years go and Nico Collins looks to his left and to his right and goes, this guy's making more than me. This guy's making more than me. Nico may even feel, although it wasn't a problem at the time. I kind of gave you guys a discount. Although I had only had the 1 year of success, I signed a deal. And you look at it now, you guys have been lucky that I signed that deal at the time. Now it's time for you guys, after me playing under a deal that undervalued me as a player, that you make good on my willingness to sign it back then.
Yeah, he basically signed the deal a year early.
Yes.
He could have played out another year, had another good season.
And then it would have been a much bigger deal. Yeah. The Texans were also taking a risk. You had only done this for a year.
Yeah.
And who knows, if you would have been injured throughout, then we're still on the hook for this type of thing. So it's a risk on both sides. It is just easier for the team, particularly if they like the player, to go, you know what? Take it. That's fine. We can make it work under the cap, and we think you're worth it. And it helps that he's one of those guys that fit under the umbrella of this is a Texan. This is a guy who represents who we want to be. If he was a different player, maybe they're not willing to do it and he gets traded. But I think he fits everything they like from their players, and he didn't make it a problem. He showed up to practice. He's at the camps. He's not holding out. Although all those things work together for them to be willing to give him extra money.
And his agent's Drew Rosenhaus.
Also, that plays a part too. If your agent is a guy who represents either other guys on your team or just is a powerful one, you don't want to get on the bad side of the agent. And yes, Dave, they do have a lot of power, but that's been established power for a while. That's not going back in the bottle, as they say. That genie's not going back in the bottle. You're not going to rip power away from the agents at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
because it comes from the player. I mean, like the power that the agents wield comes from the players.
Yeah,
the players being so good that you want to keep.
Yeah,
them.
some players have bucked the trend and have just done the contracts themselves. Lamar Jackson famously was a guy who didn't want one. Had I believe maybe his mother was a big part of negotiations, and people scoffed at it and laughed at it, and said that's not the proper way to go about it. But he wanted to have maybe more face-to-face conversations with the people discussing his money, and at least having family be his representative, and has worked out for him. It took a bit, one of those times, but he eventually got his money from the Ravens, and everyone seems happy with that. So, Dave, I think we all have to just get used to it, if we haven't already, to knowing these things are going to happen with your best players, and teams are just going to be like, you know what? If they like you, you'll get extra money. If they don't like you, they'll say bye. And if you're a real problem, they'll just trade you away. If they can.
To the New England Patriots.
That to your I don't know that AJ Brown's issues were contract related, because he was making over $30 million, but $30 million per year, but he did have an issue. And what did the Eagles do? The issues weren't worth it anymore for the production and what they wanted their team to be, so they made the move. They got a first-round pick and extra. And it turns out that the reason they got an extra fifth-round pick is because Howie Roseman was like, "Look, if you don't give me extra, we'll just let this thing fester. I know you think you got AJ Brown in your back pocket, but you know if you don't give us that extra pick, we will just see if another team has a vacancy. Maybe a receiver gets hurt and they need a number one. We'll trade him there. So do you want to just take the risk or give us the fifth-round pick?
Yeah.
Whoever." And the Patriots are like, you know what? We'd rather just have him in our building.
For a fifth.
Yeah, we'll give you an extra fifth. Things haven't been going all that smoothly this offseason for us. What could I possibly be talking about? Yeah. So they decided.
The New England Patriots.
They just didn't want no more. Hey, Howie.
Controversy.
Hey, Howie, no problems here. Let's just get this done. We don't need any extra stress on us. So that's why AJ Brown is a Patriot for a first and a fifth, as opposed to maybe just a first.
Vrabel should recreate some of the pictures with AJ Brown.
The pictures of AJ Brown with Jalen Hurts, or the pictures of him with a certain
Sedona
reporter?
Pictures.
Oh, Vrabel,
a long lingering hug.
The New York Post is pretty powerful, but if Vrabel could get Bob Kraft to wipe those from the face of the earth, just whatever it took to get it done. Because
holding hands
I think
with AJ Brown.
the Patriots were trying to kill the story before it became a story, and the Post said no, we're not doing that. So I don't believe he's going to recreate things. That's for the internet to do.
Yeah.
To put those two together in what appears to be compromising situations.
A dimly lit bar.
Put them both in a hot tub. And the best part is they just, like, Vrabel would be in his, like, Patriots sideline gear.
Yeah.
And Brown would be in his new Patriots uniform.
Whatever quarters up thing that he wears.
Yeah, and Brown would be in a full-on Patriots uniform in a hot tub. Yeah, we may get those at some point. But for now, the two are reunited. The former Titans are back together. And A.J. Brown said, "This isn't heaven, but it's pretty close." Wow. Which is in stark contrast to the face Jarrett Verse had when he was walking through the Browns facility. That
he got done the dirtiest.
I said it on the morning show.
So dirty.
Of all the things that happened over the last 72 hours or so, the guy who's got to feel the worst. Think about Jarrett Verse. I don't know if they informed him that this was on the horizon, that, hey, he better look out or he's going to get traded. Apparently, Andrew Berry said they weren't going to make the trade unless Jarrett Verse was in the trade. Jarrett Verse got to be like, "Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. Why didn't you say that about Byron Young or Brian Young? That guy had 12 sacks last year. You could have chose him. Why did it have to be me? Why did I have to be the non-negotiable? If I'm Jarrett Verse, I'm like, Andrew Berry, why? Why me? Pick another guy."
Les Snead should have called both of them into the office. Young and Verse, snapped a pool cue in half, thrown it in the middle of the field.
Yeah, let him fight it.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if Andrew Berry says, "I'll take Byron Young." It turns out his name is Byron. I was right the first time. Byron Young or Verse, you guys figure it out.
Yeah,
and fight
decide
for
amongst yourself.
Yeah. Now I don't want any debilitating injuries because I want the guy to be healthy. But hey, if you want to, however you guys want to figure it out, cool.
Like a jury.
Yeah, something. State your case about why you should still be a Ram. Like Byron Young had 12 sacks last year. Jarrett Verse is a good player, puts pressure on the quarterback, but he ain't got 12 sacks. And yet Byron Young gets to stay. He's also the older player. Signed a second deal, and he's 28 years old, so that played a part. It's tough for Jarrett Verse. I saw him walking through, not stone-faced, but he ain't smiling ear to ear. And then when Andrew Berry introduced, like someone goes, "Oh, that's Andrew Berry." Like he did the old dapping it up, smile on his face. But internally, he's got to be like,
I went from L.A.
F off, man. Why did you didn't need me that bad? Can you just let me play with Miles? How great that would have been. But Verse is from, I believe, Ohio, so that cool.
Yeah.
But sometimes you get out of Ohio or the place you're from and go, you know what? This place is much better. Now he gets to spend his time in Cleveland watching the likes of Deshaun or Shador Sanders at quarterback. Meanwhile, he had a god playing the position. Think of all the games all the important games he had in LA.
All the throws he got to see live.
But even just, hey, this game means something.
Yeah.
Playing the Seahawks for a chance to go to the Super Bowl. How many more? He's played a lot of meaningful games over the course of his young career, thanks to the infrastructure that is the Rams. Will he ever play as many games that are as important with the Browns, however long he's there?
I was thinking, how many has Jared Verse played more meaningful playoff games?
The question is,
the Browns since, and just.
Well, the question is, will he ever play another meaningful game? If he continues to be a Brown.
Yeah. He'll get to a third team. He'll get to.
It took Myles Garrett till he was 30.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be as loyal to the soil.
It's true. You weren't their top pick. They did trade for you though.
Yeah.
At 25 years old.
No.
If I'm Jared Verse, I am not signing a contract extension with them. Nah, I'm good.
You're gonna have to franchise me.
I've proven I'm a pretty good player.
Yeah.
And sure, the protection of signing a deal and getting a lot of guaranteed money is cool. I'll take my chances.
I got NIL money.
Yeah. Still from Florida State?
Yeah.
That's why they're so broke. They're still paying Jared Verse.
Or just in general, I've been getting paid for 5 years now, all right? I don't need this as badly.
Yeah, I'm not as desperate as others would be. I'm in a pretty good spot. But Jared Verse, not a first-round pick, right? Oh, he was. He was a 19th pick overall.
Yeah.
But he's still, I guess he'll get the fifth-year option from them, but he'll be 28 by that point, and that's where it ends for me. He's got this upcoming year, 2027, and then the fifth-year option from the Browns. At that point, I'm done.
Yeah. And listen, if Micah Parsons got traded from the Cowboys, I can make things uncomfortable enough for me to get traded from this crap-ass team.
Yeah, someone was saying, I don't know what they said. It was in lines of Jared Verse figuring out how the Max Crosby deal got voided and just doing his research to see what he can do.
Hitting his ankle with a hammer on the flight.
How can I get this trade voided so I can return to the Rams? That's tough, man. Very tough. But good luck. Maybe you're Ohio against the world and you love the state of Ohio. Very well may be the case. All right, we're done with hour one. We got hour two. When we come back, you can join us at 713-780-3776.
We're in hour 2. Let's hear from Will Anderson. We didn't get to it because, as we like to do, we got distracted thanks to the call, and then that led to a different conversation. But let's hear from Will Anderson because the expectations are high. Are they higher than last year? Now that I think about it, coming off being in the playoffs again, winning another game, playing the Chiefs relatively well in that divisional round game, playing them better than they played the Patriots. Didn't have the embarrassment of C.J. Stroud's playoff performance attached to it.
Did have the embarrassment of 8 sacks.
Yes.
So it's like the
And then
embarrassment.
you did fire
different.
your OC as well, so there was some turnover. So there may have been reasons not to be high on the team, or at least as high or at least for the team going into the 2025 season. But the promise of a new OC was a thing because a lot of people at the very end, particularly nationally, were like, "Get Slowick out of there. He's stopping the development of C.J. Stroud. Look how good he was as a rookie. He's obviously the problem. Get him out of there." And then Joe Mixon disappears.
That too.
And so there are problems.
I think there's more confidence in the Texans. I think there's more they'll be like the common belief is that they'll be a good team. It's just that
what's the ceiling?
Yeah, the ceiling kind of feels like it's the same as maybe make the AFC Championship game.
Because the defense was good but didn't elevate to best defense.
Yeah, now they
in
have
football type of
a
conversation.
name brand.
Yeah, which should be big hits all day, but that's for another day, another conversation. But so I guess let's pinpoint it.
Expectations a little bit higher.
Expectations are higher going into 2026. Yeah. Is some of it based off of the juice of the belief that, hey, second-year coordinator? Is that part of it, or is it more, hey, you just signed some offensive linemen, you have to be better than you were before, and your defense is great?
I think it's more that.
Okay.
I don't know.
So you think we've learned the lesson to stop leaning into second-year coordinators are going to mean – second year with the coordinator is going to mean a jump in offensive production?
I just haven't
at least here.
I haven't heard anyone say Nick Haley's name in a while.
We can play the D'Amico sound and see if you feel differently. So let's hear from Will Anderson. Expectations for this team, are they higher than they were going into 2025? Are they right where they need to be? Here's Will Anderson on those expectations.
The contract adjustment was something that you needed to make sure.
I believe that might be Nico. We'll get to the Will Anderson thing here. Will Anderson, there it is.
I think the additions that they went and got, in the offseason have been great. I think what we want as a team is right in front of us. I told the guys today when we broke it down, I said, man, it's a confidence thing. I said, look, everybody in the circle will believe that this is a Super Bowl team, and everybody raised their hand. And I said, well, the front office, the coaches, they made the decision to bring you here because they thought that you could help us win that Super Bowl. So you're a Super Bowl caliber player. And so for me, I look at this team, man, and we got Super Bowl caliber players all over the field. And it's just about taking that next step. And I thought since the 4 years I've been here, this is it's just as being on a team that's so fast, getting together. This has been the best OTAs that we've had, offensively and defensively, man. Everybody's locked in. I love the rookie class that we got, man. They're adapting really well, getting into the building early, taking care of their bodies, staying extra, doing meetings, staying extra on the field. But that's the culture that's been built here. Everybody's buying in. So like I said, this OTAs has been the best OTAs I've seen, with everybody buying in, offensively, defensively, offense doing their thing pre-snap or whatever it may look like, defense getting lined up, coverage stuff, D-line stuff. So, it's just been a great sight to see, and I'm excited for the future of this team.
In other quotes, at least other sound from the ones we're about to play, D'Amico Ryans talked about how they had issues snapping the football, getting snaps off, not this OTAs and mini camps, last year's, in their first year of Nick Haley. So things have advanced offensively. Higgins talked about being more comfortable and how the offense is running more smoothly. Of course, we have reports of C.J. Stroud throwing picks. Derek Stingley got him. I think he might have thrown another pick in the last practice that was open to the media. So, ebbs and flows, and then we get into the rationalization. Hey, of course the defense should be ahead of the offense. It's early in the process. So, however you want to attack practice reports, do you. However you want to approach them. So, I think people were very positive coming into 2025, and then they start 0-3. So you never really know. You never really know how things really and how much they really mean in in this time of the year because you'll just have the games to tell you what's real and what isn't.
Yeah, and outside of, I guess it was before the 2024 season, outside of that one, it's never really like Super Bowl. Like other than, I know Will Anderson just said everyone in the huddle expects a Super Bowl, them to be a Super Bowl team, but like externally, it's not really like it. It always is like they're like the 5th, 6th best team in the AFC.
Look at the AFC odds; they're not top of the list.
Yeah.
You may balk at the fact that the Ravens are still up there.
It's just kind of where the Texans live, like as a franchise,
Yeah.
where it's like either they're embarrassing top 5 pick or they are like probably going to win the AFC South, and then there's 3 better teams than them in the AFC.
Clips surface because everyone has to say something when they make an appearance. Guys will talk about the Texans are my team to win the Super Bowl. That'll happen, but Vegas says otherwise. They're not anyone's favorite, at least gambling odds to win the AFC, but they are top 5, top 6, depending on the book you look at.
I think the only difference, and it's like why it's like it feels slightly more positive, is just because of the defense. Like the defense being as good as it was last year, and the belief that not only are they running it back, but they improved on with Cade McDonald, Reed Blankenship. Yeah. Like there are like they again, not only did they not lose anybody, they've added to like the 2 weaker spots. Like when you squint and you're like, oh, maybe this, maybe that, and it's like, boom, got both those done. That I think if you are to like be high on the Texans, like you just hang your hat on like this best defense in football. We just saw what the best defense in football did last year. They won the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold at quarterback. Like all you need is one playmaker and the best defense in football, and you can look how far you can go. And I feel like that's the limit to it, but I don't know if people actually like if the belief is that they're that much better. It's just that the defense they have a unit that's so good that can carry them over the top.
And you look at the opportunity missed last year. If your quarterback is anywhere near normal, you're at least in the AFC title game. And with Bo Nix not playing, you have a very real shot of making a Super Bowl, surviving if you could survive the Denver weather in the AFC title game. So odds according to DraftKings to win the AFC. The Texans are currently 6 behind the Chargers, Patriots, Chiefs, Bills, Ravens.
It's just always where they are.
Yeah.
They're just always 4th, 5th, 6th.
Yeah, that's who they are, and they're ahead of the Broncos and Bengals. So I was listening to, as far as teams you might consider real, and the Jags are on there too, as far as potential playoff teams. So I was listening to the Athletic Football Show, their podcast, and they were discussing AFC's best supporting cast. And this plays into your point about the defense. The Texans came in like 9th or 10th, depending on which guy said what. So an average like 9.5. I forgot exactly what it was, but they were bottom half, not of the league supporting cast for their quarterback. It was excluding the quarterback position. So the offense plus minus quarterback. How good was that offensive support system? And that includes the play caller too. Okay. And they were bottom half of the AFC.
Yeah.
A bottom half of the AFC supporting cast plus the quarterback, who we have some questions with about, leads to your defense is spectacular. And that's the reason anyone is actually thinking you're a real contender, particularly when the bulk of your faith in the offense is we added, mid-tier offensive linemen that we hope are just better than they were, or at least better than the guys who they are replacing. Because if you just look at, of course, PFF, take it for what it is, but if you just look at the grades for Teller and Braden Smith, you could understand why the teams that they left wanted to improve on them. Now, one man's let's not say trash. That'd be insulting. One man's recycling could be another man's treasure.
Because respectability politics.
At least with recycling, you can get some value. You can get some money out of it if you recycle it.
Sure.
Trash, you're just dumping. One man's recycling.
Okay, yeah.
Is another man's, I wouldn't say treasure. Let's say perhaps reusable. I don't know.
One man's cap casualty is another man's starting left guard.
Or one man's. We're fine with losing him as another man's starting guard or tackle in this
right
case.
Tackle.
Yeah.
Smith.
Yeah. So that's what the Texans have. We're banking on two teams who thought we can find improvement at a cheaper rate, or we're just going to flat out believe we can get a better player in here. And the Texans are banking on those guys, along with potentially a rookie switching positions into being the crux of this improvement. And listening to the guys talk about it when they were talking about Teller and Smith and some of their injury issues, you know what? If the Texans can be above average, that was like the ceiling for this line. Not they can elevate themselves into being one of the good ones. And they had some.
It's been this way for.
And they had some questions about whether they could be average.
Yeah, we've done that.
I get it. We're pessimistic about a lot of things. That's why where we stand. But this is the crux of why this team can really take a leap. The hope that Teller and Smith can be on the field, because Smith has had some injury issues, and can just be simply average. Dave Montgomery can get the yards that are blocked for him. I feel like, I don't want to say house of cards, man. I don't I can get behind a different reasoning for why this team could be really good. I don't like the reasoning of, well, our O-line acquisitions, if they can be average, we got a real shot. And have some questions about whether they're going to be average. If there was some solid belief that they would be average from the outside, because here we're jaded by, Juice Scruggs and Patterson and others, and City Sal played, and all those who recently got cut by the Texans. We're jaded by that, so we're like, you know what? Of course, just give us these guys, and we got a real shot.
And
I don't know that that's how football actually works.
Yeah, and it's like really the selling point for all of them is that they're maulers. They're run blockers.
They're bringing a different attitude.
Yeah, which at the very, I will say, at the very least, if you are just gonna kind of bargain bin shop, just get a bunch of run blockers, and it's like, all right, so at least in theory, you'll be able to run the ball, and that at least, okay, sure, they will be functional at something in the blocking sense. That it is asking a lot to get these guys to be well-rounded average players, but if they can be really good at run blocking and then below average and it just kind of evens out to an average line, it's like, okay, at least, again, it's the same thing with the defense. At least you're, in theory, good at something. At least there is a good at, not a master of none quality.
But here's the thing. Not in theory, but by how they were graded, they were average at that, those two guys. So the combination of all five,
then they're going to suck, Del. I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is,
I don't understand what the point you're making
No,
is.
what I'm saying is, my belief is, once again, it'll be all five of them coming together. I'm not buying the Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith just coming in here and just having them take a leap. I was going to get to the five come together, and then Kaylee has to be someone who changes the belief in him. Because if he takes a step, I have more faith in that than I do this offensive line is just going to come together, start mauling people. Because they're, at best, I think they're going to be average run blockers. I think Kaylee is my biggest key to the season. Less so than the O-line. I think they'll be fine. And fine may not be good enough to get people what they want. If Kaylee, along with your quarterback, shows a level of improvement, then that's where my faith will have to land.
Yeah, it really is just don't throw 4 interceptions. So that is a lot of the tenor of the conversation is just CJ Stroud, could you not throw 4 interceptions in a playoff game?
Yeah,
or catch a snap
because of what happened.
either of those.
Because of what happened the final 2 games of the season. People have shifted their focus to what can we do to take responsibility off of him. I don't think that's where the ceiling comes from. If he's a guy that he was once believed to be, then all bets are off about what they can accomplish. And I think it's more important that he and Kaylee are great than their acquisitions of the offensive line are leading the charge. And maybe you like that thought, or maybe you hope it goes the other way as far as the offensive line leads it. I just don't. I think it has to be the quarterback in the OC, because when we talk about the Seahawks, Clint Kubiak was good enough to get a head coaching job.
Yeah.
So if we get that type of leap from Kaylee, then
I just don't know what a pretty good offensive coordinator, because I'm not expecting Nick Caley to be Sean McVay Jr., although he did get coffee for him. I don't know what a pretty good offensive coordinator does with a line that maxes out at average.
Well, the Seahawks weren't great.
Yeah, but Clint Kubiak was awesome.
This is what I know.
Nick Haley
That's
can't be
what
awesome.
well,
what's the evidence that he's awesome? What's his PFF
well,
grade?
Kubiak coming in only had the 2 games with the Saints. Remember, they got off to
2 games.
They got off to a great start,
40 points,
and then they turned into a not very good team offensively. So he took a leap because people were questioning him going into last season because they got rid of Geno, and then they got rid of their OC, and Kubiak comes in, and he's awesome. And then, of course, you do all that. You team it up with Sam Darnold. And look at that, a Super Bowl winner. Who, of course, we should have been able to predict that.
That first month of Texans offense was pretty. It's a far cry from the two good games
that Clint
Kubiak had. Nick Haley had 3.5. Like, oh my God, what the hell is this guy's problem? Games.
If it works out,
they didn't score. We were counting like legitimate touchdowns.
Yeah, that's last year, Sean. You saw how it improved as the year went on. You saw.
Yes,
they were scoring touchdowns later.
They did start scoring.
They started scoring touchdowns. We didn't do a lot of shred 'em shroud, but they scored touchdowns.
Nope, sure didn't.
So, my faith is in Haley and Stroud. That's the way it gets done here.
My faith is just like be normal guys, defense be all-time greats.
Well, CJ was normal for the most part, and then he was
until
very abnormal.
The season ended.
I'm not gonna use. Look, it's funny to use the 2 games as the determining factor going forward. That's an outlier. We know that's not who he is.
I will say it's more. I don't know. It's more believable that he could just not do that again in playoff games than like anything else that we've said this last segment of like Nick Haley being awesome. I believe that that is less likely than CJ Stroud simply being a like pretty good quarterback. Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, Keelan Rutledge, like all that. It's like more likely to me that like in the divisional round this year, CJ Stroud will just be normal. Just be a normal quarterback. Give me the 50th percentile CJ Stroud game, and they are in a good spot to win.
That would have rung true last year. We will have to see about the opponent. Oh, of course, a lot of stuff down the line to consider. He better be good, at least for my belief to rise. That's all.
Oh,
That's all.
CJ.
Yeah, CJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he better be good.
That is the thing. The team, I'm like, the team will be good. Like,
yeah,
they're not going to be a disaster.
Yeah, there's a floor that's really high for them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think that's what's different about this team is that it's like
from past teams.
Yeah. Now, again, the top end.
That's a CJ Stroud
divisional round, maybe AFC Championship game.
Yeah, and unlike a lot of teams, your quarterback plays well, you're gonna be pretty good. If not, then things start to suffer. Yeah. All right, we'll go to break. Shout out to the average Texans O line.
Hopefully average.
I think they'll get there.
Hopefully average.
They'll get there. It's
Robert Mays. Hopefully the Texans will be average.
Look,
like it's a movie poster. The Texans offensive line.
I did not
quote,
like.
Hopefully average.
I did not like their potential floor for the Texans that they were discussing. It was not promising.
Yeah, we've seen the floor.
But they did all this work.
Yeah, I mean they had Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah, well,
those guys were way better.
Bad vibes. They dress.
Yeah.
In Gucci. Yeah, that's not who we got now.
They added See, PFF doesn't measure how many pair of Wranglers your team adds in the offseason, how many pair of cowboy boots your team adds in the offseason. Does your first-round pick not own a shirt that has a button on it, so he has to go to the team shop to wear one for this doesn't get measured in the numbers.
It's true. Oddly enough, they just judge what you do on the field.
Yeah, so you can't be doing that. That's why PFF's selling off part of their company.
Let's just say fraudulent PFF. That's the conclusion we've come to, particularly when they're grading Texans offensive linemen. All right, we got a couple more segments to go. Who would have thought we'd get this deep into?
Yeah, which by the way, it's just the same Texans offensive line segment.
It's June 3rd.
We've done forever.
It's June 3rd. What are we gonna do? We'll do something a little different. We'll do some World Cup coming up. Actually, you know what? No, we're going to. I tasked Sean with the mission because as the NBA Finals start tonight, we'll talk a little bit about that. But we're going to get something people have been clamoring for, the Larry O'Brien Trophy back on the floor, the final script back on the floor, not superimposed. It'll actually be on the floor. They have new courts installed for this because people wanted it. Well, there's another final series going on right now. Sean got to take a look at what's happening for the Stanley Cup playoffs. And I put him in Adam Silver's role. He's going to let us know what he thinks Adam Silver thinks about the criticism his game has got compared to what's going on in the NHL. We'll talk about that when we come back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
Game 1, Spurs Thunder. I say Thunder because I just Spurs Thunder, like that was the finals because that's what we assumed when that series started and the Cavs and the Knicks were playing. But actually, there's some swing in a different direction. Like the Knicks have a real shot. People believe after watching 7 games of the Spurs and the Thunder and the Knicks take apart the Cavs that there's a real shot for the Knicks. We will see. Series opens up in San Antonio tonight, and we are back to I won't say the golden age of basketball because no one thought that, but we're back to a point where the finals will differentiate itself from a regular season game or postseason game. And in fact, back in the day, the conference finals had stuff on the floor saying conference finals. But we're back to the trophy being on the floor, to the final script being on the floor, a departure from, well, honestly, Sean pointed it out before we kind of started the show. It's been like 15 years.
Yeah, I think
and so this predates Adam Silver, the change from acknowledging it's the biggest event in your sport to not, because you were saying slipping could occur and you didn't want players to get hurt with the extra signage. So instead of doing that by painting the floor, putting stickers on it, whatever they would do, whole new floor for these finals. So they worked it out. No one's going to fall because they added the trophy, and everyone should be happy. We will see as the games go.
Yeah, right.
No one's. It's never where everyone's happy. That's not how we work as a society,
No,
even a sports society.
Yeah, there'll be some other thing that used to be that was in like one finals in.
I saw that
when someone was 12 years old, and so they're like, bring that back.
I saw people complaining that the Spurs logo is too small on the trophy. So
yeah,
there it is already before the games even start.
I always thought the coloring of the trophy was a little bit off. Like I always thought it's a little too. It's not as gold as the trophy is. It's like darker gold.
Well, it's kind of like what I think we're going to get that in these finals too. But it's kind of like when Nike changed the material for the uniform. So if you just Florida State, for example, they still wear quote unquote gold pants. But if you look at their gold pants during the 90s, which they used to call like dazzle material or fabric, and look at it right now where it's kind of muted and kind of drab. Yeah. Gold is what they call it, but it doesn't look the same. I'm talking about materials as opposed to paint, so I'm not sure why it doesn't look as gold as it should, but here we are. So your task was to look at the other final series going on. And you took a look at the highlights from game 1 of Vegas Golden Knights versus Carolina Hurricanes. Knights win. Thrilling game. 5-4 was the final in game 1 of that series, so the Knights go into Carolina and win. Sean, after looking at the ice, and putting yourself in Adam Silver's shoes, how would you feel? And in fact, let's go with count the number of ads you see in one shift, like the back and forth of the game. Forget about the stuff on the boards because those are ads there too.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to ask you to
a lot of them.
Count those.
There's
but
a lot of them.
Actually on the floor or the ice, how many ads do you see?
So there's 4 in the center ice part of the playing surface. It's hard to say the center ice part of the ice.
Yeah, you got there though.
And then there's 2. There's a Chipotle and a Bet MGM near the goal. There's a Stanley Cup Finals one by the blue line.
Huh? And that one isn't permanent. That one can change.
Yes,
depending on the time of the period.
Yes, which I think for the now it's a
Chipotle.
YouTube TV one.
Other times it's been Chipotle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a no bull and I can't read what another one is, but yeah. So there's like 8.
So there's
8. 2 different ones on. There's 2 different sets by each goal, and then there's 4 in the middle.
And those rotate depending on the time of the period. Yes. So at any given time,
and then the boards there's
have their own
one every 2 feet.
Yes, and those change from what you see if you're in the arena to what you see on TV because they can put it whatever they want on those boards. So at any given time on the actual playing surface, you can see 8 different ads in different spots as you watch a shift. And shifts are like 45 seconds to a minute. So the back and forth, the skating up and down the ice, you see about 8. Sure, Adam Silver, the presentation for the finals has lacked, and hopefully we see that fixed with the broadcast partners, which is ESPN again, for these finals. But what the hell is Gary Bettman on? Those things I watched it live and I was like, these things obscure the entire playing surface.
That's tough too, when especially so many of them are dark.
Yeah,
and the puck famously.
It's hard for people who just tune in for the playoffs or even just the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yeah.
It's very hard to track. And all I see, and I've watched hockey to a point where I watched hockey when they used to put like put like this glow on it for Fox when they started broadcasting, and when a shot was taken, particularly a slap shot, it would be like a red tracer on the puck because they were trying to get people into it. I remember back then,
like a drive in golf.
Yeah, so I remember those days, and they eventually said the hockey people hate this, and we're not getting enough actual casuals to watch, so we'll stop doing that. So I remember back then. I know the puck is hard to track, but I can't imagine that's a great way to watch. Sure, the game is exciting, but you've got ads, I would say, every 15 feet per almost.
Like there's never a shot of this
where there's of clean ice. There's always an ad, and that's the point for them. But the viewing experience in some cases just has to suck. I don't know what Noble does. I just know I just know the Carolina Hurricanes and the NHL are promoting it.
Yeah, they love it. They love Noble.
And Chipotle got a lot of run. I know the Chipotle honey chicken is back too at Chipotle.
Poly Market.
Yeah, so just take note. If anything else, now the games are on different nights, so that's a benefit. But tomorrow night, if the Astros are disappointing you, which is possible, or maybe even they jump out to a lead in between in the inning breaks in the commercial, go just take a look at the hockey. And yes, baseball has no room to really take a shot at hockey, considering what we see on the outfield fences and on the field. But hockey in the finals is taking it to another level.
Yeah,
it is like a NASCAR car when it comes to what they do to bring the money in. I get it.
This is like if they spray painted ads onto like center field.
Yeah,
this is what it's
like. If Jake Myers was running across an Oxy ad as opposed to where it's actually located, and it wasn't just Jake Myers, Jordan when he's out there to deal with it.
Yeah,
maybe write a Daikin ad or have a Daikin ad between shortstop and third. That's what it looks like when you watch the Stanley Cup playoffs, at least the finals. I hadn't really kept track. It just struck me as odd that's what they're on for their biggest event.
Maybe it's because I'm only watching this with the intent to look at the ads.
But it's glaring. I wasn't trying to. I just wanted to watch the game, and then and all I could keep staring at was that Chipotle ad that was taking up nearly half of my screen near center ice. Whatever, make your money.
I forgot breakfast too, so I might get Chipotle.
See, it works. Look at that.
They
all this complaining and it worked.
Get me.
Yeah, they got you. So there it is. We won't have to deal with that. We'll see a Michelob Ultra, which we love now here. We'll see a Michelob Ultra ad on the baseline for Spurs Knicks. But other than that, at least on the court, it'll just be pure 90s and early 2000s bliss for everyone with the finals. Knicks, Spurs.
It'll be like
tonight.
I'm watching Jameer Nelson in the 2009 finals all over again. Thank you, Jalen Brunson.
All those memories. Yeah, I mean, Jameer Nelson, by the way, in the Sixers front office.
Oh yeah. I heard about that.
Yeah, so he is with the Sixers. He survived.
He's a Philly guy.
Yeah, he survived famously of St. Joe's. He survived the Daryl Morey era and continues to be someone they actually kind of like there. So we'll see how that goes for him.
Especially compared to Morey.
Well, yeah, one guy has a job, the other's fired. One guy much more well-liked at this point. All right, we'll go to break. But before we do that, as you heard me, I mentioned Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra is the place, or at least not the place. I'm going to give you the places, but Michelob Ultra is giving you the opportunity to go see a World Cup match in our city. All you got to do is show up to a couple of locations throughout the city and compete for your chance to win. It'll be an interactive soccer shootout, and the winner, if you win, will go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. Here are the dates and the location. Starting tomorrow from 7 to 10 at Rock Newtony Sports Bar in Clear Lake, 8 to 11 at Tri-City Beer Garden in Pasadena. You've also got the Wakefield Crowbar in the Heights. That's from 7 to 10. And then on Friday, you got Pochitos Mariscos y Mas in South Houston. That's from 12 to 3. Then you've got Moe's Place in Katy from 7 to 10. Social Beer Garden in Midtown from 9 to midnight. Those are your Friday stops. And then on Saturday, they've added a couple more from 12 to 3. Bar Louie in Sugarland, and also J Bar M in Edo from 5 to 8. So throughout the week, you're going to have an opportunity starting tomorrow to get tickets. Just show up and win the shootout, and you've got tickets, a pair of tickets to the World Cup. Play for the chance to witness history, because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
So college football and college sports is in front of the U.S. Senate right now. Nick Saban had his time to speak. We've had players speak, and this all stems from there is some fear that college sports is going to a place that it can't be pulled back from, and we are hurtling to disaster. So Nick Saban, only on the backs of being a great college football coach, is now being put in a position where he should be the authority on how things go. Nick Saban's won a lot of football games, won national titles. So, of course, he, who has been really for the better part of his career at a distinct advantage over most other college football coaches, he should be the one telling everyone how things should go. At least that's how he's being positioned. Here's Nick Saban discussing the arms race and how it is really affecting college football.
It's become an arm race. Who spends the most has got the best chance to win. But I think it's a race to the bottom, because if you don't spend to win, you lose your fan base and you don't have any revenue.
And he goes on to talk about what happened between Clemson and Ole Miss. If we remember back then, or back to that point, Clemson had a player enrolled and going to classes. Ole Miss wouldn't let it die after he committed to Clemson. They still wanted him, so they just offered him more money. And at some point, after multiple back and forths, where the Clemson general manager and the Ole Miss general manager got together and said, "Hey, man, what are you doing? Dabo's really not going to take this line down." The Ole Miss general manager said, "Hey, it's not me, it's Pete. He wants him. I get it. I don't want this to be a thing, but Pete really wants him." Eventually, the kid, after being induced by Ole Miss, left Clemson, went to Ole Miss, and Dabo said, "Hey, I'm going to report you if you keep it up." Ole Miss didn't back down, so Dabo went and reported Ole Miss, and now there is an investigation. So these are the things people are concerned with. Of course, it's the men put in charge to run the sport not being able to control themselves. And now we've got congressional conversations about where college football is going. Nick Saban on the arms race. When was college football not an arms race? When was it a thing where money didn't really determine who was the winner? Nick Saban did get paid a lot of money because he was a great college football coach. That money, at least other big sums of money, went to his assistants and into the facilities and into the health and fit and strength, or excuse me, the strength coach, the strength and conditioning program, all those things, the training table. It takes money.
The trunks of Dodge Chargers.
That's the other part of the equation. It takes a lot of money to operate a college football program, and it takes even more to operate a successful one. So it's always been about the haves and have-nots. If you go over the course, even before the NIL era, if you look at the college football for 25 years, 30 years, it wasn't like you just got different winners. It was the teams you expected. And sure, Virginia Tech rose to power at one point. They had a great quarterback and they had a great coach, but Virginia Tech was spending money like everyone else, or not, maybe not everyone else, but they're spending money to be a top of the heap college football program. And then we get into what are termed illegal inducements. Nick Saban is not saying anything that wasn't the case even before NIL. It's always been about who had the most money and how they distributed that money, whether it be legally or into the program itself, to build a roster that could go win a national title.
Yeah.
I think people are just fearful because it's so out front. Everyone knows that negotiations are happening. Players are kind of open about it. Hell, if you look at the new cover for NCAA, they have a couple. Malachi Tony's on it, Kewan Lacey's on it, Dante Moore is on it. They also have the deluxe cover, and there's a leather bag on it filled with money because NIL is going to be a bigger part of that game. And we've been talking about bag schools, at least my entire adult life, I've heard about bag schools. If you got money, you got a chance to win. And if you don't, good luck. I don't know why. If you want to talk about other issues, got it. You want to talk about tampering and why coaches should be punished for it. The Lane Kiffin rule they have in place, they want to have in place where you can't try to grab a coach who's, I guess, on track to be a playoff team or have a playoff team. All right, you want to do things to get the adults in check, understood. But to be one of the major issues, the fact that money's being exchanged, okay, sure. Money will and will always be part of the reason your favorite team wins. It is just now more public, and that bothers people. You want to keep it behind closed doors.
Yeah, and I even get it. Like, this is the part they don't say. It's just that, like, they're upset that it got way more expensive.
Yeah, it does cost more now.
It used to be you could get Cam Newton for whatever $80,000. It's like now,
even then it was a giant sum of money in the six figures. Now you couldn't get Cam Newton for six figures now. It's 4, 5, 6 million. And a Cam Newton type of prospect. You want to fast forward him. When did he go to college? Like, you want to fast forward him 16 years in the future. You're talking $7-8 million. Cam Newton might have been the first $10 million quarterback. If we talk about him now in 2026 as opposed to 2010, 2009?
What if Bryce Underwood was actually good? Like that's like what you're talking about. Like this unstoppable force.
I will agree. The money is being raised to points that are uncomfortable for people to talk about.
Yeah, and it's every year.
And yes, it rises every year. But I'm not gonna pretend like the arms race wasn't a thing and will always be a thing.
Used to be a waterfall in or a water slide in your facility like your Clemson. That's just what it used to be.
Now
it's a tight end.
Now it's a game that doesn't have the restrictions of the NCAA talking about what they can and can't put in their game. Legitimately putting a bag of money on their cover. Okay,
yeah,
that might stink. I get why that bothers people.
They also made it look like an American Pie DVD.
It's true. that was odd. Kurt Signetti's at the front of that cover, while the non-deluxe has the 3 players I mentioned. But I would just say get accustomed to the money being a giant factor and people pushing back against it. Is he angling to be the czar of college football? Is that what he wants? Is that what Nick Saban's trying to do?
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
I actually don't believe you on this. If you got the position, I think you take it. I'm sure there's a groundswell to put the most successful college football coach in the last 30 years in that spot. I won't be part of that groundswell. All right, we're done. Rich Eisen's up next, followed by Jeremy and Joe. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. In today's trend watching, how do you feel about paying $6 or $7 a gallon for gasoline if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for another month or two? Oil company executives are warning that everyone is taking this risk too lightly, suggesting that if the strait remains closed for quite some time and production gets shut in the Middle East, we've already lost 1 billion barrels of production thus far since the strait has closed, and it could gum up the works of oil production not only in the Middle East but around the world as supplies are dwindling in places like Japan, in China, in Europe, and even here in the United States, as many countries are drawing down their strategic petroleum reserves to make up the difference. When you get to a certain point where those inventories are drawn down to very, very low levels, it creates disruptions in supply. So we could see a supply shock that is equal to the pandemic, some oil executives say, and that could drive prices considerably higher than they already are. They're bouncing this morning, but they could go higher still.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560. John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Hi, this is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your summer DIY projects, like your patio, your paint, or garden project you've been putting off.
I was going to do it eventually.
Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware. Real help, real expertise.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I am a bad man.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Les Snead, this is a bad man.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The Rams started calling the Browns about Myles Garrett in 2022.
Today's guests, Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, Rams general manager Les Snead, actor and comedian Patton Oswalt. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Yes, it is. Welcome to this edition of The Rich Eisen Show, live on a Wednesday in Los Angeles, California. Cooper Kupp, Les Snead, Patton Oswalt, and you all hanging out with us today at 844-204-RICH. Give us a call. We've got time for you. It's the NBA Finals, Game 1 tonight. I feel like I'm 30 years old again because I was celebrating my 30th birthday in a bar called Denial. Believe it or not, I turned 30 in Denial in New York City in between games of the NBA Finals between the Spurs and the Knicks. Dr. Jack Ramsey was at my birthday party. That actually happened. I feel like I am 30 years young again. And NBA Finals begin tonight. Holy crap. It's going to be amazing. And I can't wait to talk about it again with you. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. How are you there, Chris Brockman? What's going on?
Great. I'm looking up to see if Denial is still around.
Does it exist?
It doesn't.
Great.
Doesn't appear so.
Okay. Great. Listen, I didn't think I'd start the show this way. But when you turn 30 with Dr. Jack Ramsey and your Uncle Myron all there in the same spot, you know, you're living life. And that's what I did. And I didn't think that the Knicks would make the NBA Finals again against the Spurs this year. But it is happening, and it's exciting. And
Great.
I say hello to you as well, Jason Feller. How are you,
Hey,
Jason
what's up,
Feller?
Rich?
Going
Doing
on?
great.
We are one team. Good to see you, TJ Jefferson.
I once had Matthew Stafford at one of my birthday parties. Does that count?
Did you really?
Yeah.
No kidding. Huh.
Long story.
Listen, speaking of Matthew Stafford, he once upon a time was acquired by the Rams in a big trade that everybody went, what? The one thing we didn't, listen, everybody should be as giddy as Sean McVay is right now. Everyone should just live their lives and just be as happy and as smiley as Sean McVay was yesterday. There was no Mr. Grumpy when he was standing and sitting and introducing Myles Garrett. Look at him. Look at Sean McVay.
It's almost like the opposite of the Ty Simpson presser.
Dude, there was no Mr. Grumpy. Actually, didn't once upon a time Myles Garrett refer to himself as grumpy, you know, like he's a grumpy guy? But, I mean, he's not in Cleveland anymore, with all due respect. He's now with a team that had odds to win the Super Bowl better than most before they acquired him, and now they're the prohibitive favorites to win the Super Bowl. Wait for it in SoFi Stadium just up the road from here in Los Angeles, California, just like they did after they acquired Matthew Stafford. And here we are again. And I couldn't, it's just tough to believe that the Browns did it and the Rams were the ones to basically get him to do it. Because they're the ones who said, here's the young Turk and Jared Verse, along with a 1, 2, and 3 over the next 3 years, which is an excellent package for a team like Cleveland that is chock full of terrific young players who can now all grow up together with Todd Monken being their dad, I guess.
Got the dad jokes.
Oh, dad jokes, everybody. Hey, Myles, who? What Garrett we talking about? As if there's other
Myles.
Well, there was a face-to-face meeting in Rams country between everyone there. Yeah, there was a face-to-face meeting between the coach and Myles Garrett here. And he waived his no-trade clause to do it. Shocker.
You don't say.
Here, let's play this out. Hold on. Wait. Let's play this out here. You're Myles Garrett.
Okay,
oh no, you're wait a minute. You're Andrew Berry.
Oh, great.
Of the Cleveland Browns here. Okay.
Okay, great.
And I'm Myles Garrett, and you're asking me about waiving my no trade clause.
Hey, Myles, good to see you. So
good to see you too.
We're unfortunately we got to do a move.
Yeah.
We're gonna be trading you.
Don't tell me who yet. Just tell me.
Would you be willing to waive your no trade clause?
Well, who am I being traded to?
We're gonna send you to the Rams.
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. Where's the pen? Do you got a pen?
Are you sure?
All right, hit it.
Since the very beginning, it's always been about winning, and it just breaks down to the timing of everything. What does it realistically look like for to be a winner now, and to have a opportunity to do that immediately. That was an opportunity that was just too difficult to pass up. And I always have love in my heart for Cleveland City, community, all its players and everything else. But the opportunity to come here, have a immediate and profound impact on this team. It was something I just had to move forward with.
Oh yeah, he's going to have a profound impact, all right. And he's going to have situations where he's being asked to protect leads week in, week out. When was the last time that happened for him with consistency? They did make the playoffs a couple of years ago with Joe Flacco as their quarterback. And then they go into Houston, and that was a one-and-done situation.
They won a playoff game. They beat Pittsburgh.
That's true.
I mean,
so very rarely is he just like, hey, just like the last 3 weeks, come on in and wrap this thing up for us, will you, Myles? The video of Caleb Williams fading back to Indiana to launch a you can't believe this type touchdown to push overtime in the NFC divisional game, for instance. What if Myles Garrett's the one trying to track him down? Will he be able to fade back that far? Myles was asked about playing in situations where he's late in the game with a lead, with consistency, and whether he feels that might lead to, actually, wait for it, more sacks.
I mean, that did play into the decision as well. Knowing I have the ability, late game, to pin my ears back, not just because we need a play to be made, but because we have the lead and it's obvious passing downs, being able to make those game-changing plays to win the game for us. Those are things that appeal to me. I'm sure appeal to all of us as D linemen. So that is something I really look forward to.
Yeah. What about leaving Cleveland, though? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh, but it's played out. Like I said, he's just had the greatest, arguably, single season of any defensive player ever in the history of the league. Most sacks. Unanimous defensive player of the year. And his Cleveland Browns team chose 6th overall. Leaving Cleveland. Hit it.
No, definitely have to sleep on it. I don't take my time in Cleveland for granted. I did love being there. My family had become really a part of the community. You definitely had started to plant roots, had a home, and just becoming friends with all the people in your neighborhood, and getting to know people and getting out, and just feeling like this is your second home. This stuff like that. It tears at you to leave and to break away, but that's just a part of the things you learn how to adjust to as you grow up and learn you have to move on.
I'm wondering if Myles even knows that the Rams originated in Cleveland. 1936 is when they were founded. They won the 1945 NFL championship game, by the way. And Browns were born. So I'm just.
Don't think he knew.
I don't know how many people even do that. Just I don't know why I wanted to go history lesson there.
I did not.
There you go. Yeah. So he's got a chance now to grow in Los Angeles, he says. Hit it.
I see a position to solidify myself here as well, among the very greats. I still have plenty of great years in front of me, and being able to cement that legacy not only as a football city here in LA, but as an individual, winning DPOY and a Super Bowl or more. Those things are definitely pressing on my mind, and I have a definite bit of urgency to do it and do it right away.
So my son Cooper, who thinks I'm a passionate Rams fan, accuses me of that all the time. 15-year-old young man, still very impressionable.
Beyond his years.
He said to me, and the reason why I'm going all in on this for many reasons, is he said to me, Dad, is Myles Garrett the greatest player in the NFL to be traded ever?
Yes.
And I'm like, Uncle Marshall, who he's referred to in this house many times, Marshall Faulk, he got traded. Eric Dickerson got traded.
Those guys weren't at that level yet.
To make that case, Favre got traded. Steve Young got traded. But a guy who's like not in his 9th year, clearly first ballot Hall of Famer, coming off of the greatest season, arguably, of any defensive player, certainly for anybody who's a pass rusher. Did the Rams just pull off the trade involving the greatest player in the history of the NFL to ever be traded? Others were free agents, let go. Did that just happen?
I mean, Favre was traded at the end of his career. You're talking about a trade of a player
in his prime. Eric Dickerson, man.
Peak of his powers.
Eric Dickerson.
Peak of his powers.
Went from the Rams to the Colts in 1987 and 84. He set the single-season record with 2,105 yards. He won Offensive Player of the Year in 86. And then there was a contract dispute. He got traded to the Colts in Halloween of 87.
So that was a trade deadline deal?
Yes, indeed.
What was the haulback?
3 firsts. Which is why people in Cleveland are like, we didn't get. It's different times, totally different times.
Yeah, obviously.
But you got Jared Verse back, who, by the way, you're going to love. There'll be lots of Verse jerseys in the dog pound, for instance. McCaffrey got traded. Randy Moss got traded. Well, Randy was just like apparently, wasting away in Raiderville. And there was some thoughts that he was on his last legs.
Yeah, he had not been good.
Is Myles Garrett the greatest player to ever be traded in the history of the NFL? And did the Rams already, with a team that almost made the Super Bowl, 5 minutes from making the Super Bowl last year, with the MVP quarterback, who they also acquired in a shocker trade a few years ago, is he the greatest player to be traded ever? And I turn to Cooper, and I'm like, he very damn well could be.
Sure, why not? Yeah.
He's going to be the all-time sack leader when he retires. Yeah, he definitely is. We're talking about one of the handful of greatest pass rushers we've ever seen.
At age 30, being acquired with years left on a contract. And him saying, I've still got more years to go. And a chip on his shoulder, wanting to win multiple chips. Unreal. So when he strolls in and he's like his number 95 from Puna Ford, he gets it. But the question is how much did it cost him? This was a fun exchange.
It was just a conversation. And, it didn't take too much.
Conversation and a couple bucks?
Maybe more than a couple, but he was open to it, and I understood that there had been some other numbered trades before me, so I based my decision off of that. But he understood, and I'm glad to be sticking with 95.
Sean is out of his mind. Les is still playing poker. Les doesn't stop playing poker.
No. Sean McVay has kids and has won a Super Bowl.
Yes. Beautiful wife as well.
Do you think yesterday was the greatest day of his life?
Looked like it.
I don't think I've ever seen him happier.
It's crazy.
He had to compose himself for a second there.
Well, actually, wait a minute. If you're saying anything football related would become the best day of his life, the best day of his life might be then if Aaron Donald says, I want to come back to play.
Well, I think that's how we need to.
Hey, pal, you were upset that this was brought up.
I wanted to save it for
Overreaction Monday, but we pushed Overreaction Monday because of this moment.
Yeah, and
this
then
trade went down, right?
Talking about it, but
so
yeah, I think we all need to prepare.
It's now becoming more and more possible because he hasn't shot it down when it's been asked of him by various media folk.
Exactly. Now, if he comes back, now this trade becomes a Jared Verse, a first, a second, and a third for Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
That's now what the trade becomes.
Aaron Donald otherwise is just like going about his life.
So two of the, I don't know, a dozen greatest defensive players ever are now back on the same team?
Well, not yet. But it's real enough to ask the question of Sean McVay in the press conference on Tuesday.
Here's what I would tell you guys overall, too, is, Aaron's a guy that I stay really close in touch with, and I know the respect that he has for Myles. Talk to him about the opportunity to be able to bring him on board. If Aaron decides he wants to dust him off at the age of 35, I bet you he could still do it at a pretty high clip.
I mean, I think. Now, how does it work? How does it work? Who has to call whom? Do the Rams call and get a heat check? Do they send a trusted player and teammate to go get that heat check? Or is it just McVay just calling him up and saying, hey, man? Or is it less? Because that's one way to generally manage the situation. More is more, people. More is more in the NFL. There's no such thing as less is more. More is more. Unless the less is Snead. More is more. That's why we're seeing another Avengers movie coming out this fall. You know? There's not enough Avengers in the Avengers Doomsday movie.
Well, it's Spider-Man.
Not enough. More is more. Let's get them all. Let's get them all. Now while we got the muscle. That's what the NFL is all about. Full Frank Pantangeli from Godfather Part 2.
Let's get them all. Let's hit them all now while we got the muscle.
That's what Les Snead is bringing to the Rams. That's what Myles Garrett brings to the Rams. And if Aaron Donald can do it, you do it. What do you want, Aaron? With all due respect to, the guys who he would be playing and taking playing time from. But Les is the guy who's basically saying to everyone in the Rams, make room for more. Because we're not satisfied. That's why they kicked more than just a tire on A.J. Brown. They would have been able to. Devontae Adams is a future Hall of Famer.
They would have traded.
They would have had to have done that.
Yeah.
But instead, Adams is probably just like looking in the mirror going, I am very glad that fell apart. Because he's here, and so is Myles Garrett. Arguably the best player that's ever been traded in the history of the National Football League. You could make the argument. We just talked about it at length. What does Cooper Kupp think about it? How did that land in the Seattle Seahawk locker room? He's next. Then Les Snead will join us at the top of the next hour. And then Patton Oswalt will stroll into our studio. In between, I've got I've got my power rankings of the most influential figures of the NBA Finals.
Nice.
Notice the way I parsed that. I didn't say players. Most influential figures of the NBA Finals.
Let's do it.
Here we go. No contest wrestling later on. Maybe Generalissimo O'Shea Jackson Jr. will join us in time. Cooper Kupp is next. This is The Rich Eisen Show. While the world watches the stars of the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. Future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. And we're still doing it every day. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA. Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
It is important in life to know what you can and can't do. And one thing I can't do is fix a plumbing issue. You know where you go? If you're like me, you go to Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Whether it's an emergency or something you have planned out, like a replacement for your tankless water heater or your traditional water heater, maybe it's a big job like a repipe. They'll take care of it all. Check out all they have to offer at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They've been servicing the community for a long time. You should be next. Any plumbing concerns you have, just go with Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Are you trapped in a solar contract that you regret? Millions of homeowners were misled by solar companies, promising energy savings that never materialized. If your solar contract feels like a heavy burden, we're going to help you break free, legally and permanently. Our licensed attorneys understand the complex fine print of these agreements, and we provide a simple and affordable process with a one-time fixed fee and an A+ BBB rated company. You can trust us to handle your solar cancellation case with integrity and potentially even recover some of your costs. Take back control of your home and your financial future right now. This is a free call, so why not call and see if we can help you cancel your solar system?
800-948-4155. 800-948-4155. 800-948-4155. That's 800-948-4155.
UFC Fight Night is back, and the only place to catch every punch, kick, and knockout in full-on Sports Lodge glory is Twin Peaks. Settle in with scratch-made favorites, legendary wings, and 29-degree draft beer that hits colder than a heavyweight takedown. With wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss a single moment of the action. Grab your crew and make it a fight night to remember. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
John Granado with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, tell me about Round Top.
Round Top is pretty awesome. You have it in the spring and in the fall it's coming up. So if you find a vintage glider, if you find a vintage sewing machine base, we've even done fire hydrant pumps. If you find cool things like that that could use some TLC, bring it to us and we will bring it back to life.
What's some of the weirdest things that you've powder coated?
One lady had an obsession with frogs, and she had 27 frogs that were all doing different activities, reading books, playing guitars, doing yoga, being a ballerina. So that was eccentric right there.
It doesn't matter what the metal is. You guys powder coat it and make it look better.
With no judgment.
Houston Powder Coaters. Give them a call, 281-376-3888, or go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. You'll probably talk to Robin at some point. Houston Powder Coaters. We've been talking about them for years. We love them. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. He is a two-time Super Bowl champ, and he is kind enough to join us here early June from the home of the Super Bowl champs in Seattle. Ladies and gentlemen, wide receiver Cooper Kupp is here on the program. How you doing, Cooper?
I'm very good. Thank you for having me.
Dude, what's life like for you first week of June here? What do we got? What's it like?
It's fantastic. I mean, the weather up here is amazing.
Oh.
The QB room here, the QBs just have a monopoly on the best room in house. They're looking out over the lake. There's eagles flying around outside. It's just
what?
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, you got this. We're on Hard Knocks this year, and I'm sure there'll be a whole segment on the real estate of the QB room.
No,
yep.
I've been to the beautiful facility there, but I've never been in the QB room.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you mean? Or is it wide receivers on a window? There's no windows? What do you got?
One whole wall of the QB room looks out over the lake. Like it's amazing. Looking out over Mercer Island, you got the eagles flying around out there. You got the 12 flag flag laying out there. It's just it's a fantastic place to come to work.
So when you say the Eagles, like Jalen Hurts is out there? Is that what you're saying?
No, yeah. I mean, in the trees.
You got
Hurts up there.
Okay.
Brown was there. He wasn't there today, but you got guys. All kinds of.
AJ Brown was there on Monday, and now he's just suddenly not there anymore. That's pretty weird. Well, that's wild. And I do love this time of year because obviously it's a little bit of a chillax, but you're beginning to ramp it up, right? Like this is and this is going to be the conversation certainly in places like mine is how do the Seahawks run it back? That's going to be the conversation. So how do we answer such a question, Cooper Kupp?
Yeah, well, I think, I've got the luxury of having gone through, what this off season was, right? I mean, you go through, you reach the mountaintop, you achieve your goals, and then you go through an offseason, you come back here, and everyone wants to talk about what happened the year before. But it's all about moving forward. I mean, you just like any other year, you got to learn from the things that happened the year before. And regardless of how good the season went, there's so much to improve on, so much to fix, so many things that were left on the table. And you have to continually improve. It's just the way. That's why the NFL is the way it is. It's why the NFL's when in my opinion the best sports league in the world is because things just keep moving forward, teams keep adapting. There's no stagnancy. If you're stagnant for a moment, you're going to get passed up. And so going through that's all about moving forward. It's all about looking ahead, so improving on the processes that we had established last year, taking those and reestablishing them, building them, refining them, and competing. You come out here and OTAs and man, we're competing. We're using all the time. I mean, the PA's on us about the times. Like we're going to be fulfilling every minute that is available. We're going to be competing against each other. We're going to be challenging each other, and we've been doing that up to this point. It's been really fun being up here for this OTAs, and guys are chomping at the bit to get back to work.
So let me ask you this question, Cooper Kupp. Are you leading the way in terms of talking to people about what it's like to repeat? Are you leading that way at all?
I mean, I think I'm certainly available to share if people have questions. I mean, I think Mike's done a great job of understanding that and taking that from a very early point in the offseason, saying, hey, this is the understanding, being able to recognize real quickly how fleeting this moment is. You win the Super Bowl, a few days goes by, and you're like, man, now it's all about next year. Like, you have to move forward. You have to be able to take that. Like, man, that was really fun. Here we go. Let's start planning, start getting things in order for this next year and setting things up and challenging stuff. I mean, the coach is working all offseason to make sure when we come here for OTAs, there's things figured out. There's new plans. There's new wrinkles. There's things that we're going to, tinker with. There's things that we're going to tighten up. And, he didn't need any help from me getting all that stuff, all that messaging, all that stuff put together. And but I'm certainly here. If there's anyone that wants to talk about it, I'm here and be able to share, the importance of it and be able to point things out when things aren't up to the standard, and when people do start to step back, saying, "Hey, no, this is all about stepping forward. Everything's about stepping forward." As soon as you take a step back, as soon as you stop moving, you're going to get passed up.
I'm obviously referring to Mike being the head coach, Mike McDonald here, and prior to your arrival, he arrived, and his opening speech to the team is the stuff of legend because he spoke a ton into existence. He basically gave everyone a roadmap of what he expected and what to expect, and it happened. And so my question for you is, what did he say this time around that you're willing to share to start things off, Cooper?
Yeah, he just got up there and started prophesizing and, putting it all on the table. No, it's just like, I think it's the same thing, because what he's saying is really, it's universal truths about this game and what it takes to go out there and achieve your goals. And there's actually a UW coach, old UW coach, here in Seattle that, I read his book, and I think one of the things that he said, he's like, you have to pay the awful price. Pay the awful price in the offseason. It's going to take work. Whatever it is that you want to achieve, anything that's worth achieving is going to be really hard to do. And when Mike got here and he laid out all these things, like what the plan was and what it was going to look like and the style it was going to look like and how we were going to operate, all of these things are just, it's not super complicated. It's very simple, but it's not easy. You're right. Like, there's very simple things that we know are true, but they are not easy to do. And so it's like, hey, let's step into this and say, we're just going to lean into doing the simple things at a very high level. We're going to show up and we're going to work. We're going to challenge each other. We're going to talk honestly with one another. And we're going to make this a very challenging place to come in and play. We're going to be one unit. You come here, we're going to punch people in the mouth. That's what we want to do. And, he's taken all those things. He's made it very real, very visceral for us, and something that we get to see, each and every day, and that we're challenged in to live out every single day. So he just came back in this year, to make a long story short, and just doubled down. Like, hey, this is how we operate. This is who we are. This is what we're going to be about. And you step in here, you guys are going to make this come alive. And we're going to be able to go day by day and go achieve what we want to.
Two-time Super Bowl champ Cooper Kupp here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's the offense looking like with Brian Fleury now in charge, and Clint Kubiak now in charge of the Vegas Raiders? And that's usually another thing that a Super Bowl winning team has to deal with is coaching staffs rated and rosters changed and things like that. What can you tell us about the offense, Cooper?
Yeah, it's good. There's new stuff. There's new wrinkles. There's new things that that he's had from his more extended time down in San Francisco. Clint had his time in San Francisco, but he also had time in Minnesota. He had his time as the OC when he was in New Orleans, and so there was different stuff there, and then there's stuff that Brian's bringing over and stuff that he's making his own, stuff that he wants to push, that wants to be a part of. What the Seattle Seahawks are going to be this year, and so it's been fun to go through and learn and to be able to challenge each other, and it's nice because I think one of the hardest things is the complacency that comes in when you know an offense, right? Man, I know all this already. You come into OTAs and you aren't studying your playbook maybe as much as you should because you're like, oh, I already know all these plays from last year. Well, you can't do that because there's enough nuance, there's enough change, there's enough stuff going on that's like, hey, you got to be in your stuff. You got to make sure you're on your P's and Q's, that you're spending the time necessary to make sure when you come into work that you know this stuff and are dialing it in, right? There's enough detail and all these different things that really challenge guys to come in and be ready to go out there and make these plays come alive. So it's been really good, and enjoying just building it. It's been a fun thing to kind of put together and feel like you're kind of building it all together and making it our own again.
And I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway, Cooper Kupp. I'm going to do it. Is Sam Darnold any different as a Super Bowl winning quarterback, coming in differently, different way, carrying himself? He's now a married man. What do you got for me on that front?
No, not that much different. I mean, he's the same guy. Yeah, no, I was trying to think of a good joke, but I couldn't think of anything.
It's okay. You leave that to me. You catch. You catch. You just be yourself. You just be your smart, erudite self. It's all good.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
You're the office funny guy. I know. I gotta let you do your job. He's been great. I mean, he's still like he's just so. He's a robot, and that he's just like he comes. And he's like, man, I want things to be perfect. I want things to be dialed in. I need the details. I need the why. Let's go. How much better can we be? And he's like that from day one. Just that's who Sam is. So same Sam. Yeah, nothing. He did play a little more golf, I think, this OTAs than before. Okay. So there is that.
Well, I mean, he gets the view. He gets the golf, right? He gets the
view. He gets the golf. He says games coming together. So I haven't seen it, but apparently,
all right.
Allegedly.
All right. We'll keep an eye on all of that. And another challenge that defending champs need to deal with is the target on the back from all other 31 teams, especially those in the division. I'm sure it was not lost upon you. Your old team acquired somebody potentially very significant in terms of difference making. Myles Garrett is now a Los Angeles Ram. How did that news hit you, Cooper Kupp?
Yeah, obviously huge news yesterday. I don't think anyone, maybe you and you're all knowing this, saw that coming, but
nope.
No, I mean, look, real good football player. I think Jared Verse is a really good football player. So, whoever it was that we're going to have to line up against, they're going to be really good. I think the Rams have a real good football team over there. They've, made some moves this offseason. But like you said, whatever, target on your back, whatever, every team's going to show up in the NFL. Your teams are going to show up ready to go. Like they're to show up wanting to beat you, regardless of what you did or who you are or whatever it is. Like teams want to beat the people across them. That's just what it is. Mm-hmm. So anything that's said on top of that is all, whatever. It doesn't hold any weight. Like, yeah, everyone's bringing it. I get it. So it's going to be a fun year. I think there's a lot of good football teams out there, and going to be real competitive.
You put it all together here, and if you don't mind me turning you into a pundit, but there's a lot of conversation that thinks that Aaron Donald might be sitting at home going, I wouldn't mind playing with him.
I already texted him and told him that he's not allowed. So we're good.
Wait, what?
Pardon me? What happened?
No, I just texted Aaron and said, I said, don't even think about it. I just left it at that. So we're good. I'm not worried about it because he's not.
So
I told him he can't.
You stopped it?
I already nipped it in the bud. No one has to worry. It's all set.
So the Avengers are not going to unite for Doomsday? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I love Aaron. Aaron's, gosh, he's such a good football player. Great dude. Loved taking the field with him down there in LA. I don't know what's going to happen. That would be crazy. He is a very good football player, and I don't care how old he is, how long he's not played, whatever. Like Aaron Donald's Aaron Donald. But yeah, it doesn't matter because I told him he can't.
Well done. Good job, Cooper.
Guys, Cooper Kupp has nipped it in the bud. It's not happening.
Nipped it in the bud.
Over.
Breaking news out of Seattle. Okay. There we go on that front. And before I let you go, is there any rumors within the building of what the Super Bowl ring is going to look like at all? Any conversation on that front, Cooper?
Yeah, so I know Jason of Beverly Hills.
Okay.
He's doing the rings.
Okay.
So I've got a pretty good feel. I've got a pretty good feel for what's coming. I think I do, but I'm not telling. I haven't told anyone. I have told nobody. Huh. So I'm looking forward to. I think there's going to be. I don't know the whole picture. I think there's been key details that have been redacted, but I've got a good feel for it. But I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. All right. Does it open? And does it?
I can't start saying things. I haven't told anyone, so I'm not going to come on your radio show and then just tell everybody.
But it's a radio TV show. You know what I mean? It's not just a. You know what I mean? It's both.
It's almost worse that way.
Okay. All right. So you know the details. You've already told Aaron Donald he's not allowed to come back and play with Myles Garrett for the Rams. We got that. Check. Yep. Oh, one last thing, because this one's for me. Okay. At the Combine, I'm obsessed with the football on a stick. That they put the football on the stick and they use it to simulate the snaps. I can't get enough of it. There it is. I'm holding it. Mike Mayock couldn't, enough of it is what he did. He basically quit NFL Network to go run the Raiders because I was so obsessed about it.
Yeah.
Did I see a photograph of a helmet on a stick?
There's a helmet on a stick. Look, this is what we're talking about here is the equivalent of football AI. It is taking just all of the, it is the... What? No, I can't. I can no longer... bend over and snap the ball or get on a knee and snap the ball. I would rather stand up and just move the ball with my hand.
Right.
You're right.
Sure.
The helmet thing. I'd rather not have to do anything physical. I'm just going to hold a stick out there and do it. It's just we're letting the football, it's just the stick is becoming the AI, right? It's taking everyone's you don't have to do, don't work hard. Don't work hard. You guys take it easy. You coaches, you guys sitting around working hard all day, sitting there, working and sitting there. I don't want you to have to come out there and do any physical activity. Just hold the stick. Hold the stick either on the ground or horizontally. And there you go.
And this is simulating you to stiff arm somebody. Is that what it is?
Yes, that is a stiff arm. There's a stiff arm to the stick. Stiff arm to the stick helmet. Look, I'm not a fan of it. I also don't like that someone's making money putting various football objects on the end of sticks. There's an industry. There's a market. I'm telling you, anyone can make it. Anyone can make it in this world. You just find a stick, put objects on them, see if someone pays for it, and you're a millionaire.
Okay.
Millionaire.
Fantastic. Yeah. Next we'll have JSN on a stick. Maybe he's the one paying for it. You know what I mean? Maybe he's the one behind it.
I wouldn't advocate putting humans on the ends of sticks, but you just find any inanimate object, put it on the end of a stick, and see what happens.
Understood. Very good. All right, we'll keep an eye out for Hard Knocks to see that beautiful view outside of the through the quarterback window. There's a windowless room for the receivers, Cooper?
We're a windowless tank in there. It's just there's awesome. Actually only the D line and the QBs are the only ones that get a view. Actually, the only people that get windows. No one else gets windows. They get windows overlooking the lake.
What'd you get Darnold for his wedding?
He's good. He's so good.
He's good.
Nothing.
He's good.
Nothing.
He has a view. What else? He's
real.
He's got a view.
Point.
Cooper Kupp, a delight to chat with you. Thanks again for the time, man. We'll do this again real soon. I do hope to see you shortly.
Sounds good.
That is Cooper Kupp, everybody, two-time Super Bowl champ, and the only man we've ever found who could stop Aaron Donald from doing anything he wants right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Well,
wow,
it's over. The dream is over. Aaron Donald's not coming back. Maybe
so
should we? I'm sorry to direct through the microphone. Maybe we should cut that up and play that exchange for Les Snead. Hey, man. Cooper Kupp already.
Cooper Kupp said it's over, so you know
Aaron Donald.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
Put the 99 jerseys away.
Fun stuff right there. Fun stuff. In the NFC West, Les Snead's making the media tour. He's stopping by us in about 17 minutes' time. He's on Coward right now. Remember we once upon a time got Andy Reid right off of him, and Colin kept him too long? They started complaining.
Right.
Come on, Colin.
Let's go.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Les Snead's coming. We're taking your calls when we come back.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you have saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's Gusto.com. Gusto.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
For 73 years, Stokes Hardware has been your go-to family-owned hardware store, serving 3 generations strong. Summertime weather is here. Prepare your backyard for your guests. We've got what you need for your curb appeal. Shop local, support small business, and get old-school personal service. Our knowledgeable staff is always ready to help. Hablamos Español. Find us online and follow Stokes Hardware on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. Stokes Hardware, family trusted since 1952.
Looking for the perfect place to unwind, host, or celebrate? Head to Federal American Grill with 6 Houston area locations serving up elevated American favorites, handcrafted cocktails, and one of the best social hours in town. Whether you're meeting friends after work, planning a private event, or catering your next office lunch, Federal American Grill delivers exceptional food with Southern hospitality. Visit today and find your nearest location at thefederalgrill.com.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26 at participating bars across the country, because superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding California and Washington residents 21+. Begins on 2/1/26 and ends on 5/31/26. See official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Every 40 seconds, a child disappears. That's 2,000 children every single day. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization fighting to bring them home, but we can't do it without you. Your unwanted car, running or not, can help find missing kids, reunite families, and support the search and rescue efforts that protect children every day. We'll pick it up fast and free with a 24-hour response, and your donation may qualify for a tax deduction. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help locate missing children and educational programs that teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators before it's too late. Together, we can give families hope and bring children home where they belong. Donate your car today and help bring a child home. Find the Children, because every child deserves to come home.
800-757-1340. 800-757-1340. That's 800-757-1340.
This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Eight 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. Let's go to Jerry in Columbus, Ohio. First in, first up. What's up, Jerry? Jerry, you there?
Yeah.
Jerry, if you're watching on TV, you got to turn the TV down. You there, Jerry?
You caught me by surprise.
What's going on?
Hey, change of pace. Basketball.
Okay, go for it.
I'm a Brooklyn boy going all out for the Knicks, but I don't think they're going to pull it.
Why is that,
No answer for Wemby. And historic perspective. when people talk about the greatest ever, it's that they have seen, right? Like in football, no one mentions Jim Brown anymore. Best ball player I ever saw in my life.
Sure.
I played 17 years. Basketball. Are we seeing the next Wilt Chamberlain, who is the greatest basketball player I ever saw, going back, back to the old days? He was unstoppable. Wemby keeps playing on his offense, working on it, which he will, and bulks up over time. He's baby. I mean, damn.
I know.
They ain't seen nothing like it.
By the way, Jerry, that is a great word for it, which is damn. You know what I mean? Because,
exactly.
Because
My
you
book
run
was
out
coming out.
you run out of
But
words.
we're on the 7-second delay, so it's okay, right?
That one's fine.
Jerry, you also sound like a station in your life where you're out of F's to give anyway. But listen, bottom line is, I never saw Wilt play like you did, but having, conversations with people like yourself who did, and having, studied best I could on this front. The fact that, he and Bill Russell at the time, right? They were so great in their own ways and so great physically and mentally, but they were great as well because there was really no one else in the league that was as big as they were and as athletic as they were at the time that they were playing. And the thing that might be the case about Wembanyama, and thank you for the call, Jerry, is that he might be the same way like Wilt in that there's no one else like him in the league at a time where the league may be the most athletic it's ever been and gets more and more athletic with freakish abilities every single year. Didn't you think when Giannis came in, it's like, this is the guy that's breaking the mold and there'll be we're not going to see anything like him. And then Wembanyama's giving him his beer to hold.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure this is the top. You're not going to see anyone bigger than.
You won't see somebody 7'6" one day.
Like I said last week when you were going, 7'6". He's 7'13", which O'Shea pointed out was 8.
As Jerry said, damn. You know what I mean? Like that pull-up 3 in Game 1 to beat the Spurs. Damn. The one that he throws down over Chet Holmgren in Game 7. Damn. The one that he hits from half court in to give the Spurs
going into halftime. Yeah.
That game, basically they wrapped it after that shot in halftime. It was like Game 4. Damn. You know what I mean? Like that's it. Every single time. And the Knicks, I guess, who's their damn guy? Is it Brunson? Right? Who would be their damn guy?
Like
I don't think they have I don't think they have that
Probably.
guy.
No, they don't have that guy. They're more of a complete team. I just think Wemby and Giannis aren't even in the same realm. Giannis was relatively unknown when he was drafted, middle of the first round. It took him 4 seasons before he averaged 20 points a game. We're now we've known who Wemby was since he was early teenager, first pick of the draft. Now it's year 3 and he's in the finals, and they're the favorites.
And the thing about him, too, that differentiates him is what's inside, the fire that burns. That looking at SGA winning the MVP trophy that he wanted, and then winning that Game 1, and then eventually winning the series by also being part of the evisceration of Chet Holmgren, who apparently he's had an issue with since their teenage years, is his, and I took that personally, last dance moment.
Mm-hmm.
I keep on mentioning Jordan for a reason. And I understand there's no trophies in the case yet. And I hope this isn't this moment where he's standing in the way of the Knicks, just like Jordan did all those years. But he has this burning desire combined with remarkable physical attributes that is Jordan-esque.
Bundling your home and auto with Progressive could help you save without sacrificing quality. It's the smart thing to do. And as a hockey fan, you always know the smart thing to do.
Shoot the puck!
And you let the players know it.
Shoot the puck!
all game.
Shoot it! Come on, shoot!
And sometimes even after.
Man, rough game, huh?
Yeah, they should have shot the puck.
So bundle your home and auto with Progressive. It's the smart thing to do, but you already knew that. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. Future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. And we're still doing it every day because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
I told my buyers, let's get them bought. Right now is the time to go. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer, paying top dollar for your car, truck, sports car, exotic. What are you waiting for? We want to buy your car right now. Find out why thousands of satisfied customers across the United States put more money in their pocket by going to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I think we need another big location.
Okay, where?
Do you remember the shot heard around the world?
Sure, it was the shot that started the Revolutionary War with England.
I'm thinking about buying a big firearms store not far from there.
Why?
It would give us a bigger inventory.
Danny, you've already got the largest inventory of collectors' firearms in the world.
And this would help make sure we stay the biggest.
Are we going to go to the Old North Bridge where that shot was fired?
I've already got tickets.
Minuteman National Historic Park?
That's where we're headed.
Can I look for some Paul Revere silver while we're there?
Of course.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner and with Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collectors Firearms.
I'm in my late 60s. My husband died a few years ago. He did all of our taxes. I sold a piece of property last year, and I forgot to claim the proceeds of the sale. Next thing I know, I got a letter from the IRS telling me that I owe over $50,000. Now I have a huge tax problem. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I knew who to call.
If you sold property in the last calendar year or didn't claim all of your part-time or even retirement income, you could be in big trouble with the IRS. Call first before they send you a letter. If you've already got a letter, call. We'll help you file years of past tax returns and save you time and money. So call the tax doctor. The call is confidential and free.
800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. That's 800-240-4587.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time, make this free call now, and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal Media station.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I am a bad man.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Les Snead. This is a bad man.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The Rams started calling the Browns about Myles Garrett in 2022.
Earlier on the show, Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp. Coming up, Rams general manager Les Snead, actor and comedian Patton Oswalt. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Coast to Coast, Sirius XM Channel 80. And on Monday, this show came to a screeching halt when word came that Myles Garrett was joining us in the Los Angeles community. And the man who made that happen back on the Rich Eisen Show, the general manager of the Los Angeles Rams, Les Snead, is here on the program again. How are you, Les? Good to see you.
I'm good. How about y'all? Sorry to disrupt your show on Monday.
No,
sure you had
by the way,
oh my God, great lineup, great. No,
that was a great disruption.
Great, yeah. Could have been better.
I'm going full De Niro. Analyze this on you.
You know what? Somebody sent me that GIF.
Did they really?
Someone sent me that GIF. So
okay.
There you go. Second time I've been De Niro. That'll be a first. I can retire now.
I've got my eyes on you, Les. So when did you know this was going down for real? For real, where you're like, okay, I think this is happening for Myles Garrett.
I think when we first reached out, when they adjusted his contract, it was a no. It's been a no. I could see why it's a no. I think I've said it a lot. Myles is going to be on the Cleveland Browns Mount Rushmore when this is all said and done. And I think the Browns felt like he'd be better in a Browns uniform than a Rams uniform. So, but was persistent in reaching out, knocking on Andrew's door, or at least calling him, blowing him up, texting him, things like that. And, somewhere along the way, between that first March and into May, and a little bit right before the draft, because we started talking about draft compensation and things like that, I would say that, wow, this could be a possibility. This opportunity actually could be a possibility. And again, we just kept knocking, kept working to try to seize that opportunity.
Is it true you've been knocking on the Cleveland Browns door for Myles Garrett as far back as the year you were defending the Super Bowl championship?
It's interesting. I saw the Jordan Rodriguez article, or someone mentioned, we tried in 22. And I'm like, wow, did we? But here's what I do. I do remember that because that was post Super Bowl. Von Miller was a free agent and left for Buffalo. Right. So I do know that we were working to try to replace Von, and that was a call that we did make. But I had to go back to my journal.
Yes.
To see if that was correct or not.
Yeah, we had Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, on the show yesterday. He dropped that nugget. We're like, what? Since 2022, you've been pursuing this, whale of a defender here, man, and pass rusher. And another thing I just want to ask, breadcrumb-wise as well, is of all the teams to propose a rule in this year's annual meeting that teams should be allowed to trade first-round picks up to 5 years in advance, would be the Cleveland Browns. And of all the teams to potentially chime in to support it, as we noticed, our friend Kevin Demoff, the president of the Rams, tweeted out in response to Adam Schefter talking about more trades than ever during the new league year, how great the Cleveland proposal is to be able to trade more draft choices. Were you already in talks at this point in time? Was this Myles Garrett potentially related because you might not want to cough up Jared Verse because he's that good in a trade?
I'm trying to think. Did they adjust the contract before the league meetings? I'd have to get I'd have to go to the Journal to do that. Here's what I do think in that. If you know Cleveland, if you know Andrew, you know their outfit. They're a very creative outfit. I think Kevin being, let's call it a CEO of Kroenke Sports now, and having some of that basketball and hockey DNA in his, let's call it leaking into his system. I think he's, Kevin's always been one to go, okay, that might be something to support. I don't think it was just specific for Myles Garrett. I think that's Cleveland being who they are, creative, innovative. Kevin taking a little bit of what's going on in some of the other sports is, hey, maybe this is a way the NFL could go.
Okay. And
at the end of the day, though, that one got shot down pretty good.
Yes, it
I don't even think we took it to the table in the end.
That's correct. It never even made it to the membership, as we call it. And then last time you were on this program was right at the draft, when everybody here in this town was lit up about the fact that you chose Ty Simpson 13th overall instead of getting Matthew Stafford, something right now with that pick to win this year. Was the Myles Garrett trade real enough at that point in time for you to say, if we get our quarterback of the future here now, then there's more picks to F, if you will, for Myles? Les, was that
I can't
part
say,
of
Rich, it was more real at that time to be, and that is something we did discuss internally. But I would still put it, Rich, at questionable right around the draft. So you were going to have to we were going to have to go through the draft with the possibility that this is just questionable, but it was more than doubtful. So, but it wasn't probable, but it was questionable. So it's something, you work through a lot of scenarios with the draft when you're going through it. And that was definitely one of them that we did discuss.
Okay. So, but I'm just trying to see how far in advance things happen and how many dimensions of chess you play here, Les. You know what I mean? Because it all connects. This all connects.
It's definitely, it's all interconnected. And I say that the offseason was intentional. We came into it. What can we do to add to the defense in this offseason? And it started with the Trent McDuffie trade and then signing his co-pilot, his partner in Kansas City, Jalen Watson. But this was an opportunity, and sometimes a friend of ours, Annie Duke, who is more poker than chess, she's always said, you know what, football's more poker to me because, chess, there's a finite amount of moves. I guess you call it the ecosystem is pretty strict and structured, and there's a perfect move. And sometimes in poker, there's an element of random luck or just randomness that occurs on a draw you may get. And that's essentially what the Myles Garrett situation was, because we didn't think that was a possibility, but it became an opportunity. Something you probably, if you go into the offseason and say, hey, the thing we have to do is trade for Myles Garrett, it's probably more fantasy football than reality.
Well, so I guess in that respect, because I've been on Annie Duke's podcast with you. We were co-guests on her podcast together a couple of years ago. So I guess you didn't flop.
I do remember that.
I do.
Okay, let's go.
You didn't flop Myles. You didn't river him. You might have turned him. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And the turn comes right after the June 1st deadline, where the rest of the division or league conference doesn't have a chance to use the draft to make up for it. Is that part of this equation for you?
That's definitely part of it. Also part of it, there's so many variables in this. I know Cleveland preferred, if they were going to move Myles, is to do it, post June 1, so they could spread. It really helps their cap situation in the immediate 2026 season by doing that. So that was a variable as well. But I think it was a complicated situation because having this blueprint, having this vision, let's try to trade for Myles. And even if Cleveland thought in the end there's a possibility, right, this could be a win-win. Actually agreeing to the compensation is always the complicated part of the equation, because you like to say you can really want something, but it might just be too expensive, right? We've all lived through that. We've all lived through that, probably buying real estate in Los Angeles.
which Myles is now going to do, although he spends a lot of time out here. Susie and I saw him at a UCLA women's hoops game in the wintertime. And he spends a lot of time here. Now he's going to work here. Les Snead here on the Rich Eisen Show. And again, last time we had you on. It is a
positive that his significant other.
That's correct. That's true too.
He's a Los Angeles resident and born here, so
this all works. It tracks on all fronts. Last time you were on, we were talking about Mr. Grumpy, who wasn't grumpy at all yesterday in a press conference, and I know you like to keep the emotion out of things. Les, at any point during this press conference yesterday, did you look to your left and see there's Myles Garrett being introduced with your head coach Sean McVay and think to yourself, how the hell did I pull this off? Did that happen at any point in time yesterday?
I can't say this. And maybe the press conference was a little anticlimactic in terms of it was finally here. I do think when this situation flipped from a possibility to, okay, there's a good chance we could pull this off. I think at that moment during the process where you go, wow, the opportunity to acquire the reigning defensive MVP and acquire him to be a teammate with the reigning, let's call it MVP of the league, yes. And then just the team that we have. And again, here's the deal. We're well aware of the window we're in with Matthew, with the team that we have. We have efficacy. There's evidence that we can contend. I always say this about evidence. Evidence is the past. The future is still the future. So we still, Kara and I have talked about this. You'll appreciate this. Mm-hmm. Double entendre intended. We have miles to go before we do anything. So
that was a dookie. That wasn't somebody from Auburn who came up with that. Let's be honest. Okay.
Oh yeah, she refreshed it. Oh yeah, there is a double entendre. I can't even pronounce it. Probably.
Look at Kara rubbing off on you, Les. Fantastic. I do love seeing it. At any point in time in your negotiations with Matthew Stafford, whose sensibilities were, part of the equation of Sean McVay's demeanor in that press conference back in the draft, is my only way to put it here. At any point in time when you're talking money with him and comfort level with him, did you let it slip Myles Garrett might be coming? Hey, buddy, guess what?
I think I know Sean definitely has had discussions with Matthew about, look, we're always going to try to, let's call it, attack the acquisition variable that we can in the NFL to, let's call it, take advantage of his window along with our teammates. So we definitely have some of those conversations with Matthew because he's a very important part of our ecosystem here.
How long do you think he's going to play, Les? What do you think?
That's a really good question. We truly like to take it year to year. Now, I think it's really for Matthew's sake in that I know Matthew puts so much into playing this game that sometimes it's daunting to think, I have multiple years, and it's better let's just focus at the year, right? The year that we're about to embark on. It's interesting. Every year that we've done this, probably 24 hours after the season, Matthew's come right in and said, let's do it again. I mentioned to someone earlier too, if he was a baseball player and he could throw, I call it over 100 miles per hour on a pitch, I don't think Matthew would ever be. I think he might be able to throw 100 miles per hour at age 60. Like he just has a special gift in that arm, in that wrist, all of that. So it's not going to be the arm that finally he says, you know what, it may be time to hang him up. It'll probably be the grit that's required to play that position at an elite level. So we'll take it year by year, and I can say this: he's not slowing down. So
yeah, it could be the babies at home as well that he wants to go hang out with.
I can't say this for four little ones at home. Football might be a lot easier than the energy required to keep up with that bunch. Although they're beautiful.
The paycheck helps. The paycheck helps too. So listen, Les, you're in Los Angeles. You're in the Los Angeles market. You compete with other franchises. You compete with the movie industry, which is all about amassing superstars, superheroes, running it back, sequels. At what point are we calling Aaron Donald to kick a tire, Les? When does that happen? What do we got here?
I know this. Here's what I do know about Aaron. Aaron and Sean talk a lot.
Okay.
I do think for the first time since he's retired, he's maybe tempted that, let's maybe do one last stand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's been tempted since he has been retired. And I think if you know Aaron at his core, he's one of those humans that if he doesn't think he can really, really help, he probably doesn't want to try. But for the first time, I'm betting that he's tempted. I can sense that. That's cool that Aaron's excited. This, like a lot of our fans, Aaron's excited about this move, and he's probably tempted for the first time. But you know what? Let's let him sleep on it, Rich. As he mentioned, see if that fire, that flame, he called it, stays lit or starts burning a little bit hotter.
No, we talked to a couple people on this subject matter over the last couple days. One earlier today, and I'm going to play a soundbite there in a second, and one yesterday in Eric Weddle, two former Rams, as a matter of fact, that we spoke to about it. Eric Weddle, who we all know that was born out of necessity the last time, and it does take some time to wrap your arms around it and get ready and what have you. But Donald, he's ready to roll now. So you leave it alone. You let Sean handle it. Like, what? You got a plan? You got a man? I know you got a plan. You're not just going to wing it here. Like, what do you think?
You're not just going to wing. I think this is one, though. I do think it's one where Aaron, I think hey, if you talk about let it alone organically occur, hey, does Aaron want to do it? Or is this just, you know what? It was like you said, it disrupted his day. Monday disrupted Aaron's week with this news. And was it just a disruption and caused this emotional stir, or is this real? Because I know, and Eric Weddle, that was wow, you talk about nice, random, good luck in terms of the bad luck being, oh, wow, we were getting injured at safety. The good luck being, wow, Eric Weddle will come do this on the practice squad and we standard elevate him. I think if you know Aaron's not one that would want a helicopter in right to the peak there, and he would want to start at the bottom with his teammates and go earn whatever's to be earned, every step of the way. So I think that's what Aaron would be weighing as he determines whether, coming back would be fun or not.
Or it's already not going to happen, Les, which is breaking news here. Cooper Kupp was on the program last hour, Les, and I asked him about this possibility of Aaron Donald coming out of retirement to play for the Rams again. This is what he had to say. There's a larger conversation that thinks that Aaron Donald might be sitting at home going, I wouldn't mind playing with him.
I texted him and told him that he's not allowed. So we're good.
Oh, wait, what?
Pardon me? What happened?
No, I just texted Aaron and said, I said, don't even think about it. I just left it at that. So we're good. I'm not worried about it because he's not.
So
I told him he can't.
You stopped
I already nipped it in the bud.
Yeah, sorry, Les. Just wanted to break that news.
It seems like Cooper would be a little biased. And I certainly understand, right?
Yeah.
Hey, maybe Cooper could retire.
Yeah,
fair trade.
Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for him to hang it up.
I'm enjoying the byplay here. Hey, Les, thanks for the time. Congrats on the big trade and the buzz that you're creating in this town. It's so difficult to create buzz in this town, certainly in June when you're talking football. But man, you could feel the jolt. There's no question about it. Congrats.
This was definitely not a nuts and bolts move.
No. Hey, listen, I remember you were part, along with Thomas Dimitroff, for that Julio Jones trade years ago. And it's like you see a generational guy, and you can go get him. Go get him. Doesn't matter who picks. Go get him.
Let's go.
Yeah.
At least try, right? At least knock on the door.
You've been doing that forever, man. Thanks for the time. We'll chat again soon.
Enjoyed it. Appreciate it,
Right
Rich.
back at you. That's Les Snead, everybody, right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Like all of us, married up, married smarter. Kara Henderson Snead, who I've known since the mid-'90s, working with her at ESPN, telling Les Snead what a double entendre is. But some say entendre, but it's okay.
Do you think Cooper Kupp would retire if it meant Aaron Donald would not come back?
No, he would not. And he would leave it to his championship offensive line to do the job. But if you just honestly spend, because we like stirring it up and talking about things and passing the time until actual football gets played or an NBA Finals gets tipped off tonight or A dynamite game one of the Stanley Cup final gets rolling as it did between the Vegas Golden Knights and the Carolina Hurricanes last night. Yeah. Giveaway with three and change to go was the difference of a 5-4 victory for Vegas. While we're waiting, we like stirring it out. Hey, maybe Aaron Donald could do this. But just before we throw it a break, can we linger for a few seconds of what that would look like?
Sure. Unfair.
With Aaron Donald, 99.
Yeah.
The guy who's like Mr. Ringfinger. Hey, everybody. Remember last time we were in the Super Bowl in our city, in our town, in our stadium? Yeah. Walk-off.
Best
walk-off moment.
Player this century?
Walk-off moment.
TJ?
Certainly interior lineman. Certainly interior lineman. And you want to talk about who's maybe the best defensive end we've seen this century? With all due respect to everyone else.
Yeah.
Not 99, now has 95. These two guys. Okay? Like, what would that look like?
With Brandon Fisk, with Poona Ford.
I've heard hell is a horrible place. I think it would look like that.
Landman.
Other people.
With the Landman.
And McDuffie. And Lake. And Watson. Just to name some on the back end.
Whose house?
What would this look like? Oh, and by the way, they're protecting a lead that Stafford and Nakua and Adams and Corum, sorry to give him first because he's Michigan over Notre Dame, and Kyron, and all 19 of their tight ends that are out there on the field who can run and catch, run, block, and catch, and creates this mirage for Sean McVay about what play they're going to run out of the same damn set.
Super team, bro.
What would that look like if Aaron Donald says, you know what? I'm going to reach out. Because it sounds like that's what's going to happen. They're going to have to, but he basically, for the first time, remember we asked him a couple of years ago, Les, like, hey, what if Donald comes out of retirement to help in the playoffs? And he's like, I don't know, probably not. That's not going to happen. Like, now this is real. He is somewhere in the greater Los Angeles area thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't blame him. What's it gonna mean? Like, just you're delaying your. He's in 2020. He's in the class of 2029 right now for the Hall of Fame. If that matters at all, he would push that 5 years into the distance. So what? He'll still look like he can come up with 100 tackles, looking perfect in his gold jacket.
You started the super team, bro.
God, I mean, this is real right now.
It's real. Yeah, for sure.
Let's take a break. 844-204-RICH, number to dial here on the program. When we come back, got my power rankings of the NBA Finals most influential coming up.
Okay, team. Huddle up.
Why are you dressed like a hockey player?
Because America's energy security is on thin ice. We're facing an overburdened electric grid, rising fuel costs, and severe weather. But here's your power play. Propane. It's affordable, abundant, safe. Propane is reliable energy, even when the grid isn't. Advantage Propane.
Learn more at propane.com/powerplay.
Harry Douglas here to help you get in on the sweet life with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. It's that classic throwback cotton candy flavor, but with zero sugar and a 5-hour energy boost. I keep these with me so I can tackle that sweet tooth with a tasty caffeine kick and no guilty sugary aftermath. Bring on the sweetness with Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy Shots. Cotton Candy 5-Hour Energy. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro Dunk.
Sure, every bar has a happy hour, but are they Ducky happy? At Ducky McSweeney's Pub, happy hour is 6 until 6. $6 beer pitchers, $6 house wines by the glass, $6 wells, and $6 mozzarella sticks, nachos, chicken tenders, and cheese pizza. Now that's Ducky happy. Daily from 11 to 6. And sports fans, massive screens everywhere, perfect for every beautiful game. On Post Oak, just north of Westheimer, next to Maggiano's. Ducky McSweeney's Pub.
1976, gas was 59 cents a gallon, disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because they make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Looking for the perfect place to unwind, host, or celebrate? Head to Federal American Grill with 6 Houston area locations serving up elevated American favorites, handcrafted cocktails, and one of the best social hours in town. Whether you're meeting friends after work, planning a private event, or catering your next office lunch, Federal American Grill delivers exceptional food with Southern hospitality. Visit today and find your nearest location at thefederalgrill.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So that's coming up on Friday. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Jeff in Detroit. What up, Doe, to one of our all-time favorites. What's up, Jeff?
What
What up, no, Unc? That episode is going to be fire because Dan knows where all the bodies are buried.
Yeah, you're referring to, again, our radio audience just returned. This was SportsCenter, which is a memory lane stroll of a 6-episode limited series, season 1 of This Was SportsCenter. Me, along with a colleague of mine from back in the day on SportsCenter with a one-on-one in-studio chat, chock full of flashbacks and SportsCenter commercials and photographs. That debuts on Friday on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, our YouTube page, and wherever you get your podcasts with Dan Patrick. And it is fantastic, if I may say so, Jeff. You'll love it. It's great stuff. It really is.
Super dope.
Thanks, pal.
Hey, listen, it is scary to think that Myles Garrett and the big fella could come out of retirement, man. That would be something. If I'm Myles Garrett, as soon as I hit town, I'm probably going to go pick him up. We're going to go eat, and then I'm going to kind of, ask him what the L.A. scene is like. And then I'm going to say, hey, you should come. You think you got it in? You should come back. You know what I'm saying? That'll be something spectacular.
You're saying Myles Garrett will be the one. When they say they go eat, or is that another word for working out, Jeff? Yeah. Eat their grains.
Have a meal together. You can sit down across from somebody and kind of politic with them and see where they're at with it. And that would be wonderful. It really would be. My question to you, though, is this, and I truly love Wembanyama. We're seeing an anomaly. Like you said, the passion that he talks about basketball with, you want to see this kid win. With that being said, if the New York Knicks wins the championship, will Jalen Brunson be hailed as the greatest Knick ever because of the person that he had to face? And it seems like every time the Knicks need to be bailed out, Jalen Brunson is right there. He is the damn guy for the Knicks.
I would never have thought that there could be anybody in the conversation with Walt Clyde Frazier. But again, I'm in my mid-50s. So for a generation or two, Jalen Brunson would be the greatest Knick ever. But he would definitely be in the conversation with Clyde if the Knicks pull this off. And obviously they would need him to do Brunson things for that to happen. So yes, Jeff, with a caveat, and I thank you for the call. That's Jeff in Detroit, always asking.
All right, Jeff.
The interesting question. Yeah, I mean, if Brunson puts the Knicks in the Canyon of Heroes for the first time since 1973, when Clyde and the Knicks came out here to Los Angeles and beat the Lakers, and he's the guy being acquired by the Knicks when no one was excited about it, like you're paying that much for the backup in Dallas. That's what you're doing. You're rolling the dice on this guy. I guess you really can't get anybody to take Dolan's money to try and turn this franchise around. And now look at him. And if he does that in the finals right now with this team, you bet he'd be in the conversation of one of the greatest Knicks of all time, and for certain generations, the greatest Knick of all time, and for future generations to hear about him.
Yep,
he would be. But that's still Clyde sitting there, and every single one of these shots of the Knicks returning stars, he's the only one sitting there going, oh, it's good to see you, Starberry. Good to see you, Spree. Good to see you, Patrick and Starks. Mello if he shows up. You see this thing on my finger?
Only one.
I'm the only one sitting here with one of these.
Yeah.
Unless is Bill Bradley walking through that door?
I haven't seen him at any of the games.
Bill Jackson around?
So, yeah. All right. It's a Wednesday, which means it's time for Power Rankings. Power Rankings of the top NBA Finals influencers. Presented by SoFi. Power Rankings.
Power Rankings.
All right. The Power Rankings of the 2026 NBA Finals top influencers. Presented by SoFi. Are you ready, everybody?
Top influencer.
Oh, yeah. Number 10 on the list, everybody, are the Knicks fans.
Okay.
Oh, they could influence things, pal. Certainly when this series goes to Madison Square Garden, games 3 and 4. But I'm also wondering, how much blue or orange will we see in, say, like the turquoise section in games 1 and 2? In San Antonio? How many of these Ziggies are going to be joining Chalamet, and the rest of in Spike, you know what I mean? How many are going to San Antonio? And will that affect anything?
Let's see.
I'm curious to see how the Knicks fans travel in this one. But certainly if the Spurs hold serve, Madison Square Garden best be the home court advantage that it can be. And I think that's number 10 on this list of Knicks fans. Everybody.
Knicks fans seem to have a lot of disposable income. I think they'll travel.
Yeah, not a lot of tickets available for tonight.
I don't know. We'll see. Number 9 on this list is Greg Popovich.
Oh.
I'm just can't get enough of him being the coach whisperer. Here he is with Wemby when he was coaching him as a rookie. Look who's listening in. The current coach now is taking over, Mitch Johnson. But Wembanyama did, in fact, see Greg Popovich as soon as they landed from Oklahoma City in winning Game 7. Quote, the emotion was something I haven't felt in a while. I don't even know since when. Coming back down from this is a challenge. We still need to really come back down to earth, and we realize we haven't done the hardest task yet. Keldon Johnson, the 6th man of the year, saying that when Pop walks into the team's training facility, quote, you shut the F up, end quote. This is a metric, guys. This is an influencing presence. And plus, I get to call Greg Popovich an influencer. So that's always fun. Number 8 on the list is Mitchell Robinson and his pinky. Although the break apparently is not in his pinky. And the break, as we heard, didn't happen in the 4th game against Cleveland. And it didn't happen in practice either, which means how the hell did he break his pinky? And this gives you an idea of how, because it's not a broken pinky, as Brian Windhorst said on Get Up on Wednesday.
The Knicks showed their hand, so to speak, Greeny, because it wasn't his pinky. It was his 5th metacarpal. It's a broken hand. When you break this part of your hand, it's known as a boxer's fracture, because most of the time it means you hit something.
What the hell did he hit? Who the hell did he hit?
Whoa.
Why the hell did he hit anything with his hand? All I know is this. Sham says he's going to be available in Game 1, which is great because the Knicks need his 6 fouls. They need him to basically rebound. They need him to block some shots, affect something, and just rebound and start the fast break. And wouldn't it be amazing, Knicks fans, if somehow, some way, all he needed was to break his hand doing something stupid, to put on a cast, and he becomes a better free throw shooter. That's the way I'm going to look at it. You imagine he starts shooting 80%?
Could help his form.
He would wear that damn thing on his right hand the rest of his life.
Yeah, he'd be like Cowboy Bob Orton with his cast.
Number 7 on the list are the head coaches in terms of the top NBA Finals influencers. Mitch Johnson, I'm a fan of his, man. I just like the way that he goes about his business. And then Mike Brown, man, he is living his best life.
On a run right now.
Did you see, this was the press conference moment on Tuesday when it was brought up to him about his time on the staff in San Antonio when he was a youth league football coach.
Mike, over here, Don Harris, WEI San Antonio. How much of your defensive philosophy...
Former coach of the Dogs.
I was going to ask you, how much of your defensive philosophy was formed when you were here in San Antonio? Not from Coach Pop, but from your incredible 6-man flag football, first-grade Dogs defense that you designed.
So we were awesome. Literally, he was the offensive coordinator. I was the defensive coordinator. And we actually dominated that league. We had to cheer all our parents. After every game and before every game, we get our parents in with the kids. And our cheer would be, who let the dogs out? Woo, woo, woo. Who let the dogs out? Woo, woo, woo. So that's for all you older, they're adults now, right? Yeah, they are adults. For all you older dogs back in the day that were 6 and 7 that are now like 30. A lot came from there. But my players won't do that cheer, though, for some reason. My current players.
Wow. Fantastic. Or not. Listen. Mike Brown is 4 to 7 games away from being the avatar of keeping these team loose and not panicking in the moment to absolutely not being ready for the moment, singing the Baja Men, who, by the way, I think the Mets got to perform before Game 3 of the Subway Series against the Yankees because that's how they run New York. He's 4 to 7 games away from being either A great coach because he's loose or somebody not ready for the moment. That is exactly the way it works in New York City. Maybe not in Texas. All right, moving on. Number 6 in terms of the top influencers of the NBA Finals. I understand about all these young stud guards that the Spurs have, but I'm going with De'Aaron Fox. 28 years old, finally getting this moment. This guy has been played in big-time basketball games in college. He's finally getting his moment here, and he can be the one that can give Brunson problems and also answer in big, huge moments and facilitate. I can't wait to see what De'Aaron Fox does in these NBA Finals. Let's go to the top 5. In terms of the most influential players and the influencers here, I'm going with the other Nova Knicks. I'm going with Bridges and Hart. Hart is the guy who does everything for the Knicks. He can facilitate the break. He can shoot the threes. He can rebound. He can block shots. He can be the heart and soul. And Bridges, man, 5 first-round picks. This is it. This is it. Let's not be Allen Houston in this series. And I'm being honest. I'm shooting you straight, okay? Like, this is it. You won a championship in college. Let's do it in the pros. Number 4 on the list, the most influential and the top NBA Finals influencers, the Nuns from San Antonio.
The Nuns.
I'm not stuttering. The San Antonio Nuns. You know what I mean? How are they not influential? So far, so good.
You know, Luke Cornett goes and gets every game.
They got the Nuns, right? The Knicks. I'm sure we could find some Nuns, right? I have no idea.
In New York, for sure.
I don't know. Isn't Ronnie Nunn a former official? Okay.
Okay.
Number 3 on the list is Jalen Brunson. I mean, this goes completely without saying.
3?
Number 3, because guess who's number 2?
Let me guess.
Number 2 is Victor Wembanyama. In terms of top influencers of the NBA Finals, Brunson and Wembanyama are 100% without needing to be said, and I put Wembanyama above Brunson because he's Victor Wembanyama.
He's tall.
So the number 1 NBA Final influencer, and I will take all comers on this argument, and it's the amazing Corgi. This dog has been amazing.
Come on.
And this dog nailed game by game the Western Conference Finals with the Spurs winning in the 7th game. And this dog, look at this dog. Just knocking in basketballs. Knicks take a 2-1 lead, and then the Spurs tie it up in Game 4, win Game 5 at home. Knicks win Game 6 at home. Game 7 goes to Game 7 goes to the Spurs.
Wow.
This dog has been accurate. Steph Flurry is the nickname of this dog.
Steph Flurry.
Yeah. Air Corgi. This Corgi has been spot on. And he says the Spurs win in 7. Again, there's no such thing as a bad dog, just bad owners, or in this case, bad basketball. And those are my top NBA Finals influencers presented by SoFi. That's my power rankings brought to you by SoFi. Get your money right. What? You know I'm going to go with a dog every time.
Yeah, that's true.
Adorable, knocking in baskets.
I was about to question it, but then I realized they put these videos out before, because I was like, it's easy to say after. But yeah, this was, who knows? This is a dog.
That
right?
dog has nailed every single one of them. Game by game. By the way, this dog predicted the Spurs would win Game 1 in the Western Conference Finals, then lose the next 2, then win the 4th one, then lose the 5th, and win the last 2.
Okay. Well,
this dog doesn't just predict how many games it is and who wins. This dog nails each game by game. And I defy the human across the way who actually gambles to do that.
I'm not going to say who I like tonight.
Okay. Are you really?
You don't want to be the mush?
That's coming up.
Allen Houston shot 25%
Because you've been up to something over there. I can see. I got to ask you what you're up to.
Yeah, cooking.
I could see. You're like you got your nose in your laptop over there. All right, we come back. And Pat Oswalt in studio in hour number 3. 844-204-RICH. More of your phone calls coming up.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by tax relief advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A-plus rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 five-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087. 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087 or simply visit TRA.com.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. At Twin Peaks, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days, UFC and wall-to-wall TVs. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes through in the clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26 at participating bars across the country. Because superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding California and Washington residents, 21 plus. Begins on 2/1/26 and ends on 5/31/26. See official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prices and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
How long is this list?
Don't let that honey-do list overwhelm you. Stokes Hardware to the rescue. This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your DIY projects, like your patio, painting, or garden project you've been putting off. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
Wow. While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent, the future stars who are already turning heads at age 14, because next doesn't wait for an invitation. Neither does Hyundai. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. And Hyundai did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. And we're still doing it every day. The future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA. What are you working on over there? What cape are you cultivating?
Here's the thing, Rich. We got the NBA Finals. We got a big opportunity tonight.
What do you mean by opportunity? To watch the game?
Well, watch the game.
Hang with friends? Maybe watch it with Cage? Hey, Cage, come and watch the big game with Dad. No?
Yes, but...
What's the but?
Let's make it interesting.
What do you mean? It's not interesting enough?
No. I don't care about any of these teams. I got to make it interesting for me. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
A little action. So,
okay.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You know, I like to cook up the wild futures.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
explain. What do you mean wild futures?
Wild futures is I like to do something that I know is going to happen now, right? But then tie it to stuff that, like, maybe some golf over the weekend, or is there a big event over the summer? Let's look future. Let's look way into the end of the baseball season.
Okay.
So we have an opportunity. So here's what I like tonight, TJ.
Okay.
Tell me what you think about this. I like Stephon Castle. Okay.
Okay.
15 points. Just throw it in there, nice and easy. He's been on a nice run this playoffs. Jalen Brunson, we know he's a machine. 25 points. Put it in the bag.
Okay.
Like Wemby and Cat, 10-plus rebounds. That seems easy, right?
Okay.
They're the two biggest guys on the court.
Okay.
Grab some rebounds, TJ. And I like under 218.5 tonight. Game one jitters.
But the Knicks have been scoring.
Yeah, like 120.
They're on a roll. They are butter.
They haven't played in 2 months. Okay? And here's the thing.
They have played in 2 months.
Sorry, they haven't played in 9 days.
They haven't played a defense like this.
So that's
game one. So I'm throwing all that together.
Tonight.
Throwing all that together for tonight. Then I'm looking a little ahead in the future. Rich, we got a huge summer event, the World Cup. I got to throw a World Cup future into this, make it a little interesting.
With everything in
So
tonight
everything in
too?
the game tonight is only 8-1.
Okay.
Let's ramp it up a little bit.
Okay.
What would be the best World Cup story of the winner?
Well,
Who's holding that trophy?
The United States.
They're not going to win, though. I need a team that can actually win. England, Rich. England, they haven't won since, 60-something years? And think about this. 1776, they're probably still pissed off about that, right? It's the 250th anniversary of America, right?
Yes, right.
What would be better revenge than England, the Three Lions, coming over here and winning the World Cup on American soil? Harry Kane just pumping in goal after goal, hoist that trophy at the end.
Okay.
Let's throw England in there.
Wins the whole thing.
Wins the whole thing, World Cup.
So what are
Let's throw that in
now?
there.
You're connecting tonight's...
I'm connecting tonight's little action that I got.
All of them together?
All of them together.
You got to get them all right?
Got to get them all right. Let's throw England in there,
Okay.
too, right? I want my house to be happy. Let's throw the Braves in there to win the National League.
Okay.
They're the best team in the NL right
they're on
now.
a roll.
But they're still great odds. Dodgers still big favorites. So, add the Braves in there. You know what I mean, Rich?
Right.
Then... who do we love around here, TJ? You love Arch Manning.
That's my nephew.
That's your nephew. He's going to win you a boat. Let's throw Texas to win the Natty in there, Rich. You know what we're getting on that?
No.
We're getting basically 3,000 to 1 on that.
So you're saying...
3,000
What happens? So if you hit everything tonight...
Yeah.
Then you're going to have to hit England.
Now we can play.
So you get through the summer. Now you got October.
Now I'm locked into England.
And then you got next January.
Then, if you want to get even crazier, Rich, let's throw the Rams to win the Super Bowl, because why not?
So what would this...
Whose house? Rams' house. Rich, you throw all of that together, you stir it up in a pot.
Yeah.
20,000 to 1. $1, $20,000. Who's with me?
Let's do this more often.
I'm not afraid of you.
Dude, wild futures.
Okay. Chris Brockman, everybody.
That's
what he's cooking up over there.
You guys in for a quarter? Quarter.
Quarter what?
A quarter. One of these guys.
You know what? I'll just sit back here and I'll enjoy watching. I just hope tomorrow this is still alive.
That's what I mean.
Because you've got to get them all right.
Got to get them all right.
Why don't you just use one of them tonight to tie to all the futures and just tie everything from together tonight?
That's not fun. This is way more fun.
I can find on Del Tufo's desk is
This
yours.
is way more fun.
Pat and Oswald, third hour coming. When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com. Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
How could you not be a great sports pub with the name Ducky McSweeney's? You can't. If you love a sports bar that's a little more elevated, cleaner, better food, an incredible bar, you're going to love Ducky McSweeney's Pub. The pizza, wings, and burgers are legit. Fish and chips and shepherd's pie, Irish iconic. And yes, they even have chef-crafted sushi, plus massive screens everywhere. Perfect for every beautiful game. On Post Oak, just north of Westheimer, next to Maggiano's. Ducky McSweeney's Pub.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, colors are a big part of your job anyway, right?
So we have 100 plus in-stock colors to choose from. And if you need slings, we also have 100 plus of those.
HoustonPowderCoaters.com or call 281-676-3888.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. 800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram.
Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
I am a bad man.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Les Snead. This is a bad man.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
The Rams started calling the Browns about Myles Garrett in 2022.
Earlier on the show, Seahawks wide receiver Cooper Kupp, Rams general manager Les Snead. Coming up, actor and comedian Patton Oswalt. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Phone lines are lit. We're about to take all your phone calls best we can. A.J. Brown has spoken in his new spot. Jared Verse has shown up in Cleveland. Myles Garrett was in Los Angeles already. We talked about that with Les Snead, the man who brought Myles Garrett here. We also spoke about the possibility of Aaron Donald returning to action. Not only with Les we talk about that with, but also Cooper Kupp in hour number 1. He said he's already texted Aaron Donald. He's not allowed to do that. He said he nipped it in the bud. So run tell that, essentially. All 3 hours of this show can be viewed through our Disney Plus page. Once it's all over, we've got our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. The Disney Plus portal also is how you can, watch a new series that I'm throwing out for everybody to enjoy called This Was Sports Center. It starts Friday. It's 6 episodes in length, and it's part of the Disney Plus Throwback Summer campaign because we are going down memory lane together, you and I. Anybody who's taking in that program will just be taken down memory lane from the old Sports Center days. Me and 6 of my colleagues from back in the day. First one up on Monday is Dan Patrick. On Friday, on June 5th, is the one-on-one with Dan Patrick. Monday, June 8th, it'll be me with Chris Berman. And then once a week, every single Friday, a new episode will drop, as the kids say. Disney Plus, the ESPN app, the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel is how you can watch it. And I would love for you to watch it because it's done with a lot of love and care of making sure that you see old footage, old school Sports Center commercials. Mike Hoskins, who is at the controls right now for the Rich Eisen Show every single day, as he is as our coordinating producer. He expertly edited and produced it as well. And please watch it. If you can't, you can listen to it wherever you get your podcast because it's a great conversation, if I may say so myself. That is coming your way on Friday, and we're going to start dropping little tidbits and teasers and trailers and things like that, and hopefully we'll take it all in. Patton Oswalt is in our green room. Very funny man coming out here in hour number 3 in just about 20 minutes' time.
Let's go.
We'll chop it up with him. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. Corey in Baltimore has been waiting for a while to talk with us. What's up, Corey in Baltimore? What's going on?
Hi, how you doing today, Rich?
What's going on?
I'm calling to do a win-loss prediction for my Ravens.
Oh, is that what you're doing? Okay,
Yeah.
Have we had that yet, gents? Anybody?
Ravens. I don't believe
we've had that yet. Baltimore Ravens. Let me get my paperwork ready. I believe our control room has gotten the Baltimore Ravens schedule ready. Are you ready, Jason?
Yes, sir.
All right, Corey in Baltimore. This is the first one that I've had for a Ravens fan calling in. The win-loss game. What happens when the Ravens open up in Indianapolis in Week 1?
That's a win.
What happens when the Saints visit in Week 2?
Oh, that's a win.
All right. What happens down in Rio de Janeiro? Late window on CBS. Tony Romo going, in Rio, Jim. Against the Cowboys. What happens?
Cowboys suck. That's a win.
Whoa. Whoa. Was that Portuguese?
It was
all right.
Gibberish is what it was. Me.
The Titans visit Baltimore in week 4.
That's a loss.
Whoa. So you're going to beat the Cowboys in Rio, but come home and lose to the Titans? Is that what you're saying?
I'm looking at previous history. When the Titans come to Baltimore, we have never beaten them. So.
Yeah, but Ed George is not walking through that door. Oh, good enough. All right, 3-1 at the Falcons on a Sunday night.
Oh, that's a win.
4-1 at the Browns.
Oh, that's a win.
5-1 home for the Bengals.
Oof. That's a loss.
5-2 at the Bills.
I'll say that's a loss also.
5-3 home for the Jaguars on a Thursday night.
That's a win.
Home for the Chargers on a Monday night.
I'll say that's a win.
7-3 at the Panthers.
Oh, this is a tricky one. Oh, God.
Mm-hmm. What do you got?
I'll say that's a loss.
7-4 at the Texans.
That's a win.
8-4 off the bye, home for the Bucks. Ooh, careful.
I'll say that's an overtime win.
All right, squeeze one out, in other words. At the Steelers.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
This guy.
Tyler Loop avenges his mistake. That's a win.
All right, 3 wins in a row. Home for the Browns.
Oh, that's a win.
11-4 at the Bengals on a Thursday night.
Oh, and that's New Year's Eve. Oh, that we're splitting that. That's a win.
And then home for the Steelers.
Oh, that's a win.
13-4, says Corey in Baltimore. Thanks for the call, Corey.
Hey, you're welcome.
I think that's a bit, and I'm high on I'm high on the Ravens. 13-4, I think, is a bit pie in the sky, don't you think?
It's a little high.
Will anybody win the division with more than 11 wins?
I would say a 12.
I don't think so. How does that sound?
That's tough.
This is a tough division. It's going to beat each other up, and
I think someone gets to 12. That's okay. That's the max,
and that will get the win.
Yeah,
I think 12 wins this division.
Yeah.
You know, is AJ Brown a diehard Patriot fan in the same way Kyrie Irving always rooted for the Nets?
Stop it.
Probably.
That is
Kyrie was from New Jersey, though.
Stop it.
Kyrie was from New Jersey.
Yeah, does he have pictures of himself in Nets gear?
How do I know that's
Maybe
a real picture? AI is amazing. I watched Mr. T just beat up Johnny Lawrence from Cobra Kai on a video 10 minutes
He
ago.
took pictures of pictures.
Look, man.
What does that mean?
They could do that, too.
Pictures of pictures.
It means there was no digital copy.
Oh, okay.
It was a picture from a photo album.
No, he's been doing that for years, like before artificial intelligence. Don't you remember? Vrabel said he was showing those pictures to him when they was in Tennessee of him wearing old jerseys. No,
I don't remember that.
Well,
why would I remember?
Stop being a hater.
Well, he says he can't stop pinching himself. That he's now a Patriot and he's already starting to practice with him.
Just talking to my mom, and I was like, man, I'm still in awe. You know, I'm trying to adjust, and walking up the hill with the uniform on. I was like, man, this is real. You know, and caught myself one point in practice, wasn't paying attention because I was like, dang, I'm a Patriot. You know, and just trying to take it all in as much as I can. Obviously, I got back to work quickly, but it's levels to it, and like I said, I'm enjoying it. It's obviously I know this ain't heaven, but it's close to it.
Close to heaven.
Oh.
Huh.
It's like Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
Is this heaven? No, it's Foxborough.
Did you hear that Julian Edelman gave him the blessing to wear 11?
I did hear that.
And he said no, he's gonna start his own tradition wearing number 1. Wearing number 1. Who's the last? Was Cam Newton the last one?
Jalen Polk were number 1.
So
yeah,
there's nowhere to go but up here.
Didn't work out much for.
Yep. Look at him, one hand grabbing and number 1.
Oh, the videos yesterday were arousing.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, if part of the reason why he's not in Philadelphia anymore is because he had a falling out with the quarterback and they weren't on the same page and they weren't, on the same page personally as how much they used to be same paging personally. And, obviously I am purposefully using same page for a guy who famously read a book on the sideline.
Yeah.
Because I'm weaving tapestries.
Of course.
I don't just make points. So if that was part of the reason why he's now in New England, how is he vibing with Drake May?
Everything, man. I was watching him today. Obviously, I'm learning the plays and, out there with him. He can make any throw. He's very poised. Like today in the meeting, I would say, he kind of took over the meeting. Josh was speaking, and he, kind of cut Josh off, not in a rude way, but, he just kind of took over, and it says so much from a young guy, to know what he's talking about, number one, and to lead, and to be the voice of this team. So when I heard that, I was like, wow, that was impressive. Obviously I heard great things about him, but that part alone tells me a lot about him and how much he loves his job and, he studies and everything. So, yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't be more excited.
Is this as good as it's going to get?
No.
TJ?
No.
Is this as good as it's going to get?
Probably not.
And he's so first blush excited to be there, and he and his quarterback are vibing.
What happens around week 8 when things aren't going his way, right? When he hasn't gotten the ball 10 times a game, when they're winning games, but the offense isn't running through him, then that's when you're going to see.
Guess what? If the offense isn't running through him, we're not winning games.
You won games last year without him.
A ton of games
what are you talking about? You went to the Super Bowl.
What are you talking about? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Come on now.
If
the offense isn't running through a wide receiver,
if he's not,
you're not winning games.
If he's not getting the ball, and if he's to a point where he's disgruntled, they're not going to be winning games in spite of that. Okay, he's there to be a major part of the offense and to electrify and stretch the field and be the man.
Let me tell you
something. So they're not going to win games with him not doing that.
The offense is going to run through the quarterback. Now, this just happens everywhere. But the offense, if it's going to run through who's going to run through? I'll tell you who's going to run through. Travion Henderson. That's who he's going to run through. Whatever the heck last year was, where it took some time to ramp up and they kept going back to Ramondre.
Two-headed monster.
Ramondre will be out there unless Matt Rife takes him out in a softball game.
Geez.
What the hell was he thinking?
Wasn't.
Hey, comedians in softball games, don't try and be funny in the base paths. Did you see that video? My heart was in my throat when I saw that. But anyway, I shouldn't go all in on people. I don't know. You're playing softball, you lose your head, I guess. Listen, but by the way, Patriots running backs
not doing well
athletically doing stuff in charity events.
Let's stop that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I honestly flipped out when I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
But Travion Henderson, he's going to take this thing over. Year 2 for him is going to be something. So it's going to run from the run game. Let's make sure the kid holds on to it, though. Your quarterback.
I have zero worries and concerns.
You should have
about
no
Drake
worries.
May.
I get it. But AJ Brown being there as a 1,200-yard receiver, I'm all in. But the offense running through him, come on now.
No, TJ was saying we're going to be winning games with him like having 2 catches. That isn't going to happen. There will not be a game where the Patriots win where he's not heavily involved.
Catching 6 and 7?
He was going to be
That's
traded.
the thing, too. Romeo Doubs is on this team, man. And Pop Douglas, he doesn't have to do it himself. This isn't like your cupboard was bare to begin with. That throw that May dropped into Booty against the Texans.
Not a great wide receiver room.
Okay.
Drake May made those guys look so good last year. I don't think we really understand that.
Okay.
And now they fully upgrade with A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs in addition to all those guys. Keyshawn Booty's going to get traded.
Week 8 is at Dolphins, by the way. You think so? Keyshawn Booty's going to get traded?
Yeah, I think so.
Why? Suddenly they're such a bumper crop that they could just send talented receivers elsewhere?
A.J. Brown market corrects what Keyshawn Booty does.
Okay. Good to know. I'm happy for you. Especially since, and especially since I know in the baseball world, there's an owner who's trying to figure things out. So there's that.
Well, when you score 2 runs, you're not going to win a lot of games.
No, but they're working on it. They're figuring things out.
Sure
you may not know. Some people don't understand how deep a man and caring John Henry is. I just listened to Big Papi.
This
guy, he's on it.
I love Big Poppy. I don't know how much
he's on it. Big Poppy says this guy's on it, and you don't understand him. You should understand him better, Chris. Take some time to understand John Henry better. Will you please?
I would love a face-to-face with John Henry.
What would you say to him?
Sell the team.
No, he's not gonna. He's not gonna.
That's the advice.
He's not gonna.
That I would give.
Don't say.
Okay, great. How about this one?
Let's go.
Open your checkbook.
Okay. Now that's better.
Stop being cheap. Stop letting Hall of Fame players now enter the Hall of Fame with other teams.
Okay.
Like the science guy.
See, that's better than sell the team. He's not selling the team. Tom Werner's not going to walk out that door. This is part of a. This is a crown jewel of their building conglomerate of owning teams internationally.
It's actually not. They care more about the soccer team and the golf stuff now.
But Big Poppy says otherwise. You don't believe him?
You know, I don't.
Got it. Got it. Yeah. By the way, I am going to continue to do this. Heads up.
I get it.
Anytime you get really overly excited about the New England Patriots and A.J. Brown and everything else, I'm going to remind you that Big Poppy says that the guy that you really think doesn't care about your team is somebody you just don't understand or take the time to understand.
Yeah, we lost to the Orioles again, so.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Let's bring Patton Oswalt out right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Before we do that, though, when it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the right products and that meet your needs, and their experts install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product with real pricing, real simple, really beautiful. And when a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner with the Rich Eisen Show, that says a lot. 0% financing options are available. Certain restrictions apply. Find your local Pella Windows and Doors showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen for details. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. Patton Oswalt is here next on the Rich Eisen Show. We're going to have a fun, good time in a moment.
Less than 4 in 10 kids aged 6 through 12 are playing sports regularly. 4 in 10 kids? Let it sink in. Just 4 in 10 kids. ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports, with the purpose of training more coaches, expanding access, and creating community-driven sports programming that puts kids and fun first. We're working on that story. We hope you'll join us.
Visit takebacksports.org to learn more.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Danny, what's on your mind?
Clara, I think we need another big location.
Okay, where?
Do you remember the shot heard around the world?
Sure, it was the shot that started the Revolutionary War with England.
I'm thinking about buying a big firearms store not far from there.
Why?
It would give us a bigger inventory.
Danny, you've already got the largest inventory of collectors' firearms in the world.
And this would help make sure we stay the biggest.
Are we going to go to the Old North Bridge where that shot was fired?
I've already got tickets.
Minuteman National Historic Park?
That's where we're headed.
Can I look for some Paul Revere silver while we're there?
Of course.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway. Collectors Firearms.
Houston, Texas, what is up? Nick of Nick's Place here. Summer is sizzling and baseball season's in full swing. Whether you want to watch our Stros or any other MLB team, we got your game on.
Yeah, but Nick, where can we watch all the big soccer games that are coming up?
Nick's Place! June 11th, the games kick off. We will have all the games televised with sound. So come on in, bring your crew, stay all day, and eat like a boss.
Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
Jagging out of here, Brinkman Quality Roofing is a local family-owned business and are the roof experts in shingle roofs, tile roofs, solar shingle roofs, metal roofing, and commercial roofing products. Brinkman has 100% financing available and free, no-obligation estimates. If your roof is starting to look bad, Brinkman's proprietary solution can make it look new again until you're ready to replace. Brinkman Quality Roofing is the one to call at 281-480-ROOF. That's 281-480-ROOF. Or go to brinkmanquality.com.
Looking for a great round? Play Houston National Golf Club, a true link-style course with one of Houston's most unique layouts. Tee it up at the golf club at Texas A&M, ranked among the top public courses in Texas. Or plan a getaway at Cypress Bend Golf Club in Manning, Louisiana, set along beautiful Toledo Bend Lake, just 3 hours from Houston, with great stay-and-play packages. 3 incredible courses, 1 standard. Visit SterlingGolf.com. That's Sterling with 1 G. And book your next round today.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's Leasing Company of the Year by Cars.com. Ranked number 1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience. D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's Leasing Company of the Year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26 at participating bars across the country, because superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents, excluding California and Washington residents, 21+. Begins on 2/1/26 and ends on 5/31/26. See official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. For happy hour and more.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
It's this. And this was, I was now back to the, bam, they're right there, and we're, you see how close they are in that clip. And it was like, this is what I want to get on camera. I want to film it this way.
At College Town, too, which is, University of Wisconsin. Yeah. College Town there in Madison is great. And we're talking about Tea and Scotch, which is the new comedy special of Patton Oswalt, who's here on The Rich Eisen Show to talk about it. It's the Gorilla Comedy Plus, and premiere is going to premiere on the 800-Pound Gorillas YouTube channel June 9th here on the program. What was the first comedy special you ever put together?
The first one I ever did was a half hour for HBO in 97. It was a half hour comedies when they would pick like 6 comedians. Sure. I got to do one of those. And then an hour for Comedy Central, an hour for Showtime, hour for Epix. 4 more for
I haven't heard that.
Remember Epix?
EPIX.
EPIX. Is it Epix or Stars that has a really good show on right now, like Amadeus? I think it might be Stars.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
With a Z for those scoring.
Stars with a Z and Epics with an X.
Yes, indeed.
Because we're in showbiz, right, Rich?
The business of show.
Yeah. That's Rich with a Q, by the way.
It's an odd spelling, but I get it.
And then 4 more for Netflix, and now I'm doing this new platform, Gorilla Plus.
Yeah.
And they put out amazing comedians, Beth Stelling and David Cross, and
we had David Cross here a couple months ago.
Oh, you did?
He is so damn funny.
Yeah.
So who were your comedians that you were, cutting your teeth with back in the day?
Before I started, it was anyone my age. Before I ever set foot on stage, it was people like Carlin, Pryor, Steve Martin. Like those were your guideposts.
Stars?
Yes, and then but once I started, it was my circle of friends. So it was Blaine Capatch, David Cross, Brian Posehn, Karen Kilgariff, Sarah Silverman. People like that.
Sure.
It was, hang on, there's no cough button on TV, is there?
Go ahead, just do what you need to do. Ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? When I'm hit with a bad cough, I reach for Rich Eisen Show water.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's super refreshing. It has an extra hydrogen molecule in it for extra refreshment.
I'm with you, man. There's something going on in the air anyway. So
yeah, there is stuff in the air.
So you were saying,
I had,
and
then
then
it
Sarah
was
Silverman for a while too. Huh?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was always that circle of people around me, Zach Galifianakis and Tenacious D. We were all coming up through like Largo back in the day.
Sure.
And it was really, really helpful to have people around me that were so much funnier than me, because you would always be trying to get better and work better, rather than. There's nothing worse than being the funniest person in your circle.
Sure.
Because you just don't grow. So I always had people around me, Andy Kindler, and, that were just so quick and funny. Todd Glass, who's a force of nature. So, always having those kind of people around me made me so much funnier.
And getting ready for your interview, because I'm a lead pipe welding professional, Pat, is I was, going down some memory lane.
Were you going through the microfiche files?
The microfiche. Again,
Did you send someone down to the clip files to bring you some
No,
clippings?
but I saw you on Seinfeld,
wow.
where you were working the video store when George is coming up trying to get breakfast at Tiffany's. He's trying to rent it, and he's not there, and you walked away from the computer screen.
Yep.
And he tried to sneak the address of where it was?
He wanted to go to the person's house to watch it because they had rented it. By the way, isn't it weird that what we're talking about now is, hey, I watched you on this old sitcom, and there's a generation like, a what? And then it's like, and in the scene, you're working in a video store.
Right.
A what? Where are you working?
I know.
And it was, it's a scene where Jason Alexander doesn't want to read the book for his book club, wants to rent the movie. The movie's rented out, and he's bothering me to go tell me who rented the thing out. And then he sneaks their address and then goes to their house and tries to talk his way into their apartment and watch Breakfast at Tiffany's with this family. It's the weirdest. Again, that show was amazing.
And so this was around the time where you were doing this stand-up that we're referring to,
yeah,
right?
This was in 94. I was kind of doing little rooms like the Largo and the Diamond Club and the M Bar. And I just was starting to get seen by people because that was the new kind of scene bubbling up.
But that had been huge for you to be on a show Jerry Seinfeld is putting on the air, man.
Jerry Seinfeld and Larry David, and I'm in a scene with Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
And this is 1994. When being on a sitcom, you didn't have 9,000 entertainment options, and it was like the 6th season of Seinfeld. People were watching it. Like it was, we saw you last night. Like the next day, I saw you last night. Yeah, I was on TV.
Right.
I remember, by the way, did you ever work retail when you were young?
Absolutely, of course.
Okay. I got the job on Seinfeld because of my retail experience.
What do you mean?
Well, when I was doing the audition, and so Larry David is playing the George character, and he's bugging me like, "Hey, is there someone? Can you tell me the address? I can do it." And I didn't realize I did this. He goes, he told me later. He goes, "You unconsciously did this. Looked around like, what other employee can I give this guy to?" Which is what you do in retail when there's someone bad at the counter. And you're like, "Yeah, sir. Let me. Who can help you with that?" Because you don't want to. And I didn't even realize I did it. It wasn't an acting choice. It was my panic instinct from my years in retail of get rid of this guy and hand him to someone else. And it made them both laugh in the room, and that's how I got the job.
Is that somebody who was looking for a pair of pants that you didn't have them, and they were like, let me go to the house and ask for the pants back? Same exact thing, huh? Pretty much.
Oh my God, yeah, that is kind of what he's. Oh, they already sold their. Let me go to their house, give me their address, and I will convince them to give me the pants.
What a wild scenario!
Yeah.
To actually do that, and I imagine that's the first time you meet Larry David. Is that? And you stayed in touch, or
we didn't really stay in touch. I mean,
Curb,
he was this legendary stand-up that the other comedians, when he was doing stand-up, he was legendary for not only having awful sets, but he would have the kind of awful sets where when he went on stage, every other comedian ran into the room to see, like, what is he going to do? He's going to do something he's going to torpedo this in such a epic way that it'll be talked about. So every comedian worshipped him, and so we were aware of each other. Mm-hmm. And then I guess over the years, and also I still am friends with Jeff Garlin, mm-hmm. and a lot of the people that work on the Larry David show. So they brought me in to do an episode of that, which was really, really fun.
Where you played his CPA
CPA, and I'm trying to. I have lied my way in a very George Costanza-like way. I have lied my way into the good graces of a very beautiful woman who thinks that I'm a competitive eater, and I have convinced her that I'm in a hot dog eating contest, and she really wants to see me in the hot dog eating contest. And so I somehow, through a series of horrible mistakes, I pull Larry into the contest. Now he has to do it. And the last shot is us shoving hot dogs into our face.
If I had told that kid on Seinfeld, one day you're going to be jamming hot dogs down your gullet next to Larry David.
You only have a line this time, but you just wait 24 years.
That's right.
You will be sitting next to the creator of this show, shoving hot dogs into your mouth, multiple takes.
My favorite scenes from Curb back in the day were Larry behind his desk, somebody comes into his office, and they have a conversation, and I'm always wondering what's real and what's on the page and what isn't,
Yeah.
You had one of them in a very classic scene.
Yes. I mean, it was again, you have the basic outline of the scene, and then what's so amazing about Larry David is, because a lot of times when people are doing improv, they're trying to win the scene with the funniest line. And he is, if anything, setting you up to be even funnier. And in doing so, he ends up being even, because what he's saying is like, so you got her to, she bought because he gives me this really stupid story to say that I'm a competitive eater, and she buys the story. She goes, she bought that lie. That was the stupidest thing. I'm like, I know, like that's like a Goebbels level lie. No, I go, who is the guy who said the bigger the lie, the more people believe it? He goes, Goebbels. I go, well, you gave me a Goebbels level lie. And he goes, well, Goebbels is the goat of lying. Like, I got a Goebbels, like it isn't even in his head that he's talking about a Nazi. He's just like, I'm really good at lying. Like, and and that becomes the funniest thing in the scene. He's so delighted with himself that you're like, you realize you're talking about a Nazi. He always does that in these scenes. Like, he will set up the other people, and he brings in Richard Kind and Vince Vaughn, and these just amazing improvisers. And he is just so good at a lot of time, because he also understands it's the straight guy it's the guy that's incredulous. It's like, what are you talking, that J.B. Smoove. I mean, half those scenes with J.B. Smoove, it's just Larry cannot believe what's coming out of J.B. He's like, wait, what? And it's so hilarious. I also love the scenes when he's out in public and he's having what should be the most inconsequential exchange with a person. Mm-hmm. And you can see him, he can't help but make it worse. And I just feel like that's happened a lot in his life, where he's like, just take your number and go get your food. And he has to then, is it necessary? Like, and then he can't, and then he causes a huge, and I just feel like that has happened so much in his life. And the fact that he has the wherewithal to step back and go, actually, this is comedic, even though I'm burning my life to the ground.
I love it. I can't get enough of it. I got Patton Oswalt here on the Rich Eisen Show. Tea and Scotch is available now on the Gorilla Plus channel, and the 800-pound Gorilla YouTube channel is coming up. on June 9th. Check out his comedy special, their 10th comedy special. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Dink is a movie I've been hearing about. This is a Ben Stiller pickleball vehicle.
Ben Stiller pickleball vehicle.
That is coming out on July 24th on Apple TV. And
Yes.
I cannot wait for that. So this is a pickleball movie?
Pickleball movie with, oh my God, why am I blanking on his name?
Jake Johnson.
Jake Johnson.
Ben Stiller.
So
and
funny.
Mary Steenburgen.
Mary Steenburgen.
She was here talking about that.
Oh, she was talking about that movie.
She was talking a little bit. I mean, when she was here with Ted Danson.
Yes.
I'm dropping names now.
Well, you know.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to this because is this, for the lack of a better phrase, like a little bit of dodgeball being brought to?
It's a little bit. It is very much the director Josh Greenbaum.
Mm-hmm.
God, I'm blanking on. He's an amazing. He did that amazing documentary with Will Ferrell and Will's transgender friend.
Okay,
Will and my mind this morning. Anyway,
they went on a
road
tour.
trip.
Yeah,
He's an
right.
incredible director. So he really he does a great thing where it's that classic snobs versus the slobs. It's the tennis players at this country club versus the pickleball and the pickleball guys. And then he just works all these weird variations on that theme, including he does such a great take on the classic big showdown at the end where our hero has to redeem the outcasts and he really has fun with kind of making fun of. It's still a very satisfying ending, but also really funny. The riffs he dings off it, and the villain in the movie is Ed Harris. He's the guy. He's the head of the country club who only wants tennis.
Okay,
and there were a couple of scenes I did with him where I'm being because I'm like one of the big pickleball advocates.
Attaboy.
And I do all this dialogue at him, and there's one scene, one take. I don't know if they used it because I haven't seen the whole movie yet. I've seen scenes of it where he just, instead of saying his line back to me, he just stares at me. And an Ed Harris stare is just earth-scorching. Like, you just want to die when he's just staring at you. And so he does all these great, it's like Tommy Lee Jones in Men in Black, where he's just cannot believe the idiocy around him. He's so funny.
Ed Harris, you do realize he's acting, though, right? When he's staring a hole through you.
I mean, yes, but it's Ed Harris. You've seen that face, those eyes.
Dude.
You know what I mean?
I love that.
He is just intense.
Did you play your own pickleball scenes, sir?
I played my own pickleball scenes. We had pickleball warm-up scenes, and but then there's a scene at the end with this big match, and they brought in these professional tennis players who the director was like, okay, I need the ball to come in, curve like it's going to go to the left, but then land on the right. It goes, okay, and he would exactly hit it. It's like these aces that just, they come in and they do all of get everything to land where they want to land. It was fascinating to watch.
But people who see Dink and watch you on the screen, that's you really playing pickleball.
There are scenes of me playing pickleball. There are scenes where Jake is playing again. I'm not going to say who he plays against.
Okay.
But there are scenes where Jake was really, really playing, as was the other guy. But then there were some very specialty shots. They brought in some ringers to just go, we need this to hit this way.
Okay.
And that was like, even crew members would gather around and go, is he actually going to do this? And he would.
How about that?
Very weird.
So I'm just wondering how competitive it was on the set, Pat.
Well, there were a couple of times we were warming up where it did, even though we were trying to act like, hey, we're just playing pickleball, it did get to be because pickleball isn't about prowess and power. It's all strategy and trying to. And
this movie's not called Smash; it's called Dink for a reason. Right?
And Dink is a devastating move you can pull on somebody.
Absolutely, it is.
Yeah,
that's how you can win a point.
Exactly.
Listen, these guys around here don't understand pickleball.
Because you know why? I'll tell you why. Because they want the big He-Man. You smash, and that's how you win. It is so, and that's what the movie deals with. That it deals with the Jake Johnson, the tennis player, struggling with wait, I can win just by yes, just do that.
Counterintuitive. It wins the day. Listen, I know the way you feel about pickleball, Chris. I know the way you feel. TJ, you too. Well, it's a wiffle ball. It's a small racket. It's a little court. It's like a mini court.
Sure.
And thus, it's not a sport.
Yeah.
I'm here to say.
And between every point,
yes.
you put on a frilly dress and sip tea. I know that's it, but that is part of the game. Like, that is what gets you in the mindset. If you would just let go of all that,
maybe I need to.
Please.
No, have you yet to do it yet?
No, never played.
He's afraid he's going to tear his Achilles.
I'm also not a man of a certain age.
Just went there too.
Wow.
He's in his 40s, but
he just went there too.
I would save that clip.
Yes.
And just keep it in the
back
holster.
In the pocket, yeah.
Wait about 5 years.
Yeah. Then I will be.
And when he's suddenly playing pickleball, you're like, oh, that's weird because what was that thing you said?
Yeah.
I'm not a man of a certain age.
Pickleball keeps certain physicians in this town in business.
Mm-hmm.
And it is not easy to do. It's a full-on workout. It's the real... Okay, let's go.
It is a game not of physicality, not only of physicality, but of the mind and strategy and cunning.
That's why this
There's
man's
a chess element to it, baby.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Dink. Ben Stiller, Mary.
Dink it up.
I am looking forward to
Listen, what camera's on me right now?
There, you're on it. Right.
Ready?
Yeah.
July 14th. Think Dink. Don't lose the other one. I want people to know you can still come back from adversity. Here we go. Ready? July 24th. Think Dink. There you go. There's your trailer.
Yeah, you were a second serve guy.
I was a second serve guy. That was a let.
There you go.
Thank you.
Very good.
Yeah.
Patton Oswalt, Tea and Scotch, available now, right now on Gorilla Plus, correct?
Gorilla Plus Comedy and streaming.
Very good. And streaming on 800-Pound Gorilla's YouTube on June 9th.
June 9th.
Right around the corner. Great to see you, man.
Good. Thanks for having me in.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Absolutely.
And we'll make sure the water's the right room temperature as part of your contract.
It's fantastic.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Patton Oswalt, everybody, right here on the show. We'll wrap things up.
Dink.
All your phone calls and more. Think Dink.
Yay.
Evan Cohen here. In life, as in sports, the pros make it look easy. That's why pro golfers like Jason Day, Ben Griffin, and Patton Kazire trust the pros in lawn care. True Green. They have the experience and expertise to give you a lawn worthy of the PGA Tour. And since True Green does the work for you, you get more free time, or more tee times. So stop stressing over your lawn and start loving it. Sign up now at TrueGreen.com because nobody makes it easier to get a golf course quality lawn than True Green, the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
East River 9 is excited to announce the opening of Birdie's Ice House by the Rustic Group. Step off the course and enjoy house-made burgers, tacos, ice-cold beer, and handcrafted cocktails. Whether you've just finished a round of golf, a pickleball match, or you're meeting friends, Birdie's is the perfect spot to relax, celebrate, and enjoy the best view of the Houston skyline in the city. So grab a bite at Birdie's today. Book your tee time, reserve a pickleball court, or explore corporate memberships at eastriver9.com.
Hi, I'm Jesse Coker, and if you work with electrical parts and equipment, you probably know my dad, Jeremy Coker, owner of M&J Electrical Supply. 30 years in the business, he knows his stuff. But I'm here to put a daughter's touch on his radio commercial. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical parts and equipment. Big jobs, small jobs, they've got you. I'm biased, but they're the best. Learn more at mnjelectrical.com. M&J Electrical Supply. Dad's business, daughter approved.
Pro Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. 98.22, that's Pro-Dunk.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
Griffin, I beg you, find my daughter. April 1919, war-scarred and directionless, former Marine John Griffin is pulled into a high-stakes search from London to Paris, where mystery, violence, and a global conspiracy collide. From local Houston author Alex Juden comes Red Tiger Hunting, the first gripping entry in the recently completed John Griffin post-Great War mystery series. Called a rousing adventure by Kirkus Reviews. It's fast, dangerous, impossible to put down. Get it on Amazon or at Murder by the Book. Red Tiger Hunting.
Houston, Texas, what is up? Nick of Nick's Place here. Summer is sizzling and Nick's is the place to be. Daily food and drink specials, big outdoor covered patio, and over 40 TVs to watch your game. Need more? Mondays, it's our 4 for $4 special. Tuesdays, Dart League. Wednesdays, Sip and Paint. Thursdays, Singo Bingo. And Friday, karaoke. And every weekend, it's our big, beautiful, bubbly brunch. So come on, let's summer together. Since 1993, same location, Rocky Ridge and Westheimer, it's Nick's Place.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Bing bong, look who's here for No Contest Wrestling. It's, ladies and gentlemen, O'Shea Jackson Jr.
Hey. Yes. Hello, neighbors.
Or should I say,
thank you,
Generalissimo.
You see him? Boy, that boy Regal.
Look at this right here.
That's
by the way,
required.
very nice. That's a your neck's not that far away from your shoulder.
It's all right. I wasn't there to
This
pose.
is not.
I wasn't there to pose.
Yeah,
Look at this.
It's a Mike Glennon situation.
It's a Mike Glennon.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know?
Rich, you have
Davis
to get
Mills, the Davis Mills of the
Davis
Rich
Mills,
Burton
yeah.
Hanks.
Yeah,
Burton
yeah.
Hanks.
Yeah.
He'd be long necking.
Yeah, seriously, your head's much closer to your torso than this.
And much larger.
You do have a big head. That's true.
Thanks, man. It's a lot of thoughts in here.
Thank you, General.
We found that out last week.
Yeah, man. I took care of everybody while you were gone.
I want to take this phone call first. Tim in Arizona, you're here on the Rich Eisen Show. Tim's got a question. A lot of people ask me some. Here we go. What's up, Tim?
First of all, I have to say, rest in peace, Larry Fitzgerald and Raymond Berry.
No doubt.
Two great people.
Yeah, Larry Fitzgerald Sr. Passed away as well. So, right, you mentioned. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senior. And Shay killed it last week. Everybody killed it last week. Thank you.
No, thank you to O'Shea and Susie being here and the guests as well. I appreciate it. What's on your mind, Tim?
Well, actually, I'd like to ask you this question. I actually am a Pacer fan, and I really enjoyed last year's series, even though we didn't win. It was such a great series, okay? And I know you're a Jets fan, and I know you're a Knicks fan. And I hate this term because I actually have a daughter named Sophie.
Okay.
But I'd like to ask you a Sophie's choice question.
Okay.
Rich?
Yeah.
And it's Knicks or the Jets? Who if you had to choose between the two, would you choose the Jets Super Bowl or the Knicks winning the championship, which they can?
I can only choose one.
You can only choose one, of course.
One is a lot closer.
One is only 4 wins away right now, huh?
A lot closer.
He's just talking.
That's what I called.
He's not talking about recency bias, though. He's saying, which one would I? I'll go Knicks. I'll go Knicks.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I would.
Well, he's a Rams
I've been
fan,
out on the
so it
Jets a
makes
while. It's been a while.
I didn't expect that, Chris. Did
Passionate Rams fans. Well, yeah, I've seen the tide turn recently.
He's seen the tide turn recently. Yeah. So.
But the Knicks have technically won a championship in your lifetime, and the Jets.
I don't
never
recall
have.
either one though, man. The Jets were just as I was being born, and the Knicks were when I was 4. So I don't remember that. And I've been to more Knicks games than Jets games and things of that nature. So thanks for the call, Tim. Greatly appreciate it. It's Tim in Arizona.
Tim.
What a guy, that Tim.
All right, you want to make a prediction on the finals? We're all about to do it.
Okay.
I want a prediction of the finals, and I want a prediction of who's the MVP. And this is why Knicks fans are nervous, and why after they beat the Cavs in Game 1, coming back from 22 down, and you're sending a text, bing bong, to our phones, our voice text.
Yeah.
They were chanting, "We want Wemby" on the streets, and I'm like, careful.
Yep. Because sports guys don't like stuff like that, bro.
Well, it's not just that; it's because we are in the process of potentially witnessing rather than watching. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Wemby saying this. When was this? Right after the finals, right? Right after Game 7. Him saying this is exactly what
I'm most excited about feeling what I felt when that buzzer went off again and again and again, and even more. It's you work all these hours we put in. It's for these type of emotions. Like I want that. I want to win so bad. It's like my life depends on it.
Man.
Do you get 22-year-olds talking that way? He sounds like he's been waiting 20 years for this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't heard one like that since Kobe Bryant or LeBron James. You know, and it's hard not to root for him, but I'm going to do a very good job. Bing bong, baby.
Do you want to go first then?
No. Please. I'm a guest this time.
Chris, you go for it. Predict it.
Spurs in 6. And because I'm financially invested, Stephon Castle MVP.
MVP is nuts.
Man,
what's up, TJ?
Me now? Okay.
Yeah, you.
Well, I made this declaration a couple weeks ago, so I got to stick with it. Mitchell-Plix, pick up sticks, Nixon 6. MVP, I got to go with my guy, the guy who's brought me a lot of torture and torment, but it's all done in good fun. I'm going to go with the big bodega, the big cat, Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, man. I think you want to go next?
Yeah. You know, my tag team partner, spitting rhymes like he usually does. You know, that's how we do at NCW. And NCW right now is a New York City win. All right. So right now we're going Knicks in 6, OG Anunoby.
I don't think it. I wouldn't take the field. If the Spurs win it, it's going to be Wembanyama. If the Knicks win it, it's Brunson. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah, but that's easy.
I think
that may be easy, but it's also, you know, I want to be accurate. I'm not just going to be.
I mean, you are Rich Eisen.
Zagging. Just pardon me, everyone's zigging.
Yeah.
I'm going to go. I'm going Knicks in 6 too.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Just sounds so good.
That's my heart. My head says it's going to be Spurs in 7. This thing's going to go deep.
Yeah, I honestly don't care who wins for the first time. I'm just here to watch and enjoy.
But my heart says Knicks in 6. You know, and Josh Hart in actual, you know, figurative heart.
Yeah.
This is the best Knicks team of my life, and I've seen them, you know, in the Pat Riley era. I saw them in the Van Gundy era. I saw them with Ewing. I've seen them with Bernard King. This team, you take a look at the 99 finals and see who started for the Knicks. Obviously, Ewing was hurt, but the rest of the team, too, with all due respect to those legends that show up, this team is deeper and better.
Yeah.
I think.
I just think it's one of those series that the X factor, the player that says, okay, these guys are going to do their thing or get clamped. What am I going to do? And I believe in OG like that.
And I think Castle could be that guy, and I think Cat could be that guy.
Yeah.
It's just, you got Stockholm Syndrome. You just love your captor. Carl Anthony Towns.
Big bodega.
Oh, man. Don't
All right, we'll hit game one on Thursday's show. NCW's
So
reporting in a
Ruka.
moment.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
You deserve a bank that brings excellent service to your day. At Home Bank, the team is ready to help you achieve your financial goals. Visit any Greater Houston location or find more online at home24bank.com. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time, for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
When you're craving scratch-made food, 29-degree draft beer, and the best seat in the house for every game, there's only one place to go, Twin Peaks. From juicy burgers and smokehouse wings to ice-cold brews served by the friendliest team around, Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge. Wall-to-wall TVs means you never miss a moment. So grab your crew and head to Twin Peaks, where the views are great, the food hits hard, and the beer is always colder than your ex's heart. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Place your next bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook inside the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Catch all the action and immerse yourself in over 3,200 square feet of LED screens. Wager, watch, and win in the sleekest setting with the best odds. Order your favorite game day bites and sip on an award-winning cocktail at your game day headquarters. Only at the DraftKings Sportsbook, Louisiana's largest sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Casino, Lake Charles. A 2-hour drive from Houston. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
There's still time to get your tickets to see defending world champions Argentina face Honduras this Saturday at Kyle Field at Texas A&M. Don't miss your chance to see the best soccer players in the world when the Road to 26 runs through College Station. Great seats still remain, but they are going fast. Get your tickets now at 12thmanfoundation.com. Argentina versus Honduras this Saturday at Kyle Field. Road to 26, presented by Turkish Airlines.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5.
Hello, Houston. He is Joe. I am Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. AJ's in today. No Brian for the foreseeable future. Indefinitely. No Brian with us.
Don't get the Twitchers too excited.
Indefinitely is the accurate way to say it.
You're right.
Foreseeable future is the right way to say it. We have AJ for the foreseeable future, don't we? Next few days?
Yesterday was Ryan's last day.
Oh, it was?
As a weekday producer.
I didn't realize that.
That's on him.
I would have been nicer to him.
No, you wouldn't have.
You're right.
No, you would not have. And you should.
I heard the last segment too. Like you're like, this is where you're supposed to put audio or something like that.
Yeah.
He
didn't have it.
He didn't have it. Which I could have communicated that better. But peel back the curtain. We put our audio in red. It was there in the final segment.
It was red.
It was red.
It was right there.
Did I remind him of it? No.
No.
Should I have needed to? Probably no.
I would say no.
Probably. Could I have? Yes.
Yeah.
Should I have? I don't remind Brian. I don't remind AJ. Sometimes I remind AJ. It just depends if I remember.
Yeah, if you remember to remind him, he'll get reminded.
Yeah. Astros play a baseball game today where you have the best pitcher in baseball going, and then you have Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
You have Arrighetti and Skeens going toe-to-toe a little bit later. We'll get into some of that a little bit later. Maybe tip a cap to Spencer Arrighetti. But game one of the series yesterday, frustrating in many different ways. I mean, I did a TikTok about this after the game, Joe, at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. I think the Astros employ two of the most frustrating pitchers in all of baseball. And we saw both of them in action yesterday. The first one's the starter, Mike Burrows, who has shown flashes. Like, he has his moments where he's like, okay, yeah, this is why the Astros traded for this guy. The changeup, very good. He's got velo on the fastball. Locating, it's a different thing. And it's like, okay, he's about to, the unlucky thing is you went around with him, and the peripherals are better than his real numbers, and the expected numbers are better than his real numbers. And it's like, okay, but he's also allowed the most home runs in baseball. So he's incredibly frustrating to me.
Yeah, and he's not good versus lefties. He can't get them out. Like, the numbers are staggering. Lefties versus righties. I mean, I know you don't love batting average.
I don't dislike batting average.
Lefties are hitting .329 against them this year.
It's not good.
Righties are hitting .241.
Yeah, is this I haven't looked at his career splits. Is this a single season thing, or does this track over his whole career?
I'm looking at single season.
Okay. I would say that 12 starts probably not the best way to tell how great, and how great a divide there is in splits. I just pulled up the career splits. It's a little bit more even, but not phenomenal. 274 average versus lefties, 250 versus righties, 824 OPS versus lefties, 714 against righties, which is a little more normal. This year it's been egregious.
Yeah, I mean, it's his earned runs. It's 34 earned runs against lefties this year, 9 against righties. He can't get them out this season. Like, whatever it is, whatever the reason is, and that's what we saw in yesterday's game, he's frustrating to watch. You can see there's a competent starter, I would call him, in there.
Can you call him a competent starter?
No, I think you can see there being.
Oh, it's in there. His potential.
Yeah, it's in there.
Yeah, I think he has the potential to be a bottom of the rotation starter.
Yeah.
He's been one of the worst starters in all of baseball this year.
Yeah, yes.
The real is he's one of the worst starters in all of baseball. And there's a bunch of numbers that back that up. Runs allowed, home runs allowed, hits allowed, opponent batting average, you name it. He has shown flashes. And look, this is why Pittsburgh was so reluctant to get rid of him, or so they weren't hesitant. They weren't reluctant, whatever the opposite of that is, willing, I guess. Teams, especially cash-strapped teams, and even I know the Pirates have tons of young pitching. But which young pitcher did they make expendable?
This one.
All right. So, the Pirates, yes, they are littered with really good pitching, but they're like, you know what? Of all the young pitchers we have, this is the one we're going to trade. And look, they got a good hitter out of it and took advantage last night. Lowe hit a home run against Abreu yesterday. So, okay, they got a good player for him, and he's cheap, and he's got years of club control. But, yeah, he's incredibly frustrating. He shows flashes of being a okay starter, but the real on him is that he's been one of the worst starting pitchers in all of baseball. And even yesterday's game was incredibly frustrating. It's okay, you give up the runs early. All right, but the Astros offense swarm, and then they score runs. They give him the lead. And he kind of has the moments in the middle of the game, the middle of his start, where it's okay, he's settling into the game. He's going to pitch it deep into the game, and he's going to leave the game with the lead and turn it over to the bullpen. And we might see Josh Hader for the first time in an Astro uniform this year. Oh, no, he just imploded in the sixth inning. He is one of the most frustrating pitchers in all of baseball.
Yeah, there's just it's as you laid out there, there's an overall lack of just consistency. It feels like it's either pretty good or really, really bad. It doesn't feel like it's ever a little bad with Burrows.
No,
it's real bad.
Yeah,
all the time.
Watching him pitch just engenders me to the frustration that I have watching the Astros play baseball, and it's hard.
What?
He engenders me into the frustration that I have of watching him pitch baseball. Also, I think he's the microcosm of how this sport, any professional sport really, but we're talking baseball here. We're talking the highest level. We're talking Major League Baseball. I think he is the perfect microism.
Microcosm.
Microcosm. I was trying to make the joke.
I know you were, but you butchered it so bad.
Microcosm. He's a microcosm of how this game is won in the margins, because
you still got it wrong.
Microcosm.
You don't need to throw the second C in there, I don't think.
The real word is microcosm.
Oh, so I guess you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if I try to go microcosm, because his name's Mike,
okay,
I think that's the way you would try to play on words.
All right.
But the real word's microcosm. There's two C's in microcosm.
Yeah, you're right.
All right. But yeah, he's the microcosm of how games are won in the margins, because look, I think his stuff is good enough, especially his changeup. He throws hard enough, but he doesn't locate well. Have you seen the numbers on his you brought up the splits earlier, which is totally valid. Have you seen the splits on his pitches?
No.
He's getting hammered on his fastball.
That's not good.
Absolutely crushed on his fastball. And it's he's got a fastball that's decent enough, if he places it, that he can get by with it, but he leaves it right over the middle of the plate and he gets shellacked.
Yeah, you can't find it.
No. He gets shellacked. The opponent numbers on his four-seamer this year, Joe. 309 batting average.
That's not good.
314 expected batting average. You can make the case is lucky with his fastball.
Yeah.
You can make the case that Mike Burrows is lucky with his fastball. The WOBA, 467 against his fastball. Hitters are 21 for 68 against his fastball and have homered 9 times. 9 times. He's got a poor fastball.
Yeah, and
he needs a two-seamer.
A two-seamer. Maybe a cutter to help with lefties.
That'll work. I think a two-seamer work away, get a little arm side run.
Yeah, and that's where
I think it actually sequence and tunnel nice with his changeup.
What does the offseason look like with another, a year of sample size for, the Astros pitching machine to work with him on and add to his game? We've seen, Hunter Brown in the past add to his game, and it's helped him out significantly, obviously.
I don't like that example.
I was just trying to think of the most recent pitcher to add something to their arsenal.
Yeah, just Hunter Brown though has Hunter Brown coming up was a stud.
Yeah, Burrows is not,
and he added a two-seamer just to help this. His two-seamer is not even that good. It's just that it helps the sequencing of his other stuff. It magnifies his other pitches, which maybe that's the case for Burrows, because I think he would be aided with a two-seamer. But he's atrocious, man. His don't look at his baseball savant.
Oh, it's bad. I was looking at it last night. It's not pretty.
Well, it got worse.
Sure it did. He was terrible last night. It's no matter what your offense does, like when you're giving up that many runs in a game, from your starter, it makes it almost impossible to win. And then the other guy we're going to get to, and I'm sure in a little bit, doesn't make it any easier. Like you have two guys in your rotation or in the game last night, who just, you almost don't want to throw it all. Now, one of them, you kind of have to at this moment. The other one, not so much.
Yeah, we'll get into Brady in a second. You brought up that Burrows has options left.
Yeah, there's one option left.
I think he's got a year worth of options. He's got an option year left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you entertain sending him down at some point? Not today, but yesterday we got into hey, the Astros might have a pitching surplus if they stay healthy a little bit. Hunter Brown's going to have a spot in this rotation. Spencer Arrighetti's going to have a spot in this rotation. We think that K-Wei Tang has produced enough to have a spot in this rotation. Peter Lambert's pitching better than Mike Burrows. Who else am I missing? Imai, he's not going anywhere, and you're paying him way more money.
Yeah.
So, is he a candidate to whenever pitchers start to get healthy and start to come back? If he doesn't have it going by then, is he a candidate to, hey, maybe go work on a two-seamer? Hey, maybe go work on your location in Sugar Land?
I think he absolutely is.
I do too.
Why wouldn't he be? Like if you have this surplus that we talked about yesterday, where all these guys could potentially be coming back, Hunter Brown, Blanco, Wisniewski, Brandon Walter, Christian Javier, Lance McCullers, you have all these guys. How are they going to fit on this roster? There's going to be tough decisions to make. I think Lambert's the first one when Hunter Brown comes back, unless they go to a six-man rotation. But then as soon as McCullers or Javier comes back, before you even get into the guys we haven't seen since last year, or 2 years ago for Ronald Blanco, at this point, if they're looking good in the minors during the rehab starts and you want to put them in the rotation, or again, you have to because of Javier and McCullers, someone else has to get moved. And is Kai-Wei Tang the right guy to move to the bullpen? No, he's been good in the rotation. So if you have options for Mike Burrows and he's not consistent and he's young and you just acquired him, there's nothing wrong with sending him down. It's absolutely in play.
Yeah. Also, if you're trying to win games, sorry for interrupting.
No, you're right.
If you're still chasing the fight, and I don't think that anybody is going to run away and hide from the Astros when it comes to the wild card. The Mariners might run away and hide with this division, but I don't think anybody's going to run away and hide with the third wild card spot in what I think is a very mediocre at best American League. So I think that they're going to be in the fight. I think they're going to be chasing the fight. And if you're going to be chasing the fight, and you have an owner where the window's never going to close, and you have a lame dunk head coach. I should have said manager, my bad. You have a lame duck manager in Joe Espada in the final year of his contract. You have a lame duck general manager, Dana Brown, in the final year of his contract. They're all going to try to win. And if winning is the name of the game and Mike Burrows is your seventh best starting pitcher and he has options available, how do you suggest anything otherwise? I'm with you.
Yeah, it's what you have to do. It's the only logic. Again, I think that is... And unfortunately, it's really not based on skill.
He's going to be so mad.
For at least the first two guys. If Javier and McCullers come back first, maybe Javier could go into the bullpen.
Yeah, I think he's capable, but would you want him to?
It's just so expensive to be into the bullpen. And would you want to take anyone out of it?
Yeah, I don't think you could be looking. I mean, we even mentioned McCullers either. And he's going to come back. He's trying to come back. So, yeah, I think, Joe... This wasn't even on my radar, to be honest. Great job by you. I think it's inevitable. Unless there's injuries, I think Mike Burrows pitching this year in Sugar Land is inevitable.
The only way it's not is if they make...
Or if he starts pitching well.
Yeah. But even then, is it going to be... Is it going to be good enough to not do it? If Javier and McCullers are going to be part of this roster, two guys have to leave the rotation. Well, really three with Hunter Brown. Or Javier has to be in the bullpen, and only two guys have to leave the rotation. They're not going to DFA Lance McCullers. I don't know. Could you trade him and eat half the contract? I don't think so.
No, you couldn't.
What are you getting for Lance McCullers? A guy who said Tommy John 5 times?
You're not. That's not an option. Yeah. That's not on the table.
So you kind of have to move pieces around. So Burrows, who's struggling, you send him down, and you hope he doesn't act like his old teammate, the Cameron Mazowski guy or whatever his name is, from the Pirates, who got demoted from the rotation for Jared Jones into the bullpen, and he threw a temper tantrum, and he stepped away from the team.
Yeah, that guy's been pretty good.
He has been pretty good. I get why he's upset, but he's just not with the team now.
Yeah.
And if Burrows acts like that, well, then so be it. It is what it is. So, yeah, I think it should be inevitable.
The only thing that you lose from Burrows, you're not losing like productive pitching. You're not like, hey, you're not banging the table saying, no, we got to keep an over 5.5 ERA guy. Like, hey, we need to keep a guy who's got a whip above 1.5. Like there's nothing statistically, at least from the averages, where you're like, yeah, we got to keep Burrows. The one thing that you would be losing is he has been your Iron Man this year. He has been the guy that has thrown the most innings for you this year. The counterpoint to my counterpoint is that, well, you're getting Hunter Brown back that's supposed to be your Iron Man. And Spencer Arrigetti's, like, if he was here the whole season, he would have more innings than Burrows.
Yeah, I also wonder about that, like, if there's some strategy there where, like, his pitch count is pretty calm. Like, it's a pretty normal pitch count when he's going deep into these games. I wonder if these other teams are looking at him and going, like, we're just going to attack early to keep him in the game for as long as possible because we're going to get to him at some point.
Attack early to keep him in the game as long as possible?
Yeah, I was listening to a podcast the other day, and they were talking about how when they would face a pitcher who wasn't that good, sometimes they would swing early and it'd keep the guy's pitch count down. So that way they're more likely to stay into the 6th or 7th inning, and it would give them more opportunities to get a big inning against the guy before handing it off to the bullpen.
I see.
I was like, I've never heard anyone talk about that before. I was like, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
But, like, it's just, his pitch count's been good, and he's been going deep into games, but
is going deep into games in the best interest of Mike Burrows and productivity.
Yeah, and like there's the other guys.
But like the Pirates didn't use him the way the Astros are trying to use him. The Astros are trying to use him as kind of a bulldog, go into the 6th, 7th inning, go deep into games. Where last year Pittsburgh used him as like you're going to the 4th or 5th inning, 2 times through the lineup and you're done.
And maybe the Astros could pivot to that before they have to make this decision about sending him down. I'd be fine with that. But I think in the long term, like him not being on the Astros for a little bit this season is probably going to be what's also in the best interest of Mike Burrows. Like it's not in a career-ending thing. It's the same one we talked about with Cam Smith. Is that there's value in not getting slaughtered in the bigs and working on whatever's going wrong versus lefties in the minors. And also, like you said,
well, I think it's just location. I don't think that there's to me, it's not a seasoning thing. To me, it's not a developing thing. To me, it's about
just location.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that he's not ready for big league baseball much in the way that I thought Cam Smith wasn't ready at the start of last year. And like we've seen a lot of the bugaboos for Cam. We've seen a lot of bright spots for Cam, but we've seen a lot of lowlights for Cam because of the lack of seasoning. I don't think Burrows is a lack of seasoning. I think it's a lack of talent. I think it's a lack of command. I think it's a 2-pitch mix, and the fastball is not very good. What you were saying like earlier, like a strategy philosophy when a team is facing a pitcher that they don't really think is that good, but they want to get for the big inning, so they attack early, and then if he has a little pitch count late, they don't really care because they want to see more of him. There's a lot of pitchers who are good 1 time through the order.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pitchers that are good 2 times through the order, and then they're terrible 3rd time through the order. That's the weird thing with Peter Lambert. Peter Lambert's like phenomenal the 3rd time through the order.
Which makes no sense.
Which it doesn't, but it also shows you that there are guys that are suited to be starters, and there's guys that are suited to not be starters. Like if you can get guys out the 2nd and 3rd time you're facing them because your arsenal's, maybe it's deep. Maybe you have, a plan of attack where you can have several different plans of attack for each hitter to get guys out the 2nd, 3rd, 4th time you're facing them. You have a starter mentality, repertoire. So I looked at that with Burrows to see if that could be it. Not really. Burrows, first time facing an opponent, they have an OPS of 885. 2nd time, 951. 3rd time, it actually goes down at 739.
That's good.
So he doesn't really have like this, okay, this is a guy who gets hammered the 3rd time through the order. He should be a 4 or 5 inning guy. It actually gets better the 3rd time through the order. He's just getting hit early and often because I don't think he's that good.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that good of a pitcher.
Unfortunately, I agree.
Yeah. I mean, at best, he's a bottom of the rotation guy. And maybe the Astros can squeeze that out of him, but they have not been able to squeeze that out of him yet. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Get your thoughts on the Stros. Get your thoughts on Burrows. Also, we'll get to the second most frustrating pitcher in all of baseball. We already know the answer to that. Brian Abreu. We'll kick around that. Are we willing to go to links with Brian Abreu that we have been hesitant to before? And I'm speaking to myself when I say that. We'll get to some NFL stuff a little bit later, some C.J. Stroud stuff a little bit later because the Twitchers love that. We have a Will of Bits coming up a little bit later as well. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. YouTube, ESPN Houston. TikTok, ESPN 975. Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 975. Twitter at ESPN 975 as well. Joe's at Joe George Radio on the Twitter. I'm annoying you at Jeremy Branham. It is Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 975.
1976, D&M Leasing opened their doors with one mission, making a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. You don't have to spend hours and hours at a dealership anymore waiting to get put into a car and test drive and waiting for someone to tell you what your rate's going to be and how much you're going to be paying per month, and then being stuck with that payment that's way too high for way too long. You call D&M Leasing right now at 713-290-1000 or visit them at dmautololeasing.com. You can see their full list of cars that are available to lease, new and used. And when you call them, you'll be speaking with a sales agent who's been there on average of 10 plus years. They'll walk you through the process from start to finish. You do everything from the comfort of your own home, DocuSign, everything. And when it comes time, they'll bring that new vehicle right to you. They'll take your trade-in. They can bring it to your home, your office, even if you're out at lunch. You tell them that I sent you. Even I might bring you that brand new lease vehicle. Give them a call right now, 713-290-1000, or visit dmautololeasing.com.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
For those that are unfamiliar with the program, it is a White Boy Wednesday. What is White Boy Wednesday? We just play white boy music.
Yeah, we do.
Why do y'all do that? Well, the Texans did it, and we do everything the Texans do. Swarm!
We swarm.
So that's why we do it. Junkie, let's bring some positivity to the show, fellas, on a White Boy Wednesday / Hump Day. Where's the racist caller that always calls in on Cam? Feel like I haven't heard from him in forever. Yeah, it's a tough year for him with Reed actually being decent and then Cam not being decent. Hey, Branham, can you please give me your prediction on LSU's win-loss record this football season? Thank you. You know what? I'm going to cue that for Mailbag Monday on a Friday. I'll answer that question on Friday during our Mailbag Monday on a Friday.
Can we do Mailbag on Thursday?
Sure, why not? We'll do Mailbag Monday on a Thursday this week.
I won't be here Friday.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
So we'll do that. Might even just do it Friday for Will.
Okay.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. So you whenever you ask off-topic questions, we just kick the can down the road, and I put it in the Mailbag Monday, Doc. I'll tell you on Thursday or Friday.
Or both.
Whichever. Well, I'm not going to ask the same question twice.
That's true.
I can't be like, he said Jeremy. He didn't say Joe or Will.
Oh, that's true.
Will's going to be in
he
Friday
doesn't care
for
about
Joe.
my opinion.
Yeah.
Just yours.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. AJ producing on a White Boy Wednesday. Today's a good day. Eric the Buyer. AJ is the GOAT at White Boy Wednesday.
He's
goated.
Yes.
On White Boy Wednesday.
He's the best.
He's phenomenal. The second, weights and fish, there's a lot of reasons. Lots of reasons. I don't know where to begin, quite frankly. But 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. That tickled me. That made me laugh a little bit. The second most frustrating pitcher in all of baseball is one Brian Abreu. And I haven't really defended Brian Abreu. I just haven't been willing to DFA Brian Abreu or to phantom injury list Brian Abreu. Because within Brian Abreu, there is a really good reliever, and we've seen it for several years.
There was.
Is this like a blip in the radar, or is this just like who Brian Abreu is going to be for the foreseeable future? I don't know. I'm still not going to DFA him, although there are pitchers coming back. But I think I'm to the Tyler Stafford, Chandler Rome territory where, I want to fake an injury with Brian Abreu. They were right. I was wrong. Can we just pretend there's an injury with Brian Abreu so he can go on the IL and then do some rehab assignment? I would love it if Brian Abreu was just you know what? Give me the Jose Abreu treatment.
Yeah,
I'm willing to accept a minor league assignment. You go to West Palm to start working on things. So, yeah, I'm to the point where I want to get creative. Can't DFA him yet. Because the moment you DFA him, the Dodgers pick him up and he's nails the rest of the year in LA.
For sure.
So, I still not to the point of DFAing him. I know I tweeted that yesterday, but I was frustrated because he is the most frustrating reliever in all of baseball, and he came in after the most frustrating starter in all of baseball. But they need to figure out a way, and I know it's tough because he's got to sign off on this, to make Brian Abreu go away for a little bit.
Why wouldn't he be okay with this? Honestly,
because he feels like he has to produce to make money in free agency.
Well, this ain't. He's just losing money every day. Phantom injury gives an excuse for what's been happening so far, for the velo being down, for just being flat out bad. Then you have a chance to work on it, figure out what's wrong with you, then come back off of phantom injury stint and actually be good at baseball again. And then when you go into free agency, you can tell everyone, see, before the injury, I was dealing with something, wasn't feeling that good. Look how good I was when I came back.
I think that's the way to go too. I think it's sound strategy.
I think it's good for him and the Astros.
Yeah, he can there was something wrong with me. That's why I pitched poorly all the way until June 2nd. And then okay, my hip was hurting. And then I, got it healthy, and then I rehabbed, and then now July 15th on, I've been a sub 2.5 ERA pitcher. This is who I really am.
Yeah, I'm such a good teammate.
That's what
all these guys were hurt, and I was just toughing it out.
I wanted to be there because Hader was gone.
Yeah, you could sell a good story.
That's what you should do.
Yeah.
That's what you should do. But obviously he's not thinking that way.
Well, no, because he stinks. He's trying to figure out why he stinks. Clearly they have no idea.
Espada said it was a good pitch and the ball I got hit yesterday out at the ballpark. He's like, oh, it was a good pitch. It's just baseball. I was like, oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I feel like that's what a manager is supposed to say.
I don't know. He kind of buried Burrows. He was like, oh, home runs are one thing, but allowing home runs with runners on base is another. And I was like, okay, that's a weird thing to say for Espada. Well, go fix it. As the manager of this team. So he kind of buried Burrows, but then kind of defended Abreu. It was kind of odd.
Feels like one that's new guy versus veteran.
I think it's something different. Okay. Maybe you're right. My opinion is that it's more Burrows can handle it, whereas Brian Abreu is kind of fragile mentally.
That's totally possible.
I think that's what it is.
And that's very possible. That's why he's having the season that it was. That's been so far.
Did you see Abreu challenge the pitch?
Yeah.
Which was, missed by 2.5 baseballs. And apparently, Chandler Rome tweeted this, that the Astros, one rule with the ABS is they don't want their pitchers challenging.
Yeah, I think we've seen, I know the first pitcher challenge of the season came from the Astros.
Did it?
It was Munoz.
Oh, Roddery?
Yeah, early on.
I do remember that, actually.
And that was the first one of the season, I think it was. And pitchers have been bad at it. They're not challenging. Across baseball, there's very few pitcher challenges because you're taking your eye off the ball basically after you throw it. So you don't know exactly where it's going. You're not going to be locked in. Your eyes are going to drift a little bit.
You're going to see where the ball is caught.
I don't think to the point to where you should be challenging it.
No, I agree with that. I don't think they should challenge either, but I don't think they're abandoning the flight of the ball.
Some do. Maybe Abreu doesn't. But it shouldn't be allowed ever. And for him to do it, it just doesn't make any sense. I don't get why pitchers would be doing it at all.
No, they
And
shouldn't.
then your team is saying don't do it.
Yeah, they should punish them. They should punish them for this.
What do you think you think this is like? Is this like a, what do they call it? Kangaroo court?
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Punishment, or is this a like team punishment?
It's probably a kangaroo court punishment, but I think they should just send him to West Palm Beach. That should be the punishment this time.
You're gonna learn how to do ABS in West Palm. Oh, and work on your other stuff.
Sorry,
too.
it's just a precedent we have to do for our organization, Abreu.
Yeah,
love you, Bri, but we got to do this.
But I would imagine everyone gets fined in kangaroo court if you get it wrong.
Oh, I'm sure.
And
I'm
pitchers
sure.
should be much higher.
Oh, for sure.
But,
you
can't do that.
They don't want their pitchers challenging, and he challenges. Pretty bizarre. Jake Myers had a terrible one too. Did you see his?
Yeah.
Like his was kind of like right down the, and he challenged it.
Yeah.
Like it was strike 3, a little bit of game 3 because it was late in the game and they hadn't used one, but like that's just like setting a challenge on fire.
See, even then, like we've seen some guys doing this where like they're doing kind of the game theory thing where it's the end of a game, so it's more okay to challenge it.
Yeah,
but still not a good challenge. And I always feel like whenever you do that and you kind of burn one, whether it's Abreu or Jake Myers, there's going to be another at bat where it actually matters, and you don't have it.
Walker wanted to try one yesterday when he got called for a third strike after the Myers one and the Abreu one. Now, he would have been wrong, but that was an example of, hey, there was still time for another and that would have been way closer than either Abreu's and Myers. Now, he would have still been wrong, so like it didn't burn the Astros. What was weird about that play, too, is the catcher also started to do it before he heard the strike 3.
Well, that's very game theory.
Both the catcher and the hitter were doing the ABS, even before the call.
I kind of like. That's just like everyone just knows in that moment, like it doesn't matter what's being called here. We're challenging right now.
It was weird. I've never seen that happen where both catcher and hitter challenged the pitch. It was nuts. But the umpire did call it strike 3, and it was strike 3. Astros couldn't challenge because they didn't have a challenge left because Abreu was a full and Jake Myers was a full.
We have to go back to that at bat, but I thought the second strike against him was low and outside, from what I remember.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember the called strike 3. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's go out to the HRP listener line for an interesting caller. It's Keith's twin brother. Keith's twin brother. How are you, and how's Keith?
Hey, guys. Keith's doing well. Keith told me he watched a brief moment of the Astros game last night and had a couple Astros questions. You know, Keith told his twin brother to stay on topic when he's calling this show, so he's going to do just that. O'Neill Cruz, that home run on that mistake by Burrows. Talk about just a pure swing, absolutely crushing that ball. He's hitting the hardest balls in baseball. So, you know, obviously Burrows can't make that pitch, but O'Neill Cruz has some of the prettiest swings in baseball. Also, the Giants are awful. All of their pitchers are over 4 ERA. Keith's telling me, what are the chances, you know, the Astros getting these guys healthy, unload, you know, a healthy pitcher to the Giants? You know, the Giants have been big game hunting with Devers and some of the other trades they've made. Why not send a big contract like Javier McCullers to the Giants and see what you can get? Because their pitching is awful.
Keith's twin brother, thank you for calling in and staying on topic. Unlike your brother, we do appreciate that.
Yeah, give Keith our best.
Yeah, hope Keith is doing well. I know he said he won't listen anymore. It doesn't go on the Twitch anymore. But so thank you for, you know, as the twin calling in. Maybe you could convince Buster Posey to do something stupid with the Giants, but those are two guys who have no value.
Yeah, why would the Giants do that? Like they're so desperate for pitching that they're going to absorb 2 bad contracts whenever they're not even like in the race.
Well,
in the
their
National
season's
League.
over.
Yeah, why would that's the thing?
Yeah, they're done. Like they made a big swing on Devers, it's blown up in their face.
They're trying to get rid of him.
Yeah, like they're going to be selling at the deadline as much as possible.
Yeah, they wouldn't be adding a starter like that.
But again, hope Keith is doing well.
Yeah, we hope he's doing well. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. A couple more things to talk about with the Stros. There's some positive coming from yesterday's game. We'll try to get into that, like the junkie said. White Boy Wednesday, let's be positive. We'll try to do that. Get your thoughts on the Stros yesterday too. We do have a couple of sweats going on today. We're both on the Seattle Mets game. We have Seattle minus a 1.5 at plus 148, and we're on the under 7.5 at minus 125. So those are the 2 sweats of the day with Jeremy and Joe. All right, the good stuff. The good stuff. Give me some of the good stuff from the Stros yesterday. 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie, I haven't heard Israel call in a long time. It's been a bad year for Israel. 2026 has not been kind to him. Junkie asks Keith, how is the view behind the Braves? It's not even just the Braves. I mean, it's everybody in the division as well. It's the Diamondbacks, it's the Padres, it's the Dodgers, and it's even the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, they are the second worst team in baseball right now by a half a game. The Giants. Oof.
I wonder if Viatoli or whatever is going to be I wonder if Posey's going to keep a job.
See, that's what I think. It starts with Posey and then it goes from there.
That's going to be interesting. I was hoping that would work, actually.
It's the dangers of hiring a legend. Like, you're going to have to fire him at some point.
Frank Anderson?
And just like, are you going to be like, is Buster still going to come around?
Oh, Buster.
Yeah.
I was kidding. Yeah, it's just tough.
Like,
do you want him around? They should just let Dusty be the general manager. That'd be fun, just for the vibes. I would watch.
He's there, right?
He's like a special consultant guy.
Oh, just now that Gary Pettis is the third base coach. That's
I wonder if that's
probably why.
I wonder if that's related.
I bet you it is.
I wonder if they got his thoughts on it.
How else would what's the guy's name? Tony
Vitelli.
How else would he know Gary Pettis? That's a Dusty move.
You're probably right.
Yeah,
I hadn't put that together.
Yeah, I totally forgot that he was involved with that.
I love Dusty. Dusty's awesome. Him and Gary were tight.
Yeah,
they would hang out together in Houston.
That's definitely a Dusty move.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
They were friends. Like, they were, like, legitimately. Like, I saw them hanging out multiple occasions. Yeah, I love Gary Pettis. I mean, he was very aggressive on the bases. Don't know if I loved him as a third base coach, but I love him as a human being. That guy's awesome.
Yeah, it's I could definitely see Dusty being the manager of that team this season if it keeps going the way it's going.
Yeah.
And it's been like, hey, you might want to go back to college, Tony.
Yeah. Respectfully disagree. 1143. Some goods from yesterday's game. Yordan Alvarez, another home run. His MVP chances are climbing. He's solo leader in the American League now for home runs now that the Samurai is injured out in the South Side. I always have to think about it, which team's on the South Side in Chicago. But you know what I loved about Yordan Alvarez home run yesterday? Two things. One, it was against Velo. We talked about it yesterday, like the one, weakness of Yordan's game or where you're willing to attack him is like, velo, hard stuff, the higher the better. But also how he took it the other way and took it into the Crawford boxes. Like, I feel like that's the one area he could actually like cheat code, unleash even more in his game. Because he doesn't remember Lance Berkman? He would just abuse the Crawford boxes with some like weak opposite field home runs. Like, he would take an outer half fastball and just poke it over the wall in left field. And I don't feel like Yordan has really used that part of the ballpark to his game, where I think that there are certain pitchers who are trying to get him with heat, especially on the outer half, that he could just poke it the other way with his power and get another cheap 3 to 5 home runs a year. So I love that he did that yesterday.
Yeah, and he's got and now Aaron Judge is missing his second day in a row. They're waiting for shoulder. Yeah, and I just looked, and Aaron Boone said they're still waiting to hear the doc from the doctor.
I really hope he's all right. I would like for him to be healthy.
Yeah, but it helps Jordan's MVP case.
I really want Aaron Judge to be okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He'll be okay. He's going to live.
I hope that I don't want him to miss many games. I hope that he's as healthy as could be for as many games as possible.
So Jordan can beat him straight up?
I want Aaron Judge to be incredibly healthy.
Yeah.
But Oppo Taco, Jordan taking advantage. I want to see more of that.
No, I agree. Like, he doesn't need to, as you've seen, but it would just add to the numbers if he starts to take advantage of it a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
love to see that.
Also might lead to a lot of extremely hard hit singles if it bounces off the Crawford boxes.
He had himself a little.
That's fine.
Did you see his little infield single yesterday?
Yeah,
that was funny.
He was grooving.
He had 2 extra base hits yesterday, or 2 opposite field hits yesterday.
Yeah.
One into the stands, and then 175 feet down the third base line.
He's running, man.
That was hilarious.
He's running.
I love when he gets those little cheapies down the third base line. Also, hat tip to Spencer Arrighetti, who has officially won the American League Pitcher of the Month. So, well done. Also thought the admin had a Astros admin who I think sometimes can be a little, cheesy, and they celebrate everything. I actually liked their little post. They had like Spencer Mom fridge, and they had like spaghetti noodles, and it said like AL Pitcher of the Month or whatever, ALPOM. I thought it was kind of cool. I thought it was a banger.
Oh, okay.
Banger of a graphic
This
from the
is pretty
Astros.
good, actually.
Yeah, it's one of the best things I've seen Astros admin do in a bit.
Yeah, this is pretty creative. I like this.
Usually I don't really love their work.
Well, yeah, because they tweet out like congratulations for meaningless accomplishments.
What's his spot now? Mr. 202? Or is he still stuck at 01? I think he might still be Mr. 201. But yeah, but awesome for Spencer Arrighetti. Best pitcher in the month of May in the American League. Didn't make the team out of camp, but it's probably the Twins. We'll give Dana the benefit of the doubt there. And then, you got the best pitcher on the mound tonight in the pitching matchup between the Astros and the Pirates. You got Ace Agetti going up against, the understudy, the, tier 2 to Spencer Arrighetti and Paul Skeens. I wonder if Mrs. Skeens will be in Houston. She goes to games.
I don't know if she travels.
Yeah, she went to Toronto.
Did she?
Remember when
she might be filming right now.
I don't know her life schedule. Do you?
She's in the new Baywatch.
Is that not done?
I don't know.
She was at his start 2 starts ago against Toronto when Springer hit the home run, and she goes, and dropped the naughty word.
Then maybe she will be here.
Yeah, that's why I asked. I wonder if she'll be here.
It's very possible.
Do not know.
You excited to see her?
No, I couldn't care less.
I know you couldn't.
People, that always drove me crazy. The Astros need to sign Verlander because Kate Upton. Why? So they could show her for 2 seconds every start?
She was just a merch salesman.
Like, that was such a weird take. Like, they should sign Verlander so Kate Upton's in the stand. For what? So whenever you're watching on the Shin, they could have a cut scene to her for 3 seconds once or twice a start?
That's all it is.
What a weird take. You know what I want for my pitchers? Productivity.
Yeah, I want them to be good at baseball.
Yeah. I don't care if they have a good-looking wife or whatever. Not even that I have eyes for that. I have eyes for one lady. And then, like, these perverts, they got a cut scene to Kate Upton once every start for 3 seconds. I want Verlander back for that. You're a pervert.
Yeah, they are.
You got to get your priorities in order.
Bunch of horn dogs.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
That take was always weird.
I agree. I don't get it.
They got to bring back Verlander for Upton. What?
How about you bring back Verlander if he's good?
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Like, I don't want Paul Skeens for Livy. I want Paul Skeens for Paul Skeens.
Yeah. Now, he's gettable. In 2 of his last 3 starts, before his last start, he gave up 9 earned runs, I think it was.
I thought it was like his first start of the year.
In the past 2 before that. His last start, he lost as well. I watched it. Now, he struck out 7 of the first 8 and then fell apart a little bit. He's going to be nasty tonight.
You say he gave up how many runs?
I think it was 9 the 2 starts before that.
He's never done that this year.
No, in the combined 2 before.
Oh, 2 starts together?
Yeah,
That's a big difference.
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, his last 3 starts, he gave up 3 runs. It was 2 unearned, though, to your Cubbies. He gave up 4 runs against the Blue Jays in that start I'm referencing where Springer got him. And then he gave up 5 runs against the Phillies. This guy's a bum.
He's a bum. Ace Agetti's going to outduel him again.
It's gonna be a fun matchup tonight.
I mean,
they got the Miz on Sunday, and then they get Skeens
Yeah,
tonight.
you kind of get like the best of the Central here. Couple days.
This is what frustrates me, though, about this Astros team is that whenever they lose these winnable games, this is going to be the reason they missed the playoffs. Like, this happened in the Milwaukee series. Like, you weren't going to beat the Miz on Sunday. You weren't going to beat the Miz on Sunday with Imai on the mound. Imai actually put up a fight, but you were never winning that game. Friday was the winnable game, and you had it in your grasp, and you let it go. Same thing happened yesterday. You should have won that game. It was a winnable game, and you let it go. I mean, who knows what happens tonight? Who knows what happens in the rest of the series? But it's these winnable games that the Astros find ways to lose. And this happened last year, too. I mean, the Astros missed the game by the hair of their chinny chin chin because they allowed so many winnable games to leave their grasp, and we've seen it twice in the last 4 games.
That's why Brian Abreu should not pitch for this team
The game was over when Brian Abreu came into the game.
Yeah.
I mean, ish. It's more Burrow's fault last night than it was Abreu's fault. Abreu, should he be on this team? Probably not. But the Pirates are already winning.
Yeah, and you never know how the Pirates are going to handle their bullpen on the back end. Like, I saw some people be like, well, if Abreu never comes in, the Astros win because look how many runs they scored. I'm like, well, that's not
They probably
totally
just bring
fair.
in. They probably just bring in Soto for the 9th instead of going with In which, I mean, small victory there. Another good thing. They did force him to come into the game.
So if you make him go again today somehow, then he'd be unavailable for tomorrow's game, which could be an advantage for you. But yeah, you're right. Like they have these games where they're very winnable. They lose them, and then you have games like today where it's like, meh, like it's Skeens. You might not take this one. That's okay.
Yeah,
but you should have won last night.
Yes, this is their issues. This is their issue. Too many winnable games that they just lose. All right, 713-780-ESPN HR&P listener line. Drake London got paid. What is the show for the Nico Collins bargain? And there are some talks out there. There's some talks out there that Aaron Donald could be coming back. Is there any truth to this? And also the newest Madden cover boy, the latest player in the NFL that's going to have the Madden jinx. We know who it's going to be. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Our best sweats aren't looking good. We've had a rough week. We're minus 4.5 units on the week. 713-780-ESPN. How do you feel with people who chat? Oh, like a double play. Oh, no, not a double play. How do you feel about people who type in all capital letters?
It depends on the purpose. Are they yelling at you, or are they just like they're just having a conversation and they're just yelling?
I don't know. They're in the YouTube right now. There's a lot of capital letters going on.
Feels aggressive.
A lot of capital letters going on right now in the chats. All right, 713-780-ESPN. There was some news yesterday. Drake London got paid top 3 wide receiver money in the NFL.
It's a lot of money.
This is he the top 3 wide receiver in the NFL? No. A lot of conversation in Houston though. Is he better than Nico Collins? Question mark.
I would say yes.
I think they're same caliber of receiver.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close, to be honest. But
yeah, I think they're same caliber. Nico probably has them in some numbers because like Drake hasn't really had great quarterback play. But this is also an example of why you sign players early. But good, I mean, you got to pay your guys. Drake London's a very good receiver. I have no problem with him getting money.
No.
It does still show the value of Nico Collins, though.
Yeah.
Because, like, even if you think Drake's better than Nico, it's what, slightly?
Very slightly.
I think it's closer to even. Maybe you have Drake small lean over Nico. Even though Nico got his raise, he still has a heavy, heavy discount, and it's still team-friendly.
Yeah, it's the Falcons are doing the right thing, but also it shows how good the Texans are at doing what they do.
Even with a bump, even with a raise.
Yeah, it just the fact that he's in front of them, just another guy in front of Nico, and there's so many that they're going to continue to get paid. It's very well deserving. I think it kind of worked out for the Texans, where I feel like Drake probably had more success early. Obviously, also the draft status is a little different here. That's a top 10 pick in Drake London.
I think he was
top 10, top 15 at worst.
Yeah.
Versus what, a third-round pick for Nico Collins? So, like, obviously the expectations are a little bit different. The numbers are still probably the injuries probably make them a little comparable, I would guess. I know both guys do miss time, but it does show you how good of a deal the Texans have gotten in Nico Collins. The fact that he's not a top 5 paid wide receiver in the NFL, when if they would have waited any amount of time, he probably would have been.
Yeah, Nico's going to make $29 million a year this year, which that still puts him like around the 10th mark of NFL receivers.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, tied for 9th with Brandon Ayuk. And that's about where, I mean, I think that's...
Got arrested today.
He's kind of.
Or, yeah.
That's about where he is, I think. So I think he's being paid appropriately, but it's a new bump for Nico Collins. And whenever players get new bumps, new contracts, it's like Drake London where it's top of the league. So even though that Nico Collins thing is still annoying, like, hey, prices going up on things is always slightly annoying, I can also recognize that it's still very good value for one Nico Collins. And I have no problem with Drake London getting paid. I think he deserves an extension, and this is just how the NFL works. Whenever you get an extension, it's going to be at the top of the wide receiver or whatever position you are, which, kind of brings in the Stroud conversation, but I don't want to get into the Stroud conversation.
That roster is going to be interesting because they're going to have a top 3 paid wide receiver now, and they're going to have a number 1 paid running back here soon.
How would Bijan not get top running back money?
Yeah, because he hasn't got paid yet.
No.
I think.
He would.
Still a year away from that?
He would be top paid running back in the NFL.
Yeah.
And he should be.
The only way he won't be is if he signs the day before Gibbs.
Right.
And then Gibbs will top him by $500,000.
Jordan Schultz covers the NFL. He said he texted Aaron Donald about coming out of retirement and playing for the Rams along Myles Garrett. And Aaron Donald, according to Jordan Schultz, said, "I'm for sure flirting with the idea. Hell of an opportunity with a Super Bowl in SoFi this year. If I can find the fire, it's a positivity."
Yeah.
Or a possibility.
I heard Aaron Donald do an interview where he was asked about missing football, and it was does not miss it. However, when this team adds Myles Garrett, the Super Bowl's in LA, you've got Stafford and Puka and Devontae and Kyron Williams and this entire team, I would imagine it's got to be a little tempting to not come back in this moment. Now, it's been,
It sounds like he doesn't like playing football, though.
So can he come back and not be full-time? Like, can he be like a rotational piece?
Oh. Yeah.
Not have to be like the dude?
Of course.
All the time?
Why couldn't he do that?
Yeah. I'm imagining he's still going to be pretty damn good.
I would think so.
He's probably not going to be peak Aaron Donald.
No. But would he be better than one of their defensive tackles?
Yes. But what are you going to do if you have 80% of what Aaron Donald was, which is still probably the best defensive tackle in the NFL, honestly.
Pray.
Here, and then Myles Garrett next to him. If you put them on the same side of the offensive line, good luck.
Roll out the opposite direction.
Yeah, run away.
Yeah,
as fast as possible.
Tight end and running backs both over there.
Now what they'll do is they'll split them.
Maybe not.
You think they'll just dominate one side?
I mean, it would be different play by play. I think that they would probably deploy both.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's times the Texans have tried to use Will Anderson as a 3-tech and put him and Daniil Hunter on the same side of the ball.
My favorite was when they used him as the middle linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
He did the hesitation blitz. I liked that.
Yeah, they can get creative there. Now they don't have they still have a little bit of depth at edge, but we didn't see that as much last year. We saw it a little bit more 2 years ago. Did you see the provision in the Myles Garrett trade where the 29 third-round pick with the Browns received from the Rams in the trade would become a first-round pick if the Rams trade Garrett to another AFC North team?
I love this.
I love the provision in it. That's a great idea by the Browns.
There was another one that was like this. I think it was a Cowboys trade, wasn't
Michael
it?
one. Yeah, it was a Michael one.
Was it the part with Parsons?
Yeah.
That if he gets traded to an East team.
The 2028 first-round pick would be Dallas's.
Okay.
From Green Bay.
I love it when teams do that.
I like this.
Like, you're desperate for this player. Okay, fine. We have, like, what we've agreed upon on what we think is a fair trade. Let's throw in a little sweetener.
Like, just
keep
in
them
case.
Keep them out from our division.
Yeah, like
we don't want to see them.
In 2 years, Stafford retires. You're going to blow it up, unload Myles Garrett at that point. You can trade him.
Smart.
It's not to this division or you always first. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that.
Now, does it make that first untradeable then?
No.
Like, are you allowed to trade that first?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Probably not. No, because now it's locked in.
You probably have to keep it.
It's locked up.
Until the draft day, at least, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be locked up. No, you're right about that. And then the latest NFL player that will be jinxed and cursed. You are cursed. Is Caleb Williams.
Yeah, he is.
Caleb Williams is going to be on the Madden cover, so thoughts and prayers, Joe. I know you were looking forward to the Browns season or the Bears season. I know you're looking forward to Caleb Williams having a terrific year. I know there's a lot of excitement in Chicago about the Bears. Sorry about it. Sorry about it that Caleb Williams is now going to be cursed.
Yeah, it's the curse seems to have shifted here. It's not what it once was.
Yeah, you'd be saying that as a Bears fan.
Well, it used to be injury because it was like Vic broke his leg in preseason.
I thought it was the dogs.
No, I thought his was when
you might be
broke
right.
his leg.
You might be right.
And then you had a lot of times it's production. Saquon was obviously not good last year.
Peyton Hillis got hurt.
Christian McCaffrey wasn't good the year before. Peyton Hillis never should have been on a Madden cover.
He had one good year.
Yeah.
Saved a life, though.
He did. But that was much later.
Yeah.
After Madden.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see if Caleb can avoid the curse.
Sorry about it. Bears season is over.
Yeah,
under
back
on
to back.
everything. Pounding the under on everything.
You're going to edit your tweet from yesterday?
No.
Your Super Bowl contenders, take them off?
I should.
Yeah.
I was getting a lot of grief from the Bills Mafia about that today.
I saw. I clicked on it because I was curious to see like who you were getting grief on, and Bills Mafia didn't like it.
No, Bills Mafia. I knew they wouldn't. So Aaron Donald is considering it, right? He's considering coming out of retirement. Is there another Houston athlete other than J.J. Watt you would want to come out of retirement? But here are the rules. It's got to be current form. It can't be like, well, Randy Johnson. No, it's how they would play right now in real life. Like Aaron Donald is this age, right? You're not getting peak Aaron Donald. You're getting Aaron Donald like he is currently right now. So is there another Houston athlete that could come back for any of the three teams, Rockets, Texans, Astros, that you would want to come out of retirement, but it's current form and they previously played for the team? So you can't be like, well, I want Aaron Donald on the Texans. They have to have previously played for the team, and it has to be current form, all right? It can't be Warren Moon because Warren Moon couldn't do anything right now.
Could not.
So current form, previously played for the team, like Aaron Donald. Who is that Houston athlete that you want to come out of retirement to play for your team? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and it's Joe on ESPN 97.5. You know what I want to do in retirement? You know what I want to do on my just vacation, my weekend, my during the week? I want to get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Love it out there. The new water park is awesome. Blue Bayou Bend. The lazy river is great. The kids are going to love it. She's going to love it. He's going to love it. You're wasting your time when you don't go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. And it's affordable, right? We've seen gas prices. We've seen how much flights are these days. It's very expensive. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, you get away and you go into paradise for an hour and a half drive. It's 90 minutes from downtown Houston. You're on the north side. You're there in an hour. You're in the south side. Maybe it's 2 hours. That's nothing. That's nothing at all. It's 90 minutes from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. You're going to be hiking on their 92-acre property in no time. They got two creeks there. It's in the name, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You can fish on those creeks. You can kayak on those creeks. You can spend all your time on the creeks. It's great. If you like to fish, they have the good fishing on the Two Creeks. They also have a catch and release pond, which is great for the kiddos. Pickleball courts out there. They have the pool. I mentioned Blue Bayou Bend. The water park. They have the lazy river with that as well. You're going to love your time out there, whether it's hiking the 92 acres, exploring the green spaces, seeing wildlife you just don't see. You're going to love your time at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. Plus, they're always taking care of their visitors. They believe in Southern hospitality. They love themselves some live music, too. They have live music every weekend. They bring out the food trucks. That way you have some options, weekends, activities, Father's Day weekends coming up. It's going to be a fabulous time out there at Two Creeks Crossing Resort as well. So do yourself a favor and book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Seven one 780 ESPN, HRP listener line. Give me an athlete that you, like Aaron Donald, that you would want to come out of retirement and play for your team. Two rules here. They have to have previously played with that team, and it has to be literally right now. Like you can't, this is their peak. We do that conversation enough. We do that conversation. If you get any player at their peak, who would you want back? No, not at their peak. How they currently are right now. Like Yao Ming, all 450 pounds of him.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one.
Form.
Yeah.
The obvious answer is J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt's going to be the obvious answer. That's why I threw in the provision two other than J.J. Watt. Because I think everybody would say J.J. Watt. The two that immediately came to mind for me were a couple of pitchers
Okay.
that recently retired. Charlie Morton, who wasn't good last year.
That's a good call, though.
But would Charlie Morton be better than Mike Burrows? Would he be better than Lance McCullers?
Definitely Lance.
Would he be better than Christian Javier?
Definitely.
Probably. And it didn't end great for Morton. He got traded to the Tigers, wasn't good there. But still posted a 5.83 ERA last year. The year before, they had a 4.19 ERA. So, I still think he could be somewhat serviceable. Better than, Randy Johnson, current form. And then the other one was actually Ryan Presley. I know Ryan Presley wasn't great last year for the Cubs.
No.
4.35 ERA, but would he be an upgrade to Brian Abreu? You darn right he would. So, am I getting way better with either one of those? No. Am I getting slightly better with those? Maybe. I feel pretty confident with the Presley over Abreu form right now.
I would agree to that.
But those are the two that immediately come to mind for me.
I was struggling. I was having a hard time thinking of players that retired recently. Because the first guy I thought it was not retired is D-Hop. But he's not retired.
Not retired, yeah.
So it doesn't count.
No.
Joe Mixon's also not retired.
No, not by choice.
And also, we don't know what current form looks like.
No, he might not have a foot.
Wyatt, our intern, said Chris Paul.
Okay, that's one that's been that has come in. Now that's also interesting because the Rockets had that option.
They did.
The Rockets
and they
could
said
have,
no.
and they're like, "Nah, we need a point guard, but we don't need CP3."
Yeah,
but that would be a pretty popular answer, and I have seen it on the text line. Yeah.
Outside of that, I don't feel like the Texans have really had anyone that retired recently. That even outside of JJ, to even count to this.
Here's an outside the box one. How about AJ Griffin? Who's A.J. Griffin?
The Rockets player?
Remember when the Rockets traded the 43rd pick of the draft for A.J. Griffin of the Mavericks, who was Adrian Griffin's son?
Yeah.
And then he retired a month later to enter the priesthood, which admirable. I hope he's doing well.
We'll just bring him back?
It just sucks because the 43rd pick you could have used on Jamal Shed because he went 44, something like that. It might have been 44 or 45, but
I like
whatever
that.
whatever pick that you used to trade him,
yeah.
Jamal Shed went one pick later.
Now he's in the priesthood. So
I
we don't
think
know how
he's
much
in the priesthood.
We don't know how
Hopefully
much basketball he's playing these days.
No, but he's at least young enough to dust it off.
To get it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's at least young enough to dust it off.
Probably your best option to get some kind of contribution.
Maybe.
From this guy.
I mean, I think I can get an inning or two from Presley here or there.
You know what? Bring a little Holy Spirit into the Rockets locker room. You never know. Might help this team out a little bit.
It's way better than whatever Kevin Porter was giving you back in the day.
That's true.
713-780 ESPN. That was a loud thunder. Let's go out to the H. Maybe that's A.J. Griffin. He heard his name. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Adam, who do you got?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Just hanging out.
Hey, I'll say we saw. What about the coach, D'Amico? Does he count? Can he technically retire?
Okay, so D'Amico as a player?
And bring him back with the knowledge, he's still youthful. I've seen him out there in practice, putting him on there.
All right,
and
that's
even Christian or even Owen Daniels. We need some blocking to bring back the play action. What do you think about that one?
Okay.
You know what? With the EJ Speed injury to
yeah,
his team,
I think D'Amico could give you a couple snaps. He's only 41.
I think that lunatic Brian Cushing might be able to as well.
Here's the pushback with D'Amico. D'Amico still looks like he's in playing shape. He hasn't played since 2015. So
yeah, it's a lengthy retirement.
It's been over 10 years since D'Amico Ryans played football. Now, it looks like he could still go.
Yeah.
He looks like he could give you a snap. It looks like he could plug the B gap. You know what I mean? It looks like he could still give you a little bit of something, but he hadn't played in forever. Cushing might be in better shape now than he was then, but Cushing, I think, is slimmed down a little bit for who knows why. Who knows why he's smaller now than his playing days. But he hadn't played since 2017. So, that's tough. That's 9 years ago.
Yeah.
It's almost a decade for Cushing as well. Now, Cushing's still in phenomenal shape, but he looks a little bit more like a safety these days than he does a middle linebacker.
But as a third linebacker?
Good luck.
I mean,
he could barely make a team in 17.
Yeah, but you know what he could do right now? He can put his head down with his helmet on. He can run down on kickoffs and kill someone.
He could.
like you can at least get that.
He could give you that.
I got one.
All right.
Robert Woods? Interest you at all?
No.
Add some wide receiver depth to this team?
No, he's probably closer to playing shape than some of those linebackers we mentioned.
Because it was only last year he retired officially.
Yeah. I don't think he makes this team. He barely made this team when he was on this team 3 years ago.
The Texans don't have a lot. I like the Cushing and D'Amico suggestion, though.
I don't like. It sounds great in theory because they both look like they're in excellent shape.
Well, they're not starters.
They're 9 and 10 years removed.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good one from Vermont and the Twitch. He says Shane Leckler. That's not a bad one.
He could probably still punt.
Because you could punt forever.
Yeah.
Leckler could still probably get it.
And they do have a big question at punter right now.
Yeah, they have the guy that they traded for and the guy that they undrafted free agent.
Yeah. Leckler's
better. A good call.
Yeah.
That's a good outside the box one, I thought.
I like that one.
Andre Johnson. See, Andre's, again, looks like he can still go, but the dude was barely hanging on in the NFL 10 years ago.
Yeah, he got washed out in Tennessee.
Yeah, he was going around Colts, Tennessee, couldn't make a roster. That was 10 years ago. Looks like I think we're probably underrating how hard it is to play in the NFL.
Well, even JJ is pretty slimmed down, it looks like.
He slimmed down a little bit. And he'd be a situational guy nowadays.
Yeah, he's a third down pass rush only, where it feels like with Aaron Donald, the idea is kind of him coming back and just being Aaron Donald.
Which I don't think is I don't think it's fair.
No, I don't think it's fair, but I think that's what people, when they hear Aaron Donald's thinking about coming back at all, they're expecting him to come back and be the defensive player of the year again.
Yeah.
Which is probably not a fair expectation.
Yeah. Like Cushing and D'Amico look like they can go. I'm not denying that at all. But they haven't went in 9 and 10 years. I don't think they could play 3 snaps in a real NFL game. All right, so who is it? 713-780-ESPN. Give me a Houston athlete other than J.J. Watt that you would want to come out of retirement. The rule is here. It has to be in current form, and it has to have been previously played for that team. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
So another Houston athlete other than J.J. Watt you'd want to come out of retirement. Has to be current form and previously played for your team. YouTube Keith says the actual answer is nobody. You sound like a good time, YouTube Keith.
I got two more for you.
All right.
I think, even though very limited sample size his last season with the Astros, I do think you could still get some real quality pinch hit at bats from Michael Brantley.
Yeah, Brantley's a very popular one.
And then I got one for just...
Brantley could give you, I think, more competitive at bats than... give you more competitive bats than Cole. Cole can run into a home run, though. Like, would you rather pinch hit? Because you've seen Zach DeZenzo as a pinch hitter even against righties. Would you rather see DeZenzo come on as a pinch hitter or as Michael Brantley come on as a pinch hitter?
Brantley.
Yeah, same.
And I got one for the vibes.
Okay.
Just for the fans, so we can hear that chant once again at the end of Rockets games. Boban. Boban.
Is he retired?
Boban. Yeah, he is.
I didn't know he was retired.
Yeah, so give me some Boban back in my life.
Boban.
Just for the hell of it. just to come back at the end of the games. That big pop coming into the fourth quarter of a blowout.
There was a he went to an SMU U of H basketball game that I was calling in Dallas and was sitting on like baseline, he was sitting baseline right, like to my left. And that dude, like it's impressive how big of a man that is.
I think he's still playing overseas.
Oh, okay.
I think he retired from the NBA.
Somebody said Dwight Howard, he's still in shape. See, Dwight Howard probably give you a few minutes.
Yeah.
He could probably help you a little bit.
Do you think he'd be any worse than Clint Capella?
No, I don't.
I don't either.
No, I don't. I think they would give you similar minutes.
Yeah.
And Dwight Howard's probably in better shape than Capella.
Probably.
No, I think he would probably be an upgrade.
Yeah. Keep the candy away, but
yeah. What about Kenny the Jet Smith? Come on. Kenny the Jet Smith hasn't played. When did he retire? Probably like 98, 99?
At least.
Well, he was on the championship teams, but he retired probably 98, probably. Like, no. Kenny Smith can't do anything for you. This one's a good call, kind of outside the box. Jason Castro. Jason Castro, I think if you gave him 500 MLB plate appearances right now, would outproduce Cesar Salazar.
Yeah.
I don't have any doubt.
No, I wouldn't.
Castro would be a better backup catcher than Salazar, in my opinion.
No, I'm guessing, because I'm computerless today, Maldi's a popular name?
Maldi has come up a little bit. Yeah. Maldi's come up a bit. Uncle Mike Brantley, another one. Someone said, what about Jordan? Would have to be with the Bulls or the Wizards, I guess. I don't think he couldn't help you today.
No.
No, he's too old. He plays too much golf. He smokes too much cigars. He drinks too much whiskey. No, he couldn't help you anymore. I'd bring back Randy Bullock for a cheeseburger eating contest. I bet you he and Cal McNair would really get along.
I bet you they do get along very well.
They're probably boys. Christian Wood. Is Christian Wood retired?
I don't think so.
I haven't heard of Christian Wood in a while. Where is he at? Remember the wow factor that the Rockets had going on?
Wood, Wall, and Oladipo?
Yeah.
Gross, man.
Somebody's texted in John Wall. He's only 35. John Wall was terrible as a Rocket.
It looks like he was out. Christian Wood was out of the league this year.
Okay. I don't know if he's retired, though.
Or just out.
Junkie says Ryan Fitzpatrick needs someone to chuck the ball, can score, and ain't scared. This defense can equalize the turnovers. Stroud turns the ball over enough. You don't need somebody to come in that turns it over.
Yeah, but I think you might get more explosive plays from Fitzy.
Come on, stop it.
Just going to let it rip.
You don't believe that.
No, I don't.
Bring in Meta World Peace. Dude would scare the heck out of the young Rockets. Meta World Peace was
kind of your Dylan Brooks replacement.
He was a lunatic, man.
Oh, yeah.
I loved him, though.
Yeah.
Remember the story where he was playing a pickup back game, maybe in Chicago, and somebody broke the leg off a chair and, like, stabbed somebody with it?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that story? You remember that story, AJ? Yeah, just like I think Van Gundy like said it like randomly during a game he was calling. It's like our test is so tough. He was in a pickup game where there was a fight that broke out and somebody broke the leg off. Can't remember if it was a table or a chair and like stabbed somebody with it.
Yikes!
You never heard that story?
No.
Wow. I'm pretty sure it was Van Gundy that told the story on air. That's how tough Ron Artest was, though. He grew up in Chicago, right?
I don't know.
I thought he grew up in.
Maybe he
I thought he grew up in Chicago, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was New York, actually. If I say Royce White, will he actually play for the team, Eric the Buyer?
No, he won't.
Wasn't he playing in the Big Three for a little bit?
I think he did. No, Ron Artest from Queens.
Okay, yeah, that's what it was then.
No, Royce White would just still have to get busted.
I think he's in politics.
He is in politics.
Did he win his race? Spencer Pratt got himself in a runoff.
I saw that.
Entertaining stuff. Brad Peacock.
I mean, He's standing up for what a lot of people believe in, I guess.
Brad Peacock, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji.
He's still in baseball, isn't he?
Brad Peacock?
No, Davinsky is.
Yeah, I haven't heard of Peacock in a long time. He could get by on some grit. I still think D'Amico would still be a pretty darn good linebacker. Somebody says Grinke. Grinke could probably find a way to get you an out or two.
It would be slow. Not gonna be a lot of velo there.
No. It would be more just know-how to paint the corners. Junkie says, I think Marquise Colston could still be pretty good with the Saints. I remember Colston had that one year where he was listed as a tight end in fantasy football.
Yeah, because he was fat.
You remember that? I think it was. I don't think it was because he was fat. I think it's because he was a rookie.
Oh, I thought it was at the back end.
No, it was like the very beginning of his career. He had like a one-off year where he was listed as a tight end, and it was like the biggest cheat code in fantasy football ever.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was like the Taysom Hill situation where he was like playing quarterback and you could play him at tight end. But he was a receiver who was putting up huge numbers and you could play him at tight end.
He was like lining up at tight end enough to where they counted it?
No, I just think whenever he got into the league, they like listed him as a tight end.
Oh, interesting.
They listed him as a wide receiver tight end. They gave him eligibility at both, and he was like a late round draft pick. So like it was nothing. But then he had this phenomenal. I want to say it was his rookie year. Might have been his second year, but I want to say his rookie year.
No, I don't remember that.
And he was a cheat code that year.
Yeah,
you might be too young. Junkie, the answer is Garrett Cole. I would also entertain Stephon Diggs for the Texans. The problem is neither one of those two guys retired.
Yeah, one of those guys is pitching for the Yankees. One of those guys is a free agent currently.
I think that guy's pitching today, actually.
I think Cole is pitching today.
Yeah, those guys aren't retired. That would not qualify. Go get Martin Maldonado as our leader. I would take Maldonado as a backup catcher on this team over Cesar Salazar.
Yeah, playing once every 5 days.
Just like to be another leading guy.
Maybe he'd be good with Burrows.
Yeah, who knows? I bet Tony Eusebio could come back and string together at least a 5-game hitting streak over a span of 30 days. Bring back the Astro Clipper. Do you know about Eusebio's hitting streak?
Not really.
Eusebio is like the most famous Astros backup catcher in the history of Astros baseball.
I know that.
He was awesome. Everybody loved Tony Eusebio. You couldn't find one person that would say one bad thing about Tony Eusebio, but was always a backup catcher. And he had like a 26, 30-something game hit streak, but he was the backup catcher and did it over a span of like 90 days.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's very impressive.
Yeah. And I think a few of them, too, when he came on as a pinch hitter. Like, he extended the streak, like, early, like, as a pinch hitter a couple of times. Yeah, everybody loved Tony Eusebio. Does Mike D'Antoni as a coach count? No, we said athlete. So I think you couldn't go coaches here.
Yeah. We kind of did the coach thing last week, didn't we?
I don't remember. Current Randy Johnson.
Yeah, we talked when we did the Edo thing.
Yeah. Current Randy Johnson. I mean, when was the last time Randy Johnson pitched in a game? And Randy Johnson, like, also retired in his mid-40s. So Randy Johnson last pitched in 2009 when he was 45 years old. That's 17 years ago.
Yeah, he's busy now, too. He's got a great career.
He's 62.
Yeah, you could bring him back as a photographer.
No one wants to do that, Joe. Who wants to bring him back? Who cares that he's a photographer?
Well, I'm saying he can't pitch anymore. He's 62.
This wouldn't work.
No.
Randy Johnson, as a 62-year-old, could not get guys out. That does not work. Dusty Baker, that'd be the same thing as D'Antoni. He doesn't qualify unless you'd want him to use him as an athlete.
I don't think that'd work.
And he also didn't play for the Astros, though, so that kind of throw that one out there. Somebody says Cushing, Chris Paul. Chris Paul is pretty popular here. Dwight Howard, CP3. I want Maldi in coach form. A little different than the conversation being had here, though.
Will be a popular name this offseason.
Who's that as a coach?
Yeah.
So you're saying a spot is getting fired?
Yeah, he's getting fired.
The exact totals, thank you, Junkie. 24-game hitting streak over 51 days.
Wow. That's impressive.
Yeah. Did you already say Brady? We didn't say Brady because it wouldn't be for our team. Also, if you're a Patriot, would you take Brady, I guess, as a backup?
Yeah,
Or how about the Buccaneers as a backup?
I was going to say, I think Tampa Bay would be more inclined because Baker gets hurt. So like when Baker goes down for 2 or 3 games because his shoulder's hurt, and he doesn't go down, he just plays through it because he's tough.
I think both teams would take Brady as a backup if he played for league minimum.
No.
It was like up to, and like, wasn't going to be a problem.
Yeah, you put him in the room with Drake May. It's good for Drake May.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But not as a starter.
I was going to say Roger Clemens, but you need him about 15 years younger. Yeah, he's a little too old. Good call, Brad. I'm a Marquise Colston. Tight end in fantasy football was great because I had him. Heated arguments in our league. Great memory. That was a weird year. I want Brad to come out of retirement. He's a Houston athlete. Mommy's wrist ruined his career. I was a 400 hitter in high school. It's a good point. Josh Reddick, he'd give you...
I don't know.
T-Mac says somebody. Could T-Mac do anything for you?
Probably not.
I don't think he'd do anything. Give me Antonio Brown and Michael Thomas for the plot. Eddie Taubensee was a better Astros backup catcher than Eusebio. Bad word, Scott Service. Here's my beef with Eddie Taubensee. I have Eddie Taubensee beef, Joe.
Okay.
My beef with Eddie Taubensee is he's the reason that you traded Kenny Lofton.
That's good beef.
So that's my beef. You traded Kenny Lofton for Eddie Taubensee and like a middle reliever. Brock Osweiler, nah. JJ for the Texans. Demo for the Rockets. Uncle Mike for the Astros. 713-780 ESPN.
I'm looking through the big three rosters right now to see if there's anyone that sparks an interest. Montrezl Harrell?
No. Montrezl. He always had the L at the end of his name for some random reason.
Yeah, it didn't make sense.
JD Martinez retired yet? I do think Martinez is retired. That's not a bad answer.
Yeah, he could probably still swing it a little bit.
I'd rather Martinez get 4 at-bats a game than Zach DeZinzo.
No, Jordan's going to have to play in left.
Yeah, you're going to have to play left that day. PJ Tucker for anybody?
You could sell me on PJ. Okay. Get a couple minutes in a game.
Somebody said Leckler. Case Keenum is the obvious answer, says Junkie. He's not retired. Tony Romo to the Cowboys? Would you take him as a backup right now, AJ?
No.
Yeah.
As a backup?
He's like 46. Something like that.
This is a good one. Flyer on Forrest Whitley, question mark. Now, you can argue he's not retired because he's pitching in Japan.
Yeah, he's just removed from Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I don't think that's retired. I like where your mind's at on that one, though, Junkie. That's a good idea. Nolan Ryan instead of Abreu. Austin Rivers looks like he could still knock down some shots. I wasn't a huge Austin Rivers guy when he was actually still playing. He was all right. Melo, nah, not anymore. No. I'm not reading that one once. In fact, 1779, you're ejected. Get out of here with that crap. Just throw him out. I'm not even going to read it. You're just ejected.
Out of here.
Unbelievable. You should be ashamed of yourself. I've never been so disappointed in a Junkie than I am right now with you, 1779. Someone beat me to Forrest Whitley. Is Gurriel retired? I don't know if he's officially retired.
I think he is.
Has he announced his retirement?
He's not playing this year.
He's also not making this roster, I don't think. Fat Chaz isn't retired. DeAndre's not retired. Scott Kashmir might be a lefty-on-lefty guy. Andrew Luck back with the Colts. T.O. in the slot. All right, 713-780 ESPN. I think 1779 ruined this for everybody. We're stopping this because of the actions of 1779. C.J. Stroud's an important player for the Texans, right? He's currently active. Who is the most important Texans offensive player after C.J. Stroud? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe,
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
So C.J. Stroud's the most important offensive player for the Texans. You could pretty much say that about every quarterback in the NFL. But who's the second most important? 713-780-3776. Who's the second most important to you, Joe?
I think Nico Collins is a very easy choice for the first name that came to mind for me. But what I settled in with is because of what the messaging has been from the Texans this entire offseason and last season. The second most important player to the Houston Texans this year will be David Montgomery, because they want to run the ball more than it feels like the average NFL team. The priority of DeMeco, the style of play that he wants, is to run the ball. I had a hard time locking in on one offensive lineman.
Yeah. See, I want to argue with you and push back because I think the offensive line as a unit's more important than David Montgomery.
Sure.
But I have a hard time locking into just one. It's more about what Montgomery symbolizes, I think.
Yeah.
That makes him the second most important. But Montgomery gets hurt. Can the Texans conjure enough with the running back room to be decent there? Maybe not. Maybe if you had another running back that you liked, you wouldn't be as hell-bent on David Montgomery as the answer there. But I have no problem with David Montgomery being the answer.
If I was going to go offensive line and pick one guy, it feels really unfair to put all this pressure on a guy who's never played center before.
Yeah, see, I don't think it's that. I don't think it'd be him.
You don't think it's Rutledge?
No.
Because it's like he's going to be potentially doing something he's never really done before.
Yeah, but what if he just doesn't win the job?
That's why it's hard, but I'm fully on board that he's going to.
See, I think Andrews is serviceable where you can get by with him. I don't expect him to win the job.
Yeah.
But does Keelan Rutledge need to be your best interior offensive lineman? I don't think that he has to.
Yeah. Is there a better option on the is Teller?
See, that's the thing
Braden
of
Smith?
why you can't go with an offensive lineman over Montgomery because they're all important. Now you can make a case for Ursery protecting the blind side of Stroud, but that kind of goes away from your point of their desire to run the football.
But they're going to throw it still quite a bit, obviously. And protecting your quarterback is a massive one, especially a quarterback that has a concussion history. And again, that also falls on the entire offensive line. But we know the priority of it is going to be left tackle.
And you don't think it's Nico who's, got the raise, got the bump, your best target for sure.
It's like, I think Nico is the easy answer, but it's not what the Texans feel like they're going to prioritize this year. If they were an air-it-out football team and Cliff Kingsbury was the OC of this team, Nico Collins would be by far the answer. But I think there's even a case that you could say, because you know how good Nico's going to be, that you can make an argument for another receiver going in front of him. If we drafted this, they're Higgins breaking out this year. Nico's good.
He's kind of your fixed.
So he's kind of just there. You're going to get good production for him when he's on the field. If you get that jump in production that we both think that Higgins is going to bring to the offense, it elevates this offense to a whole different category potentially through the air this season.
I'm buying Higgins stock. I do like Higgins. I'm a Higgins fan. And I see what you're saying about Nico. Nico's such a fixed thing that you know what you're going to get from Nico. So, okay, you wouldn't. But that kind of repurposes the question, I think.
No, it does a little bit.
Because it's the most important Texans offensive player.
Yeah.
I couldn't put another receiver ahead of Nico. And I don't know if I can. The offensive line as a unit's critical, but I don't think there's one standout offensive lineman over any of the others where I would pick the offensive lineman over Nico or Montgomery. I have trouble putting Montgomery over Nico because Nico's just a better player, but I'm totally with you about their desire to want to run the football. A couple of junkies here. Let's be real here. The most important offensive weapon for the Texans is Kaimi Fairbairn. He's the one who actually scores. Rocky says Fairbairn, because we're going to lose a lot of close games under 10 points, and red zone is our kryptonite. He's not an offensive player. He is a specialist. Kaimi Fairbairn is not an offensive player. He is a place kicker who is a specialist.
He scores a lot of points.
Can't be the answer. He's not an offensive player. Yeah. The offensive line as a unit is the correct answer. You're repurposing the question now as well, though. If they play well, you could have an average running back, and he could have a good year. While I agree with that, the question is player. I totally agree with the unit, but I have trouble picking one player on that unit, and you can't say unit. That's kind of a cop out.
Yeah, if we did most important, room outside the quarterback room, we would all say the offensive line.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, it'd be way higher than the running back room or the wide receiver room, because if the offensive line's rolling, then everything else can kind of figure itself out.
Mhm.
Like, you don't need to have, you can be down Nico, but if you're running the ball well because your offensive line's good, you're going to be okay.
Yep.
If David Montgomery's down, but you can block well for CJ, he should be able to, in theory, air it out a little bit more in a game.
I think your second most offensive player would be your center, whoever it'll be, because he's going to have to call all the blocking assignments for running and passing. That's a good sidebar point at the end there. Junkie, in my opinion, and he's hurt, Tank Dell. In my opinion, CJ was at his best when Dell was out there like Wes Welker.
I think that's a good answer.
I don't.
Because I think the best version of CJ his first 2 years is when Tank took off in year one, and then up until Tank got hurt in year two. Like, it's been the absolute best version of CJ Stroud when Tank Dell's been rolling out there for him.
Was Nick Caley the offensive coordinator for those teams?
He was not.
Yeah, that's totally different team. And plus,
It
like,
is.
I think that the knee's pretty. I hope that Tank Dell does really well. I'm not sure that Tank Dell is going to be one of your top 3 most productive wide receivers. And the Nick Caserio was on P&P today over on the flagship, and he said they expect Tank Dell to be back for training camp, which was always the answer. But I wouldn't have him as the second most important player to this team. I couldn't put him ahead of Nico. I couldn't put him ahead of Higgins. Like, he wouldn't even be my top 2 most important wide receivers.
No, Higgins and Nico go 1-2. And then there's an argument about Noel.
Yeah, right. Like, is he going to outsnap Jalen Noel?
I would if I was going to bet on it, I would say no right now.
I would as well.
Like, I hope the answer to that is yes, because that's a very good thing for the Texans if Tank is able to outsnap Noel this year, but I wouldn't bet on it.
No, I think I would have Noel outsnapping Tank.
Yeah.
As much as I don't want to see that happen. Junkie says, yes, he is an offensive player. Really? No, he's not. He's a specialist. Kickers are not offensive players.
Special teams.
Montgomery's the answer if you have to pick one player. If he's being effective like the Texans want him to be, then all the receivers will be able to. Yeah, I think we all land there. Texans skill positions equal Collins and a bunch of hopium. See, I disagree. I like Higgins. I like Montgomery.
I still like Woody Marks.
I think Noel's got a chance to be all right. I think Tank's got if he's healthy, has a chance to be all right. Woody, I think, can help you.
Hutchinson's fine.
Yeah, he's not. You know what? You know why he gets dinged? It's because Hutchinson's not going to be a guy who puts up volume stats. But within, like, the way they want to run an offense, he's valuable to them because he's a really good pass blocker.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that, like, you're never going to take him in fantasy.
Run blocker.
But he's good for an actual NFL team, not for your fantasy team.
Right. Davis Mills, like, he's a poor man's Mac Hollins. And he's nowhere near Mac Hollins, but you get the drift there. Like, Mac Hollins, everybody wants Mac Hollins on their football team because he's incredibly reliable and he's going to put people in the dirt. Is he going to catch a bunch of passes? No. Will you ever roster him in fantasy? No. It's similar to Hutchinson. Like, they like Hutchinson because he's going to be able to block. Is he going to catch a bunch of passes? No. Is he going to play a lot of snaps? Probably. Davis Mills, especially seeing CJ getting injured the past couple of seasons and him stepping up and doing what you need him to do. So he's going quarterback there with Mills. Tank Dell, who else do you trust to block for Montgomery in goal line situations? Ha, 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 ha. Too soon for that, brother. Junkie says the most important for CJ is Tank Dell. The numbers when he's on the field with CJ back this up. Hashtag go Cougs. You misspelled Cougs there.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Maybe he got Siri'd or she got Siri'd.
That's possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Also, the way that it's typed, it's hashtag go space Cougs. So she probably got Siri'd.
Yeah, that sounds like at least a voice to text.
He or she got Siri'd. I just can't get there with Tank.
I do see the argument because of how good it's been when he's on the field. But I just don't know how you can say you can have that hope for this season.
I just think it's such a completely different offense. Like, I think that Slowick wanted to run a lot of the Shanahan stuff, and I think Caley's more New England, heavy personnel, 12 personnel. Third receiver isn't even getting on the field a ton.
Yeah. Is there any tight end that crossed your mind?
No.
Okay.
Mm-mm. If there is a tight end, it would have to be Schultz.
Yeah.
Schultz is the record-breaking tight end.
Yeah. So you could say Schultz just because he's a consistent target for him.
I wouldn't say
for
Schultz.
CJ, but I wouldn't say Schultz.
Junkie Hutchinson is Kevin Walter. Yeah. Yeah. That's a great comparison. In fact, I think I've said it before. He is
Smart
the
man.
current version of Kevin Walter. But what's good about Hutchinson being Kevin Walters, he's like your fifth, target at the receiver position.
Yeah.
Like he's probably going to get less targets than Noel and even Tank, but he's probably going to play equal amount of snaps as those guys because he can block.
How many career touchdowns does he have?
I don't know. I would guess 2.
I think it's 2. I think it might be 2.
Why would you ask that question?
Maybe it's. I was thinking. I know it's less than 5.
What brought that up? He's got 3.
Just as because in terms of his impact as a wide receiver.
He got 35 passes. I remember DJ Bieniemy, we were talking about after his rookie year, he and John Mechie, and I was like, yeah, I like Hutchinson way more than Mechie. Like, no offense to Mechie, but Mechie just doesn't play. He's like, what do you mean? Mechie's better. I was like, okay.
I think we all thought
see how it goes.
We all had higher hopes for Mechie, but
Mechie's on his 3rd team. Hutchinson's still on his 1st team.
his 3rd it's not his 4th team.
See, he was a Texan, then he was a Jet.
But there was somewhere
Eagles too.
Oh, it was Eagles, Jets, now Carolina. That's
Yeah.
right. He is on his 4th team.
Yeah.
I forgot about the Eagles stint. That's right.
Yeah,
He was
'cause-
traded originally to the Eagles.
And then he went to the Jets, and then
Now he's with the Panthers, reuniting with his former quarterback.
his breakout
Which
season.
the Panthers wide receiver room outside of Ted McMillan sucks.
It's bad.
They got Coker. They drafted the Brazil kid from Tennessee. Maybe he'll be all right. The Leggett, who's terrible.
He's not good.
The best thing about Leggett's his voice. He's not good.
He can't talk.
Mechie's there. That's a bad room.
That's why I'm fascinated to see how Bryce does this year.
They have a good offense. They have a good offense-minded coach.
Yeah, you got a good running back.
You like Dowdle? Not Dowdle.
Chuba.
Yeah, Chuba.
Whatever it is.
Chuba Hubbard.
I like Chuba. He's good.
Eh.
He's not elite.
Can I tell you my least favorite thing about Carolina fantasy football players this year? Because I told you the other day I was all in on Ted.
Yeah.
I love Ted. Plus, he's going to get all the usage.
Yeah.
Because all the other receivers suck. He's going to get 15 targets
He's
a
gonna
game.
get JSN target share level stuff.
Yeah. Do you know what I hate about them, though?
The running back room?
Do you know their championship week opponent?
Texas.
Seattle.
Oh.
Ever since the schedule has come out, I've almost stopped drafting Tet entirely.
Because it's just that means he's gonna be matching up with the best defense championship week.
In every Tet McMillan team, you're basically hoping they go to the semifinals and that's it.
You do you consider that a lot when you do best ball?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Texans play the Packers that week.
That's not great. It's good for David Montgomery, maybe.
I don't think it's good for anybody in that game.
You run the ball in the cold.
Yeah, but how much? It's like a 10-7 game.
Yeah,
I'm looking for a double touchdown game.
Yeah, you want warm dome games.
Yeah, I don't.
At that point in the season.
Bad for the Packers.
Yeah. Also, probably don't want to draft Josh Jacobs right now.
No, he's falling though. Yeah, that's another thing though. Is the cold weather teams. You don't want to draft a whole lot of cold weather teams in Week 17, especially their passing games.
Because it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, Giants, Philly. Although Saquon Barkley's kind of weatherproof, I think. Jalen Hurts might be weatherproof too.
He's gonna run.
Yeah, he's running quarterback.
He's fine.
You're not counting on him to really pass the ball. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. Let's start talking some college football. How does that sound to you?
Let's do it.
You had the whole war of words with Sark and McGuire the other day.
Yeah.
Which apparently Texas Tech never reached out to those teams that they were talking about buying out, so it was totally a bluff, which we knew that.
Yeah.
But it was also awesome. Totally awesome. They're also looking to schedule some big-time opponents, but we're going to start talking some college football on this show because this is your primary source of college football in the city. Which Texas school has the best college football season this year? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
YouTube Keith asked, speaking of fantasy, is it too early to do mock fantasy drafts?
No.
Yes. No one does mock fantasy drafts. That's for losers.
No, just like on Sleeper has in the app.
Mock drafts?
You can do a mock draft.
Yeah, that's loser behavior.
No, it runs by itself.
That's loser behavior.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Start getting a feel of what you're doing this year.
No, go on Underdog and start doing some best balls.
Well, maybe he's talking about traditional fantasy.
That's weak. Go on Underdog, promo code Killer B, and draft some best balls with me.
I signed up yesterday for the first.
I'm
one.
like at
I
think I'm around 80.
Okay.
Yeah, so YouTube, don't do mock drafts. That's for losers.
Let's do best ball.
Be a winner and go do some best balls. Everybody loves a good old best ball. Easy bake oven. You draft it and you forget it.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. I want to do one of those vampire leagues this year.
Yeah, those are kind of cool.
Where the team gets the worst team of the week gets knocked out. I'm going to try that. No, sorry, not vampire, guillotine. Vampire is the one where the team that gets knocked out or the team their players become available.
My suggestion was you need to know what they are before you sign up.
Yeah. Guillotine is just where the worst team gets knocked out. I think.
Yeah, Vampire, you start off with a bunch of waiver wires, right?
Yeah.
And then if you beat the team, you get their players.
Yeah, you get a player or two players.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know. Those are kind of fun. I've never done one, though, but they sound entertaining. All right, who is which Texas school has the best college football season, Joe?
Okay, so I think Texas does.
Okay, I think it's Houston.
Okay, I think Texas is one.
I think Houston's one.
I think Houston's two.
I think Houston's one. But who else? I don't want to interrupt you. Go on.
Yeah, I think Houston's two.
Okay.
I think they're playing the college football playoff this year.
I hope you're right. That'd be a lot of fun.
I'm not surprised to see them in that mid-teens kind of range in the early top 25s that have been coming out. But I would have said Tech.
So you know what? You're kind of I think a lot of Aggie fans are listening to you right now and be like, how did Joe not saying the Aggies?
I don't like their quarterback.
Not a Marcel Reed guy, huh?
No, I'm not. I think the best thing that Texas A&M should have done this offseason was bring a veteran in the transfer portal and let him compete.
Yeah, maybe not even compete, but a guy you could fall back on.
The playoffs were so bad for Marcel and the passing overall. He can run. I don't think he's a good enough passer to make a real run in the SEC or anything like that.
I think a lot of Aggie fans would agree with you, actually.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan. I like their coach a lot. I really like Elko. I think Elko's going to win there.
Yeah, I like Elko.
I'm just not sure Marcel's going to be his quarterback when he does it.
Stuart Mandel, who had his little preseason top 25, he had Indiana 1, he has Oregon 2, Ohio State 3, Miami 4, your Notre Dame Fighting Irish 5. Then you just look at the Texas schools. He has the Longhorns at 7, which a lot of people have the Longhorns higher than that.
Yeah, it seems low. A little surprised.
He has the Aggies at 13. He's got Texas Tech at 14. The next Texas school is Houston at 18, one spot better than Bama. Don't sleep on SMU. SMU, out of the ACC, Kevin Jennings is a stud.
It does help.
Very good
to have a chance at having the best season in Texas because of the conference they play in. It's the easiest one.
I would agree.
For all the Texas schools, they're the only one that it's I could see them winning their conference this year. Texas can win the SEC.
Sure.
Cougs can make a run at the Big 12.
Houston or Tech can win the Big 12, sure.
Yeah. I didn't say Tech for a reason.
They still have that other quarterback that's pretty solid.
I just don't know much about him.
Yeah. We played last year quite a bit.
Oh, he's the one that came in when the other guy got hurt.
Yeah, but he's coming off the ACL, so it's it's Will Hammond's his name.
How's he going to look?
Exactly. Now, I don't think Sorsby should be allowed to play. You're betting on your own team in college football. You probably shouldn't be allowed to play. And I would say that even if we were a Cougar. I just have that opinion no matter who he plays for. In fact, I want Texas Tech to be as good as they possibly can be. I root for Big 12 brethren. I'm consistent with that. So I would love them to win every game that they play other than when they host Houston in Week 3. I was on Salt Lake Radio previewing the Houston Cougars today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. You could hear my sultry tones all the way out in Salt Lake City.
We did get some information on Sorsby.
TCU 25, by the way. Don't sleep on the Horned Frogs either.
That's a lot of Texas teams in there.
Yeah, well, this is Texas' king. Texas' best football is played in Texas, Joe.
Got any hope for Lagway at Baylor?
See, I loved Lagway coming out of high school.
Yeah. I liked him at first at Florida.
Hopefully for Lagway, it was just so incompetent in Florida that he can bounce back. Now, Aranda's offenses haven't looked great, so that would be the hang-up there. But Aranda, he just randomly has good years, too. So I do think that Baylor's I think they have a chance to be pretty good.
Yeah. It's an interesting fit for him. I felt like he was going to end up at a bigger school when he entered the portal. Like, I thought he was going to be more of an attractive guy that people would want to bring in, but that was not the case at all.
I think you're being a little disrespectful to Baylor. I don't think Baylor's like blue blood, but Baylor's won some games.
They have when Rule was there, and previously with Bryles, obviously. Mm-hmm. But I think just the place they're at now. I mean, people are. I think Aranda. I think I saw is the odds-on favorite for first coach fired.
Really?
This year.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Alex, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Look, I have a bias, but I'm really excited about Houston. Looking at Willie Fritz and what he's done at other programs, pieces they brought in, like bringing in Mekhi Hughes or Dean Connors, what they've done on both sides of the ball, Connor Wegman coming back. I feel like they're the best team in Texas, but you guys seem pretty high on Texas. I'm going to hang up and listen, but I'd love to know because I honestly think they're hot garbage. I haven't seen jack out of Arch Manning, and other than his last name, what has he shown that he's the guy to lead this team? Honestly, I think it's Houston, SMU, maybe Tech. That's it. I don't have much hopes for Texas. I'd be surprised if they do better than they did last year or anything like that. I just don't see it, man. I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. I thought Arch played much better the second half of the season last year. I think the biggest problem they have is it might be their coach with how he handles things in the red zone.
Yeah, I think he's overrated. I think Arch is overrated. I agree with the caller on that.
I don't think he'll be the first pick in the draft.
I don't either. I just think Texas is loaded everywhere else.
Yeah.
Like, they have dudes all over the field. Who was the receiver they brought in from the portal from Auburn? What's his name?
Cam Coleman.
He's a stud.
Yeah.
He's so good. But
they have Simmons.
They have pieces everywhere. I agree with the quarterback thing. The Aggies also, I think they're going to be legit defensively.
Yeah.
So that's why I wouldn't consider myself high on Texas. I'm just telling you where they were. I'm with you. Go Cougs. I'm very interested to see what Hughes does this year at Houston, though. Came over from Oregon. Didn't play much at Oregon.
He was awesome at Tulane.
He was awesome at Tulane.
Yeah.
Really good at Tulane. He was well coached at Tulane.
Yeah. Now he's back with his coach.
He's really well coached at Tulane.
I like how in Mandel's top 25 he said Willie Fritz is the best coach that no one talks about.
I completely agree.
I kind of do as well.
He's awesome.
I'm just not kissing your butt either. I do agree with that.
I love Willie. Willie's the man. U of H doesn't have the money to compete with Tech. Fritz can only coach him up so much. Yeah, you're right. Tillman Fertitta's broke. What a Houston homer. Dude thinks Connor Wigman is good and talks bad word on Arch. Maybe Cleveland will draft Manning this coming year. Ha, ha, ha. This basement nerd can't hide his Texas derangement. Man, they're talking bad about our caller. I think Texas is loaded outside. I need to see more from Arch. I do agree with you. There's better second half than first half, but I still don't see like elite college quarterback there.
No, but
I haven't seen it.
Can you just get good enough to where it makes it so he can win? I mean, we see good teams win national championships and compete for titles all the time without good quarterback play.
Yeah, that's true.
Carson Beck's not a good football player.
I mean, he was drafted in the third round, Joe.
I don't see it. I don't think he's good. Like
Arizona thinks he's all right.
If Arch goes in the third round, third round picks are not typically that well thought of.
It's just hilarious that you're like, teams contend for titles all the time. Look at Beck when he was literally a third round pick.
I know, but guys go in the third round, they never play in the NFL.
Sure, but I think a better example would be a team who contends without, a quarterback who even gets drafted, which happens kind of routinely.
Like Georgia, Stetson Bennett. I guess he got drafted.
It's late, super late.
Yeah, he wasn't Mr. Irrelevant. I think he was a seventh-round pick.
There's been Alabama quarterbacks who've won titles who were they drafted super late. I just don't think Carson Beck was the best example.
Probably not.
Y'all got Tech or Texas tonight. That's going to be a fun series. Starts tonight. Baylor with Lagway, possibly. I am very intrigued to see what Baylor looks like with Lagway. Forgive the ignorance. What's best ball versus regular fantasy? Best ball, you just draft a team and then you have zero roster management. No waivers, no drops. You just draft a roster of either 18 players or 20 players, and then you're done with that team. And then you just sweat it out. You watch to see how they do. Zero roster management. It's only the draft.
Which is pretty nice.
Yeah, which you can't do on the apps. You can't really do that on. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Coming up next, Will of Bits. You never know what you're going to get with the Will of Bits. You just know it's going to be elite. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
Your local bar can be your ticket to a global stage. Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. All you have to do is show up and compete. This event is running now through June 14th. You show up to one of these bars that we'll go through here in a second. You compete in their interactive soccer shootout, and the winner will go home with a pair of tickets to a Houston-based FIFA World Cup game. There are 8 chances to win this week. They've added some. So they're giving away more tickets. You can go out to Tri-City Beer Garden in Pasadena on Thursday from 8 to 11. Wakefield Crowbar in the Heights. We've been there before. From 7 to 10 on Thursday. On Friday, go to Moe's Place in Katy, Social Beer Garden in Midtown, or on Saturday from 12 to 3 at Bar Louie in Sugarland or J Bar M in Edo. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to a FIFA World Cup game right here in Houston, thanks to Michelob Ultra. Play for the chance to witness history, because Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26.
What an enormous spin. This one's Pet Peeves, 713-780-ESPN. We do this from time to time. This is a show that gets pretty annoyed. Historically, the show has gotten pretty annoyed.
Yeah.
713-780-3776.
Number one on my list, losing sweats today.
Yeah, we lost our both. Well, we haven't officially lost our second sweat, but we're going to lose both bets today. We're having a lousy week.
Yeah, we are.
We're minus 4.5 units, and we're about to lose 2 units today. Actually, 2 1/4 of a unit.
Yikes.
Yeah, our season total is gonna be down to like 1.5 units.
Yeah.
Actually, it's gonna be about 2 units. But rough week for your boys.
Not good.
Rough week for your boys. Yeah. We need soccer to come back. We need the World
do.
Cup to begin.
Yeah.
We money make on soccer.
Yeah, I'll be texting you while you're on vacation.
Yeah.
Because it'll
Oh,
start.
I'm on vacation during the World Cup.
I think the first 2 days of the World Cup.
Oh, really?
So I think it's the 11th and 12th.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm gonna have to give you all my my World Cup songs. Then.
Yeah, I'll be.
I have the top World Cup songs on day one of the World Cup ready to go.
Okay.
I'll have to send that to you guys. That way y'all can use it.
Sounds good.
Yeah. A lot of Shakira.
Shakira?
Like she's kind of the voice of the World Cup like every year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was this a list that you
It's
found?
it's just like an anthem. It's like they have like World Cup songs.
Yeah.
You know, like NCAA March Madness has like their song during the tournament.
Like it's just a lot of Shakira.
Like Lady Gaga was Abracadabra
Yeah.
like 2 years ago. What was it this year? I think it was like Zach Brown.
It was Zach Brown. Yeah.
I forget the song though.
It didn't really make sense.
No.
When we played it, it was like, I don't really get this.
No. Same thing with Abracadabra. Abracadabra didn't make a whole lot of sense other than like, oh, it's the magic of the tournament. But that was kind of reachy.
Yeah, it's reachy. For
like
sure.
these World Cup songs are kind of good. Like they have like international flair.
Okay.
But like Shakira's like on half of them.
Good to know.
They have like Shakira. They have like, Daddy Yankee on a couple.
All right.
Pitbull is on a few.
Mr. 305.
Trinidad Cardona. Tony Braxton. Some people I've never heard of. Burna Boy.
Don't know
Jennifer Lopez.
I know that one.
Ricky Martin.
I know Ricky Martin.
Ricky Martin's one is funny. It's called La Copa de la Vida, but it's kind of like she bang. Like it's like that one, but they changed the words.
Okay.
It's hilarious.
I don't think I've heard that one. Should I read it tomorrow?
Do you remember the Shakira? Oh yeah, tomorrow's Jose Jorge.
Yeah.
Nah, I think it's too early.
Should we do some Shakira tomorrow?
Nah.
Okay.
Shakira does a lot of English stuff. The number one song on this list was Waka Waka when they went to Africa. You remember that one?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I
think you would hear it if you would.
I would know it if I heard it.
Yeah, if you know it if you heard it. Yeah, we need. I have some Jose Jorge ready to go for tomorrow.
Can't wait.
But yeah, if you want to suggest any, you can do that. 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Glad I didn't bet with y'all today. Yeah, you were smart for doing that. Mm-hmm. Getting told to do something when I was going to do it. Now I'm not going to do it. That sounds like something I would do because I'm pretty defiant. Talking pet peeves here. Brian's not here today, Junkie. Can you ask Brian to add the "you can blah blah blah" line from Tropic Thunder to the soundboard so you can use it every time y'all say unit? I don't think we're gonna add that one.
Yeah, I don't think that one's gonna cut it.
I don't think that one's gonna make the list.
Yeah.
And plus, Brian's not here today. All right, so here's the pet peeve that I ran into yesterday. This annoys me every so often. I'm not a huge fan of when bike riders use the road.
Agreed.
There's sidewalks there, and I get that. Well, we don't want to use sidewalks because we want to get in the way of the runners or the walkers. I think that's the better trade-off because you're going to annoy somebody no matter where you're at.
You are.
If you're on the sidewalk, you're going to annoy runners, joggers, walkers, dog walkers, whatever. If you're in the road, you're going to annoy motor vehicles.
Yes.
Now, there's one that can kill you. There's one that's not going to kill you, right? The sidewalk isn't going to kill anybody. The road might kill you. You know, you don't make. And here's the thing with bikers: they do not respect street signs.
They don't.
Stop sign. They think they can run right through that bad boy. Why do they think that? No idea. Why aren't you honoring the rules of the road?
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't tell you. And I always respect stop signs. I'm a big respecter of stop signs, as we all know.
Yeah.
There was a bike rider in my neighborhood yesterday, in the right lane, as we always are. It's going so slow. There's a car in front of me. He has no idea what to do with this bike. Like, he doesn't know if he should go around it. The bike's like in the middle of the road, too. Like, he's not veering to the side. He's not like riding the curve. He's in the middle of the lane. So the vehicle in front of me doesn't know whether or not to go around. Eventually they go around, but I'm too close to the stop sign to go around. They go right through the stop sign. I'm like in no man's land. I do not like bike riders in the middle of the road.
No, I think it's a good one. I've in my parents' neighborhood, it feels like there seems to be a big increase in e-bikes.
Oh yeah, those are dangerous.
And electric scooters.
The electric scooters are terrible. We had a girl in our neighborhood that got in a crash and like fractured her skull.
Oh really?
Yeah, she survived, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But yes, like serious head injury.
But they're doing the same thing. They're riding in the middle of the road, and the scooters do not go fast. And like, there's a or they're not going fast. That's the thing. Is some of these things do go fast, but like they're following like, I don't know the speed you're supposed to go on the road in them, but you shouldn't be on the road. Go on the sidewalk. Like, I'm with you 100%.
Sidewalk's pretty bad there too, though.
I know, but it's better than the road. You're going 10 and a 25.
That's terrible pet peeve. Like,
Yeah.
I don't really like. I think they should ban those things. Actually, I'm not a fan of those things. My brother was on one of those scooters. What are they like? Those little, what do they call it? Like birds or something? I can't remember. But like one of the electronic scooters.
Yeah.
I think it was in D.C. And he just got one and like broke his leg in half. Almost had to get amputated because
Really?
he hit a hole and like trapped his foot.
Oh.
Yeah, he almost had to get it amputated. And it was a very severe injury.
So we see him like if you like. I'm sure you see him all the time in like college towns. You can like rent them now, like through Uber.
Yeah.
You can just like pick them up. I don't really ever see anyone ride them.
Oh, I do.
I just kind of see them on the ground.
Oh, I see them all the time.
Okay.
I see them all the time.
Because I feel like when we went to North Carolina, like they were all over. Nobody was on them. They were just laying in the middle of like the sidewalk.
That is kind of weird how they do that.
Like you just leave them when you're done. There's not like a place to take it home to, I guess.
No, what they do is like in the middle of the night, they'll have like these people who are employed that will have like trucks, and then they'll go put them in like their back of their truck, and then they'll go put them in an area where they feel are like popular pickup spots.
Yeah, but like during the day,
they're just
random. Wherever.
Yeah, they're like thrown to the like side.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Yeah, it doesn't look great.
No,
I'm not a fan of these things.
No, I'm not either.
Junkie, I loathe bicyclists. Get on the sidewalk, you spandex wearing two-wheeled bad word. That's the other thing. They're like dressed to they think they're Lance Armstrong with like, their spandex and their one cojones.
Yeah.
Like it's like, what are you doing in the middle of the road, brother?
There's no reason.
Yeah, and they're going like 5 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Like it's a leisurely stroll. It's ridiculous, these bike riders.
Yeah, the craziest was like driving through Chicago it's a wild experience because the bikers there think they have the right. Just like you're talking about here. But like that's like they're downtown and like they're weaving like in and out of traffic. The bike lane is also the bus lane. So it's like you get like this, they get caught behind a bus. They start going in and out of traffic because they can't go on the sidewalk there.
Yeah.
You have to be on the road. It's terrible. It's awful.
That speaks to what this junkie's texted. The problem isn't bicyclists on the road. It's bicyclists not following laws. That's a good point. Did I tell you about the story whenever a motorcyclist wanted to fight me in L.A.?
No.
So we went to L.A. like 2 Decembers ago. Can't quite remember when. But I didn't realize that in L.A., the motorcyclists can drive in between traffic. So, you have a left lane, a right lane, and the motorcyclist can drive in the middle. It's legal there. I didn't realize it was legal there. And, like, I wasn't blocking or impeding, but I didn't get over to, like, really, like, allow a space. Not that I did it intentionally. I just was unaware. And, like, the motorcyclist was, like, yelling at me. And I was like, why is he yelling at me? Like, I'm just in my lane.
Yeah.
And he's like, he never said anything to me, but he was, like, whipping his, like, he had, like, a whip. It's like whipping it at me. I was like, I'm not into that. But then he, like, got in front of me and, like, looked back and could tell that I had a rental car. And then he was like, yeah. I was like, I didn't realize that. Hard way to learn that lesson.
That's a dumb rule anyways.
Right? It's L.A. for you.
Just make them follow the rules that everyone else follows.
Junkie, I hate when my wife leaves the remote on the couch or in the bed when we have end tables. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that either. I feel like everything should have a home and it should be in that home. And a lot of times things don't end up in their home.
I feel like every day I come home, I'm looking for the TV remote. So
really,
I'm trying to find it.
The other day, Branham Kid took the remote unintentionally up to his room overnight. And the next morning, I'm like looking all over for the remote. I was like, he literally had it the night before on right there. Like, where could this possibly be? And I just gave up. I was like, all right, we're not going to watch TV. And then when I talked to him later, I was like, what happened to the remote, bro? I was like, well, I took it to my room. Why? I don't know. Accident.
We had a interesting incident recently where Joseph must have been watching something on YouTube, some prank. I don't know. He put the remote in the fridge. And when I called him out on it, he laughed probably harder than I've ever heard him laugh in his life.
Did he do it on purpose?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I was like, why would you do this?
That's pretty funny.
He goes, it's a joke. I'm like, I don't like this.
He gets his sense of humor from his mom.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I was like, why is the remote in the fridge, dude? Like, what are you doing?
You're just hiding it from you?
Yeah.
It's just abnormal.
Yeah. I'm like,
that's funny.
Please don't do that again. Like, don't hide it somewhere where it could break.
Can it break?
I don't know.
I think it would preserve the batteries of it.
Maybe it would.
Yeah. Somebody said the motorcycling thing. I guess I guess this is legal everywhere. That's called lane splitting, and generally motorcyclists are only allowed to do that when traffic is stopped. It was at a light. I do think the motorcyclist was correct. I didn't know the law.
I saw some guy riding in today from work. He was getting drenched. I felt bad.
Oh,
for
that
him.
sucks.
But
it was his choice.
Yeah. he was soaking wet. I was like, that sucks.
The motorcycle law is legal in Texas too. I didn't know that. Motorcycles can split lanes in all of California. During rush hour, it's wild seeing them fly by you. Okay, so people are kind of, I feel like they're inconsistent, the junkies, with this law. Some people are like, you can do it everywhere. You can do it while the traffic is moving. You can only do it when traffic is stopped. I feel like most people are a little bit unfamiliar with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rick, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Rick?
Yeah, I've got a pet peeve.
Okay, let's hear it.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, when you're riding an elevator and the door opens and you're trying to exit and people come rushing in before giving you a chance to step out.
Perfect one. Yeah,
Great call.
Appreciate that, Rick. Good call on that one. That one's always annoying.
It is.
They just storm in like, hey, can I get out, please? Can I throw to you another, what I think should be considered like elevator etiquette 101? I actually got into a heated debate with my friend Jeff about this.
Okay.
You know how you get, the elevator shafts, they have, however many elevators, maybe it's 2, maybe it's 4, maybe it's 6, who knows? It depends on where you're at. And people will go, like, you're waiting for an elevator, right? At the elevator lobby, the bottom of the elevator lobby, maybe there's like a little front, area, and the elevators are in front of you. I can't stand it when people go around you to get to another elevator. You were there in line first. They're going around you trying to jump the line on an elevator that could open that's further down, like the hall or the elevator lobby.
Yeah.
I think that there should be a central area where first person gets there, everybody lines up behind that person.
Yep.
When an elevator opens, like a society, we go earliest to arrive goes first. I hate the jumping of the line at the bottom of the elevator lobby to get on another elevator because you went to the correct one. Cannot stand that. Absolutely hate it. I almost got into a fight with my friend Jeff over this because he's terribly wrong and disagreed with me.
Yeah, I think you're in the right here.
It's courtesy.
Like, there's a line, especially like if there's like a wall of elevators.
Right.
And you're in the middle and the one opens up behind you.
Yeah, the person sneaks in real quick.
Yeah. And sometimes the whole line goes in. Because it's kind of like if one person does it, everyone feels like, like I'm just going to follow this guy. I'm not really the bad person.
Yes.
Because I didn't start it. And the person who's been there waiting for an elevator ain't getting on.
It drives me nuts.
Yeah, that's
like everybody knows not everybody follows it, but everybody knows when the elevator opens, you let the people on the elevator get off before the new people get in.
Yeah.
Not everybody follows it, but I think everybody knows that elevator etiquette. My elevator etiquette, I think most people just like don't recognize, don't think it should be an etiquette. This is the thing that I want to change. If I'm ever running on common sense, this is the first thing at the top of my ticket.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people just don't care.
Probably.
It's
They're
like, I'm ready to get back to my
selfish.
hotel room. Like,
very selfish people.
Ready to go up to the office. Like, I'm taking it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm more important than you.
Yeah.
Everybody's entitled, right? Everybody has a sense of entitlement. Well, why would you go ahead of the person that was there in front of you? Well, I'm more important. That's why. This elevator's here, you're over there. I'm more important. My things that I need to get to are more important than the things you need to get to.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Junkies have a long list of pet peeves. It was what I always say. The Junkies have the most pet peeves of any listenership in Houston sports radio. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
UFC Fight Night is back, and the only place to catch every punch, kick, and knockout in full-on Sports Lodge glory is at Twin Peaks. Settle in with scratch-made favorites, legendary wings, and 29-degree draft beers that hit colder than a heavyweight takedown. With wall-to-wall TVs, you won't miss a single moment of the action. It's a great time to go to a Twin Peaks to go watch the fights, all the baseball games going on, the basketball championship series is here. Same thing in hockey. There's so much to watch. You'll have all of it on in front of you, plus that great food and the cold beer when you go to a Twin Peaks. Grab your crew and make it a fight night to remember at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Must be the middle of the 8th inning at Fenway Park. 713-780-ESPN. Pet peeves. Driving on highways in Houston and 2 lanes merged to one, automatically causing traffic to slow or stop. I've seen plenty of space to keep 2 lanes going. The frustrating thing with that, too, is people don't know how to merge 2 lanes into one. Everybody tries to jump the line. It's a zipper. It's a zipper. One at a time from each lane. Look how easy this is. Zipper. Ooh, look how quick that is. If people that drove on the highway knew how to handle the merge lanes and went zipper format, it would reduce the average commute in Houston by at least 10 minutes.
Yeah, if not more, because it also probably leads to a ton of accidents.
Probably.
Because people don't know what they're doing.
A junkie always yield the right-of-way to pedestrians in marked or unmarked crosswalks. Yes. Yes. Had a buddy that got ticketed in Austin because he crossed the street with pedestrians but was riding his bike. If you are pedaling your bike, you are a vehicle. If you walk your bike, you're a pedestrian. Yeah, but Austin's weird. People who yield at stop signs and stop at yield signs.
It's not, man.
I feel like we should have more feel on stop signs. Like, there are certain stop signs that should be yields, quite frankly.
I agree.
I feel like we need more yields and less stops. I think.
There's one in our neighborhood that it's a 3-way stop. There's a cul-de-sac with 4 houses in it.
Yeah.
I've never seen a car come out of there once.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you ever see cars in the driveway?
Sometimes.
That's weird.
But, like, I'm like, this could be yields.
How do you feel about roundabouts?
They're fine.
Yeah. They're kind of intimidating if you haven't been on one in a while.
Yeah. I've definitely, like, you see people that have no idea what they're doing on them.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
Like,
they go inside lane to exit like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't supposed to do that. Yeah. One of my biggest pet peeves is people who wait until the absolute last second to try to zipper merge for a freeway exit. I will go out of my way to make sure they miss the exit, even though it may get me shot someday. Probably will get you shot someday. There's no doubt about that. People who go through a drive-in and their window doesn't roll down, so they have to open the door. Yeah, but they have no choice about that.
Yeah, that's just like cars broken.
Yeah, that's I don't agree with that one there, junkie. I feel like you're being a little mean too. Like, that's kind of out of their control.
Yeah.
And like, some people can't afford a new vehicle and they're not going to buy one just because their window doesn't roll down. And is it really doing anything to you?
No.
Like, is it slowing down your wait time maybe by 30 seconds?
No.
I feel like that's, in fact, you know what? That text is now my new favorite pet peeve. I don't like that. I don't like that text. That's an elitist text.
Yeah, it's like, what are they supposed to do?
Yeah, it's messed up. I don't like that one at all. I agree with Joe. I was just in Chicago at Flex. I can count about 15 different arguments I've seen with a bicyclist in a motor vehicle and a public bus.
It's crazy.
Only time I went there, I took the subway everywhere.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah, I took the I guess the train. They call it the train.
Yeah, the L, yeah.
I like how the train goes straight to the airport. That's very helpful.
It is. You can be on it for a while, depending on where you're going.
Really?
Leave there, but
Apple TV, use your iPhone as the remote, game changer. I don't like doing that. I don't like using my iPhone as the remote because I like to be on my phone a lot of times while I watch TV.
I'm going to start watching Apple TV now because I forgot to cancel my subscription.
Apple TV's got great shows.
Yeah.
I recommend Friends and Neighbors. Friends and Neighbors is very good with John Hamm. You need to watch the morning show.
Yeah, I just didn't plan on it, but then like that Cubs Astros game.
Shrinking. Then watch Apple TV. Apple TV's
they
got great shows.
I got the alert that my subscription renewed yesterday. I was like,
did I tell you somebody in Pakistan was stealing my credit card identity and like purchasing Netflix?
No.
Yeah, I was looking at it the other day and like there was like 4 straight months. My bad for not catching it sooner, I guess. But there was 4 straight months where I was getting billed $20 for Netflix, which I do the ads.
Yeah.
Like I'll pay less with the ads than pay more without the ads. So mine's like what, $8.99 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And I saw it was $20. So like I called Netflix and like, yeah, somebody's like, do you know anybody from Pakistan? I was like, don't think so. And they stole my credit card information, but instead of purchasing like cool stuff that were very expensive, they got 4 free months of ad-free Netflix.
That's a junkie of the day. Like, that's just like a way. I mean, I guess it's like a way to like steal someone's credit card information without getting caught.
Somebody did that with my Panda Express app a few like years ago.
They just were using it.
They were like, they somehow got my credit card info, but they could only use it on Panda. So like I was like, there was like a night where they spent $100 on Panda Express in Austin. I was like, okay, that's fishy.
Like, I didn't do that.
So I had to call them, and then they stole my Panda points, and I was so mad. I was so mad, and they wouldn't give me my Panda points. But then I tweeted them because I'm an influencer.
Yeah.
And they decided I pressured them into giving me back my Panda
You got
points.
your Panda points?
I got my Panda points back.
Good for you.
Junkie, I love my wife to death. I get annoyed when I put something somewhere and I know I put it there. When I go look for it, she relocates to where she feels it's needed to be placed. Yeah, I think all wives do that.
Because it's like, that's kind of on you.
No. No.
See, at some
this is the
point-
spot where I think my toothbrush should go, and then suddenly it's like 3 miles away. That's not on you.
Yeah, but at some point, like, do you just cave
But the issue is not
and put it where she's going to put it anyways?
Well, that's the thing. Is like they change their mind every day.
That's true.
One day they think it should belong on the left cabinet. The next day they think it should belong on the right cabinet. I think we all, as husbands, would concede. Okay, where do you want it placed?
Yes.
I want it placed here. Okay, sweetie, no problem. The issue is the
They
next
change
day it's no longer here. It's there.
Yeah.
No one's going to put up a fight on where their toothbrush is at. The problem isn't where the toothbrush is at. The problem is that they consistently change their minds.
Yeah, my issue with that has been my wallet. Where, like, I just put it on the couch next to me. Because I'm going to do my chauffeur up there the next day as well.
Uh-huh.
So when I leave, grab my wallet
Yeah.
and go. And then sometimes I'm, like, having to call her while she's at work.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, where'd you put my wallet? And she goes, oh, it's on the table.
So my wife's car has 2 sets of keys. And I tell her, give one for me, and you can have the other one. Because she always misplaces her key. And anytime I'm looking for her key, like I have to ask her, and she gets annoyed that I'm asking her. So I was like, sweetie, just let me have one of the fobs.
Yeah.
Just give me one. You can do whatever you want with the other one. I'm never going to bother you again. Okay, it sounds like a great idea. I have my area where I put my keys. It never fails. It's always gone. She doesn't know where she put hers, so she takes the one designated for me. So that whole idea of me having one of her fobs is a day long.
And then they're both gone?
And then, it's just, yeah. Getting asked the same question due to not learning from it, especially in work situations. Agreed. That's very annoying. I can't stand as a delivery driver when it's pouring down rain and they see that you're soaking wet and they tell you to stay dry. You know what? I think I do that, not that exact example, but like when people are outside on a hot day, I always tell them to stay cool. Which could be the very same thing
It's
as
very
that.
similar.
Yeah, which
Very
now
similar.
thinking it out loud, they probably do have the same reaction as this junkie does. Like, well, okay, well, I'm in 100-degree weather. I'm not going to stay cool, you jerk.
Yeah, we our sidewalk like floods. It's like the only part of our house. Like it's on some kind of slope.
Uh-oh.
So like it like floods a little whenever it rains.
Uh-huh.
The other day I ordered food and I was like I texted I put a message in the delivery app. I was like, please let me know when you're here. Because I was gonna open the garage so I could get it from the garage.
So you didn't have to get wet.
They didn't do it.
Maybe they didn't see it.
Maybe they didn't see it. I see them coming up the driveway, going this thing. Open the door. 2 shoes right into the water. And I could tell. I was like, oh, those socks are wet.
That sucks. Did you give him a pair of your socks?
No, I just gave him a better tip. I upped the tip a little bit.
Yeah, that's rough.
Felt bad. I was like, I tried to stop you. But
Yeah. You tried to help. You tried to be helpful.
I tried.
You tried. Lane splitting is illegal in Texas, according to Google. Nope. Our text line is completely upside
no
down
one
on
knows
that
the
law.
rules.
No one knows
the
that
law.
law. Not returning a shopping cart instantly. I know you're a bad
Great
word
call.
human. Yeah, that's a good call
You
on that
suck
one.
if you do that.
The proper way to turn left at a median, that's a good call, too. You're supposed to go around the car, not in front of the car. Everybody goes in front of the car. That's a good call. My pet peeve is, missed it. When you're turning right and the person in front of you isn't, but they don't move over and you're stuck waiting for the light to turn green. That is my all-time biggest pet peeve. That happened to me today, and I was so mad. So mad. Like, you could go, there's nobody in the left lane all the time, too. So they're just like, it's kind of, I'm going to chill out here in the right lane and block traffic and ruin the lives of 10 other people when you could just easily be in that lane over there. I hate that. I always shake my head in disappointment at the car. I try to make eye contact in their rearview mirror, and I just go like this. Like I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to honk at you. I'm just going to shake my head in disappointment and know I'm very disappointed in your behavior. That's a good call. That's what I do now. Because I don't want to get shot.
Yeah.
And then if they came out with a gun, were you shaking a head? I'd be, I was watching the game.
Yeah, like I was watching the Astros lose.
These stinking Astros are terrible.
This Mike Burrows guy sucks. It's a good reason.
Yeah.
It'd be a very good reason.
Because there's really no if you're laying down your horn, there's really no.
Oh yeah, I don't
there's
honk
no
anymore.
doubt.
I stopped honking.
Right, there's no doubt with the horn. Like you lay down the horn, they get out, they're going to shoot you.
Yeah.
Well, why were you honking your horn? Well, it's because you were blah 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 blah. If you just shake your head in disapproval, you got a bunch of outs.
Yeah, because they might not even see it.
They might not see it.
And also
they might see it and adjust their ways in the future. They might get out with a gun, be like, I'm going to shoot you, and be like, I wasn't to you. I got the game on.
Watching the game on the phone with my wife.
Paul Skeens is no-hitting the Astros.
Yeah.
They didn't get a Branham. They didn't move the runner over. People use don't exit an airplane correctly, and they won that lean seat back. Okay, I don't know what that text means.
I'm guessing that means the people who are in the back that try to go to the front.
Can't stand that.
It's the worst.
It's so bad. Like me getting off this airplane is more important than you getting off this airplane.
It's just not.
And here's the thing, like if you're late for like a connection, you know how to get to the front. Excuse me, sir, I'm late for my connection. Here you go. Here's proof of it. Can I please get by? Of course, absolutely.
And like also like my experience with flying is if they know the flight attendants know there's a lot of people on a flight with a connecting.
Yeah,
they will say, hey, there are 12 passengers on this flight that have to get on this plane so they can get to San Antonio. Please let them off first.
Please stay seated and let them pass. Yeah.
Like unless a flight attendant says that, like even I'm like, like you're probably lying unless they show you the photo.
Like even then, like I'll believe them.
Yeah.
Like I'll take their word for it. If they want to lie to me over something like that, well, that's on you.
Yeah, you're just
But like I'll get up, but I will get up and I'll stand in the aisle. Like like if I sense somebody, like if I'm in row 15 and I sense somebody from row 19 scooting up, I will stand in the aisle. I will be a roadblock for justice.
What's the proper etiquette for the people that get on the plane late and are sitting like their seats in the front of the plane, but they got to get their luggage in the back?
Yeah, they probably should have to wait.
That's what I think too.
They need to wait.
But then they try to sometimes they try to fight through.
Yeah, they
to get it.
I mean, a good flight attendant though is going to get the luggage and bring it to them before that's an issue.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that doesn't happen, you got to wait. I think. Pet peeve is people driving all the way up and then forcing their way over. So I kind of do something similar with the planes. I will, like if there's a left lane that's about to end and merge into the right lane, I will get in my line, but I will have one wheel, my right wheel, right in the center lane, right in the middle, and I will have most of my truck in the left lane.
So it kind of stops it.
Yeah. So people don't try to pull that. And if they do pull it, they're going to go like all the way around, which just shows they're behind a little more. Shows you what kind of people they really are.
I like that move.
I don't let them by.
Yeah, I try not to. Unless I'm like, this person's coming no matter what. They're going to get in front of me. Like, they're going to hit me, basically.
Yeah.
It basically turns into a game of chicken. Of just like, am I going to stop and let them in? Or am I potentially going to get hit because they're going to come in anyways? Which is, it's a bold move. I don't like it. But
office pet peeve. The mouth-breathing yokels who finish the pot of coffee and don't start a fresh one before noon. Unspoken rule. That's a good call. Elevator made me think about Chick-fil-A and people flying around you to get the better drive-thru. I agree with that. I think you should wait at the fork and then go into the drive-thru lane that opens up.
Yeah.
Like, that's where the line should begin, and then once the lane opens up, you go to it.
Chick-fil-A by me doesn't have the fork anymore.
Oh, really?
Mobile pickups on one side, normal drive-thrus on the other. So everyone's just kind of, you're in one lane.
I don't like the dual lanes because of that.
Yeah.
Because of what happens there. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. NBA Finals begin tonight. What are our favorite storylines? How much is the NBA Finals moving your needle? 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5. First, I want to tell you about the greatness that is Federal American Grill. Federal American Grill is delicious. Everything on the menu is fantastic. Get on over there. Get some Federal American Grill in your life. You're going to love it. Whether it's for dinner and you're enjoying every tasty thing they had, the Freedom Burger. You want to get a good burger? They donate $1 to every burger sold, too, to Camp Hope, by the way, which helps our veterans who are fighting PTSD. Everything on the menu is great. Janice's meatloaf is phenomenal. Great salad options, great appetizer options. Book your reservations now, in fact, at thefederalgrill.com. You can order straight from the website on thefederalgrill.com, too. You can reserve your event spaces. It is event space season. Birthdays. My sister's birthday today. She should go to Federal American Grill. But anniversaries, work retreats, whatever the case, Federal American Grill is the perfect event space spot. And they have multiple private event spaces at all 6 of their Houston area locations. Shepherd, Hedwig Village, Katy, The Woodlands, downtown. River Oaks now is open as well. It's the perfect spot for your events. Also, 3 until 7 every single day. Every single day from 3 until 7 is social hour at Federal American Grill. Stop wasting your time in traffic. Stop dealing with merge lanes. Stop dealing with those rude drivers around you and go enjoy the immaculate vibes at Federal American Grill social hour every day from 3 until 7. A great place after you're off work. Great place to kickstart your weekend on a Friday. It's just a great spot, period. $10 appetizers. Every appetizer is to die for. Delicious. Great variety of drink specials as well. Federal American Grill. Exceptional food meets Southern hospitality.
It's Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. NBA Finals start tonight for all you basketball junkies. AJ's a basketball junkie. AJ kills it with his basketball TikToks. I enjoy those.
Thank you.
713-780-ESPN. How much is this moving your needle, Joe?
I'm pretty excited.
We're carrying them?
Yeah, we're carrying the finals game. So tonight it'll start right after Destination 2026. So we'll join like halfway through the pregame show, but we'll carry all 7 games or however many games it goes.
Oh, hot take. It's going 7, according to Joe. 7 games. 6. So you're excited about it. Scale 1 to 10, how much is the NBA Finals moving your needle?
I'm I'm probably at like a 7.
7. Where were you Western Conference Finals?
Probably about a 7.
I was probably about a 10 with the Western Conference Finals. I'm probably about a 5.5 with the Finals. I'll be honest. I was way more interested in the NBA Final or the Western Conference Finals than I will be NBA Finals. Now, this is kind of the conversation we were having the other day. Is like I slowly get invested into these series, whereas Western Conference Finals, I was hooked game 1. It didn't need to sell me. NBA Finals kind of need to sell me for me to be captivated.
Yeah, we get like that overtime game, like we got game 1 of the Western Conference Finals tonight.
Knicks still an early game because I think the Spurs win this in 5. So if the Knicks win an early game in the series tonight, I was like, okay, like we got some intrigue here.
Yeah, I'm just like I'm very interested to see just how this plays out. Like the Spurs are way ahead of schedule. I just saw this. They would be the biggest odds to ever win the NBA Finals from the preseason odds. They were plus 6,600 to win the NBA championship this year.
Knicks?
Yeah, no, the Spurs.
Really?
Yeah.
Sheesh, I feel like I got them in a bad spot.
Yeah, you did. You got a plus 500.
550, I think.
Yeah, so you got a way bad spot.
Let me double check.
But like, it's like that's interesting. You know, Wemby took one shot in the fourth quarter of a game 7. Like, didn't like
making the right play.
Like, didn't dominate the game in the way like we thought. So like, it does feel like this is a moment again for the NBA where like we could be witnessing just like the culmination of the best player in the league. So I'm very interested by this. The Knicks are a good storyline too. Like,
it's plus 700. I have Spurs at plus 700.
Nice.
That's better than I thought,
But
still not plus 6,600.
Do you get to count that as a sweat of the day?
No. Unfortunately, no. You can't hop on my success.
Thought we'd try.
I mean, maybe they lose the series though, and it's not successful.
That's true.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean, I'll have it it'll be laptop treatment for me tonight. Arrighetti Skeen's getting the TV tonight.
The thing that's hard for me is like it kind of gets phone treatment for me.
Oh.
We'll just gotta got the 2 jobs. Like I got 2 baseball games I gotta watch tonight.
There you
at
go.
the same exact time. So like it does have to get like demoted a little bit for this. It is a little weird that we're going to be on vacation, both of us at various points during a majority of the finals.
Yeah.
So it doesn't feel like I'm excited for it, but it does because of that doesn't become like a super priority after tonight's game for me.
Yeah, I mean maybe it'll be a tight series and it'll force us into it being a priority. I think the Spurs win it in 5. You have a prediction?
I got Spurs in 6.
What is your prediction, AJ? You have
Spurs in 6 as well.
Spurs in 6. I got the gentleman's sweep.
I think Jalen takes 2 games at the end there.
Okay.
Like I think he's good enough to where he can close out.
I think the Spurs have the athleticism and the positional size.
They do.
To make Jalen Brunson's life hell.
I mean, and those guys they just didn't miss any shots in that game 7. Like they came up so clutch. It's just weird because you look at the Western Conference Finals, and the Knicks are not the Thunder, obviously, but every game's a blowout basically after game 1 until game 7. Like, it's just these back and forth 20-point games. Like,
no, they weren't great games other than game 1 and parts of game 7.
So that's where part of me is like, I feel like if that trend continues, then like, I feel like the Knicks can get 2 of those. Like they can get, they're going to win that first game at Madison Square Garden.
I saw that there was some line movement for today's game after it came out that Scott Foster's officiating game 1, because apparently Scott Foster's record when the Knicks are playing is like I think they've won like 7 in a row.
Oh,
or covered 7 in a row, something like that.
Yeah.
So they're getting that game's getting some Scott Foster treatment, which the NBA might need the Knicks to take game 1 to garner interest in the series. Like I'm speaking for myself. Like my interest, again, I told you was what 6.5 versus where it was 10 Western Conference Finals. If the Knicks steal game 1, take game 1, that interest all of a sudden becomes a 7.5 or an 8 because now I think it actually could be a competitive series. So perhaps game 1 is getting Scott Foster Knicks treatment. Maybe the hit is in for game 1.
Just to lead to that gentleman's sweep, we're getting the Knicks in the first game, and then
I mean the NBA would love for a finals to be competitive.
Oh yeah.
So getting Scott Foster treatment in game 1 would make a lot of sense.
It definitely would.
Now the Spurs, maybe they're taking some criticism. They were telling season ticket holders to like, hey, don't resell your NBA final seats on unauthorized sites. Is this fair or foul? Do you think?
I think it's foul.
I think it's fair.
It's just hard for me. Like it's. I kind of like I don't want to put it in that different of a category than the people who get upset, like who boo. Like you pay for your tickets, you do what you want with it. Now, do I think would I sell my tickets? I don't think I'd go to every game.
Yeah, I think there should be a thing as loyalty points, and I think those people who have the best loyalty points get the first dibs on tickets that they want. So I have no problem dinging fans. Like if you're going to sell, you're going to sell. but you need to know that it comes with some sort of repercussion
Like,
when it comes to the loyalty points. I believe in loyalty points. I don't like it when fans resell. Like, yes, it's in your right.
Yeah.
It's within your freedom. You bought the tickets. You can resell your tickets. Those are now yours. But I also don't think it's unfair for a team to say, okay, if you're going to do that, we're going to give loyalty and priority to other people who don't, and they're going to get first dibs on thing where you're not.
Well,
So I think that both sides
Yeah.
are totally in their, have the rights to do whatever they want.
See, I wish there was a way that, like, when you signed up on, like, Game Time or SeatGeek or whatever, that, like, you were, like, locked into your team and other people could see it.
Yeah, it'd be
like,
too easy to
I
lie.
wish I could, like, set my tickets, like, and be like, only someone that has an account that is established as a Texans fan can buy the tickets. Because, like, I hate to ding someone for saying, like, there's 4 games potentially going to be in San Antonio. All right, what if you don't want to go to? What if you can't go to all 4? But, like, if you could make sure you could sell it to a Spurs fan, I don't think you should get dinged for that. Because they're only doing this because you don't want Knicks fans to fill the Spurs stadium. Like, that's the premise of it. Like,
exactly.
If there was a way to, like, guarantee a sell to another Spurs fan,
No way to do that.
There's not, though.
No.
But,
no way to do
like,
that.
because it's like, it's just tough. It's like, it's a 4-game series. Like, it's like, I think it's different than the NFL.
7-game series.
Well, 4 games at home, sorry, potentially. Like, it's different. It's one playoff game in the NFL versus potentially 4. Like, you're not probably going to go to all 4.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's get to our junkie of the day. Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 975. First, a moment on HRP, Human Resources and Payroll. They're great. They're never going to leave the coffee pot empty. They drink the last bit of coffee before noon. They're always going to make a new pot. They help you. They help business owners. HRP is great. It's Cougar owned by my colleague. Go Cougs. Used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he protects businesses. Chris Fisher's over there. They have the best people at HRP. You're going to be in good hands when you trust HRP to help out in your business. And business owners, let them help you. They can help you with HR compliance. They can help you with benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. They can help in any of those areas or all of those areas. Maybe just one of those areas. You don't like the compliance side. Let HRP help you. You don't want to handle the benefits side of things. HRP's got you. Onboarding new employees, that's no fun. HRP's got you there. Payroll, lots of numbers. You're not good with numbers. HRP's great at numbers. No boxes with HRP. It doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job. HRP is going to tailor a plan for what is in the best interest of you, what's in the best interest of your business, whatever your business needs help with the most. You're not reading off some menu. They're going to sit you down and tailor a plan for exactly what you need. And their technology, it's the best in the business. You're going to love their technology, and you have to be able to trust technology in 2026, and you will with HRP. But what sets HRP apart is that service. Their customer service is elite. It is next level. You'll never talk to some stranger. You always talk to someone who knows you, very familiar with your business. Give them a call. See how they can help you. 281-880-6525. Let HRP tailor a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. All right, Junkie of the Day. Who's your Junkie of the Day? 713-780-3776. Joe, who's your Junkie of the Day?
I'm going to go, mainly because I think this is a weird idea. Doesn't mean it's not going to work. But because of some weird TV dispute, the Michigan-Duke game that was supposed to be taking place at Madison Square Garden is going to be played in a baseball stadium.
Really?
They're going to play at the Marlins Park.
Junkie?
Why does it matter where the game's played for the TV thing?
I don't know. I guess it's just like whatever deal. It's something to do with Duke's special deal that they have with Amazon. Led to like where the game was going to be aired and Madison Square Garden got booked up, which I think is a hint that your Cougs game is going to be on December 21st.
Why?
Because that's when they were supposed to be playing at Madison Square Garden. Duke.
Well, I think that's the Jimmy V Day.
Oh, is that Jimmy V Day?
Duke's playing that day already at Madison Square Garden.
No, they're not.
There's a doubleheader. No, what Michigan? They're playing somebody else.
Oh, they're playing someone else. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're playing Georgia. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're supposed to have another game against Michigan at Madison Square Garden, neutral site. But now it's going to be being played in Miami.
I wonder if that's considered like their territorial rights because they always played MSG. They played MSG quite a bit.
Yeah, I just don't get why the game's in Miami.
Maybe that gets out of their territorial rights. I don't know.
But like, are Duke fans in Michigan? I guess they will. But like,
Duke travels.
Like, you think they'll fill up?
Duke will travel.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird seeing a basketball game being played in a baseball stadium,
especially Miami.
Yeah,
it has to be a territorial thing.
It must be because it's like this is strange.
Yeah, that's weird. I didn't realize that happened.
It just broke. Like Matt Norlander just broke it from CBS Sports. Like
really
an hour
weird.
ago.
Tijuana San Diego tunnel update. They found $45 million worth of cocaine.
Okay.
The underground tunnel between Mexico and San Diego was discovered under a Buy for Less store.
Okay.
So I guess that was their front. Authorities found a nearly 2,000-foot-long tunnel, 55 feet deep, 4.5 feet high, with electricity and ventilation. Over 2,200 pounds of coke was seized from the store. 4 people were arrested.
That's it?
They all face a maximum penalty of life in prison and a $10 million fine. That's rough. That's a crazy one. Also, sensitive Yankee fans, Junkie of the Day, Tom Hamilton, the great Tom Hamilton, roasted Jazz Chisholm. Take a listen.
That'll bring up Jazz Chisholm. Well, he predicted the Yankees will win the World Series. He did that last night on the Jimmy Fallon show. Pretty amazing. He got on the Jimmy Fallon show batting .239.
Sheesh. He killed him. He killed Jazz Chisholm.
That's funny.
It's funny to see a personality do that. A TV broadcaster do that.
And Yankees fans were very upset.
They were sensitive about it. Oh, they're opposing broadcaster ripped Jazz. He's not wrong, though.
He's 100% right.
That's some East Coast bias right there, if
Yeah.
I've ever heard of it. They're not doing that with a Baltimore third baseman hitting .239.
They're definitely not.
Not doing that with Isaac Paredes.
No.
Why isn't Isaac Paredes getting Jimmy Fallon treatment?
Great question.
You know? Some East Coast bias. I love Tom Hamilton. Sensitive Yankee fans. And then the Houston had the lowest UFL attendance in the league. The UFL season's done. I think they have the playoffs, though. Houston didn't make it. The lowest total of average fans per game of the 18 league belonged in Houston. They averaged 5,683 people. The second lowest was Dallas. Dallas had 6,449. What this tells me, Texas doesn't care about the UFL, sadly. But Houston, lowest UFL attendance. So I guess the junkie here would be UFL teams in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, look, thanks for the bobbleheads. We appreciate it.
Jim Kelly.
I'm not surprised.
No, I'm not surprised.
First of all, they weren't good.
The bobbleheads?
No, the team.
No. Oh, they weren't?
Yeah.
They weren't I think I did see that. 4 and 6 or something like that.
That doesn't help. And I don't know. I think people are just having a hard time getting behind it. All the name changes, the league changes, coaching changes. Like, it was so great in 2020. What was it? Yeah, 2020 before the world shut down.
Mm-hmm.
But they just can't get it back.
Was it really great then?
I mean, it looked like there was a lot of people at the Coug Stadium.
Yeah. They were having fun. I never went to a game.
They were undefeated.
I never went to a game.
But looks like the magic's gone.
Junkie says I nominate Joe for saying he leaves his wallet on the couch. You're just asking for a lost wallet.
On the couch?
That is a weird spot to put a wallet on the couch.
Just put it next to me.
You put it like on the bar or like, a nightstand or the table. You should put it on the couch, like on a cushion?
Yeah, just sit next to me.
Yeah, not great.
I know where it's at. Unless she moves it.
But it's so easy. Like people sit down and it pops off the couch.
We have 2 couches.
Yeah, I don't know.
One's my couch, one's her couch.
Destination 2026 coming up after us. NBA Finals after Glenn Davis, the great Glenn Davis. What's winning here? I kind of like the Yankee fans.
Yeah, for sure.
Sensitive Yankee fans.
Yeah, they're soft.
Yeah, they're soft about that. Great Tom Hamilton roast. All right, you're the winner, sensitive Yankee fans. Sorry about it, you bandwagon Yankee fans. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to AJ for all the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Thanks to Wyatt, too. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.
All right, welcome into Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. I'm Glenn Davis. It's sponsored by Aramco, Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Reliant, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, and Rice. FWC26Houston.com for all information on the World Cup. Well, we've been profiling a number of different teams here. We've done the U.S., Spain. We've done a number of different teams. We're going to do Uruguay tonight. No better guy to bring in than my friend Jorge Ramos, the legendary Spanish commentator of Jorge Ramos and Subanda and ESPN Deportes. Here is part one as we discuss the Uruguayan national team. All right, joining us now, he's Jorge Ramos, and you will know him as one of the most recognizable Spanish language commentators in the United States. And we really appreciate having him on. His career has been exceptional. He joins us here tonight. Jorge, thank you very much. I know you're excited for the World Cup.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am, Glenn. It's nice being with you again. I am excited. I wish when I go out that I can see that excitement. At least here in Miami, I don't see much of it. But I'm sure that the stadiums and most of the games are going to be packed. I'm sure with that. Now, on the street, the ambience is not there yet, but I hope that for June 11th, it's going to be there.
All right. So, look, you are Uruguayan, a proud Uruguayan. You have a residence there as well as Miami.
Yes.
You are passionate about the Uruguayan national team. So let's get into that. And let's just talk about this team in general. First, in general, it seems to be a blend of experience, Euro-based guys, and youth in order to play this very aggressive Bielsa system.
Yeah. Well, I used to be Bielsa's love for his style of soccer, but he couldn't get his mark in this team. This team doesn't look like Bielsa's team up to this moment. The reasons, we don't know. I don't know. I get to the point that I think that Uruguayan players, they have to be counter-attacking like always Uruguay was, and not create or propose, the game. The things prior to this World Cup doesn't look good for Uruguay for many reasons. One of the reasons is that it seems that the players didn't understand what Bielsa likes to do with the team, and then we have to see it. Although we defeat Argentina and Brazil in the elimination games, even in those two games, Uruguay didn't play Bielsa style. Okay, Uruguay was the old Uruguay, counter-attacking, forcing every play, but counter-attacking. On top of that, we had been with problems with injuries. If you go around the possible 11 players, you realize that the fullbacks or the center backs, Jimenez, Araujo, don't play that often. They have been having problems with injury. In the midfield, except Valverde, Bentancur is coming from ACL, okay, in Tottenham. Ugarte doesn't play in Manchester United. De Arrascaeta, he had been injured in his back, and we don't know in which level is going to show. Up forward, look at what happened with Darwin Nunez. He went to Saudi Arabia, and he's not playing. He played the champions, Asian champions, but not the regular tournament in Saudi Arabia because they went with Benzema. So at this point, give me a reason to believe that Uruguay can be, let's say, in the quarterfinals. Yeah, first round, we have a group that it seems that we should advance if we consider that Saudi Arabia and Cabo Verde or Cape Verde are there. But other than that, I don't know. And if we go second, which is possible because Spain is the big favorite in that group, we have to play Argentina, okay? And Argentina today is better than Uruguay. Then you play the game and anything can happen on the field, on the pitch. But that's the reality today of Uruguay. Uruguay is not at the level we expect with Bielsa.
This is really good stuff. This is Jorge Ramos and Subanda. You know him from in the past with ESPN Deportes as well. He just has a real beat on Uruguay. Okay, so off of what you just said, all right, we all know Bielsa's autocratic.
Yeah.
Kind of his way, pressing, proactive style. Do you think he could and has it within him to revert back to a deeper defending team based on all the reasons you just gave, players that may not be at full fitness for a variety of reasons? Do you think he could move this team into a lower block and play transition counterattacking soccer? Do you think he'll do it from his own desire as a coach, maybe analyzing the situation, or does he stay firm to what he believes in because of being Bielsa, Marcelo Bielsa?
Yeah. Well, if I talk as a Uruguayan fan, yeah, I hope Bielsa is going to do it. Now, if I see the last 3 years and he couldn't do it, why he's going to do it in this month prior to the World Cup? You know, I mean, in reality, I have to say, I don't think at this point he's going to be able to change the style. So he probably going to have to adapt to what the players feels better. I didn't mention something very important, Glenn. The disagreements that were between players, Luis Suarez, that is not there, and other players with Bielsa, okay? So the human relation wasn't there either. I don't know if they fix it or not, but the relation between Bielsa and the players were not at the best.
And Jorge, he even said it wasn't at its best, and there were
He
people
said
who
he's
thought he
toxic.
might be removed, right?
Yes, he said he's toxic. He said when people
he
comes
said he
to
was
me,
toxic.
yes, I am toxic. so that you have to put it into the situation too. So I don't have a reason to believe it's going to be different, but I want to be wrong. If there is something that I want to be wrong is with this topic, okay, with Bielsa and the players.
All right, only 3 strikers picked. Tell us about the 3 strikers, because if you look at the roster on paper, that might tell you a little something.
That's right. Well, I don't even know which striker is going to be the starter of it. It usually has to be Darwin Nunez, but because of the situation we already referred to, I think that the starter will be Federico Viñas, that he did well in Real Oviedo, although the team went to second division in Spain, but he scored like 10 or 12 goals. In Real Oviedo, that's very important. He had a great, to the point that I think he's going to the Premier League, Federico Viñas. But Rodrigo Aguirre is the third striker there. And I don't know, maybe he doesn't play with 2 strikers up front. He never played. But maybe he decided to throw Darwin Nunez on the right, put Federico Viñas and Maxi Araujo. I don't think it's going to happen. But maybe that. You know, he was talking in the last press conference the possibility of playing Valverde on the right. He did a lot in Real Madrid, playing either as a right fullback, but specifically playing as an outside midfielder on the right, okay? But the striker, I think, is going to be Federico Viñas, at least for the first game against Saudi Arabia.
So we're talking to Jorge Ramos and Subanda. I want to go back to what you said about the fact that Darwin Nunez isn't playing a lot at Al Hilal. You mentioned Ugarte hasn't played that much at Manchester. But could this potentially be something positive over a short tournament? In other words, if they haven't played a lot, they're dying to play.
Yeah.
And I get it from a fitness standpoint, but they're going to be fresh. Maybe
Very
they could
fresh.
turn in a great World Cup. Who knows, right?
It may happen. It may happen. And I thought about it too. But I have to be realistic. It is what it is. Then if that happens, yeah, it's a possibility. But the minutes I saw Ugarte in Manchester United, he was not uh, he was not good with the ball. Something that he had before. But because of the lack of playing time, he lost that touch with the ball. Now, tactically, he's fantastic. He can cover everybody. He can come back down and make a line of three in the back, and he's good. But once he has the ball, and for Bielsa, that's very important for the Bielsa style. He has to have that first touch precise, and he lost that. Let's see if he got it back. Same thing, Darwin Nunez, okay? I don't know how he's training right now. I hope he's training definition. That was one of his problems, the lack of definition. He missed goals with open nets and things like that. Is he getting? I don't know. It may be. Now, physically, yeah, they're going to be very fit. Bentancur is coming from ACL, but you know what? I saw Bentancur in Tottenham, and he's back to his level. So let's see.
He's Jorge Ramos and Subanda. These names for Uruguay, everybody knows Manuel Ugarte, Federico Valverde, Darwin Nunez, all coming into the tournament in differing ways. We'll see how they produce in this. To play a pressing system, too, and they're playing in outdoor stadiums, right?
Yes, they do.
So
play
that's
outdoors,
another thing that I think in some ways is going to be a challenge for teams that maybe press predominantly for larger portions of matches. They're going to have to revert from that, and it's going to be interesting to see how they do it.
Especially with the weather, Glenn.
Yeah.
Here in Miami, Uruguay is going to play 2 games in Miami, Saudi Arabia and Cape Verde. Here at 6 p.m., which is the game's time, is about 92, 93 with 100% humidity. Okay, it's very hot. If you press, at some point, at some moment, you're gonna have to come down and trying to control the game with the ball and move it around and see if you can get some fresh start again. Although FIFA is changing this game, and now we're gonna have 3 minutes. First half, 3 minutes, second half, hydration time. I don't like that, I tell you. Now we are going to NFL.
4 quarters. We're copying the NFL. 4 quarters.
Yes, 4 quarters.
Yeah.
I don't like it whatsoever.
But so you don't like it, and it's interesting because I was thinking about this the other night. You now look at the game in 4 segments as a coach.
Yes.
And that means you can look at it very differently and instruct your players to do different, first 22 minutes, guys, 18 of the 22, we're going to push like crazy. So this really, I think, is going to be very interesting. A team could be pushing and it's got tremendous momentum, and then all of a sudden, hydration break.
That's right.
Out of the hydration break and you lose it, right? All right, so that's part 1. With Jorge Ramos. We're going to come back with part number 2. Just a quick mention here, though, for Magnolia Ballroom. Now, Magnolia Ballroom is a historic spot in downtown Houston. It's Houston's premier international soccer watch party destination also in the downtown area for the 2026 Cup. It was once a brewery. It is now going to be turned into a great Cup experience. The Magnolia Ballroom Cup experience, all-inclusive, all-day access for premium cocktails, curated light bites. It's right at the back end of downtown, in the heart of downtown, and it's right between the Post Houston and the Fan Fest. It's only, I think, 1.2 miles from the Fan Fest. So you can move easily around downtown and take in different things, but this will allow guests to easily get into an air-conditioned environment. It's the Magnolia Ballroom. It's got a rotunda in there. It's got ornamentation. It has history. It reeks of history when you come in there. MagnoliaBallroom.com. MagnoliaBallroom.com is the place to RSVP because you need to do that. And after the match, it's going to turn into a nightclub. Let's take a break. We'll come back with part 2 with Jorge Ramos and Subanda.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. I'm Glenn Davis here on ESPN 97.5. And a big thank you to Aramco, Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Reliant, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, and Rice. By the way, you can hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. And we've been posting the videos about why Houston will be the best World Cup host city. And I hope you've enjoyed those. Our latest one is of Galveston. So please take a look at those on YouTube and TikTok and Facebook. Soccer Matters. All right, part 2 right now with Jorge Ramos.
You are losing 1-0, and you have the other team against their post, and you go when the referee said hydration break. Okay, yeah. I mean it's crazy.
Thank you, ref.
Thank you, ref. It's crazy, It's great, but FIFA didn't think about that. They just thought about commercial times. Some televisions network. I found out Telemundo is going to stay with the game. Okay, I don't know about Fox here in the United States, but still, it's 3 minutes break. 3 minutes break.
So look, it's Uruguay though. We all know the indomitable fight, the spirit, the way they play.
That is going to be there.
It's ingrained in the team, and if that's there. Who knows? You can overcome all these other things, right?
I know. Yeah, we can. The team Uruguay can complicate any opponent. To Spain, France, and the favorites, but we need to have some good football too, and I don't know if we are going to have it. I'm kind of pessimist. I wanna be wrong, Glenn. I wanna be wrong. But again, now the opponents are going to have problems with Uruguay. That for sure. That is for sure. Let's see what happened with the first two games, because then Spain, Uruguay, they are going to play in Guadalajara. They just maybe play for the first and second position. You know, I don't know. That's going to be a great game. But Spain is by far the favorites on that.
Uruguay is an amazing, proud soccer playing nation.
Yeah.
It's got amazing World Cup.
3.5 million people.
And yeah, think about that for a second. You know what? Maybe it's good to be a small country based on how big we are and all the problems we have with soccer. But what's the country feeling now? Like, I mean, with the history that Uruguay has in the World Cup, this is a significant. Every 4 years, it's significant, right?
It is. Although at this point in Uruguay, people are not into the World Cup yet, and which is very rare, because
Why is that? Why is that?
I think because of all the things that I described already with Bielsa, the type of football we've been playing, the problems we had, the lack of goals, opportunities, and concretion of goals. The country feels like I feel. It's not very positive. Let me tell you, first game against Saudi Arabia, everybody's going to be with a flag, okay? And even if you don't, in Uruguay, even if you don't like football, at the end, football is going to, to touch you. It's no question about it. No question about it.
He's Jorge Ramos and Subanda. Always love having Jorge on the show.
Yeah.
All right. Just going back to Bielsa, before we got on here, Bielsa was having a press conference, and you told me, he's legendary for going for an hour. He never stops talking.
Yes.
Well, how do the journalists react to that? How do you react to that? What do you think that is? In some ways, you almost think it's overblown, right?
Yes. Well, in general, the press had been forcing Bielsa to come out and clarify things. Like in a prior press conference to the one you are referring to, he said the World Cup, it's going to be the culmination. I don't know if you say this in English. The end of the process.
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody said Bielsa is going. Okay. That's it. After World Cup, he's gone. Today, he clarified that one thing is the end of the process. Other thing is the end of him being the coach for Uruguay.
Right,
although
right.
he hasn't get an offer from the federation. So he's always changing things and clarifying things that is at the end is more confusing. It's more confusing. What is he saying? We all speak Spanish, and sometimes the journalists have to ask him to clarify, because he went on around and around, and at the end you said, well, did he say this? Did he say that? What did he say? So you have to go back to him. So it's very complicated. Bielsa is very complicated. Very complicated.
He surely is. Talking to Jorge Ramos of Subanda. Jorge, World Cups always, trends come out of World Cups. And the next thing you know, on youth soccer fields, there's people mirroring what the World Cup winning team did, right? With 11-year-olds. So what do you think could potentially come out of this World Cup? Have you thought about that yet? I mean, what differing trends in football potentially could come out of this?
Well, there are many things that FIFA is doing that I don't agree with, like the 4 breaks, I don't agree with, or 2 breaks plus the halftime. In the final, we're going to have a 30 minutes or more halftime, something that is against the rules of the game, okay? what I expect? That after this World Cup, it's going to be a jump of soccer in this country. From the third position, I think today we are at the same level than baseball, or maybe a little bit better. Maybe we can get closer to NBA. Maybe. I hope that happens. For that, we need the U.S. have a good World Cup. Let's say going to quarterfinal. Seeing what I saw against Senegal, I think is positive. I think it's positive that it may happen. Now it comes or a mistake in the back, the defender, or a referee decision, or a ball that bounces in the post and goes out instead of in, and it changed everything. But I hope, the festivity of this World Cup brings the Americans more into the game of the world. Okay, take away only NBA, NFL that are playing in this country. Well, NBA is playing in Europe and South America. Not NBA, but I mean basketball in Europe and South America. But NFL is only in this country. That's it, and it's number one sport here. So I hope soccer deserve and get the recognition from the American fan after the World Cup. That's, for me, it will be very, very important.
Jorge, before I let you go, I think silently and secretly, Argentina wants very badly to defend their World Cup title and be the only the third team after Italy and Brazil to do it. I think I am talking to a lot of my Argentine friends, and they're very quiet, but they're saying this is the goal for Argentina. Can it happen?
I don't think so. I think Argentina have injury problems, okay, starting with Dibu Martinez in the back. In the middle, I think they are losing Paredes in the midfield. And Rodrigo de Paul is at a level that is not the level he had in Atletico de Madrid. Messi is 4 years older, so I don't think Messi is good. I mean, he's doing great with Inter Miami, but one thing is MLS, another thing is World Cup, okay? So I probably Messi won't play or play just few minutes in the first two games, but I don't think he's for 90 minutes. What can I say? They won't have Di Maria. Di Maria was very important 4 years ago. How are they going to solve? They don't have another Di Maria.
Oh, in transition and bringing width to their attack, he was huge.
It was huge, okay? Yeah. So how they going to solve that problem? I don't know. Maybe they play Lautaro Martinez as a center forward and move Julian Alvarez to the left. Maybe Nico Gonzalez play in the left, but they don't have another Di Maria, okay? Are they going to be able to solve that problem? I really doubt it. I don't see Argentina after France, Spain, England, Portugal, well, maybe comes Argentina. But in reality, they are not the favorites that they usually are, especially because they have Messi. But this Messi is 4 years older. I don't think he can play 90 minutes and make the difference he did. Yes, you put him 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and he can make the difference, just one touch. But when you play Messi, you play with half a player less. I mean, 10 and a half players you have, because he's not going back. And you know what? And you need, this day, you need that. Same thing happened with Cristiano Ronaldo and Portugal. If I was Roberto Martinez, I wouldn't play Cristiano Ronaldo as a starter. I put him in the last 30 minutes or so, but I don't see Cristiano Ronaldo being a starter. But listen, if he doesn't play Cristiano Ronaldo, the entire Portugal country is going to kill Roberto Martinez, He's God for them. He's God for them.
No question about it. And we're lucky enough to get Portugal twice here in Houston. I think they may have the best midfield in the tournament.
They do have the best midfield. They have a fantastic team.
Yep. Yeah. Jorge, I want to thank you very much for coming on. There's nothing better than talking football with Jorge Ramos. That means I've already had a successful day. I can go to bed now.
Oh no, no, don't tell me that because I could say the same. Yes, we are. I mean, that's it. No more. You said it before we started to do this. No more politics. Let's go to the pitch, to the game, to analyze games. Let's see what
Players,
is happening.
tactics,
Yes,
teams. Let's do it.
please. If they can eliminate um, the days between now and June 11, please eliminate and let's go
Yeah.
direct to June 11. That's it.
I'm
We're gonna
ready.
watch.
You lead the way, Jorge. I'm following you. No problem.
All right, Glenn, was a pleasure. Thank you very much once again. And I hope one day you learn Spanish and you come on Jorge Ramos y su banda.
There we go. There we go. That's a project for me. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you.
All right, so that was Jorge Ramos. Wonderful catching up with him. I always love having him on the show. Has a lot of tremendous insight. Before we go to break, though, and the intro our next guests, I want to remind you about lsse.net. They brought all the great content to Reliance Stadium, now Houston Stadium. If you want to witness the action and glory in grand style, you can get a ticket-inclusive hospitality package. Secure it. You'll get extraordinary seats, elevated food and beverage, exceptional service, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, lsse.net to book now. And I also want to remind you, coming up, and at last night's show at Hugh O'Connor's Pub, we gave out a pair of tickets to Argentina against Honduras. And this is called Road to 26. Now, this is on June 6th at Kyle Field up in College Station. Super pumped about this. Argentina taking on Honduras. Yes, this is the same Argentina playing right before the start of the World Cup with their stacked roster. June 6th, Texas A&M's Kyle Fieldhouse. Road to 26. Argentina versus Honduras. All right? You got that? Argentina versus Honduras. Road to 26.com. All right, coming up next, we visit with our great friends at Visit Sugarland, which is going to be a hot spot for watching the World Cup. Visit Sugarland's Jordan and Allison are up next.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Quanta, Reliant, Rice University, and Visit Sugarland.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. Hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD, FWC26Houston.com, merchandise, news, all the information you'll need around Houston and the World Cup, FWC26Houston.com. Also, a big thank you to our sponsors, Aramco, Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, Reliant, Quanta, Rice, and yes, Visit Sugarland. Perfect intro now for Jordan and Allison, who join me now. Well, Allison, Jordan, since the last time we talked, a lot has happened. Get us a little bit up to date on what's going on in Sugarland, and I'll remind our listeners, it's sugarland26.com on the internet.
Hi, Glenn. Thank you for having us. Absolutely. Yeah. So we have actually been shifting into full execution mode since we last met. We have a lot of exciting updates. Our watch party tickets have been released, so you can now go to Sugarland 26 and sign up for your ticket for all of our 7 days of watch parties. And we have also released tickets for our soccer clinics. So those will be on June 15th and 16th, and we're partnering with 2 of our local soccer clubs, GFI Academy and Imperial Soccer Club, and our Space Cowboys team. So you can sign up for those on the Sugarland 26 website as well. And we're gonna have really exciting special appearances at those clinics. And it's just a really exciting time for kids and soccer. So we're really pumped about that. And another awesome opportunity that we have is we will be opening an official FIFA merchandise store in Sugarland Town Square.
That's going to be popular.
It is. So we'll be the only one in Fort Bend County and the first one to open in Houston. So we'll be on the lookout for that over the next couple of weeks. But we're really excited to get that in Sugarland Town Square.
And Jordan, I'm excited how you guys have weaved everybody. And I loved hearing your weaving in the youth community. I love the fact that you've had some live shows out there. You had our station out there. I think it's pretty fantastic. Just remind everybody of how Sugarland is an extension to the World Cup and everything going on downtown.
Yeah, so Visit Sugarland signed on to be a Houston Host City supporter. And so with that, we're really helping support Houston World Cup Committee in their efforts to, of course, host this large event. And so with our watch parties that we're having, it's really a representation of all of the diverse communities that we have in the city and in Houston and Fort Bend region. And so we're excited about the games that we'll be showing through that. And then also we'll just have various events that, again, are not just for Sugarland and even Fort Bend. It's really for the greater Houston region.
All right. I like this term, the social district.
Yeah.
I might term it a different thing, but I know what that means. So tell us about the social district.
For sure. So we launched the Sugarland Social District. It is really Sugarland Town Square is now a place where you can enjoy alcoholic beverages, of course, in accordance with the TACB laws. But you can grab a cup from any of the participating restaurants. It's in a sealed container and really gives you the experience to sip and stroll and really walk around Town Square and explore, which will be a great asset as we look to have the watch parties. And we'll also be having some really cool prizes associated with the visitation to those events. And so that will also be available on sugarland26.com. And so the more businesses that you go, you'll get specific prizes for different things. And so some of them will Visit Sugarland branded items. Some of them will be World Cup branded items. So we're really excited to have the social district up and running.
Talking to Allison Brooks and Jordan Cutler of Visit Sugarland, sugarland26.com. Get all the information. There's going to be a lot happening out there throughout this World Cup. Allison, I love the way how you've also weaved in all the local businesses, and this really is a team thing for Sugarland.
Yeah, I think the community excitement has really been building, especially as we get closer to the matches. We have our own volunteer efforts in the city as well. So we've been having, more volunteers sign up. We've been having trainings on the weekends. So we'll have a lot of volunteers at our different activations. So our watch parties will be a big one. We'll have some at our airport to greet our visitors arriving via air. So everybody's just really ramping up and getting excited for the whole summer.
So it's all World Cup themed. Again, Mexico will kick off the World Cup in 15 days. In 18 days, it is here in Houston with Germany and Curacao. What an opener for us. Two wonderful stories in itself. We're speaking with Allison Brooks and Jordan Cutler of Visit Sugarland. All right, the walkable nature of this. Houston is not always known as the most walkable area, but Sugarland certainly is with Town Square.
Yeah, and it's really cool because we're connected. Not only is Sugarland Town Square a huge asset for our community, but we're connected to First Colony Mall. And so, with Little Woodrow's over there, all the shopping that's available, there's some photo ops available in the mall. So, we really have created this entire walkable district that you can go to experience, some part of the game at Little Woodrow's and then walk over to our Town Square watch parties and then head over to the FIFA merch store that's a block away. And so, it really is a walkable environment. And even within our local businesses that are not in Town Square, there are so many different things and areas that you can really still explore to watch the games.
And Allison, people are going to watch the games, but then they're going to hang around. The food, the beverage, the excitement, all the other things that are going on.
Absolutely. And that's part of what we wanted our visitors to experience here. So we know that, there's going to be 7 matches in Houston, and our goal is to extend those visitors' stay and give them things to do and reasons to come to Sugarland. So, in addition to the watch parties that we'll be hosting, which most of them are on non-Houston match days. So we only actually have one match that overlaps with Houston. So, you can come in, go for a match in Houston, or you can go to FanFest and then come to Sugarland and watch one of the other matches here. But we also have really been partnering with some of our other venues. So we have our 2 museums here. We have the Fort Bend Children's Discovery Museum, and then we have our Houston Museum of Natural Science at Sugarland. Those are really 2 big partners that have really been leaning into the World Cup theme. So they're developing specific programming for, the international visitors that are going to be here, really leaning into that soccer themed. So we also have some really great shows at Smart Financial happening. So that's another great option. We also have our Space Cowboys actually have a homestand, and they are kicking off the same weekend as the World Cup kicks off. So they're doing a soccer weekend theme. So that's really an exciting time. I mean, you can come for a game in Houston, you can come for a watch party in Sugarland, attend a Space Cowboys match. There's just so many options for visitors to do and reasons for them to choose Sugarland.
And I think it's also really cool because there's so much going on. There's opportunities for people to make a weekend out of it too. Like, you don't have to just come in for the day. You could come to our watch party that's on a Friday and then go to a show on a Saturday or go to the soccer weekend on that Sunday. And so there's so many different things that are happening that we're really encouraging people to make it a weekend in Sugarland and come out, stay at our hotels, enjoy the weekend, make it a staycation, and just enjoy the World Cup while it's here.
Pretty incredible choices for it. By the way, Smart Financial Center is one of my favorite concert venues in Houston. I'm a big concert guy, so love that venue so much. I was there recently. Okay, so the Germans, the Dutch, you want them to come. Are you noticing people taking hotels and deciding to base camp it, as you guys might say, at a Sugarland?
Yeah, we are definitely seeing an uptick in our hotels. So I think, we're really excited to see the different fans that come in. I know the Netherlands has a huge fan base, the Orange Army. So they are really all about the fanfare. So I think, we're excited to experience the different countries and their cultures that are going to be coming in. So I know also, as the teams are determined for those knockout rounds and the final match, we'll start to see some additional demand and really what that would look like. So I think that's what I'm really excited the most to see, who makes it to those knockout rounds and who makes it to the final.
Could very well have the 5-time most World Cups Brazil coming through Houston. There's a very good chance of that.
Is that your prediction, Glenn? What's your prediction?
Well, I could predict that. That wouldn't be like going out on a limb, maybe, but Morocco's also in their group. Morocco could be the first African country to ever win a World Cup. They got to the semifinals in Qatar in 2022. So there's no telling, but those are 2 teams that people are considering teams. I mean, Brazil's Brazil, right? They come in with all their stars, and Morocco's got them too.
And that's actually one of our matches that we're showing is Brazil versus Morocco. So that'll be an interesting match.
That's a hot ticket right there. All right, so favorite place. Now I'm going to get personal with you guys. You're going to have to go out on a limb here. Favorite place for you guys to grab food before, let's say, you're going to the Brazil-Morocco game?
I would say for me, it would be Talyard Brewing. So they have a really great atmosphere. They have a huge patio space, outdoor space. It's just really family friendly. And of course, it's a brewery, so you have like a million types of beers to choose from. And they actually just did some renovations on their outdoor patio space. So they added on a fully covered patio space with a lot of additional seating, preparing for World Cup. So I know they plan to show a lot of the matches. So, go to Talyard. You can actually walk right next door to Constellation Field and see a Space Cowboys game. You can use that as kind of your tailgating area or pregame. But that would be my pick because it's already kind of a tailgating atmosphere.
Nice call. Jordan?
I would have to do a little hidden gem, Live Oak Grill. It's in Sugarland, and they've been around Sugarland for a very long time. And so they have great burgers, fries, like just good American classics that I think are good for a pregame activity.
Yeah, we got to feed those Dutch, Germans, people from Curacao, Portugal. We got to give them some of that traditional American fare.
Yeah, get some barbecue going.
Yes, barbecue is going to be very, very. They can't leave without trying barbecue. All right, a hidden gem. What would be your hidden gem, Allison, in Sugarland? What's your go-to?
Honestly, I would really go to our museums because a lot of people don't realize that we have two extensions of really great reputable museums that are located in Houston. So those are two satellite locations of the original locations in Houston. So you can get a lot of really quality programming, and it's really not just for kids, honestly. Like Houston Museum of Natural Science, they've really been branching out and kind of trying to diversify their programming. They have some things like mixers and elixirs for the 21 and up, but even if you take your kids, it's really an engaging experience for you as well, and it's not really just for the kids. So that would be my pick.
Jordan?
I'm gonna go back to the food because I feel like, of course, Houston and Sugarland are just great food places. But I think our hidden gem is our culture. Again, I think Fort Bend is one of the most diverse cities in or county, excuse me, in the nation and in Texas. And so I think that is reflected not only through our food but the events that we have. And so I think our hidden gem is definitely all the culture and the different demographics that we have in the city. It's awesome.
It's Allison Brooks, Jordan Cutler doing great work with Visit Sugarland, sugarland26.com for all the information. The other thing is the ability to move and access places. That there's a nice flow to Sugarland when it comes to that.
There is, and we were ready. We host a lot of major events already, from our Christmas tree lighting to Oktoberfest. And so whether it's, holiday events or cultural events, where we're pretty adjusted to already doing this. And so this is really just another way for us to capitalize and really just celebrate something so global.
Allison, you got to say, this is a historic moment for the city, right? No question.
Absolutely. I think, we've been planning for this for over a year now, and the closer that we get, everybody's really excited. It's going to be a full team effort, and everything, that we've been planning for is coming to fruition. So I think there's just a lot of excitement, internally with staff, but also the city. It's a really historic moment for our city to be an official partner, an official extension of everything that's happening in Houston. So it's a historic moment for our city for sure.
Jordan, are you seeing more soccer jerseys around? I am. I took a walk in the park. I see people playing. I see people now talking about it more. It seems to really be really ratcheting up quite a bit.
Yeah, every time I get on social media, I'm like flooded with things. It's the jerseys, FIFA 101s, all the different information and just excitement about it. And so it's great to see, especially from a marketing perspective. I love it.
All right. So before I let you go, I want you guys to talk about viewing party registration and some of the things that people want to get ahead of and register for. So hit us up with that so they have the information because Sugarland is going to be a heck of a place to go. It's going to be a lot of fun out there, and it's got everything you're going to want in Sugarland when it comes to World Cup 2026.
Yeah, so thankfully, all of the things that we mentioned today, from the soccer clinics to the watch parties, all of that, all of those events are on our website at sugarland26.com. The registration for the tickets for the watch parties is available on that site. It is free, so that's an awesome thing that we're excited to offer to our community, but you will be required to have a ticket on site. So just go over to our page, sign up. It's super quick and easy. You can register for all the games, some of the games, and you'll just present that at the gates when you come.
Allison, anything before we let you go?
I'm just really excited, honestly. I am excited for our visitors to experience all the great things in Sugar Land because we have really so many things to experience, and we're just happy to have Sugar Land part of the world stage.
Yeah, and you guys